Yo, you and I are about to watch this kid snap his eyes open smelling straight up disinfectant, thinking, wait, is this a hospital? Am I actually alive? He stares at the heart monitor, seeing flatlines everywhere, even though he feels totally fine. He is like, what kind of trash gear is this? Is it broken? Voices outside grab Zhong Yuan's attention. The doctor is talking to Zhong Lan about his condition, and it is sounding pretty bad. Before he woke up, things were so critical the doc literally said he might stay in a vegetative state forever. But hearing his sister's name, Zhong Yuan completely loses it, ripping off all those annoying medical wires and rushing to the door. Just then, the door swings open and Zhong Lan steps in. Seeing her brother awake, she tears up with pure joy. She yells out, "Big brother, you are finally awake." She cannot even hold back her emotions and runs right over to hug him, crying her eyes out. He tries to comfort her, saying he is fine, but suddenly he notices something incredibly weird. Zhong Lan looks way smaller, like she is back in middle school or something. Hearing him say he is fine makes her cry even harder. "Do not lie to me, you got hit by a car. How can you be okay, a car?" Suddenly everything clicks for Zhong Yuan. He just reincarnated back to the aftermath of his accident 4 years ago. So right now it is 2042. This is absolutely perfect. Maybe heaven heard his prayers and gave him a second chance to protect his sister. This time he is not too late. Suddenly a guy walks in to talk to him. He says the docs were pretty sure Zhong Yuan was brain dead, so waking up like this is a straight up miracle. This dude is Lin Dongliang, leader of the Hawk Squad, and he is a top-tier ability user with the rank of Major. He reaches out for a handshake, but Zhong Yuan just grabs Zhong Lan, pulls her inside, and slams the door shut, leaving the guy standing there completely clueless. He awkwardly pulls his hand back. Inside, Zhong Yuan warns Lan Lan to stay far away from weirdos like that, but she says Lin Dongliang is actually super nice. He has been helping her ever since he got hospitalized. But hold on, here's where things get crazy. In his past life, this was the exact guy who secretly recruited Lan Lan to be an ability user, which eventually got her killed right in front of him. He still remembers that horrific scene perfectly. He will never forget that face, but he never realized this snake had his eyes on his sister 4 whole years ago. He warns her right then. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and asks if there is some catch to his help. And just like he figured, the old guy wants Lan Lan to study at Chengying to serve society, but she does not know the dark details about that school. If she just avoids that place, she will never have to become an ability user. But wait, is that actually safer? Without powers, they will be sitting ducks when the real threats finally arrive. Not even having the basic self-defense skills is way more terrifying. So the absolute best way to protect them is to just take out the danger himself. Zhong Yuan steps outside, having made up his mind. He tells Lan Lan to handle his discharge papers while he goes to find Uncle Lam to thank him personally. Just then, Lin Dongliang overhears him. He smiles and says there is no need for thanks, but he does have a few things to talk about. He wonders if this creep made Lan Lan do anything weird. Let's watch closely, because Zhong Yuan is about to get straight to the point. He tells Lin Dongliang that he knows he is an ability user who is trying to recruit his sister while her brother is out of commission. He says, if I am not wrong, Chengying is a training ground for ability users, right? This completely catches Lin Dongliang off guard. How does this kid know so much? What else does he know? Zhong Yuan sneers, I know a lot, like the dimensional rifts and the monsters inside. Plus, I know my sister is a genius. You talk about serving society, but you are just trying to kidnap a 12-year-old girl to do your dirty work. Accused like this, Lin Dongliang gets furious and snaps, do not talk about me like I am some creep. I am doing this for humanity's survival. We need talent to survive. Zhong Yuan mockingly fires back. Oh, so eavesdropping on my sister and me was also for the sake of humanity, huh? You weird old man, stay away from my sister. Lin Dongliang stops playing games. He says her gift can save countless lives and asks him to reconsider. But right as he is trying to convince him, Zhong Yuan suddenly drops a bomb and agrees to let her attend the academy to become an ability user. Lin Dongliang is totally stunned and asks, wait, did you not just fight me on this and tell me to stay away from her? Do those two things contradict? Besides, I have one condition. If you do not agree to it, she is not setting foot in that school. He says, if money is what you want, just name your price. But Zhong Yuan rolls his eyes. He does not want cash. His only condition is that they let him enter Chengying to study alongside his sister. No matter how brutal the training is or what dangerous missions he gets, he wants to be by her side. After saying his piece, he walks away, warning Lin Dongliang that she only listens to him. If they refuse, she will never enroll. This leaves the captain in a serious jam. Getting him into the academy is one thing, but letting a normal person into an elite class for ability users is totally against the rules. But if he says no, he will lose a top-tier genius, which is a major waste. On their way home, Zhong Lan is super worried about his health since he just checked out of the hospital, especially with his body feeling ice cold. But he does not care. He tells her staying in that hospital would only slow him down. Still, his arms are covered in dark purple marks from injections. Suddenly, he realizes something is seriously off about those marks. They do not look like bruises at all. They look exactly like corpse spots. Once they get home, Zhong Yuan immediately whips up a massive, delicious feast in the kitchen to make sure his sister eats well. She stuffs her face, praising his epic cooking skills as absolutely legendary. But suddenly, he puts down his chopsticks and stops eating completely. She is worried he is eating less and looking paler. Trust me, you and I are about to find out if he can survive this crazy rebirth. Let's jump back in as Zhong Yuan tries to play it cool, reassuring his little sister that barely eating after a coma is totally normal. Once she finishes her meal, he cleans up and starts washing the dishes. Soap on his hands, his mind wanders to his bizarre condition. Seriously, he has had zero appetite for days now. He is never hungry, cannot taste any food, and does not even feel tired. No sleep, no restroom breaks, nothing. But the absolute craziest thing of all is that purple bruise on his skin. It is literally a livor mortis corpse spot. He originally hoped the hospital machines just glitched out, but testing his own vitals at home proved otherwise. No blood pressure, zero heartbeat, no body heat, no breathing either. Yet those creepy corpse spots keep spreading on his flesh. He knows this stuff because he read an encyclopedia detailing post-mortem signs. Every single piece of evidence screams that he is officially dead. The only logical explanation is the insane power of that gold coffin, which somehow dragged his soul back into this body, deceased from a car wreck 4 years ago. But wait, even without that golden coffin, could a Shu user have saved him? Zhong Yuan cannot help but wonder how these powerful ability users pull off such miracles. This world is packed with wild secrets, but if he can just get into Chongying, he can slowly uncover the truth. Fortunately, those terrifying corpse marks on his arm are starting to fade away. As long as he avoids hospital checkups, his secret is safe. Otherwise, it would completely freak Zhong Lan out. But pay attention here. This is where things take a turn. He is lost in thought when his phone suddenly rings. On the line is Captain Lin Dongliang. The old man is calling to confirm that the favor Zhong Yuan asked for is fully taken care of. Once this summer break ends, he and Zhong Lan can head straight to Chongying to register. Zhong Yuan raises an eyebrow, asking if it is really that simple. That immediately ticks Lin Dongliang off. No way, kid, I just did not want to lose a massive prodigy like Zhong Lan. But he warns him up front that Zhong Yuan will only be an auditing student in the Shu special class. Plus, his regular academic grades cannot slip. If even one subject drops below 90 points, he is kicked out on his butt. No big deal for our guy. He agrees to the terms and promises to bring his sister. A few days later, they finally arrive at Chongying. Zhong Lan is hyped, absolutely loving the massive campus. Stopping in front of a grand statue, she excitedly points and asks her brother, "Who is this old guy?" Standing right out front like this, it can't be Confucius, right? Suddenly, a smug male voice cuts in from behind them. It is Cheng Yunqiao, the legend, who founded the entire Shu system of China. The speaker introduces himself as the senior assigned to welcome the new students joining the special class. His name is Xie Yahan, and he is their upperclassman. "You must be the elite rookie Zhong Lan and the audit kid Zhong Yuan, right? We are classmates now." He carelessly tosses a bag to Zhong Yuan, calling it basic school supplies. But when he turns his gaze to Zhong Lan, his attitude pulls a total 180 turn. Grinning warmly, he says there is a cool communicator watch inside, suggesting she put it on immediately. He gently leans in close, acting super smooth. "Let me show you around the dorm so you can get comfortable." Watching this cheap flirt play his game makes Zhong Yuan's blood boil. He wants to kick him. Xie Yahan just keeps blabbering on and on, bragging to Zhong Lan about how almost every single luxury at Chongying can be enjoyed completely for free. He even offers to take her to local theme parks and art museums. Hearing this sleazy pitch, Zhong Yuan finally snaps, stepping in to block the guy. "Thanks, but no thanks. We can take care of ourselves," he says, pushing him away before walking off with his sister. Xie Yahan watches them leave with a shady look. He is definitely scheming something dirty. Meanwhile, Zhong Lan happily straps on her new watch and nags her brother to wear his too. Shortly after, both watches buzz with a welcome alert for the special class. It warns that military training starts today at exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They need to register fast and gather at the training grounds. Zhong Yuan did not expect boot camp to start so soon. What makes this special class training different? Honestly, you and I would be just as ticked off as these students. Down at the field, everyone is raging at their stupid screeching watches. "Damn it, I'll smash this piece of junk if it doesn't shut up." One poor guy is literally crying. The constant ringing and vibrating is driving him insane. Zhong Lan watches the chaotic scene, finally realizing how lucky she got. That high-pitched ringing mixed with heavy vibrations is pure mental torture. Zhong Yuan totally agrees. Strangely, except for theirs, every single person's alarm is blaring non-stop. Zhong Lan wonders how her brother managed to silence his. He explains that he just replied with a quick answer and it shut up. "What about you?" he asks. Zhong Lan admits she just whimpered, begging the device to stop ringing because she could not take it anymore. Shockingly, that cute little plea actually worked. Zhong Yuan is left speechless. He figures the watches had keyword recognition at first, but now it seems like someone behind the scenes is manually filtering their voice inputs. His bet is on that little lowly voice who just ordered everyone to assemble. The ringing finally stops. Zhong Yuan notices the guy who just spoke looks pretty old, probably in his 40s. It seems Chongying's special class only cares about raw talent, not age. Suddenly, Instructor Liu Wen steps forward, yelling for silence. She is their freshman instructor here. If they have any issues, they can come to her, but first they must pass this upcoming training test. Since Zhong Lan is still so young, she is exempt from boot camp. Once the rest of the crew signs the paperwork, they must head out immediately. Scanning the document, Xie Yahan suddenly freaks out. "Wait a minute, what the hell are we signing here? Why does it say the academy isn't responsible for casualties?" The instructor replies coldly, "If they do not want to sign, they can walk straight to the administration office and drop out of the academy right now." But let me remind you, this training is your chance to get shoe crystals, and I can boost your absorption success rate by an extra 20%. Hearing Lu Wen's offer, everyone scrambles to sign. Xie Yihan signs reluctantly, thoroughly ticked off, while Zhong Yuan silently watches them risk their lives. It is not hard to guess why. Those shoe crystals must be crucial for boosting powers or even awakening them, but the absorption rate is probably insanely low. But for our boy, he's already dead anyway. Stick with me to find out what insane trials await him in the next chapter of this journey. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a crazy world where contracts mean nothing once you are dead. Good thing his sister is safe from this hell. If later he snags a ruined crystal, he might actually become an ability user. A sketchy guy glares at Zhong Yuan with a weird look, thinking to himself, this skinny kid Zhong Yuan is barely past puberty, but he has got some serious balls. He just signs the contract instantly, and he is the only one who actually answered back. 40 students from the special class are already packed on the bus. Just as they are about to roll out, that sketchy stranger suddenly creeps up to Zhong Yuan. Hey Zhong Yuan? The dude warns him that if things get too sketchy, he should hide in the safe zone or use his watch to call for help. Guard that watch at all costs. Do not let anyone steal it. He claims this cheeky tip is his little reward for answering the call right when that watch buzzed, and right as he is talking, he pulls Zhong Yuan close to him. Our main character grabs the guy's arm, demanding to know if he is the creepy stalker listening in behind the watch. And why did his sister Zhong Lan's watch get shut down too? The guy smirks, saying she is totally his type, so he could not resist. By the way, what does she look like? She sounds like a total babe. The bus starts pulling away, leaving Zhong Yuan inside cursing that absolute creep. He screams that he is a total pervert, but the bus is already too far. The guy cannot hear a thing and thinks Zhong Yuan is shouting thank you. He probably thinks the kid is just too attached to him. Now pay attention here, because the bus just dropped them at Mount Shaman. Instructor Lu Van steps up. He tells everyone they have the potential to become ability users, but right now they are just ordinary losers. This military training will brutally teach them their own weakness. As regular humans, then they get the rundown on the zone. The dimensional boundary is a sealed space created by anchoring points, basically copy-pasting the original area. It is like duplicating a parallel space. Fighting inside this dimensional boundary means ability users won't wreck the real world, and it is the only way to contain monsters. The real world. It is also the only way to control the monstrous beasts. To collect ruined crystals, world governments set up these artificial boundaries to trap and cage various monsters. Mount Shaman is one of those deadly holding grounds. Their mission is simple: survive 3 whole days inside this dangerous mountain boundary. In front of them are backpacks stuffed with survival gear. Zhong Yuan starts plotting. If there's a real shot at getting a ruined crystal, then maybe he can actually become an ability user. That is the only way he can protect his sister. The instructor then warns them that if they get into trouble, they can use their watches to call for help. This handy watch does not just pinpoint their exact location, it also blasts a high-frequency sound wave that terrifies low-tier beasts, but using that sound wave function drains the battery insanely fast. Their watches only have enough power to last for exactly 3 days. The portal to the boundary is open. Time to jump in. Before they head out, the instructor drops a final warning that they are all compatriots of the nation. When facing danger, they need to stick together instead of murdering each other. Anyone caught killing a classmate gets expelled instantly and sent to a military tribunal. You and I both know that warning is there for a reason, but our guy has zero fear. He wants to see what these monsters are really made of. They are told that teaming up is much safer, but each squad can only have 6 people max. Everyone is free to group up however they want. But Zhong Yuan gets instantly blacklisted. He keeps getting rejected by literally every single classmate. Just as he is struggling, a girl named Huang Xiaoyan walks over. She asks if he has a team yet, offering to let him join their 4-person squad. But before she can finish, some jerk drags her away. They bluntly tell Zhong Yuan they are full. As they walk off, the girl looks back and mouths a quick apology. He is left thinking, they only had 4 people, right? Why claim they are full? They just do not want him around, and the reason is blindingly obvious. He realizes everyone is already teaming up against him. Sensing someone watching him from the shadows, he quickly speeds up and vanishes. Honestly, in a hostile wasteland, human malice is always the most dangerous thing. The guys tailing him grit their teeth in absolute frustration. One of them snaps, Wang Meng, that punk took a side path. Did he spot us? Zhong Yuan checks his handy survival guide. The monsters locked in this boundary are called snowbone snakes. They hunt using thermal sensing, and their attack is average. But their ruined crystal drop rate is crazy high, boasting 4 distinct skills. 1 is super sensing, randomly boosting physical stats. 2 is a freezing skill, freezing everything in a set range for 10 seconds. 3 is regeneration, healing body wounds. 4 is death immunity, which lets them cheat death once when dying. This beast is basically a walking tank with a weak defense. No wonder they breed these things like pigs. That death immunity skill is honestly too overpowered, but it is completely useless to our main character. Anyway, he needs to find one first. While hunting through the woods, he suddenly steps on something icy. He feels surprised, quickly realizing the monster must be somewhere nearby. He scans the entire area and spots a snake chilling right up on a tree branch. He swings his blade, but the snake does not even react. It is bizarre. Even if they are raised in captivity, they should not be this docile. Then he remembers the guidebook said they rely entirely on thermal sensors to hunt, and right now he is literally a corpse with zero body heat. To the snake, he is just an invisible cold piece of wood. Since he has got the perfect stealth cheat, it is time to slaughter them all. He decapitates the beast in one swing. But wait, it is activating its death immunity and reviving. If one slash does not do the trick, he will just keep chopping. Chop, chop, chop until it finally stays dead. Suddenly, a glowing blue orb drops out. He picks it up, realizing this must be the legendary ruined crystal. The crystal dropped, meaning the snake has officially logged out of life. He cannot let the instructor discover his undead state, so why not absorb it? His sister is a total genius, so his genes should not be trash either. He does not care what skill he gets, he just desperately needs one right now. The system panel pops up asking if he wants to absorb it. The snowbone snake features gold tier super sensing, which is fully upgradable. Gold tier freezing, gold tier regeneration, and unupgradable calamity level death immunity. Trust me, you and I are about to watch him break this entire game. Alright, you and I are about to watch our boy Zhong Yuan test his limits, since he literally can't die anyway. Ready? Absorb. His body slowly drinks in the core, and he successfully locks in all 4 powers. Man, talk about having insane luck. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaoyan and her squad of 4 are busy debating something totally different. They're talking about the strongest power in China, which apparently only has a 0.03% chance of successful death immunity absorption. Xiaoyan is completely floored. She says those odds are like trying to pull a specific SSR card from a trash tier pool. Another guy chimes in, saying unless your success rate is a flat 100%, it is basically impossible. The last guy tells them to just forget about death immunity since it's all about pure luck. Instead, they need to exploit their smartwatch's sonic waves to snatch a core and head back to the instructor. Too bad these 4 are so distracted they don't even notice a gang of beefy thugs creeping up behind them. Keep your eyes on this thug Wang Meng because he is pure trouble. One of his lackeys whispers that they broke their own watches, leaving only one working. So what now? Wang Meng just flashes a nasty grin, basically saying if their gear is busted, they'll just steal everyone else's. Hearing that, his little crew gets hyped up. They're itching to go rob Zhong Yuan first. Turns out our main character was marked as their prime target from the very start. Meanwhile, over at the instructor's office, the monitor guy has overheard this entire trashy plan. His face looks extremely annoyed. They were literally warned that the watches could transmit audio, yet these idiots still chose death. Seriously, they are the definition of brainless. The monitor is absolutely disgusted by their behavior. Like, did they really think the academy didn't plan for this before sending them in? Instructor Lu Wen asks out of curiosity if some students are already fighting among themselves and if they should send help. But the monitor shrugs it off immediately. He kicks his feet up, totally relaxed, and says those fools are just begging for a death sentence. Saving them just means extra paperwork for military court anyway. Let them rot. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan is busy testing out his flashy new powers in the wild. He focuses and boom, he successfully freezes a bunch of falling leaves solid. He realizes this skill is pretty sick. Freezing things for 10 seconds is more than enough to clutch a life or death situation. Next up is his Snowbone Serpent Heat sensory skill. A 10-meter detection radius is actually massive. Since these serpents have 4 traits, the death immunity one seems useless for now, but freezing and super sensing are solid. But the absolute best part of this? Regeneration. Even if his body temperature is still weirdly freezing cold, that creepy corpse birthmark on his skin has completely vanished. You and I can both agree that is a massive win, because now he doesn't need glasses to hide his cloudy eyes anymore. But wait, that death immunity trait is tricky. He has to kill them twice to finish them. Remembering how they regenerated from the core in their skulls, he tests his theory by slicing one's head open. Bam! Spot on. Smash Skulls can't trigger their cheat code. Suddenly, the system pings him with more core alerts, asking if he wants to absorb them too. He says yes without hesitation. In an instant, his power stats get a neat little boost across the board, except for his death immunity skill, which doesn't budge. It clicks. Upgrading specific skills actually requires feeding them the exact same type of cores. Each core basically rolls a random skill point to level up. He wonders what rank sits above gold tier, but he will need to slay way more monsters to find out. Meanwhile, those losers from Wang Meng's gang are close. They are tracking Zhong Yuan's exact path, searching for easy loot. One of the grunts suddenly whines, saying they are getting way too deep into the forest. But Wang Meng refuses to turn back. He sneers, thinking if a weakling like Zhong Yuan can survive out here, then 5 buff dudes like them have absolutely nothing to fear. Suddenly, one of them spots a fresh monster carcass. Their jaws literally hit the floor, unable to believe that a supposedly useless kid actually took down a beast. Wang Meng refuses to accept it, claiming the kid probably cheated by using his smartwatch's sonic waves. No way a normal loser could be this strong. But their smugness vanishes in a second when they spot 3 more dead snakes lying nearby. Now Wang Meng's greedy brain is working overtime. He starts panicking, wondering if Zhong Yuan has actually awakened. They can't tell if he just absorbed some cores or was secretly a power user all along. The lackey senses danger and tells him to bail, but their stubborn boss refuses to back down, demanding they hunt him down and steal those sweet cores. He reasons that after fighting so many mobs, Zhong Yuan must be completely drained. With a murderous look in his eyes, he sees this as their golden opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan is still grinding out there, surrounded by literally hundreds of slithering snakes. But then his super sensing kicks in. Someone is approaching fast. 5 guys jump out and surround him in a tight circle. Yep, it is those same annoying stalkers from earlier. Wang Meng steps forward, brandishing a nasty blade. He snarls like a rabid animal, telling our boy to cough up all his cores and get lost. The rest of his gang blocks every escape route. Zhong Yuan eyes their pathetic setup, easily figuring out they are here to jump him. He keeps his guard up, but honestly, he does not even sweat. He casually lies, saying he hasn't got a single core on him. That sends Wang Meng into a rage, pointing wildly at the heap of dead snakes. Who do you think you are fooling? There are dead snakes lying all over the place, and you expect me to believe you actually found absolutely 0 cores? Zhong Yuan replies he hasn't even harvested them yet. He knows these snakes are just knocked out, but these trash bags are clearly too lazy to hunt themselves. If they are already robbing classmates, they might target Lan Lan later. Time to teach them a lesson. He decides to play along and dump his bag. Out falls nothing but basic starting gear. Seeing his empty bag, Wang Meng gets even more triggered. He points a finger right at Zhong Yuan's face. There were 4 dead snakes back on the trail, he screams. You are hiding at least 4 cores. Zhong Yuan just puts on a dumb, innocent act. He claims he tried to absorb all 4 but failed, wasting every single one. That absolutely blows Wang Meng's fuse. He starts hurling endless insults at him. But under these circumstances, there is no way Zhong Yuan can let them know about his unique body and his 100% success rate. Wang Meng figures the kid is too exhausted to fight back, so if he just kicks him out, all the snake cores lying around will be his. So he barks out his final demand. Leave the smartwatch behind and get lost. And trust me, you and I are going to love the beatdown he gets next. Alright, you and I are jumping straight into a high-stakes robbery where our main character is cornered. Win pretends to agree to their trash demands, taking off his watch, but then these punks tell him he has to leave his knife behind too. One of the goons actually feels a bit bad and asks their boss, Wang Meng, to let him keep the blade. But the boss flatly refuses. He is completely terrified that Nguyen might go wild and use that knife to end his life. This greedy jerk demands everything, making Nguyen pretty annoyed. He glares at them, asking if they are really not afraid he will drag them all down to hell with him since they are pushing him this far. Wang Meng and his squad tell him to chill out, claiming he will be perfectly fine if he just walks back to the safe zone. They act like they are doing him a huge favor. Another lackey joins in, saying the path they took is totally clear and danger-free. He claims the safe zone has plenty of food and water, so staying there for 3 days to pass the exam is a breeze. Nguyen just plays along with their pathetic little theater, warning them they better not be lying to him. Then, without showing any anger, he calmly walks away exactly like they wanted. But right before he leaves, he stomps on the snakes' tails to wake them up. Those idiots have absolutely no idea that a massive horde of deadly vipers is already waking up behind them. Now, pay attention here, because this is where karma hits back instantly. While the snakes crawl closer, the thieves are busy fighting over the smartwatch Nguyen threw on the ground. They are laughing, praising their boss for tricking Nguyen so easily. But as soon as Wang Meng picks up the watch, his face turns completely pale with pure terror. The battery is at 95%, meaning Nguyen never even turned on the sonic ward. Did he actually defeat all those beasts by himself? That is when the horrible truth finally hits them. But it is way too late. Dozens of angry snakes have already surrounded all 5 of them, leaving no escape. Wang Meng screams like a total coward, telling everyone to run. The snakes are alive. His face loses all color, and their pathetic screams for help echo through the entire mountain. Meanwhile, Nguyen is just walking away with complete confidence. Everything went exactly according to his plan. You can't just steal from him and get away with it. Those fools only have themselves to blame for underestimating him. Meanwhile, Tauk Fong and Huang Chuyen are hunting beasts on this exact path. Just 10 minutes away lies a massive snake nest, and Chuyen is getting super nervous. She asks if going alone is too risky, but Yuk Fong acts like a total show-off. He tells her to relax and just trust his skills, pretending to be a fearless hero. While walking, they run straight into Nguyen. Chuyen immediately rushes over, asking why he is out here all alone, and Nguyen starts explaining his situation. He tells her that Wang Meng's gang stole his backpack. Seeing how much she cares about Nguyen makes Yuk Fong super jealous and annoyed, but Chuyen keeps showing deep concern. He assures her he is fine, then drops a calculated hint, mentioning that the thieves went to hunt the beasts right after robbing him. They must be finishing up by now. Hearing this, Yuk Fong snaps. He grabs Chuyen's hand, dragging her away, yelling that they need to hurry before those guys steal all the kills and points. But Chuyen pulls back, wanting to help Nguyen since he has no supplies left. She says they cannot just leave him behind to die out here in the wild. Yuk Fong is absolutely fuming, gritting his teeth, but he has no choice. He fakes a friendly smile and tells Nguyen he can join their squad. But before he can even finish his sentence, Nguyen cuts him off. He says he already knows Yuk Fong does not want him around anyway, so there is no need. Nguyen secretly thinks that showing off his insane survival skills without food and water would just make others suspicious, so he still needs to play weak for now. Plus, he has no weapons on him to hunt beasts, which makes things awkward. So Nguyen suggests just walking with them to grab his bag and then leaving. They head over to Wang Meng's spot, but when they arrive, a horrifying scene is waiting for them. The thieves are in a state that nobody could have expected. Most of them are already lying lifeless on the ground, while Wang Meng is writhing in pain with snakes biting his flesh. He screams for help before collapsing. Yukfong is absolutely terrified, never seeing this many vipers before, and Tu Yen is losing her mind too. Those strong guys are all dead on the floor. The snakes completely wiped out the entire squad. Panicked and terrified for their lives, Yukfong and Tu Yen turn around and bolt as fast as they can. But Nguyen just stands there, not moving a single inch. Tu Yen turns back, screaming at him to run, while Yukfong tells her to leave him behind. He drags her away, yelling at her to mind her own business. Nguyen just smirks, watching these so-called brave hunters run away like total cowards. He picks up his knife, stepping forward to deal with the beasts. He mutters that since they killed people, they cannot complain about getting slaughtered next. You and I both know what comes next. Harvest time. He slaughters the snakes and gathers their crystals, ready for a major system upgrade. The system detects the snowbone snake crystals and asks to absorb them. Doing this will grant him super sensing, boosting his skills up to green level 2. He hits green level 3, but his regeneration ability remains locked at yellow tier, unable to level up. Nguyen begins to understand how these crystal upgrades work. Going from yellow to green requires 10 crystals, and every level up after that needs 10 more. It seems the success rate of upgrading skills with single crystals varies wildly. His freeze skill is already at green tier 3, but regeneration is stuck at yellow tier 3. It feels like some mysterious force is blocking that upgrade. Normal people clearly struggle to absorb these crystals at all. If they fail, the crystal is just destroyed, meaning they can never get a massive power upgrade. His system skills match the real-world data perfectly. But that makes him wonder, can other people see the system notifications when he absorbs these items? To hide his tracks, he freezes all the snake corpses. He absolutely cannot let anyone find out that he just harvested a massive amount of power crystals. Meanwhile, inside the monitoring room, an emergency alert flashes on the screens. A student has just been killed by beasts, causing immediate panic among the instructors. The head instructor warns the students that this is a serious emergency, telling them to use their distress signals so they can be rescued immediately. Instructor Lu Van asks the supervisor if they should immediately send help, but the cold supervisor refuses. He claims the students are not in any real danger. The supervisor decides they should still go check it out just to put on a show. When he arrives, he questions the students to confirm the location. Yukfong quickly nods, pointing to the bodies. The supervisor steps forward to inspect the corpses, looking closely at the deep wounds on each victim. Most died from snake bites, but one body has a knife wound. Trust me, you and I are about to see this investigation get wild. Alright, you and I are about to dive into this crazy scene where the inspector reconstructs what went down. Back there, Wang Meng and his crew got totally ambushed by snakes. They are completely screwed because their sound waves are blocked. That special watch barely keeps 2 snakes back and fails hard, while Wang Meng desperately tries to reboot the damn thing. One of his panicked lackeys decides he is done and books it first. Wang Meng chases right behind him to save his own skin, but those deadly beasts are catching up fast. Seriously, why are these snakes moving like they have cheat codes? Wang Meng tells his buddy not to sweat being slower than the snakes, but then he pulls a total snake move himself. He whips out a blade and stabs his own ally straight in the back. Talk about ruthless, he literally sacrifices his team member as live bait just to buy himself a few seconds to run. The inspector figures Zhong Yuan baited those device-breaking idiots right into a snake nest, using the bone snow serpents to wipe them out. Looking around at the environment, there are at least 30 serpents nesting here for ages, but the real puzzle is why the hell did Zhong Yuan get here first and not get ripped to shreds by them? The inspector admits even he cannot see through the kid's slick tricks. This is getting incredibly interesting, though Xie Yifeng just stands there looking completely clueless. The inspector tells them to drop it. The truth is out and all they need to do is keep this military training going. He just laughs to himself. He thinks Zhong Yuan has the perfect mix of brains and cold-blooded brutality. It is totally his vibe. Now watch closely, because he silently sends a secret promise to our guy. As long as you survive, I will cover up the bodies. Meanwhile, outside the zone at the Chungying cafeteria, Captain Lin asks young Zhong Lan how her first day went. She is all smiles and pure joy, stuffing her face with cake while listing off how awesome everything is. The campus is beautiful, the dorms are massive, and the teachers are super nice. Lin Dongliang slides a slick phone onto the table, telling her that this special device runs on a direct satellite connection. Even if she steps into the boundary, she will never lose signal. He brought it just for her, but Zhong Lan immediately turns her head away in rejection. She claims her brother strictly forbids her from taking stuff from strangers. Dongliang is totally stunned because Zhong Yuan taught his sister way too well. He quickly adapts, telling her she is just borrowing it. She can use it now and pay him back once she starts making her own cash. That does the trick. Her face lights up instantly as she snatches the phone off the table, saying she will gladly accept. But then Lin Dongliang suddenly remembers to ask where Zhong Yuan is. The innocent girl honestly reveals that her brother already left for the military training program organized by the school. Hearing that, Dongliang completely loses his cool. He panics hard. What the hell is the academy thinking, dragging an auditor student into a dangerous military drill? He is sweating bullets because if something happens, Zhong Lan will probably hate his guts for the rest of her life. He tells her to keep eating, making up an excuse about a phone call to escape. But before he can even take a step, Zhong Lan asks if military training is super dangerous, begging for a big bro to come home safe and sound. You and I can feel the tension here as Dongliang wipes his sweat, trying to reassure her while secretly praying Zhong Yuan survives this mess. Meanwhile, Instructor Liu Wen is grabbing a bite with a random guy, talking about the mysterious inspector wearing sunglasses. Is that guy really the legendary Su Ri? Liu Wen warns him to zip it and not call him by that name unless he wants to get skinned. She explains he did not come here for them. While they are chatting, a dude in a white suit approaches them. He introduces himself as Feng Yumo from the Fenglong team on a mission in Zaman Mountain. Liu Wen is totally shocked. Is this not the elite heir of the Feng family, ranked 68 on the youth billboard? Why did nobody warn her about him? She introduces herself as the head instructor of the academy. Feng Yumo cuts straight to the chase, telling her he is here to rescue a kid named Zhong Yuan. Liu Wen tells him that all the tracking gear is with the inspector, who just left for safety zone number 1 and has not returned yet. After getting the info, Feng Yumo thanks her and heads out. Once he is gone, Liu Wen wonders why someone would crash their training just to find a student. Her dinner buddy speaks up, saying he has heard crazy rumors about this Feng heir. Supposedly, his brother has a terminal illness and he transferred here for snake crystals. Specifically, the life-saving crystals of the bone snow serpents. But the dude has a weird quirk. He is severely face-blind. Sending a face-blind guy on a rescue mission? His bosses must have been completely out of options. Meanwhile, Feng Yumo navigates the mountain, thinking that with the inspector around, the kids should be totally fine. According to his map, he is about to pass right through the snake nest. He wonders if he should slay a few for their crystals while passing by. Suddenly, he stumbles upon a bunch of dead snakes already harvested, but the sloppy knife marks are way too brutal for a rookie student to make. Walking a bit further, he spots a teenager hunting serpents. It is none other than Zhong Yuan, the exact kid he was sent to rescue from danger. When he notices the kid is using a chipped, bent, muddy blade, Feng Yumo is completely horrified, clutching his face in sheer shock and massive disappointment. Those blades issued to the Academy rookies are precision weapons crafted by the Supervision Bureau, yet they are getting trashed like cheap toys. Totally offended, Yumo approaches and says that Blade is crying because swords are not meant to be abused like that. Zhong Yuan looks back, completely confused. He asks who the hell he is and what he wants, snapping that how he uses his gear is none of his business. Is this a new pickup line? He asks who he is, mocking if this is a new pickup line or if he wants to teach him. Feng Yumo is totally caught off guard. Normally a person would scram in shame, but Zhong Yuan shamelessly begs him for a sword. You and I know this wild ride is just starting. Alright, you and I are watching a top-tier supervisor get totally triggered. Fong Vu-mak spots Zhong Yuan butchering a knife technique and complains about his bad skills. Zhong Yuan just turns around, totally confused about who this guy is and why he is acting so bossy. Like, who cares if I do not know how to use it? Is this your new pickup line or something? He mocks the guy, asking if he wants to teach him. Fong Vu-mak is actually stunned by this attitude. Usually people would get embarrassed and walk away, right? But Zhong Yuan is shamelessly asking the stranger for a knife instead. Meanwhile, back at the academy, they only gave me one knife and it is totally busted. So can I borrow yours? Left with no choice, Fong Vu-mak tosses him his blade. But trust me, you and I are about to watch this kid pull a crazy stunt with it. The moment Trung Nguyen grabs the new knife, his eyes light up. Fong Vu-mak immediately tells him to beat it, but then his face shifts, claiming any exposed crystals belong to him. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen goes pale. He calls him out, asking how a grown pro could be shameless enough to steal from a student who is still in basic military training. Aren't you even embarrassed? Fong Vu-mak locks eyes with him, dead serious, and coldly points out that this is not his territory, and there is absolutely no first-come, first-served here. In a split second, he slaughters a snake and turns to Trung Nguyen with a smirk. As for who gets these snakes? Well, around here it is all about raw power. Trung Nguyen watches the display, totally stunned. With just a single strike, this guy obliterated the head of a snowbone snake. He is definitely a top-tier expert. That move looks exactly like the standard weapon Lan Lan used in his past life, the classic gear of an official ability user. Fong Vu-mak just keeps bragging about it. He is flexing hard, showing off his power to Trung Nguyen. See that? This is the massive gap between us, kid. But he has no idea what is coming next. While the guy is busy gloating, he does not notice Trung Nguyen preparing to activate his freezing ability right behind his back. The kid is ready to make his move. Trung Nguyen figures a pro hunter robbing a student during training must be tied to some shady under-the-table deal. He decides he needs to teach this jerk a lesson. No more talking. He completely freezes Fong Vu-mak solid, then rushes in, unleashing a brutal barrage of punches. Pay attention here, because this is where the fight gets totally ridiculous. Within seconds, Trung Nguyen's hands are swollen red and throbbing. He punches with everything he has, nearly breaking his own bones, but the guy barely even flinches. Luckily, his regeneration ability kicks in, healing his hands instantly. After a moment, he decides Fong Vu-mak does not really seem like a completely evil dude. It is best to know when to stop. He quickly gathers the crystals and walks over. Since you lent me your knife, I will leave this spot to you. He takes Fong Vu-mak's weapon, casually promising to return it later. Just like that, he walks off, leaving him completely frozen and helpless in the middle of nowhere. Once the ice finally thaws, a bruised and shivering Fong Vu-mak drags himself over to find Feng King. When Feng King sees him, he cannot believe his eyes. He bursts out laughing, teasing the absolute life out of him. Did someone seriously pin you down and beat your face in? Talk about some maximum emotional damage right there. Did they seriously snatch your weapon too? Feng King's grin turns absolutely savage. I guess laughing at your close friend's total failure really is the ultimate medicine. Feng Vu mock groans in absolute agony, begging Feng King to heal him immediately. Feng King finally stops laughing, raising his hand to cast his special ability. He uses his rewind skill, turning back the clock 24 hours on his body. Just like that, his injuries vanish, making him feel absolutely amazing again. Now that he is healed, Feng King asks for the juicy details of the fight just for some entertainment. You and I can already guess how dramatic this explanation is going to get. He whines like a drama queen, venting about how unfair it all was. Feng King listens, completely baffled. Are you seriously saying a high school student robbed you? He insists it is the absolute truth, swearing he did not make a mistake. But Feng King has been monitoring the area and he did not detect any smartwatches nearby. There is only one kid running around without a tracking watch, and that is Zhong Yuan, because his watch is currently in the hands of Veng Mon. Feng Vu Mak cannot even remember the guy's face, but he is dying for a rematch. Feng King just chuckles, telling him to chill out and focus. He reassures him that the thief will definitely show up when everyone gathers, so he should just focus on the main mission. Feng Vu Mak reluctantly agrees. He asks if Feng King knows Zhong Yuan's current coordinates. Of course he does, but he knows the guy's real goal is farming those snowbone snake crystals. Feng King completely reads his mind. He immediately starts cooking up a scheme to help his buddy herd all those valuable crystals right into his hands. Meanwhile, poor Veng Mong is hopelessly lost. For 2 straight days, every single snake he ran into was already dead, and he is stuck wandering the mountains. Panting heavily, he looks up only to freeze in sheer horror. Another road closed sign. This is literally the 10th time he has run into one of these. He turns around to find another path, while Feng Vu Mak watches from the shadows, quietly apologizing. Yep, those fake construction signs were totally his doing. But hey, a guy's gotta hoard those crystals somehow. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan carefully follows his map to the next hotspot, expecting a massive gold mine of snakes. But when he arrives, every single snake is already wiped out. Someone completely beat him to the punch, making him scream out in pure frustration. Who is the absolute monster that cleared out this entire zone? He climbs a tree to scout, noticing a nearby mountain peak that is not even on the map. Maybe some snakes slipped away over there. He decides to head over and try his luck, and after a long run, his gamble totally pays off. He finally tracks down a pack of snowbone snakes. With these new crystals in hand, it is officially upgrade time. Let us check out his crazy stats. Super Sensing is now level 4, Freezing is level 6, and Gold Tier Regeneration hits level 4. Of course, his legendary death immunity is still completely locked. His Super Sensing range now covers 1 kilometer and his freeze time is up to 2 minutes. With full energy, he can chain freezes for hours easily. As he keeps walking, he realizes this pocket dimension has no day or night cycle. Since his body does not feel hunger, his concept of time is completely warped. It feels like forever, so it must be time to regroup soon, right? But as he walks, he suddenly senses a massive, terrifying presence creeping up behind him. He freezes, slowly turning around to find a colossal snake staring down at him. You have got to be kidding me. How is something this big hidden here? In a flash, it lunges forward, ripping right through his shirt and biting his shoulder. He immediately has to activate his regeneration ability to close the wound. Knowing his current agility makes a head-on fight too risky, he wonders if his newly upgraded freezing ability will even work on a monster of this scale. He tests it out by freezing the beast's head first. Seeing that it actually works, he instantly chains the spell over and over again. Zhong Yuan leaps around, freezing the giant snake completely solid. Now you and I are about to see if his weapon can actually pierce this beast's tough skin. Yo, stick with me because we are diving into a crazy fight as Zhong Yuan praises his scavenged spear for breaking defenses, though spamming freeze is draining him dry. His mental energy is running on empty. The snake's head is completely mashed up, but the beast's core has not dropped yet, meaning this bad boy is still technically alive. Meanwhile, back at the camp, students are gathering to register with the instructor. That bully Wang Mon finally stumbles back, letting out a massive sigh of relief that he made it. He is like, thank God I found the way back. Then Feng Vu Mak claims he got Zhong Yuan down safely, leaving the rest to take him back to school. Hearing this, Wang Mon looks completely petrified. Feng Jing just laughs, asking young Master Feng if his terrible face blindness is acting up again. The guy he saved was not Zhong Yuan. A confused Vu Mak shoots back, asking Feng Jing if he was the one who sent that tracker location in the first place. Obviously, the watch's location tracker belongs to Zhong Yuan. But as for why his watch is on this random student's wrist, Feng Jing slowly steps closer to Wang Mon. With a terrifying, dominant voice, Feng Jing tells him he has one shot to explain himself. The loudmouthed bully Wang Mong is now shaking so hard he can barely stand. While Wang Mong crumbles, we cut back to the shattered ice dragon. Zhong Yuan is violently slamming his long spear right into the beast's head. This undead monster is seriously trying to regenerate, but then a glowing crystal sphere finally emerges as Zhong Yuan wipes his dirty, exhausted face. As he grabs the glowing orb, the Frost Serpent finally drops dead. The system instantly pings, asking if he wants to absorb the Frost Snake King core. Pay close attention right here, because this is where the system completely breaks the power scale, revealing a disaster tier active skill called Blood Ice Burst. It boosts stats by 1200% for 30 seconds, followed by a 48-hour debuff. Absolute insanity. Good thing he stopped the snake from using it. He absorbs the glowing core right into his chest. Getting a broken power like this makes all his hard work totally worth it. Meanwhile, the sky clears up beautifully. Elsewhere, Dongliang is crying his eyes out, begging to die here instead of facing a military court. Vumak glares at Feng Jing, who is relaxing on a bench. He asks Feng Jing if he set this up on purpose. Feng Jing takes a sip, saying the evidence is clear, but Vumak meant the wrong location sharing. He knew the tracker was wrong, but sent it anyway. Meanwhile, Dongliang is dragged away screaming. Feng Jing just shrugs and asks if it even matters. All that matters is that Zhong Yuan is the only one missing, and he is definitely the one who swiped Vumak's precious spear. Feng Jing then looks away. He tells the instructor to take the other students back to school first while they wait. Liu Wen asks how they will get back. They will just hitch a ride with the Feng Long team. Vumak checks his phone, realizing it is only 10, the official meetup time, yet everyone left. Feng Jing watches the bus drive off, noting they cannot pick a fight in front of the teacher. They both stare out at the distant, massive mountain peaks. Feng Jing warns him not to go too hard since Zhong Yuan is his target. Vumak slips his hands into his pockets, teasing that the top medic will heal him. By 10:05, the two boys are completely bored out of their minds. Feng Jing is gaming on his phone while Vumak starts smashing out push-ups. Fast forward to 14:20, and it is the exact same scene. Feng Jing is still tapping away while Vumak hits his 300th push-up. By 17:12, the sun is setting. Feng Jing chills with his hands behind his head while Vumak lifts weights up to 952. Feng Jing snaps, yelling that nobody has ever made him wait 7 hours, especially not a dude. Vumak tries to calm his furious friend down. Feng Jing is absolutely fuming, screaming that he is going to murder the guy. Vumak keeps holding him back, asking if he is not exhausted yet. I know what you are thinking, but check out how clueless our main character is right now, as he walks up holding that battered spear, looking completely lost. Zhong Yuan wonders if he got back too early since no one is around. The two seniors freeze, watching him slowly approach them with the weapon. The spear is cracked, heavily damaged, covered in dirt, and drenched in dark blood. Vumak looks at it, veins popping on his forehead, eyes bloodshot. He screams, asking what he did to his weapon. Zhong Yuan casually says he just used it normally, when suddenly a dark shadow binds his feet. Zhong Yuan is stuck, realizing his shadow is trapped. Vumak charges him blindly, screaming at him to pay up, throwing a massive fist right at his face. Feng Jing scratches his head, saying that was way too harsh. After all, he was the one screaming to kill him, but now he is pinning him down. Sending him flying like that might kill him, and even healing spells would fail. A green recovery light wraps around Zhong Yuan, who lies motionless. He got blasted back 10 meters. Seeing that the shadow skill has a range limit, Zhong Yuan grabs his gun, planning to create some serious space. The two seniors whisper, gearing up to play some amateur villains. Feng Jing gets a wicked smirk, pointing directly at our exhausted main character. He dramatizes, accusing Zhong Yuan of letting a classmate get bitten by the frost serpent, claiming the evidence is clear and his crimes are unforgivable. Vumak plays along, telling him to stop struggling and surrender. Zhong Yuan, face covered in dirt, is left completely speechless by their bizarre act. He thinks one sneaked in to hunt, the other wants to beat him up, and now they are teaming up to silence him for good. Zhong Yuan readies his pistol, activating super-sensory auto-aim. He fires a barrage of bullets, but Vumak uses his steel-like defense to block them. While Feng Jing easily dodges, he smiles and mocks Zhong Yuan, telling him to just give up since he cannot even scratch their armor. Struggling to stand, Zhong Yuan warns them not to push him. The two mock villains laugh wickedly, asking what he is going to do about it. Feng Jing wonders if the kid has some hidden trump card up his sleeve, before delivering a dark, menacing threat to provoke him. He says once Zhong Yuan dies, his little sister will become his. This completely triggers Zhong Yuan, who instantly unleashes the devastating blood ice burst. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are about to see these two get absolutely wrecked for messing with his sister. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total underdog break the system. His super sensing just upgraded, unlocking a calamity-grade thermal pressure skill. It literally compresses air up to 10,000 meters. But wait, his freeze ability just evolved too, unlocking another crazy overpowered cheat code. Eternal Ice Domain. It's a calamity-grade skill that cannot be leveled up, but it instantly freezes any matter within 10,000 meters whenever he wants. Next, his cheat regeneration levels up into Undying Body. This is a sick red-grade skill, making him totally immune to any damage or negative status effects. But this insane power boost only lasts for 30 seconds. No time to overthink this trash. Zhong Yuan just grabs the first skill he knows. Watch closely right here. He unleashes Eternal Ice Domain, blasting a massive wave of pure frost at Feng Jing and Mo Wu. Mo Wu is instantly turned into a popsicle. Feng Jing freezes next, absolutely terrified by this ridiculous power. If Mo Wu didn't have an iron body, they would both be completely done for. Feng Jing grabs frozen Mo Wu, desperately spamming his healing skills, but it is useless. The temperature is so ridiculously low that they just keep freezing over and over. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan is completely wiped out. This single move sucked dry his entire mana pool, leaving him with absolutely zero energy to cast another spell. Desperate, he pulls out a gun to finish them off. But guess what? The weapon is totally frozen stiff, and he can't even pull the trigger. Zhong Yuan panics. His own weapon is a block of ice. Utterly exhausted, he just laughs. Looks like his crazy luck has finally run dry. He collapses to the dirt, swearing he won't let them off even in death. Mo Wu is still a frozen statue while Feng Jing barely holds on. They stare at Zhong Yuan, realizing his power multiplier peaked at a massive 448%. Anything past that limit is straight up suicide. And his last attack definitely crossed that line. Fang Jing begs Mo Wu to drag him over, and they hobble right up to Zhong Yuan's body. Feng Jing activates his healing magic, but he is already half dead himself, making the shockwave rattle him. He sighs, saying, "You really hate me that much? Fine, then don't die." With that, Feng Jing faceplants. Mo Wu just facepalms, totally done with this drama as he carries his idiot friend away. You and I both know Feng Jing is a massive idiot for playing the villain here. Cut to the hospital at night, and the monitor flatlines. Is he seriously dead? No pulse, no blood pressure, just ice cold. The healing attempt actually knocked out 2 professional medic class users. The doctors give up, telling them to wheel him to the morgue. Suddenly, Feng Jing bursts in wearing hospital scrubs, screaming at them to freeze. Mo Wu is clueless, asking who he is. Feng Jing snaps back, "What, you don't recognize me without my sunglasses?" Then he shoves the doctors aside. He tells them to back off because the kid is just faking death. Mo Wu points at the unconscious body, totally skeptical about this whole claim. Faking? The dude literally has corpse spots on his skin. Feng Jing just shrugs and activates his healing power anyway. Boom! Healed! See, just a few minor bruises, so stop crying. Mo Wu crosses his arms, staring at the bed. "Are you seriously not lying to me?" He snaps back, like, "I can't tell a corpse from a living guy." Next morning, under a bright blue sky, a ranking list pops up online. It shows China's top youth rankings. Number 68, Xuan Ming. Number 69, Feng Wu Mo. Mo Wu looks at the screen and sighs at the fake name. Feng Jing shrugs. "You said he beat you twice, so we had to report it. But using his real name would just bring trouble. You explain it to him." Zhong Yuan suddenly sits up on the hospital bed, groaning at them to shut their mouths. The 2 guys by the window jump in surprise. Feng Jing smirks. "You lost the bet? Now pay up." Mo Wu scowls and taps his phone, transferring the cash. Zhong Yuan is totally lost. What is this vibe? Since when did we go from trying to kill each other to being casual bros? Suddenly, a text from his sister pops up. "Brother, are you hurt in the hospital? I'm doing great at school, so just rest up and don't worry." He mutters, "Wait, has it been 2 days? How did an officially dead guy like me avoid getting cremated? Did these 2 cover for me?" Feng Jing shoves his hands in his pockets. "Yo, classmate Zhong Yuan. I am Feng Jing, the student council president of this fine academy. I framed you earlier just to force a fight. Totally my bad, so sorry." He reaches out a hand to make peace, but Zhong Yuan just clocks him right in the face, sending his glasses flying. Feng Jing hits the wall hard, staring in absolute shock. Zhong Yuan smirks and holds out his hand. "Now we are officially bros." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dongliang looks at Zhong Lan sitting down. "Relax, it is fine even if you fail." Zhong Lan holds a red crystal as Dongliang tells her to feel the inner energy. Lu Wen stares at the crystal, thinking that success rates are just useless stats. What actually matters is talent and mental focus. Giving her a high-tier King Star crystal right away. Is this really going to be safe for her? Zhong Lan grimaces as she absorbs the energy. "Monsters are invading our world and only awakened hunters like us can stop them. Uncle Lin took us in because of my talent. I cannot screw this up. I have to protect this world and my brother." Suddenly, a system alert pops up. "Cloud Peak King Crystal detected. Absorb? Warning, this will cost 20 years of your lifespan." Later at school, Zhong Lan rushes over and hugs him. "Brother, you are finally back. I was literally worried sick about you." She notices his red armband, totally amazed by his new look. He just laughs, explaining he joined the student council's discipline team. He recalls Feng Jing saying they get a week off to absorb their crystals. Since his sister is a prodigy, they probably have the same plans. Because she's a total prodigy, she got recruited for similar intense training. He gently pats her head, "But trust me, you and I can both sense a dark storm brewing." Alright, let's dive into this wild story. Zhong Lan tells his brother that the school didn't arrange anything, but Uncle Lin hooked him up with a Firecloud Wind King Void Crystal. Absorbing a Firecloud Wind King Crystal, Zhong Yuan is totally shocked, while energetic Zhong Lan beams with pride, bragging that they are finally a powerful Void user. Zhong Lan promises to protect their big bro now. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan already knew that in this life, Lan could not escape the fate of becoming a Void user. His only choice is to get insanely strong to keep Lan safe. But Lan just pouts, grabbing his hand and whining, "Hey bro, are you seriously? Not gonna ask what sick abilities I got." So Zhong Yuan asks and hears about Gale Speed and Divine Origin. Before he can react, Zhong Lan dashes off, right up to a massive monument nearby. Laughing, Lan yells to watch closely, then kicks the stone monument, shattering it clean in half. Lan excitedly asks if they look incredibly cool. Zhong Yuan chuckles and says, "Lan, I am super glad you got stronger, but breaking public property means paying up, you know?" Cut to the next scene, where a self-reflection report sits on the desk. Instructor Lu Wen rubs her aching forehead, sighing, "Great kick, just do not ever do it again." Zhong Lan sheepishly grins next to his brother. Zhong Lan quickly drags Zhong Yuan away, saying, "Alright, let's get out of here." Zhong Yuan is shocked that they do not have to pay. Is she really that lenient? Lu Wen calls out, "Zhong Yuan, your military training performance was top tier. Want to absorb a Void Crystal and become a Void user? I can help awaken you." Zhong Yuan hesitates, thinking about keeping his awakened status a secret. He simply replies, "Thanks for the offer, instructor, but I do not need help with awakening." Lu Wen sighs, facepalming. Man, even if this kid has zero interest in becoming a Void user, did he have to reject her so coldly and bluntly? Then she notices something. Wait, he is wearing the student council uniform. Feng Jing came all this way to the training base just to find a successor for the president's seat. Could this kid be the chosen one? Meanwhile, under a clear sky, they stand outside an old military warehouse. Feng Jing explains, I remodeled this place just like you wanted. The bottom floor is a training ground, and the top is the living area. Everything is moved in, so just ask if you need more. Zhong Yuan walks in, hands in his pockets, looking around. Is giving away massive dorms like this just standard student council president power? Feng Jing smiles with deep respect. Of course they would treat him well. Wu Mo looks at Zhong Yuan, reminding him, I promised to teach you weapons, so when do we start? Zhong Yuan answers, right now. Feng Jing is hyped, wanting to join in. Cut to later, weapons are scattered all over the floor and heavy breathing fills the room. Wu Mo and Feng Jing are completely wiped out on the floor. Feng Jing groans that he needs Suri, but Wu Mo replies Suri is dead. Then Wu Mo asks if he has life resonance. No, I do not. Now watch closely. Unlike those two, our boy looks insanely cool, stretching his body and muttering, I think I am getting the hang of it. Wu Mo groans that it is already 3 a.m., suggesting a midnight snack before fighting again. Feng Jing mutters there are snacks upstairs, but he literally cannot move. Zhong Yuan casually walks up anyway. The two guys on the floor watch him in disbelief, wondering how this kid is not tired at all after taking such a beating. Physical fatigue aside, the real issue is that the kid has absolute zero talent for melee weapons. Wu Mo scratches his head, noting that even basic void users have decent talent. Usually a newbie takes maybe 10 minutes to grasp the basics of combat. Swords, spears, staffs, clubs, he literally sucked at every single weapon they tried. Then Zhong Yuan walks back down, loaded with drinks. Feng Jing snatches a can and chugs it down, his exhaustion instantly vanishing into thin air. I am alive again, he screams, crushing the empty can. Zhong Yuan beams, asking to resume training immediately. Wu Mo, dripping with sweat, can only stare in horror. We trained for over 10 hours and only rested for 3 minutes. Are you a demon? Feng Jing falls backward, whining that he is only half revived. He needs another soda to fully function. Zhong Yuan crushes his can under his foot, laughing, fine, I will give you guys exactly 1 soda break. Zhong Yuan casually tosses the crushed can backward, landing it perfectly in the bin. You and I both know that's insane, leaving the other two utterly speechless. They wonder if he actually has a hidden talent for projectile weapons. Wu Mo hands him 2 more empty cans, urging him to try throwing both at once. Both cans land straight in the bin again. Wu Mo grabs Zhong Yuan's hand, absolutely thrilled, and declares that throwing weapons are definitely his true calling. But Zhong Yuan just sighs, asking how throwing knives can compare to a massive 40-meter broadsword. Wu Mo rubs his chin, realizing how obsessed this kid is with melee. He suggests trying the Joyful Fiend Void Crystal. It grants 3 skills, Valor, Wrath Strike, and Poison Eater. Wrath Strike massively buffs close combat without limiting weapon choices. During a past mission, Wu Mo encountered one of these beasts. Once it activated both Valor and Wrath Strike, its combat power surged 10 times over. Entering a total frenzy state, it became a nightmare to deal with. It took 3 entire squads of Void users just to finally put it down. Sitting in a circle, Feng Jing asks if they faced a Joy King and where the crystal ended up. Wu Mo replies it was handed over to the government. Zhong Yuan asks where he can find one. Wu Mo points out that since he failed at teaching him weapons, he will help him track down the Joyful Fiend Crystal. As compensation, Feng Jing cheers, saying that with Brother Feng's promise, it is a done deal. Wu Mo then stands up and prepares to leave. He heads back to Guangyuan first and promises to ship the crystal straight to the school. As they walk out at 3 a.m., Zhong Yuan asks Feng Jing if he really is that scary. Feng Jing laughs, explaining that Wu Mo isn't scared, he is just rushing home to deliver another crystal to his brother. What crystal? Feng Jing explains it is a snowbone serpent crystal which grants death immunity. Wu Mo then places a box of them on his brother's table. He urges his brother to try it, even if hope is slim. Turning around as he leaves, Wu Mo promises that once he becomes head of the Feng family, he will bring him back and restore their family name. Yijin, currently hooked to a respirator, stays silent, but as the door shuts, Yijin looks up, whispering that his foolish brother has no idea the Feng family is the very reason his illness won't heal. Suddenly, dark energy erupts and wraps around him. The crystals float up and glow as Yijin absorbs them all. And trust me, you and I are about to see this sick twist turn into absolute chaos. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a world of insane upgrades where clones gain immortality. Yijin is completely shocked while a super friendly delivery guy tells Zhong Yuan, making a delivery is tough, so please leave a 5-star review. Thanks! Zhong Yuan accepts the package. The delivery guy on his bike shouts back, if you ever need orders, hit me up! I will give you a 20% discount. Zhong Yuan opens the box, finding glowing golden spheres and a letter. Must be the crystal of that demon Feng Wu Mo sent over. Wait, there is a separate note. Zhong Yuan opens it up to check the details. Molong, since you left me without saying goodbye, I can neither eat nor sleep. I thought of cutting you off, but fate brought us back. Meet me at 20 hours on the 15th at Ingunan River. Be there. Or else. Zhong Yuan grins. Talk about a combo package of power crystals and love letters. Is Feng Wu Mo leeching off a sugar mommy? What should I do now? I forgot Feng Wu Mo's number. Ask Feng Jing to find him? No way, that idiot will post this love letter online and totally ruin Feng Wu Mo's reputation. It would destroy him. Forget it, I will just go there myself and tell the lady the truth so she can find him on her own. Zhong Yuan then reaches out to grab a demon crystal. The interface pops up asking if he wants to absorb it. The system lists all the crazy skills inside this core. First, Courage, which is a green rank skill that can't be upgraded. Next, Fury Strike, which is upgradable and Poison Consumer. Courage cleanses all mind control instantly. Fury Strike randomly boosts combat moves, while Poison Consumer grants total immunity to all toxins. Honestly, the higher the toxic level inside his body becomes, the stronger his strength grows, capping at 148%. Now watch this as the crystal in his hand melts away, absorbing Fury Strike. He unlocks Green Rank Level 2 Fury Strike. Grabbing his sword, he activates the skill and unleashes wild, heavy slashes, smiling as he figures out the moves. So this is how you handle a blade. Meanwhile, inside the student council room, a voice slams down, opposing the idea of letting freshman Zhong Yuan join them. That is Lei Ba, the council's propaganda officer, standing up in absolute protest. Since when does a basic auditing student get the right to join their ranks? Making him the disciplinary officer is the biggest joke ever. The girl sitting opposite Lei Ba tries to calm him down, telling him not to be so dramatic. The president just wants him to be an errand boy, that's all. But Guan Yi objects, claiming that's totally wrong. The girl beside her is Jian Ro. She looks at Guan Yi, who argues that a disciplinary officer must be strong, highly moral, and able to monitor the president. You can't just hire anybody. I still hold that title, so don't make unilateral decisions. Feng Jing just smiles, telling him to stop whining and speak like a normal human being. Guan Yi, the former disciplinary head, slams his fist on the table. He proposes letting Zhong Yuan join the council, but only for running low-level errands. Meanwhile, in class, the teacher explains that alien energy stays in their bodies as raw power, only condensing into crystals after they are killed. Zhong Yuan raises his hand, asking if human ability users also leave crystals behind when they die. The teacher replies that human biology is completely different, so they cannot be compared. But wait, let's think about this. What if someone absorbs crystals from the womb, being born as an ability user? The teacher looks dead serious, warning him that experimenting on pregnant women is strictly forbidden. He tells Zhong Yuan to stop letting his imagination run wild. Cut to a sunny day at the school cafeteria. Zhong Yuan is piling food onto his sister's plate, telling her she needs to eat more to grow. Zhong Lan pouts, telling him she is not a little kid anymore and can feed herself. Suddenly, Feng Jing pops out of thin air, grinning. He praises her cuteness, saying she is even more adorable in person. Zhong Yuan immediately glares, ready to bury him if he steps out of line. Feng Jing chuckles, joking that he would at least wait until she is an adult. This just triggers Zhong Yuan's protective brother instincts, instantly snapping. He literally snaps a pair of chopsticks. What did you say? Feng Jing waves his hands to calm them down, asking if they are actually real siblings. Zhong Lan happily grabs Zhong Yuan's arm. Feng Jing starts imagining some weird Brocon stuff and gets punched straight into the sky by our main character. Seriously, he is the student council president, but his mind is completely in the gutter. Zhong Lan asks what Brocon means, and he tells her not to search it. Feng Jing just sits opposite them, smiling and telling her it was a joke. Zhong Lan asks if he was the senior who helped call when her brother got hurt. Feng Jing quickly nods and says she can just call him Feng Jing. Zhong Lan points at him, noticing that his glasses are completely cracked. She warns him that the glass might hurt his eyes. He explains his eyes are unique, and without shades, they would totally freak people out. And pay attention here, because we are about to see what he is hiding. Feng Jing takes off his shades, revealing these insane glowing purple eyes. Zhong Lan thinks they look beautiful. Zhong Yuan asks if it is natural. Feng Jing explains that when his mother was 3 months pregnant, she absorbed power. She absorbed the power of the Ruined Star, but it actually went straight into him. Since birth, he has been a Ruined Star user with a crazy tough body. Zhong Yuan thinks to himself that this stuff is supposed to be forbidden. This guy must have some massive secrets, but whatever, it is none of his business. Feng Jing suddenly remembers his main task. He tells Zhong Yuan that as the new disciplinary officer, he needs to spend his lunchtime patrolling the campus. Our main character is totally depressed and asks if he can just quit. But Feng Jing tempts him, saying the student council budget is seriously huge. He says he can easily buy his little sister extra spicy chicken every single day. Hearing this, Zhong Lan gets super excited. Feng Jing promises the school is safe. Fights rarely happen, but the student council has some issues lately. He tells him to do whatever, and as long as nobody dies, he will clean up the mess. Zhong Lan hyped up her brother, offering to carry him in fights, but Zhong Yuan shuts her down, saying she has extra classes after skipping grades to grade 3. She literally cries, begging not to go. Later, as Zhong Yuan goes on patrol, all the girls walking past him cannot help but look back. They blush, whispering about how handsome the new disciplinary officer looks while patrolling. Thanks to his super perception, he instantly senses their weird looks. Alright, you and I are about to watch this kid teach some stalkers a lesson. Zhong Yuan walks ahead, totally aware of the trash following him. Hearing footsteps, he turns and calls them out behind the tree 25 meters away at 3 o'clock. Stop hiding! Out steps Lei Ba with his 2 goons. You actually spotted us? Not bad, now strip, kneel, and bark like a dog? Then maybe I will spare you. But Zhong Yuan just radiates pure dark energy. So this is how students at Chungying Academy act. Glad I came here. Lei Ba stands right in front of him, letting out a cocky, arrogant laugh. You are pretty smart, kid. But Zhong Yuan walks right up and flips his words back on him. Are you deaf? I meant you strip, kneel, and bark like a dog. Only then will I let you go. Lei Ba flies into a rage, launching a punch. You are dead! His soundwave attack fires, but Zhong Yuan easily evades, negating the mental pressure. With a smirk, he asks, why open your mouth so wide? Boom, he bats away Lei Ba's rage attack with one hand. Begging now won't save you. He launches a brutal flying combo, treating him worse than a stray dog. Lei Ba's face is swollen like a balloon as he drops cold on the dirt. Watch this closely because those goons are absolutely losing their minds. No one except the Academy top dogs should be able to break Lei Ba's lethal soundwave combo. Who the hell is this Zhong Yuan guy anyway? Before they can process it, our main character casually snaps them back to reality, telling them to take their boss to the clinic. Terrified, the two goons grab Lei Ba and scramble away instantly. In their heads, they are screaming that this guy is an absolute monster who beats people to a pulp over nothing. Talk about ruthless, but what they don't realize is that Zhong Lan was hiding behind a massive tree watching everything. She steps out, pointing right at them. Freeze! Drop him and hand over his phone right now or you are next. She taps her foot lightly, instantly cracking the solid ground beneath her. The terrified lackey hands over the phone, begging for mercy. Zhong Lan takes it with a sweet, devilish smile. Now pose him like a dead dog. Put his butt in the air, head down, hands up like he's surrendering. The guy hesitates. Is this really a good idea? She just smiles warmly. It is perfect, now do it. She grabs Lei Ba's limp hand, unlocks his phone with his fingerprint, and starts snapping tons of hilarious photos. She posts the embarrassing photos online with a mischievous laugh. This is going straight to his social feed. Then she turns to the goons. Did you see my post? Share it right now. The boys tremble, bowing and pleading. If he finds out we did this, we are dead meat. But she just stands there with hands on hips, plotting. Just make everyone else share it too. He can't murder all of you, right? Her eyes turn deadly serious. Besides, I took photos of you posing him earlier. So if you don't listen, I will just send those to him instead. She skips away cheerfully, leaving the two goons behind, literally crying a river of tears. You and I thought Zhong Yuan was savage, but this girl is a whole different level of ruthless. Meanwhile, Lei Ba is bandaged up in bed, crying and snitching. President, that kid is a monster. He beat me up and posted those humiliating photos on my feed. Sitting opposite him, Feng Jing scrolls through the pictures. He casually taps the like button, trying to hide his laughter. Well, if I told you guys how brutal he actually is, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Feng Jing speaks up. Tell me how he managed to beat you. Lei Ba whines. I used my sound wave just like normal, but he acted completely immune to it. He just swatted me away. Feng Jing ponders silently. Soundwave immunity? It seems he really did successfully absorb the courage crystal from the demon's soul. Did he use a weapon? Feng Jing asks next. No, Lei Ba whimpers. Feng Jing is totally shocked. Why wouldn't he use a weapon? He wonders in his mind. Did he actually master the Rage Strike or not? It is impossible to tell. Meanwhile, Lei Ba dabs his watery eyes, crying, if he did use a weapon, I am dead. Feng Jing shoves his hands into his pockets and walks away. Well, you are alive. That's all that matters. I'm off. But Lei Ba isn't letting him go yet. I have been utterly ruined online. How can I even show my face at school? Feng Jing scoffs. Nobody cares about you. Just lay low at home for a few months. Wait, President, heal me before you leave. Lei Ba begs, reaching out. But Feng Jing just slams the door shut, muttering that he can't cure pure stupidity. Cut to another location where Zhong Yuan looks at a badge. What's this? Feng Jing explains, that's your rank, 68th on the Elite Youth Battle Leaderboard. It is the official power ranking for energy wielders under 28. Zhong Yuan stares at the screen of the phone Feng Jing just slid over. Rank 68th, codenamed Mystique. Feng Jing leans in and whispers, Brother Feng and I spent hours brainstorming this title. Sounds incredibly epic and terrifying, doesn't it? Zhong Yuan rolls his eyes. That is incredibly cringe. I'd literally rather be called Chu Nibiu. Feng Jing's smile fades as he mentally docks his pay. What is the point of this list anyway? Zhong Yuan asks. Feng Jing grins, for flexing, obviously. Think of it like being a part-time god of war. The 4-year limit is up. Welcome back, Mystique. But Zhong Yuan couldn't care less. If you are done talking nonsense, I am going back to my homework. Hold on, I actually brought you a weapon. Feng Jing quickly unboxes a sleek weapon. This is the Extreme Series, customized straight from the Oversight Bureau. It's an upgraded prototype. Give it a shot. Zhong Yuan takes it coldly. Leave the weapon and get out. Feng Jing panics. Wait, don't be like that! Let's head to the training room downstairs. Honestly, I'm dying to test your skills in a real fight. Zhong Yuan just stares at the weapon in silence. Flash forward. Feng Jing's face is bruised and battered, yet he's grinning. He did it. He really successfully mastered the power of the Rage Strike. Zhong Yuan looks at him deadpan. The city mental asylum is highly rated. You should check yourself in. Feng Jing just keeps smiling, completely unfazed. My little boy finally knows how to use a real weapon. Daddy is so proud. Zhong Yuan kicks him away. Get lost. He picks up the broadsword. That guy is a total psycho, but at least he's thorough enough to prepare a matching scabbard. Slinging it over his shoulder, he spots something nearby. A reaction training machine that shoots flying discs. Time to test his throwing skills. He boots up the system, setting the default speed to 120. 3 random directions, 10-second intervals, 4 rounds. Press start. Trust me, you and I are about to see if he's actually ready for this ultimate challenge. Alright, you and I are diving straight into a killer training session with our main character, Zhong Yuan. The targets are 20 meters out, launching after 3 quick beeps. Locked in, he whips his daggers with insane precision, shattering the clay discs. The automated system blares out, please prepare, the next round is about to begin. The machine keeps firing targets rapidly. Ready up. Next wave incoming. Get ready for the final round. Through it all, Zhong Yuan does not miss a single shot. Bullseye. Training round 1 completed, score a perfect 100 points. Sweating but satisfied, he pulls his throwing knives out of the ground with a grin. The Bureau's Extreme Dagger series is no joke. This setup feels absolutely amazing. Suddenly, another alert chimes. Congratulations on unlocking the next level of your training. He is genuinely surprised. So this thing ramps up the difficulty like a real video game? Not bad at all. Guess he has a new daily routine now. Under a bright, warm sun, heavy breathing echoes through the training room. After grinding this target practice for days, he finally reaches the absolute final boss stage. He stares down the fast-moving discs. After several brutal attempts, he only scores 80 points. Looks like his throwing skills still need some serious work. School, dagger practice, endless homework. High school life is packed. With the student council room totally empty, he suddenly remembers something, snapping him out of his thoughts. Wait, is it already the 15th? He almost completely forgot. Shifting scenes to the docks, he looks around, muttering, is this the place? Why is it so quiet? Then a helicopter thrashes overhead as a girl drops a rope. Grab on, she yells. Now watch this. Talk about a rich girl's dramatic entrance. He clambers up and Captain Ann reaches down to pull him inside. Hand in hand, he finally boards the chopper, getting a real taste of high-class style. Once inside, an Encage immediately hugs him in pure excitement. I thought you would never show. It was totally worth tracking down those ruins crystals for you. I even wrote that super cheesy love letter because I knew you would be touched by my sincerity. But then she blinks, shoves him back, and yells, who are you? She flops onto the floor, crying dramatically. He really did not come. He does not care about me at all. To him, I am just a piece of trash. Zhong Yuan frantically explains, look, Fong Vumak never actually saw the letter. The gear was sent straight to me. I just came to clear this up and say thanks. Standing by the open door, he gets ready to bounce, having done his duty. Thanks for all your support. I am heading out now. But Captain Ann stops him. Hold on, she calls out. Did Fong Vumak ask you to handle his resignation? He nods and her jaw drops. The proud Vumak actually begged someone for this? Their bond must be insanely tight if that arrogant guy swallowed his pride. Plus, this kid standing right in front of her might be a major powerhouse himself. Anxiously, Captain Ann grabs him by the shoulders. How strong are you really? Answer me seriously, this is extremely important, so do not hold back on the truth. He is totally caught off guard, but his mouth moves on reflex. Well, I basically cannot die. Hearing this, she bursts out laughing, absolutely thrilled. Incredible, you are exactly the kind of talent we need. Grabbing the comms, she alerts her squad mate. Old Hiem, we got one. Get us to the plaza as fast as possible. She pulls him into the main cabin and introduces the rest of the crew, including Lin Dongliang and Trian Hong. Let me introduce myself, she says. I am an Encage, captain of the God of War team. The other three welcome him warmly. Trian Hong is the main attacker, Lin Dongliang is defense. He shields the team while Go Quan handles healing. Up in the cockpit, Hiem Thak chimes in, introducing himself as their tactical investigator. Our main character is not shy at all. He immediately fits right in with their vibe, saying, you can just call me Zhong Yuan, making the captain smile from ear to ear. She is clearly thrilled with her new recruit, eagerly shaking his hand. Welcome to the God of War squad, she cheers, making him part of the team. I know what you are thinking. A cheesy love letter? Yeah, she actually wrote that cringe just to trick his friend Vumak into helping her. Ngo Quan watches them shake hands and notices her touch is freezing. Captain N just shrugs it off. Hey, all ice-type master destroyers are cold like this. But Ngo Quan keeps thinking about the name Xuan Ming. It sounds so familiar. Wait, of course, he is ranked 68th on the elite youth list. Once they all settle down, Captain N speaks up with a serious expression. Xuan Ming, to be completely honest, this mission is on a whole different level. A week ago, some foreign intruders from the Lighthouse country sneaked into the Shenangjia domain. The local soldiers and ability users who tried to stop them were instantly taken down by an unknown poison. They are still unconscious in the hospital, and our team even lost a member. Vumak's shadow ability is immune to toxins, which is why I wanted his help. Look, Xuan Ming, if this sounds way too dangerous, you can still back out right now. She warns him carefully, but he just shrugs, relaxed as ever. Hey, I am already here. Might as well do this instead of sleeping on a chopper. Hearing this, Lin Dongliang cracks his knuckles with a wide grin. You have some guts, kid. How about a quick spar with your elder here? With a flick of his fingers, Zhong Yuan casually unleashes an ice skill, freezing the big guy solid. Let's just talk like civilized people, he says. No need to start throwing hands. Captain watches in absolute shock, eyes wide. That is insane. How long does your freezing effect actually last? 2 minutes, he answers. Her eyes immediately light up with sheer awe. Whoa, I have never heard of any ice-type skill holding out for that long. He scratches his head, making up a quick excuse. Well, I have a passive support skill that boosts all my other abilities, he lies to himself. Since normal people cannot easily level up their skills, hiding his true system power is the smartest move. But she is even more amazed now. Any other cool trick, she beams. Thermal sensing up to 1 kilometer, he replies casually. Old Ngo's jaw literally hits the floor. What? No way! That is scientifically impossible. Zhong Yuan just clears his throat, adding, yeah, and it is fully buffed too. Behind him, a mysterious glowing halo appears. Old Ngo realizes something major. In ancient lore, Xuan Ming is the god of winter, death, and ruler of the underworld. This kid's ice magic fits perfectly. An ice god closely linked to the strongest? Trust me, this kid is about to blow everyone away. But why has no one ever heard of him before? Stick with me because we are about to watch this high schooler prove he is an absolute monster. While sizing Zhong Yuan up, an Encage pulls out a small dagger, asking if he brought a weapon or can use a dagger. Zhong Yuan shrugged and replied, no problem at all. Based on the latest intel, the poachers are close by. Everyone keep your guard up and stick to the formation. They land in a deserted forest, warning each other to stay alert. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan halts them. Wait up, he says. 900 meters away at 2 o'clock there are signs of life. Using his super sensing, he spots them. He describes the target to the squad. It is a pack of about 9 wolves, and they seem to be heavily attracted by something ahead. Anankaj explains that they feed these wolves to the outcasts inside the barrier. The garrison used to drop food for them regularly. But the garrison is wiped out, so how are they still finding food? This is sketchy, Zhong Yuan says. Let us go check it out. Right now, drooling wolves are surrounding some meat roasting over a fire. This strong smell easily gives away a location. It has got to be a trap. The enemy set this up on purpose. Hiding behind some bushes, the squad debates their next move. Zhong Yuan volunteers to be the bait to draw them out. An Akage warns him that the area is likely poisoned. He just laughs it off, saying poison does not affect him, shocking his captain once again. Poison Eater. You actually absorbed an ability with such a low success rate? She gasps. He just casually shrugs and grunts in agreement. Anankaj is completely speechless, staring blankly as she asks what kind of freak genius he actually is. But Zhong Yuan just cuts to the chase. Give me 5 minutes, I will blend into the surroundings and stay hidden, he says. Then he activates his super camouflage skill. Anankaj seriously tells him to go, promising they will back him up. Zhong Yuan asks if he should capture or kill them on sight. She cold-bloodedly replies to execute them immediately. As Zhong Yuan reveals himself, the hungry wolves lock their eyes onto their new target. Now pay attention, because things are about to get wild. The wolves howl to signal their masters, proving the enemy is right around the corner. He triggers his super sensing skill and detects 2 human figures rushing in his direction. They are approaching fast, but he is completely unfazed. 1 kilometer away, closing in from both sides. They are way too slow, so he decides to wipe them out first, channeling crazy energy into his daggers. He leaps straight into the pack. Clocking in at just 1 second, Zhong Yuan blitzes forward and cleanly decapitates the first beast in his way. A split second later, he casually sheaths his dagger. Behind him, the entire pack is left absolutely decimated and bleeding out on the forest floor. The stopwatch hits 25 seconds. Suddenly, a system alert pops up, asking if he wants to absorb the scorpion poison nearby. A smug smirk creeps onto his face. Finally, they are here. Standing among the corpses, a dense wave of deadly poison gas begins to envelop him. The system asks if he wants to absorb it. He sucks it all right up, triggering another notification that his stats spiked by 108%. You and I both know this kid is broken, but listen to him complain. Is this weak garbage all you got? He grumbles. His team watches in disbelief. Anankaj asks what he is saying. Her teammate sighs, saying he is complaining the poison is too weak. She panics, yelling that backup is needed. But when they look back at Zhong Yuan, they instantly freeze. His eyes gleam with dangerous light as he whips his hands forward with insane speed. The 2 approaching enemies get a dagger planted straight into their skulls. Blood sprays everywhere as they collapse backward onto the dirt, completely dead. He casually walks over to the corpses, scoffing at how ridiculously weak they were. Anankaj rolls her eyes and asks if anyone saw him strike. One teammate facepalms, while another is practically crying. The enemy had super camouflage active, and he did not even realize they were close. Zhong Yuan loots the bodies and retrieves his blood-stained throwing daggers, muttering that the danger has passed. Anankaj stares at the blades, turning pale. Those knives are definitely customized gear from the Surveillance Bureau, and the serial numbers prove they are rare prototypes. He is no ordinary fighter. They are not even on the official purchase lists. There is no doubt Xuan Ming is carrying some seriously high-tier, classified identity. Her body goes stiff as she forces a polite smile, asking if he is okay or feeling any side effects. She warns him not to overdo it. He is totally chill, making her think that anyone who remains this calm after a double kill is someone she definitely should not mess with. Zhong Yuan just stares back, clueless. Lin Dongliang walks over with a wide grin, praising his insane accuracy, while another teammate drops a massive thumbs up. He wonders how many years of brutal training it takes to throw 2 daggers in opposite directions simultaneously. Zhong Yuan just closes his eyes, sounding bored. It is nothing special, I just practice on flying discs every day, he says. His teammate almost chokes on his own spit in absolute disbelief. Is that not the legendary elite training device they discontinued because it was way too hard? He awkwardly asks what settings he uses to practice. Zhong Yuan honestly tells him that he just uses the default mode and clears the stages one by one. The guy immediately asks about his active skills. He confesses that he could not even clear round 1 despite using every skill. Zhong Yuan looks confused, asking why anyone would even need skills for that. This emotional damage sends the poor guy straight to the ground, drawing sad circles in the dirt while whispering that he is an absolute loser. While he has a mental breakdown, Anankaj asks Xuan Ming if he could identify how many distinct abilities those 2 enemies used back there. He easily lists all 3, wolf control, scorpion poison, and super camouflage. Hearing this, she suddenly grabs his arm in a complete panic. Are you absolutely positive about the scorpion poison? She demands. He looks surprised but nods, reminding her he literally has the poison eater class. Placing her hand on her chest, she sincerely thanks him on behalf of the garrison. Trust me, you and I both know his legendary journey is just starting. Yo, you and I are diving into one crazy trap today. She says thanks they are in the ICU because the poison is unidentified. Then she steps away to report. At this point, Zhong Yuan asks his crew, wait, can't the healing system's youth restoration skill totally flush out poison? Go explains, is no cheat code. If the poison has been in them too long, it won't work. Xuanming, your intel is literally saving a ton of people. He thinks to himself. Looks like most ability users are actually pretty trash. Makes sense, since normal people have low power absorption and can't level up easily. Meaning high-tech gear is still a major deal in combat. Done calling, an Encage turns and shouts for Xuanming. He grunts back, huh? She asks, what's our next move? Staring down at the two dead bodies, Zhong Yuan speaks up. These guys are just a bunch of poachers. Their best bet is to grab the loot and escape. But they've made too much noise now. Escaping is tough, so they might just try a brute force breakthrough. And the best way to do that? Kidnap a VIP to buy their way out. Unlike the regular army that can swarm them, a solo elite squad is way easier to bully. And Encage wants to make absolutely sure of his plan. So we just sit tight like a bunch of rocks and wait for them to walk right into us? Zhong Yuan nods. Exactly. Suddenly, a leaf drifts down behind them. Zhong Yuan spins around, his brows furrowing. Well, speak of the devil, they are already here. Check this out, because this is where the real threat steps up. Out of the shadows, a creepy crew of 4 dangerous-looking dudes slowly starts to emerge. One dark-skinned guy, a curly blonde, a purple-haired punk, and some creepy dude wrapped in a heavy coat, sporting a wicked, dangerous smirk on his face. The blonde spreads his arms, looking smug as hell. I knew the Chinese military would send some decent ability users to block our way. He walks closer, grinning at Encage. Good to see you, gorgeous Miss Encage. She has no clue what he's saying and assumes he's talking trash. So she snaps back, trash? You and your whole family are trash. He just grins, misinterpreting it. Thanks for the kind words, trash to yours too. Cash glares. Trash your sister, he chuckles. I don't have a sister. Go whispers to Zhong Yuan, that's Robert, top 100 in Lighthouse. Watch your back. Zhong Yuan glances over his shoulder. What about the rest of them? Go sighs. Not sure, but those two look like they're from China. Before he can finish, a blonde teammate points a finger and screams in absolute rage. Zhao Zheng, aren't you supposed to be dead? Why are you hanging with these lighthouse poachers? The country spent so much resource to raise you, and you turn around and betray us. Zhao Zheng scoffs, a dark look in his eyes. Raise me, don't make me laugh. Just because I kept my essence crystals, they blacklisted me and took my credit. His gaze turns venomous. If the broker hadn't hooked me up, I'd never have known how awesome and free it is to be an ability user in Lighthouse. You and I both know villains love to ramble, but watch how he gets cut off. Here, I get everything I want. Unlike China, where people don't even... Wham! Before he can finish, a throwing knife flies straight at his skull. Blood splatters as the supercharged weapon locks onto its target with deadly precision. But the cloaked guy reacts instantly, unleashing his energy to deflect the incoming blade. It clatters uselessly to the ground before it can pierce him. Zhong Yuan, still in his throwing stance, makes a mental note. They can block his daggers. Looks like he will have to switch up his tactics. Robert calmly picks up the knife, speaking in his native tongue. Wow, China's craftsmanship is impressive. Too bad the guy throwing it has 0 class. Kaj looks over at Zhong Yuan, completely lost. Hey, I didn't bring my translator device with me. What's this clown babbling about? Their blonde teammate shrugs. I think he just complimented Xuanming's knife. Zhong Yuan can only stand there, completely speechless at the terrible translation. He fires back in perfect English. Anyone who invades our China dies, and any traitor will perish without a doubt. I don't waste manners on dead men. Robert looks genuinely surprised. Well, look at that. Your English is actually pretty solid, kid. I was only going to keep Anne and Cage alive, but you seem way more useful than her. Join our Lighthouse Nation, and I promise you will get a much sweeter deal than Zhao Zheng ever did. Kaj nudges him. What's he saying now? Zhong Yuan shrugs. He says they're killing everyone but you, and he wants me to join. She gets worried. Wait, so how are you going to reply? Without saying a word, Zhong Yuan just walks right up to Robert, reaching his hand out. Give me back my knife. Go chuckles, knowing Xuanming would never sell out. Meanwhile, energy begins to crackle around the kid's hand. Once Zhong Yuan snatches his throwing knife back from him, he cold faces the guy and says thanks. Robert just laughs it off, entirely unbothered by it. Haha, you Chinese have a saying, right? Only wise men adapt to the times. Suddenly, Go casts his blessing, boosting Zhong Yuan's stats by 20%. The buff is active for 10 seconds. Sensing the massive power boost, Zhong Yuan smirks, perfect timing. He immediately thrusts his hands forward, channeling his ice magic. I told you I don't play nice with dead men! Shards of sharp ice erupt from his palms, instantly trapping the enemy team in solid frost. They're completely blindsided, panic written all over their faces. Seizing the moment, Zhong Yuan lunges forward, aiming a lethal strike right at Robert's neck. Clang! The dagger gets violently deflected away. Robert's frozen body suddenly starts to melt down as he glares back at him with a truly venomous smirk. You sneaky Chinese pest trying to pull a cheap shot? You're dead. Zhong Yuan grits his teeth. This guy easily broke the freeze and deflected his attack. He's top tier, meaning raw force alone won't put him down. Suddenly, Robert closes the distance, unleashing a heavy punch straight toward Zhong Yuan's chest. Catching him completely off guard, the blow lands dead center. Robert sneers mockingly. All that talk, and this is the best you can do? The impact sends Zhong Yuan flying backward. Olden and the crew rush to pick him up, shouting Xuanming, and Encage panics as well. Olden, heal him. Olden checks his pulse, his eyes widening in pure horror. He is not breathing. Guess we will find out what happens next. Alright, You and I are jumping right into a total disaster because the team actually thinks our boy Xuan Ming is already dead and gone. No heartbeat, no breathing, and his body is stone cold. He stares down at him in grief, but an Encage snaps him out of it. No time to cry. They need Old Hung to strike and Trian Hong to back him up so they can crush Robert first. Meanwhile, our boy Zhong Yuan is just chilling with his eyes closed. Sure, he is technically dead, but he is too embarrassed to just sit up now. So he decides to lie there and plan while Old Hung locks down their target. He pins Robert down while Trian Hong swings his powerful Killing arm to pierce right through the guy. Yet, this freak Robert stays completely chill and unbothered. With cold eyes, he sneers that they can never kill him. Suddenly, his entire body ignites into a massive blazing fire giant, shocking everyone around him. Old Hung, who is holding him, is absolutely terrified as the villain's eyes glow with insane power. Robert smirks arrogantly and speaks in his native tongue. He yells, "Behold my true power!" The raging flames explode outward, forcing Old Hung to let go and scream in pain because it is way too hot. Oldengo quickly summons a healing wind to save his burning teammate, and Encage panics, realizing this is the legendary fire giant power from the Lighthouse Nation. Their intel was totally wrong since Robert is not just a close combat brawler. Trian Hong grits his teeth, asking what to do since his arrows are melting. The heat is literally melting his weapons in midair, and Encage tries to keep them cool, yelling that if physical strikes fail, they must use psychic attacks. She tells them to brace themselves as she unleashes a massive mental wave, a 500-meter psychic blast that hits both friend and foe alike. Circular shockwaves of pure mental energy explode from her, forcing her own teammates to cover their ears in agony. But Robert gets hit by it too. The psychic wave forces the burning giant to his knees as he clutches his head and screams. The team yells to strike right now while he is down. Robert is writhing in pain, but he grits his teeth and mutters in his language. He wonders if he really has to use his ultimate forbidden trump card. He accepts that he cannot die as a human and must let the flames consume him. For the glory of his nation, he activates his second stage transformation. He struggles to his feet as the fire giant evolution reaches stage 2. The heat erupts with terrifying intensity, scorching everything in a massive radius around him. The entire area becomes a blazing inferno, forcing the guards to shield their faces. And Encage groans, complaining that she cannot understand a single word he is saying. Old Hung jokes about learning languages when they get back, while Trian Hong asks the real question you and I are thinking, will we even survive this nightmare? Just as they finish their little comedy routine, Zhong Yuan suddenly sits up. He tells them they are no match for this monster and must run immediately. With a simple flick of his finger, the blazing flames start to vanish, and Encage is left completely speechless, stuttering out his name in sheer shock. He calmly reminds her that he literally cannot die. Oldengo is losing his mind, pointing out that his teammate just resurrected like he has cheat codes. Stepping through the embers, Zhong Yuan confronts Robert, speaking fluent Lighthouse. He mockingly notes that since Robert's country loves freedom and fairness, they should duel. Robert, still engulfed in raging flames, furiously snarls back, demanding to know why he would ever agree to a one-on-one fight with him. Zhong Yuan explains that Robert's ultimate move is suicidal anyway. If all 6 of them fight him, he will definitely lose, but a duel offers him a chance. He gets a final shot at taking our main character down with him. Robert finds this highly amusing, laughing out loud as he accepts the challenge. He declares that his nation's great spirit is immortal, and Encage frantically tries to stop him, crying out that he is going to get killed. But our hero just tells them to get lost and stop dragging him down. The team doesn't hesitate, immediately making a run for it as ordered. The blonde teammate quickly throws an Encage over his shoulder, telling her to stop being so emotional. Still, she desperately reaches back in tears. She screams that they cannot abandon their comrade, but Oldengo reassures her that they would only get in his way if they stayed behind. You and I both know he is completely overpowered, but watching this tiny human face off against a literal fire demon is still pretty intense. They can only pray for him to survive. Now the entire battlefield clears, leaving only Zhong Yuan and Robert staring each other down. Robert speaks first. He admits he respects our hero's courage and notes that he did not have to die. Zhong Yuan politely thanks him but points out their factions differ. Besides, he adds the one dying today might not be him. He instantly unleashes his ice blood explosion, sending sharp shards of freezing ice flying everywhere. The system alerts him that his super perception has leveled up. He gains a new broken skill called thermal pressure, which cannot be upgraded further. His freezing skill also evolves, unlocking the legendary Eternal Ice Domain technique. It is a powerful skill that Calamity Plunder cannot level up further. Next, his regeneration upgrades into a literal immortal body. To make things even crazier, his Wrath Strike skill also levels up to the next tier. He obtains the Combat Master ability, a cheat skill meant purely for killing. It grants him complete mastery over any weapon on the face of the earth. He can take a life with a single movement. Our main character looks at his foe with cold intensity as sharp ice shards hover, waiting for his command. While they wait to launch, Robert continues to burn with fierce heat. He smirks, asking if this puny ice is the best his opponent can do. He dares him to strike, but suddenly screams in utter confusion. He is completely shocked by what is happening around him as his fire suddenly vanishes. Robert is entirely frozen solid. His flames have been snuffed out completely, and our hero calmly notes that he has already finished his attack. His giant transformation dissolves instantly as he gets trapped inside a weird sphere of air. He grits his teeth, completely unable to process what is happening. He cannot speak, his form is gone, and some invisible wall is completely blocking him. Zhong Yuan looks at him and decides to explain his brand new power. He calls this move thermal pressure, which drains all the heat from the air. Trust me, you and I are about to see this villain get absolutely wrecked. Yo, you and I both know the ideal gas law, right? If we control the area and drop the temperature, we can totally use that insane pressure difference to manipulate the air and create a literal vacuum. At this moment, Robert completely loses his mind, choking himself with bloodshot eyes popping out. His mouth is wide open in agony. Zhong Yuan calmly explains that the flame giant's second phase is a death sentence, proving it can never beat basic physics since fire cannot burn in a vacuum. You lost to science, Robert. With those final words, Robert coughs up blood and collapses onto the sharp ice. Dying on the cold ground, he weakly whispers with a voice full of tragic regret, "Joanne, I am sorry, Dad failed you." Then beautiful, gentle flames spark from his body, revealing a glowing golden core. Zhong Yuan just stands there quietly, staring at the prize. As the fire fades, he steps closer, thinking. His ice blood burst is over, and now his debuff period kicks in. At least he did not pass out this time. He reaches down to pick up the glowing golden core and inspects it closely. Suddenly, the system alerts him that a rare Ku crystal has been found. Do you want to absorb it? This crystal grants Giant Strength Level 3, unupgradable, and Iron Body Level 2, which is also locked from leveling up. And finally, Calamity Flame Giant Level 1, also unupgradable. Zhong Yuan analyzes this in his head, so humans actually condense these crystals too. But unlike monsters, ours are hidden deep inside the body. Did the government intentionally hide this info to stop high-level users from hunting each other? Even the Battle God team probably does not know this secret. Keeping it or giving it to the state will definitely bring a ton of trouble. Besides, these skills are totally locked and cannot be leveled up. Absorbing them would be a massive waste of potential. It is just not worth it. He buries the guy like nothing happened. But here is where things get interesting, guys. He remembers those hunters came here to poach some rare beasts, which means their abandoned backpacks should have some crazy loot, right? He quickly zips open their bags and finds them stuffed with tons of glowing round crystals. Suddenly, the system alerts him. Discovered Mung Mung Bear Crystal. Do you want to absorb it? This crystal grants the following unique ability. Gold tier acting cute, upgradable. It boosts your charm and removes enemy hostility with 0 range limits. Zhong Yuan listens to this and is totally dumbfounded. He looks at the crystal like, what even is this trash? He opens the other bags and happily realizes they actually poached 2 Mung Mung bears. Sadly, the intense heat of the flame giant roasted them alive. But why would a top-tier hunter like Robert poach these bears? They must be worth a fortune. He stands up, packing the crystals into his own bag. Putting aside the cringe name, maybe this skill can become absolutely broken if I level it up. He stares at the glowing crystal in his hand, weighs his options, and finally makes his decision. Alright, let us absorb the whole thing. The system panel flashes. Gold tier acting cute has reached maximum level. Skill upgraded to blue tier. Blue tier acting cute has reached maximum level. Skill upgraded. Intense beams of light wrap around Zhong Yuan as his newly acquired skills keep rapidly leveling up and breaking through limits. Then the system chimes again. You unlocked a new skill, Super Acting Cute Level 2, which permanently boosts charm and removes all hostility. No range limit. I know what you are thinking, what a totally useless skill, right? Zhong Yuan is literally cursing his luck while his squad waits. Up on a tall tree, the blonde teammate scans the area and reports. Captain, the fires have died down. Xuan Ming must have wrapped things up. Hearing that, Captain Unencaged waves her hand. Alright, let us go check it out. Soon they spot a familiar figure sitting nearby. She runs forward crying with pure joy, shouting out, Xuan Ming, I knew you would survive. She rushes to hug him with open arms. But then she trips on a tiny rock and faceplants hard onto the ground, groaning in pain. Zhong Yuan is completely speechless at her clumsy antics. Staring blankly, he asks her if they can just go back to school already. The blonde teammate goes wide-eyed, completely shocked that he is still a student. Wind blows leaves around Zhong Yuan, making him look like an absolute main character. He coolly replies that his little sister is waiting for him. They need to grab lunch at the school cafeteria, and she will be furious if he is late. Soon they are flying home in a military chopper. As they cross the mountains, his phone screen lights up with a flood of unread messages from his sister asking why he is not answering. Did you forget to charge your battery? Why are you not at the cafeteria? I even asked Feng Jing to take me to your dorm to find you. Zhong Yuan sighs, realizing he has to coordinate his cover story with Feng Jing before explaining things to Lan Lan. Normal phones having no signal really sucks. He turns to Captain Unencaged and asks where he can buy a special phone that actually works inside the dimensional rift. She tells him that satellite phones require special government approval, and merit points alone cannot buy them. Then she winks playfully. But hey, if you officially join our Battle God team, I can easily pull some strings to get you one. Zhong Yuan just looks out the window. He casually mumbles that he will think about it. Captain An suggests that someone with his freakish power should aim to join the 9 ruins instead. Their benefits are insane, and satellite phones are literally just basic gear for them. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan raises an eyebrow at the name. The 9 ruins is an elite force directly under the capital. There are only 9 members, and each one is essentially a one-man army. They always operate solo, taking on extreme high-risk missions that normal squads cannot handle. Having explained all that, Captain An turns back to him. She looks at him all starry-eyed, hoping he will join, but Zhong Yuan just shrugs her off. Trust me, our boy is not interested in that stuff at all. Suddenly, another teammate shouts over the helicopter noise. Captain, looks like the academy got the wrong idea. The principal is already waiting down there. 3 figures are lined up on the helipad. Standing right in the middle is a white-haired old man, the legendary principal Tran Van Swang. Yo, you and I are landing with Captain and Keija's squad. Standing there are Dean Guyan, Shangguan Yi, and the principal rushing forward to greet them. Welcome to Chungying, Captain An. I am Principal Chen Wenchang, please go easy on us. He smiles warmly while introducing the other 2 next to him. This is our Academy Dean Guyan, and this is our star student representative, Shangguan Yi. And Kaj casually responds by throwing her arm right around Zhong Yuan's shoulder. We are just passing by to drop off your school's precious student. The principal stands there, totally confused and caught off guard by her words. He stares at Zhong Yuan's completely bored face and points at him in disbelief, asking if this guy is actually a student at their school. This completely throws Cage off. You seriously do not know Xuan Ming? How can the principal of this school not even recognize his own student? Guyan quickly leans in and whispers, Principal, he is that auditing student Zhong Yuan, who Major Lin shoved into our special class a few days ago. Major Lin even sent troops to fetch him from the boundary military training. Standing nearby and hearing all of this, Shangguan Yi is completely and totally stunned. He grits his teeth in pure rage. What? This loser got in through back doors? And here I thought he actually used real strength to beat Lei Ba into quitting. Man, I almost got fooled. Now watch closely as he points an arrogant finger straight at Zhong Yuan and starts screaming like an absolute madman. Zhong Yuan, Chungying does not take trash. You use connections to cheat your way in. Do you dare to duel me right here and prove your strength? Both school leaders instantly panic, but our boy Zhong Yuan just looks at him and casually says, I refuse, keeping his cool. He is literally thinking, who even is this guy? Do we have some sort of beef? Then he just walks right past him, telling the leaders to enjoy their chat. He has got to run, otherwise he is going to miss his lunch date with Lan Lan. Shangguan Yi sees this casual reaction and absolutely loses his mind. Stop right there. He grabs Zhong Yuan by the arm, snarling that if they do not fight today, he is not going anywhere. And Cage watches on. And Kaij laughs internally at this absolute idiot. Attacking Xuan Ming is pure suicide, but before she can even finish that thought, Zhong Yuan gets slammed down. He gets tossed hard onto the dirt. Her jaw drops in horror. Standing over him, Shangguan Yi points down mockingly, asking why this dude is so pathetic. He is weaker than an ordinary human. Everyone immediately rushes over to the knocked-out Zhong Yuan, and Cage panics and holds up his head. Xuan Ming, wake up. Why are your eyes rolled back like that? Shangguan Yi just shrugs it off, pointing at him and claiming he barely even touched him. He must be faking it. Old Wu quickly steps in, casting his Wind of Healing spell to patch up the unconscious boy lying on the floor. Gentle green energy swirls around him in a mini vortex. A second later, Zhong Yuan sits up, rubs his eyes, and says he is completely fine. I just needed to lie down for a second. Internally, he grumbles that his recovery powers are way too slow right now, but they still work. Ankaj stands up, pointing right in Shangguan Yi's face, demanding a sincere apology. The kid stammers back, asking why he should apologize. But Ankaj completely shuts him down. We put our lives on the line for this country, bleeding and crying tears, yet you judo flip us? What is your excuse? Zhong Yuan tries to whisper from behind that he did not actually bleed or cry, but she is way too angry to listen. She whirls around and tells him to shut his mouth, making him break into a cold sweat. The principal quickly steps in and smacks him, forcing Shangguan Yi to bow while he desperately apologizes to them. This is a massive failure on our end, Captain. Xiao Yi, apologize to them right now. But Shangguan Yi is absolutely not having it. Uncle, this guy does not have any strength. He is just a total weakling who got in using connections. I am not bowing to a loser like him. And Kaj crosses her arms, looking down at him. You literally got in through connections yourself. So stop talking. I am reporting this incident to the military commander. Better get ready to clean up your school's act. She then turns away. She pats Zhong Yuan's back. Xuan Ming, let me take you back to your dorm. The principal completely loses it, crying out that they are doomed. Gu Yan rushes over to support him, wearing a sneaky, plotting smile. Take it easy, old Chen. Our prestigious academy was founded by Master Cheng Yun. We have a deep history and massive achievements. They cannot just shut us down. But Chen Wenchang just clutches his chest in absolute panic. The school might be fine, but I am in deep trouble. Guyan is left speechless, while Chen Wenchang cries even harder, sobbing like a baby. You will not even call me principal. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to a massive building under a bright blue sky, where Zhong Yuan peeks his blank face through the door. Feng Jing is waiting inside, waving his arms and cheering wildly that his boy Yuan Yuan is finally home. This completely shocks him. His eyes almost pop out in sheer surprise. He slams the door shut, muttering that he must have opened it wrong. Wait, you and I both know that feeling. And Kei stands there speechless as Feng Jing kicks the door back open, yelling at them. He screams about Zhong Yuan staying out all night with some random girl. This leaves everyone staring at him with the weirdest expressions. Zhong Yuan slips inside first to dodge the drama, leaving them with a quick comment. Since you two know each other, have a nice chat. He heads upstairs to change his clothes. Feng Jing keeps pointing his fist at Enkage. She crosses her arms, letting out a mocking smirk. I never expected an absolute monster like you to actually study at Chungying. Feng Jing puts his hands on his hips, snapping back. Knowledge is the only thing I can get shared fairly around here. Now that you have delivered him safely, shouldn't you start walking, girl? She keeps mockingly warning him not to think he is above the law just because of his deep ties with Jushu and the Science Academy. He mocks her in his most annoying voice, singing that nobody in the world can touch him. Trust me, you and I cannot wait to see this guy get completely wrecked in the next episode. Alright, let's jump right into this crazy chat. Hearing the story, Zhong Lan furiously yells, "What? Last night some random girl dragged you into a battle royale team and played until morning without logging off." Feng Jing chimes in. "That chick was trash at the game but still obsessed. Your brother totally tried to decline, but she was way too hard to deal with. Good thing Lan Lan had me check, otherwise you might have a new sister-in-law." Feng Jing keeps hyping it up, completely clueless about how many times an Anjage would murder him if she heard. Zhong Yuan quickly turns to his sulking sister and says in a soft voice, "It is not really that bad." Suddenly, she bursts out crying and screams, "Brother, I absolutely forbid this marriage. This girl already got you skipping school to play video games. She definitely is not good for you and will totally bully you after marriage." Faced with this drama, Zhong Yuan feels totally helpless. He quickly grabs Zhong Lan's hands, frantically promising, "Lan Lan, do not worry. Your brother is never getting married, and I definitely won't skip school for gaming again." Still not buying it, she presses on. "But what if another annoying, clingy girl tries to bully you in the future?" He immediately fires back. "I can just use Feng Jing as a shield." Hearing that, Zhong Lan looks satisfied. They have no clue the guy opposite them is ready to cough up a massive pool of blood, feeling totally betrayed. He pats his chest to calm himself down, saying it is fine, when suddenly Zhong Lan turns to plead, "Brother Feng Jing, please guard my brother when I am not around." Feng Jing raises a hand solemnly, acting like a wise little old man as he promises, "Do not worry. If anyone dares mess with your brother, I will make their life a living hell." He lowers his hand, eyes wide with a sneaky thought, "Man, I should probably study orthopedic surgery books. Who knows, that skill might come in handy." But hold on, watch closely. Some sketchy person is lurking near their table holding a notebook and pen, taking notes. Spying on the siblings, this stalker notes that their height and physical build are slightly smaller compared to kids their age. He looks pale, probably malnourished, eating even less than his 12-year-old sister. All the meat goes straight to her. The brother is just a basic member of the student council, getting a 30,000 allowance weekly. The discipline officer definitely makes way more. There is no way he cannot afford food. Wait, is he anorexic? Scribbling furiously as he watches, he spots Zhong Lan stuffing her face, cheeks puffing out in notes. On the other hand, ever since his sister Trung Lam became an awakened ability user, her appetite has exploded. She devours 2 portions of spicy chicken, loves burning hot food, and has a super predictable taste. As for Nat, who usually dines with them, his taste is extremely light, leaning sweet. He absolutely refuses to touch anything spicy. After calculating all these details, the stalker pulls out his phone and fires off a text. "Senior 2, today I will try to invite Zhong Yuan's crew to the Malatang shop near the school gate. To not hate spicy, so he won't tag along. I will text you once it succeeds." The person on the other end replies with a quick, "Got it." Later, as the trio finishes eating and gets up to leave, the stalker suddenly calls out, "Classmate Zhong Yuan, I heard there is a new Malatang place by the school gate that is absolutely fire. My treat, want to check it out?" He offers with a friendly smile. Holding his sister's hand, he gives a flat rejection, "No." But suddenly, Zhong Lan's eyes light up with hype. She raises her hand and squeals, "Malatang." Her reaction makes her brother turn completely pale, completely helpless against his sister's craving. Trung Nguyen aggressively points a finger straight at the guy's chest. "Look, I know what you are thinking. Taiyuk Fong, you have been secretly stalking my sister. Were you investigating her food preferences?" Taiyuk Fong panics, stammering, "Wait, no, that is not it." But Zhong Yuan is not letting him off, threatening him. "She is under 18. You are looking at 5 years minimum, maybe life." Cornered, the guy confesses, "Huge misunderstanding. Classmate Zhong Yuan, I am actually targeting you." Now it is Zhong Lan's turn to freak out. Leaving her brother stunned, she grabs Taiyuk Fong by the shoulders and gasps, "What? I thought my brother only attracted girls, but guys too?" This ridiculous comment makes his face turn even paler. Taiyuk Fong covers his face in embarrassment and explains, "I literally just wanted to be friends with you guys, nothing weird." Zhong Yuan swiftly pulls his sister away, warning her, Lan Lan, this guy's motives are super sketchy. Stay far away from him, okay?" She nods reluctantly. "Fine, but what about Malatang?" He quickly reassures her, "Do not worry, we can just go get some by ourselves." Now Zhong Lan is finally happy. Sweet! They slide out, leaving a panicked Taiyuk Fong in the dust. Feng Jing frantically yells after them, "Yo, do you guys want to eat Malatang by the school gate? Let me tag along." Catching up to the siblings a moment later, Zhong Yuan asks him, "Wait, do you even eat spicy food?" He leans in and whispers, "Looking at how weak you are, how could I not come along?" Zhong Yuan asks in surprise, "Wow, is it really that obvious?" Feng Jing smugly replies, "Duh, of course it is. Remember Shangguan Yi slamming you earlier? He got slapped with a massive apology essay punishment, 10,000 words long, and is cursing you endlessly. He might look for a chance to jump you." Zhong Yuan smirks and says, "Ah, I get it. You came to act as my meat shield." Held by her brother's hand, Zhong Lan looks around. Standing in front of a massive restaurant, she turns and says, "Brother, this place is packed." Seeing the crowd, Zhong Yuan suggests getting takeout instead. Suddenly, a loud shout catches his attention. "Hey, cute little discipline officer. Over here, over here!" Zhong Yuan spots to Uyanwan waving at him and asks, "Are you calling me?" She replies cheerfully, "Exactly. You are literally famous on the school forum right now." Let me introduce myself, my name is. Before she can even finish her sentence, Feng Jing suddenly cuts in. And here I was wondering what loser is taking up 4 seats all by themselves. Turns out it is the ultimate wish. To Uyan On's face instantly. Sore as she snaps. Tanat, what are you doing here? Feng Jing casually replies, eating malatang, obviously. He then turns to the chef and shouts his order. Boss, 1 bowl of malatang, no pepper, no chili, and do not make it too hot. Even the chef is left speechless by this weird customer. Now 3 of them sit opposite to Uyan Wan in dead silence. Anxiously, she wonders, why do they look so creepy? And trust me, you and I are totally feeling that tension. And trust me, you and I can see this school year is going to be wild. He treats her like a punching bag while Feng Jing enjoys the drama. Alright, stick with me here as Zhong Lan stares at this girl like a complete stranger, blabbing, what is with that weird ultimate wish nickname? Su Wanying's is not having it. She clarifies her real name is Su Wanying and says not to listen to Feng Jing's ridiculous nicknames. Then she immediately leans over to tease him about his weird naming habits. Feng Jing does not even care. Instead, he points at Su Wanying and starts bragging about her ultimate wish, hyping it up as the absolute strongest support skill around. It boosts human limits by 448% for 3 full minutes. She is the nation's sole user, with enough fans to circle their school 30 times. An imaginary halo literally glows around Su Wanying as he showers her with all this praise. But hearing this, Zhong Lan is not about to let herself be outdone. She snaps back, when I grow up, my simps will circle the entire Earth 30 times. Zhong Yuan pats his little sister's head, saying the Earth is way too small. They should circle the entire Milky Way 30 times instead. Feng Jing then whispers in his ear, guessing she is not here to cause trouble. Zhong Yuan just groans in response. He grumbles that she seems super annoying, but Feng Jing warns him to cut her some slack since she is the school's top beauty. Still, Zhong Yuan remains totally blunt. He directly asks Su Wanying why she tricked him into this hot pot place. Now pay attention here, because she stares at him before finally getting straight to the point. She seriously explains that every single year their academy selects elite students from the special class to compete in the national tournament. Last year, each school sent only had 1 team of 6, but this year they are doing 2 teams of 4. Zhong Yuan just shrugs and asks what any of that has to do with him. Su Wanying is baffled by his attitude, explaining their top Thunder user dropped out, meaning there are 3 empty spots. She asks why he is not jumping on this opportunity. Zhong Yuan literally turns away and flatly says he is not interested. Su Wanying looks totally stunned, but then he turns back with a fake friendly smile to explain. He says classmates should not be fighting each other, and besides, her ultimate wish is cracked. With a broken skill like that, she should easily take the crown. But hearing that makes Su Wanying snap. She jumps up, pointing furiously at Feng Jing, yelling that it is all because of this unlucky guy's terrible draft luck. He drew the absolute toughest opponent first. Feng Jing calmly fires back that it is just a choice of losing early or losing late. Zhong Yuan even backs him up. He says only weaklings blame their bad luck because the strong treat every opponent the same. Su Wanying is left completely speechless, unable to argue with their savage logic. Fuming with rage, she storms out, yelling that she is done talking to them. Meanwhile, Zhong Lan's eyes light up as she glares hungrily at the left-behind food. She giggles, saying since the girl ran off, her leftover hot pot is up for grabs. Feng Jing is stunned, warning her it is apple and milk flavor. Can she handle that? She casually replies she will just throw in 2 massive scoops of chili. Feng Jing calls her a straight-up demon, then wonders if Su Wanying acted on her own. He thought Shang Guanyi was trying to scheme and divide them, but Su Wanying actually took the initiative herself. Eating calmly, Zhong Yuan asks if those 2 are close. Feng Jing says that he, Shang Guanyi, and Su Wanying are their academy's main 3-man powerhouse squad. But with the rules shifting, things have gotten messy. Su Wanying did not just kick him off the team, she tried to poach Zhong Yuan right in front of his face. Talk about shameless. Meanwhile, young Zhong Lan dumps an entire bottle of hot sauce into her bowl. Taking one bite, her eyes water as she spits it out, crying about the hellish taste. Zhong Yuan immediately swaps their 2 bowls, gently telling her to eat his. You can see how much he cares about her. Feng Jing watches this, then gets back to the tournament. He explains that there is a solo bracket alongside the team fights. Zhong Yuan is a perfect fit for solo, but Su Wanying kept that quiet on purpose. She did not even bring up the rewards. But as Feng Jing looks over, he gasps in absolute horror, seeing Zhong Yuan calmly slurping down that spicy bowl of death. He yells, asking if he has no taste buds. Zhong Yuan secretly thinks, yup, none, but he casually brushes it off, asking him to get back to the rewards. Feng Jing quickly breaks down the prize list. The top 10 in both solo and team brackets win resonance crystals. The top 3 score 4 calamity grade crystals. Rank 4 to 8 gets 2 calamity crystals, while 9 and 10 get 4 red ones. They also get custom rift training and squad draft priority after school. Zhong Lan slurps her noodles loudly, completely fascinated. She asks if this big tournament is purely for ability users and wonders why a top team wants her brother. Since he is just a regular guy, why is Ultimate Wish trying to recruit him? Hearing this, Feng Jing points at Zhong Yuan, asking if he still has not. Zhong Yuan calmly shrugs, saying he was just waiting for the right moment to break the news. If not now, then when? He turns to his sister. He casually drops the bomb, telling her that he actually became an ability user already. Zhong Lan drops her jaw in pure shock, asking how many crystals he absorbed. Zhong Yuan cautiously admits it is quite a lot. Zhong Lan immediately drops her chopsticks, soup splashing all over her hands as she starts sobbing hysterically. Tears stream down her face like a literal waterfall. She wails that her brother is about to die and does not have much time left. Feng Jing is totally baffled. He breaks into a cold sweat, asking what she means by that. Zhong Lan wipes her face, crying harder as she explains her two abilities cost her 20 years of lifespan. She is terrified that his total cost must be astronomical. This even catches Zhong Yuan off guard, making him gasp in shock. Suddenly, the scene cuts to the quiet night. The three of them are back home, safe inside. Zhong Lan stares down at a glowing crystal, sighing that Uncle Lin originally gifted her an incredibly powerful soul crystal. It was a wind-concealing scythe crystal, but with 3 skills, it would have drained 30 years of her life. Zhong Yuan looks just as grim as he silently listens. Staring at his trembling sister, his heart aches. He finally understands why, before his rebirth, she always fought so recklessly. She knew her days were already numbered. She wanted to make every second count. Turning around, he quietly asks Feng Jing, who is standing right behind him, if absorbing these crystals always drains a person's lifespan. Feng Jing explains that ordinary users have to fully absorb a crystal first just to see its hidden skill. Usually there is absolutely zero impact on their overall lifespan. Her bizarre condition is completely unheard of. Zhong Yuan frowns, asking in a low voice if there is any way to reverse or even stop the life drain. Feng Jing cuts him off, confirming there is absolutely no way. And that is where we leave it, with zero lifespan restoring technology or abilities existing in this entire world. Alright, you and I are about to witness some seriously crazy power mechanics. Even after pulling back, the nasty backlash from absorbing that void crystal still lingers. Feng Jing slides off his shades, exposing his glowing purple eyes. He looks at his sister's lifespan. The number 68 pops up over Zhong Lan's head. He thinks back, realizing he never paid attention before, but her life expectancy has definitely been slashed by 20 entire years. Since void powers are genetic, her brother should have the same deal. But when Feng Jing shifts his gaze to check Zhong Yuan's lifespan, the glowing 0 floating right above his head sends shivers down his spine. Feng Jing is totally losing his mind, trying to figure out if this 0 is some weird glitch or a dark omen. Meanwhile, shutting the crystal box, Zhong Yuan turns to warn his sister. Lan, never touch these crystals again. Sucking up void energy to burn your own life is straight up crazy. But she quickly whines, but Uncle Lin expects so much from me. Plus, Zhong Yuan cuts her off gently, promising to handle Lin Dongliang and return this trash crystal. Pulling his sister into a tight, protective hug, he lays it down for her like a real ride or die. Lan, if anything happens to you, my life is completely meaningless. Do this for me, alright? Just drop this dangerous power game. Shaken by his words, she chokes up, whisper crying, Brother. Tears spill down her cheeks as she sniffs. But if I do not become an awakened, how can I ever protect you or defend the world we live in? Normal people do not stand a chance. Those monsters are way too strong, and normal humans do not have cheat code genetics. Zhong Yuan just smiles, softly asking, Lan, do you even know what humanity's real weapon is? Sniffling, she looks up with curious eyes. Zhong Yuan begins dropping some real facts. Some people grind hard, pushing their limits through insane physical training to cross the finish line as champions. Others use brilliant war strategies, letting a single commander lead an entire army to victory over stronger foes. Soldiers rely on tactical weapons, waiting silently in the dirt for the perfect sniper shot. While doctors use medical miracles, rushing patients through hallways to snatch them back from death. None of these people need crazy void magic. Human potential goes way deeper than some flashy magic tricks. Now pay attention to this part. It proves that raw magic is not the only way to get strong. In fact, the first legend who clapped those monsters was not even an awakened. To show her, he suddenly flicks his wrist, sending a blinding flash of light shooting through the air. Zhong Lan's eyes widen in pure shock as she watches it fly past her. It is a throwing knife, buried deep into the wall. He grins. See that? With enough practice, anyone can pull this off. You do not need to burn your life for cheap tricks. Besides, you already have 2 sick abilities. Train hard, grind daily, and you could easily become one of the top fighters in the world. Patting her head, he gives her a warm smile. Sniffling but smiling, she nods obediently. Okay, bro, I will do my best. But as soon as she walks away, Zhong Yuan's face goes cold. He spins around to question Feng Jing. Hey, tell me straight. Is my sister going to get snatched up by scientists and sliced open for research? Feng Jing is still playing with his sunglasses, looking totally relaxed as he scoffs. Sliced open? Are you kidding me? He slides his glasses back on with a smirk. Those lab nerds shift their research goals every single day. They have not done that barbaric stuff in 10 years. Do not ask how I know. Zhong Yuan finally lets out a sigh of relief. Turning back to his sister, he holds out his hand. Got it. Hey Lan, let me borrow your phone. She hands it over without a second thought. On the other end of the line, Lin Dongliang picks up, sounding surprised. Lan, you rarely call me first. What is up, kiddo? But when he hears the cold, masculine voice on the line, he freezes up in total shock. Zhong Yuan? The brother wasted no time, getting straight to the point without any sugarcoating. Lan has got a major medical issue. She cannot absorb void crystals. Come take this razor wind crystal back. Lin Dongliang, completely unfazed, just scoffs over the phone. If her body has issues, then just go fix it. Zhong Yuan snaps back. It is genetic, unfixable. Lin Dongliang is visibly annoyed, raising his voice at the boy. Zhong Yuan, you were the one who agreed to let her train. I already booked all her elite training sessions. Are you trolling me? Besides, you do not even have void talents. But Zhong Yuan just drops a massive truth bomb, saying, My talent is not a single bit lower than Lan Lan's. In fact, I have already awakened as a void user myself. Lin Dongliang practically screams through the receiver, absolutely furious. You are capping. Are you just trying to scam me for free resources? But Zhong Yuan remains completely chill. How do you want me to prove it then? The old man sneers. Starting right now, I am cutting off all your school funding and privileges. No more free rides for either of you. Now you and I are about to see just how petty this guy gets. He demands Zhong Yuan hit the top 10 in the college singles tournament without a single cent of help. Skipping the drama, the trio head back to the dorms. Zhong Lan waves goodbye with a big smile. I am heading up now, bro. He waves back, reminding her to sleep early. Feng Jing nudges him, suggesting, you know you could easily let her move into your private dorm. But Zhong Yuan, being the absolute best older brother ever, shakes his head. She needs to make friends in the girls' dorm. Her high school life cannot just revolve around her boring older brother. Feng Jing sighs, warning him that keeping secrets always backfires eventually. But Zhong Yuan ignores the warning, shifting the topic to Feng Jing's freaky ability to read lifespans. Does the Science Academy know you can see how long people have left to live? Feng Jing smirks, raising a single finger playfully. You are literally the first person I have ever told. Zhong Yuan raises an eyebrow. Is this your way of making sure I keep quiet too? Duh, obviously. But honestly, you should worry about your own skin first. Lin Dongliang cut off all your backing, yet you still need to reach the top 10. He is totally clowning you. Feng Jing teases him, but Zhong Yuan is already cooking up a plan, staring off into the distance. Suddenly, Feng Jing gets a wicked idea and nudges him again with a grin. Yo, you are not about to go find yourself some rich sugar mommy to fund you, right? Because begging a rich girl is way worse than just asking me for help. But before he can even finish his sentence, Zhong Yuan deadpans, actually that is a great idea. I will just find a rich sugar mommy. Feng Jing freezes, completely stunned by his audacity. Wait, you are actually serious? Without skipping a beat, Zhong Yuan pulls out his phone and dials a number. Hey, Captain On, I need a favor. Do you have any Glee Demon crystals left? I will take whatever you have got. Yes, thank you so much. I definitely owe you a massive favor. He nods eagerly, looking ready to sell his soul to the girl on the line. Cut to a massive military warehouse packed with cardboard boxes. Dozens of workers are rushing around, hauling heavy crates back and forth as a chaotic conversation echoes through the giant room. Why on earth does he want those trash Glee Demon crystals? None of the top squads ever use those. Is this an emergency request from the Vanguard unit? What is the rush? Wait, the commander's daughter issued a level 1 emergency mobilization order for this? This is insane. Quick, check the entire inventory and bring out every single crystal we have got right now. The supervisor scribbles notes furiously. Cut to a quiet military office where a voice echoes. Hey, old man Ann, your daughter is seriously showing off again. She just pulled off another major achievement. Inside the office, two men chat. The other officer says his daughter cannot take credit this time since she obviously did it all for some guy. Trust me, you and I need to watch how this plays out. Alright, you and I are dropping right into a massive crisis because that guy Xuan Ming basically poisoned over half of the central military district, and our eastern team was sent in to help. This back-end situation is getting super messy. The guy talking is Guofeng, commander of the eastern district, and he thinks the absolute worst case is a mole inside the central district. The traitor belongs to the Lighthouse Nation. The guy next to him, Liu Qianlam, chief of staff of the Eastern District, looks over the documents and starts piecing things together. The war report mentions a guy named Zhao Zheng right next to Robert. He apparently faked his death to join the Lighthouse Nation using the shadow organization Zhu Yao. And Guofeng mutters that unlike Zhu Shu, who are the strongest open group in the nation, this Zhu Yao gang always operates in the dark with sketchy motives. Sure, Zhu Yao plays dirty, but they used to have some boundaries, so the government just looked the other way. Lately, though, they are totally crossing the line. Liu Qianlam hands over another folder, casually telling him to let Central worry about their own mess. Instead, they need to talk about his daughter. And Guofeng is like, what did my girl do now? He quickly snatches the documents to read the details. Liu Qianlam sighs and drops the bomb. Apparently last night, she authorized a level 1 order, mobilizing over 2,000 high-grade skull crystals. That is literally almost the entire district supply. And Guofeng slams his hand on the desk, yelling that she is being completely reckless. Nobody uses those crystals because they are defense type and fail most of the time. If you try to force defense crystals on an attack-style user with a mismatched body, you are just asking for a painful, useless backlash. He clenches his fists, totally stressed and angry, but Liu Qianlam just calmly flips the page and says there is a weird detail in the files. And here is where you and I should pay close attention. The report says Xuan Ming got his crazy poison abilities from 10 skull crystals your daughter sent him earlier. Liu Qianlam shuts the folder, guessing she sent this new batch to him too. He suggests sending her 1,000 crystals first, then tracking where they go. And Guofeng immediately agrees to the plan. Meanwhile, we cut to Hanvu Mak, who is absolutely losing his mind. He slams his hands down, furiously questioning a middle-aged guy. He yells, how could you do this? My brother died for this country. You did not even bury him in the family cemetery, and now you straight up sell his body to a research lab? Are you guys completely out of your minds? The older man just coldly replies that the body donation agreement was signed by his brother himself, so they cannot just break the contract. Hanvu Mak snaps back, demanding they at least restore his family name. But the man coldly tells him that what was impossible in life is impossible in death. He tells Vumak to drop it, reminding him that he is the heir now and his dead brother is gone. Outside, two shady figures under black umbrellas are listening. A guy and a girl overhear the whole dramatic argument. The girl turns to her companion, sporting a super cold, mocking smirk as she asks him a question. She asks if he heard that, mocking how his family treats him after death, and asks if he is finally ready to work for the Iron Tower Nation. He keeps staring up silently, so she sighs and wonders why Ju Yao would sell out such a powerful warrior who actually loved his home country. I know what you are thinking. Why let a top-tier fighter leave? Even the girl thinks Ju Yao are idiots as they walk away, leaving us to watch this madness. We cut to a school office where Zhong Yuan stands in front of a female advisor, confidently announcing he wants to register for the college tournament. She hesitates, reminding him that this competition is only for actual awakened fighters. But Zhong Yuan confidently tells her that he is already awakened. Lu Van sighs, handing him a form while explaining that students must report their awakening immediately. She tells him to write down his stats first. Zhong Yuan grabs the paper and walks away, thinking about his options. He realizes he only has 8 slots and his main blood skill is way too overpowered. He decides to downgrade his super cute skill to hide his real strength. When Lu Van reads his sheet, her jaw completely drops in shock. She screams, "Wait, is that death immunity?" She literally leaps out of her chair, running towards him while screaming apologies for doubting him. Zhong Yuan falls backward, totally startled. Lu Van keeps crying out that humans can only absorb 8 abilities max before they literally explode from power. She is losing her mind over how he managed to absorb death immunity. It is a legendary talent, but she is screaming so loud it is hilarious. Zhong Yuan nervously asks her to just calm down and stand up first. Lu Van just keeps wiping her dramatic tears, completely overwhelmed by his sheer genius. She laments that if she knew sooner, she would have given him high-tier crystals instead of wasting his 8 slots on low-level garbage skills. Then she wonders how the scout Lin Shao missed his talent when he easily detected Zhong Lan and brought her to the academy in the first place. She gets right in his face, staring suspiciously. Zhong Yuan starts sweating bullets, thinking his talent is similar to Lan Lan, but he has no life force left. He realizes that neither before nor after his reincarnation did Lin Dongliang notice his hidden talent. Why is that? It makes absolutely no sense. Maybe that golden coffin 4 years later activated his powers, and Lin Dongliang just could not sense its godly energy. He needs to find that coffin. While deep in thought, he bends down to comfort Lu Van, telling her what is done, and he is actually pretty happy with his current build. She sits back down at her desk to review his stats again. She notes that his snowbone snake skills are surprisingly high level, which is a relief. He must have absorbed a very old core, so it was a good deal. Then she spots the cute bear skill and asks if that is a banned beast. She decides to let it go since it worked. Looking up at him curiously, she asks what kind of ability super cute even is and demands a demo. He sighs, completely embarrassed, and tells her it is not a good idea, but she seriously warns him that any skill he has must be mastered. She tells him to show her right now. Left with no choice, Zhong Yuan starts channeling his power, and the air around them begins to shift. And trust me, we are about to witness the most ridiculous power activation ever as Zhong Yuan activates Super Cute, leaving us hanging on what happens next. Yo, you and I are diving in as a crow flies over Lu Wen's head. Confused, she asks if he even activated it, but Zhong Yuan just deadpans, "Instructor, you already fell for my trap." Like, for real. Her eyes go completely wide, wondering why she doesn't feel a single thing. Sighing, she looks away and tries to stay calm. She thinks, man, I barely paid attention to him before, so why trash his hopes now? His skill is garbage, but I should probably just give him more compensation instead. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan just stands there looking like a complete NPC. Suddenly, Lu Wen starts aggressively typing on her keyboard and asks, "Zhong Yuan, how much does your family even make a year?" Seeing her suddenly shift gears like this makes our boy completely lose his mind. Lu Wen just keeps typing away, muttering, "Actually, forget it. Let us just report 50,000 yuan so you can grab that top-tier scholarship. Oh, and this youth nutrition program gives out 4 bottles of milk daily. Let's get you signed up for that too. With your grades, you will definitely secure this, and we can finally transfer your enrollment into the elite class as a full-time student." Hearing this, Zhong Yuan panics internally, thinking she literally fell for my spell but has zero clue. This adorable charm skill is actually broken. Looking at his file, she adds, "Since a level 4 Imperial grade regeneration skill is super rare, why don't you show me what you got?" Zhong Yuan awkwardly replies, but I'm not even hurt right now." She snaps, "Just use your hair, snip off 1 centimeter, trigger the skill, and the surrounding strands will sprout. A level 1 Imperial grade should grow about 10 centimeters. Without wasting a single second, she grabs scissors, chops a chunk of his hair, and orders, "Fire it up!" Zhong Yuan quickly clasps his hands together and shouts, "Regeneration!" Instantly, his hair starts growing at an absolutely insane speed, draping all over his face. Yet our boy just stands there like a clueless NPC and asks, "Wait, do I get a haircut refund for this?" Meanwhile, Lu Wen is too stunned to even speak. A bit later, Zhong Yuan steps out of the room and shuts the door. Now pay attention to this part. Stretching, he realizes his debuff only drains his physical stats, not his insane healing. But suddenly, he bumps straight into some random guy and gets knocked backward. He hits the floor, but his passive, adorable charm aura is still leaking out like crazy. Rubbing his head, he murmurs, "Sorry, my bad." The other guy just stands there completely dazed, thinking, wait, he got knocked down. Why is he the one apologizing? Seriously, I should be the one saying sorry. Looking up, Zhong Yuan notices this dude is wearing another academy's uniform. Meanwhile, this new guy feels like Cupid just shot an arrow straight through his heart, with imaginary pink love hearts floating everywhere. He thinks, wait, what just happened? Did I just crash into some adorable high school girl? This is literally a classic manga destiny moment. Watching Zhong Yuan cutely scratching his head, the guy's heart melts, thinking, long straight black hair, totally pure and small, literally my dream type. Her voice is a bit deep, but she's a girl, right? Since Chengying Academy's uniforms are gender neutral, he decides to clear things up first. Reaching out a hand, he gently asks, hey there classmate, what's your name? On the other side, Zhong Yuan is totally speechless, thinking, I literally apologized, why is this guy still bothering me for my name? Nope, I am out of here. Instantly, he activates Blink and dashes off, leaving a massive cloud of dust. The guy is left standing there shocked and full of regret. He sighs, whatever, gotta handle business first then. I will ask my sister to help track her down. He knocks on the office door. Liu Wen calls out, come in, and the guy steps inside, standing straight, respectfully in front of Liu Wen. He introduces himself, greetings, Instructor Liu. I am Jiang Tianshuo, Student Council President of Hualing Academy. He is visiting to discuss the annual inter-school tournament. She welcomes him warmly, saying, welcome, take a seat. Pouring some tea, Liu Wen gets straight to the point. Our yearly competitions are usually organized entirely by the student councils, so why come to an instructor like me? Jiang Tianshuo quickly explains, every year it is always the same old faces beating each other up, which is getting totally boring. Since Chengying is facing Hualing this year, I want you to give our first-year rookies a chance, as we are only sending freshmen too. Sipping her tea, Liu Wen recalls how Hualing got absolutely wrecked in the last two tournaments by their elite trio, Feng Jing, Shangguan Yi, and Su Wanying. No wonder this dude skipped the student council and came straight to her to restrict the fighters to freshmen. They must have recruited some insane powerhouse this year. After weighing her options, she smirks and says, all right, I agree to your terms under one condition. We get to choose the date. Jiang Tianshuo agrees without hesitation. Looking at him, Liu Wen knows that Hualing students all come from filthy rich elite families, making them way stronger. Honestly, letting her freshmen get humbled a little might be a good lesson. But since Zhong Yuan is way too overpowered, now you and I both know his combat power would completely ruin their training, so she plans to announce the tournament while our boy is safely away. Cut to a local barbershop where Zhong Yuan is sitting in the chair. He tells the barber, yo boss, just give me a clean buzz cut. The barber responds, excuse me, I am a hairstylist, not a face ruiner. Zhong Lan, fuming in the corner, chimes in, my brother literally wants to look ugly. Master Tony, please. Give him a jaw-dropping style that makes everyone fall in love. The stylist nods seriously, mission accepted. Once finished, the little girl cheers, amazing. But wait, it is still missing a little bit of soul. Zhong Yuan emerges with a beautifully styled, long androgynous cut that looks insanely gorgeous. Thrilled, Zhong Lan grabs his hair into pigtails, totally panicking the stylist. Zhong Yuan practically cries, Lan Lan, come on. A simple ponytail is more than enough. But she just pouts and says, but when we were kids, you always styled my hair like this. You said pigtails are the hairstyle of the strongest warriors. Our scammer, Zhong Yuan laughs nervously, looking away. Patting her head, he says, Lan Lan, you are all grown up now, so it is time to unlock your dark magic power. Totally shocked, she whines, wait, what are you doing? This is so cringy, I am not a kid anymore. Zhong Yuan just teases back, well, if you want to style my hair, you gotta give me an equivalent exchange. She screams in protest. After leaving the salon, we see Zhong Lan's hair is now styled into adorable double pigtails. Pouting, she grumbles, fine, from now on I am styling your hair every single day. Rocking his new ponytail, he replies, deal, and I will tie your hair in pigtails daily too. Realizing his massive blunder, our boy panics, and that is where you and I leave him. Alright, let's jump right in. Zhong Lan is hyped, thinking he scored a sweet deal, but we cut to the school gym where a girl walks up to Wan. Hey Wan, why are you suddenly going so hard on your training? The girl asking is Kwang Tunwen, her roommate and twin sister to Kwang Tian-sok. Watching Wan sweat bullets on the treadmill, Tunyuan keeps pushing. Is this because Zhong Yuan rejected your offer to team up, leaving you devastated? With the rule change, you and Feng Jing splitting up was totally normal. Zhong Yuan belongs to Feng Jing, who even went head-to-head with Shangguan Yi for him. It would be weird if he did not refuse. Gasping for breath, Wan looks over and mutters, he told me I was not strong enough. Handing her a water bottle, Tunwen gasps. What, the ultimate support says you are not strong enough. Taking the bottle, Wan smiles. The ultimate support is Zhong Yuan, not me. I still need to grind. Chugging down the water, she looks determined while Tunwen sighs. With hands on her hips, she complains. If a genius like you is working this hard, how are us regular folks supposed to even survive? Suddenly, her phone rings. Nguyen pulls it out, smiling from ear to ear. Well, look who is calling. Little brother actually phoned today? What is up? Trying to steal some intel for Ho Lang? On the other end, Tian Sok is curled up in a corner, stuttering nervously. No, that is not it, he says. Now, watch closely because this kid is trying to find the mysterious girl he ran into today in the hallway. He cannot afford to piss off his sister. He tries to convince himself that girls just have weird habits sometimes, so he shouldn't judge. Plus, they go to different schools now. He is finally out of her shadow. But then he remembers her slapping a paper cut talisman on his forehead, making him go completely pale. Swallowing his pride, Tian Sok squeaks, I need your help finding a girl from your school. This morning she bumped into me near the staff room. Straight black hair, slim, gentle, and seriously cute. Tunwen raises an eyebrow, finding this whole situation pretty amusing. Are you looking for trouble, or are you actually crushing on her? Tian-sok blushes, his cheeks turning bright red as he stammers out his confession. I think I am actually in love. Hearing this, his sister literally screams with joy. Yes, my little brother is finally into girls. The family line is saved. Don't worry, I will hit the security room and find her for you. On the other end, Tian-sok sighs, totally helpless, while On, lifting weights, nearby just rolls her eyes. Fast forward to the East China military base, and Akash is chilling in the office, talking to her dad. She will not shut up about Zhong Yuan, telling him, Dad, you have no idea how insane Xuan Ming is. Her father, Guofeng, sighs. You have literally bragged about him 3 times already. She asks, so what is your verdict on him? Sipping his tea, he drops his thoughts. Now think about this. The kid is only 16, yet his power is off the charts, and he has zero interest in joining any elite squad. Even when thrown over someone's shoulder, he did not even react. He simply doesn't care about normal people's drama. A guy like him is impossible to read. You cannot control him, so just give up. An epic image of Zhong Yuan wearing a sleek suit and sunglasses pops up on screen. Smoky and cool. And Gofeng continues, but look, if you really cannot let him go, at least try to just stay friends with him. Hearing this, and Kei storms off in a huff, snapping, Fine, I am done talking to you. Her dad is totally confused, but then his phone starts buzzing. He opens a new file, noticing Zhong Yuan's profile was just updated to top secret level. Staring at the classified file, he thinks that the cute bear core Robert smuggled must have fallen into his hands. It grants death immunity. Hiding this classified info was the right move, but there is more. Whether others can harvest mutant cores is a mystery, but Robert definitely had one. That fire giant power of his was incredibly rare. The Tower Nation will absolutely try to reclaim their most prized skill. While Zhong Yuan hiding the mutant core is a smart move, it also brings heavy danger right to his doorstep. And Guofeng looks deeply worried, deciding they must keep a close eye on him. Meanwhile, at the dorms, under the bright sunny sky, a delivery guy shows up carrying a heavy safe on his shoulder. He flashes a big warm smile and says, Hey, love the new haircut, man, suits you perfectly. Zhong Yuan gives a helpless grin, replying, Well, I actually wanted a buzz cut, but my little sister insisted on keeping it long. Dropping the safe, the guy chuckles, Got it, don't forget that 5-star rating. Sure thing, Trung replies. He unlocks the safe, entering the code, and boom, it opens. Inside is a pile of loot and a note saying, Xuan Ming, friends don't say thanks. He recalls that during his last breakthrough, his skill Rage Strike was primed to upgrade to Combat Master. With this massive haul of cores, he can definitely unlock it right now. Suddenly, the system screen flashes, asking if he wants to absorb the newly detected Demon Joy core. He instantly stretches out his hand and commands, Absorb it all. Immediately, blinding pillars of light wrap around him as system notifications start ringing like crazy in his ears. Your green grade skill Rage Strike has reached max level. Rage Strike is now upgraded to your newest deadly ability, Combat Master. Born to kill, mastering every weapon, every single strike can instantly end a life. His eyes snap open, realizing he can push this further. With this many cores left, he can definitely trigger another upgrade. Closing his eyes, the system panel sparks to life yet again, flashing details. Combat Master has officially reached max level. You have acquired a new ability, Tit for Tat. Gold grade upgrade is ready, requiring raw courage to master. Description: Combat Master skills are boosted by 100%. Tit for Tat green grade max level description. Combat Master skills are boosted by 1000%. Tit for Tat has been successfully upgraded. You have unlocked a brand new skill, Blood for Blood, which can level up further. And check this out, it absorbs attack damage and reflects it straight back. You and I just witnessed him unlock a seriously overpowered cheat code. Get ready, because you and I are about to watch this crazy counterattack. A sudden 300% power upgrade makes Zhong Yuan clutch his head, recalling his teacher's words. Ruined crystals pack bad energy left behind by dying monsters. Before, absorbing them felt like nothing, and he just figured it was his special body, but now, it is all about the quantity. His body never needs sleep, but now he is actually getting drowsy. He cannot just binge absorb these ruined crystals anymore. He needs to be way more careful from now on. Staring down at his hand, he remembers that leveling up his Combat Master skill unlocked a sweet counter ability. That payback skill upgraded to Blood for Blood, boosting his power tenfold. Why does this feel exactly like the Demon King power Fongvu Mak mentioned before? Can monsters actually level up and evolve brand new abilities? Over time, these beasts will only grow stronger, evolving into worse nightmares. Just imagine it. A monster with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth. 4 years later, a massive claw slammed him into a golden coffin. But now he is reincarnated. Will that giant claw still be waiting for him 4 years from now? Suddenly, a hand blocks his view as Feng Jing sneaks up behind him. He playfully covers Zhong Yuan's eyes and asks who it is. Next thing you know, a massive scream echoes so loud it shakes the whole neighborhood. Zhong Yuan, hands in his pockets, casually tells him he should be glad his auto-counter instinct did not just straight-up murder him. Feng Jing holds up his bruised hands and whines that he knocked but got no answer, so he climbed through the window, saw him spacing out, and just got handsy. Zhong Yuan just asks what he wants. Feng Jing gets serious, showing his glowing watch, reminding him to attend the 6th regular student council meeting. We cut to the student council room where 6 members are sitting across from each other. A short-haired girl speaks up, mentioning the president bringing the new guy. Watch closely here. They deliberately left him without a seat just to mess with him, but Shang Guanyi just sneers smugly at the idea. He claims there is no room for trash here, leaving Jiannu totally speechless. Soon after, Feng Jing kicks open the door, announcing the new member. He introduces Zhong Yuan as their newest recruit. Feng Jing happily slaps his back, hyping him up as the top dog from the special class. He is their new disciplinary officer this term. When told to greet them, Zhong Yuan lazily mumbles, saying his name is Zhong Yuan. The others look annoyed, grinding their teeth at his total lack of effort. Feng Jing just completely ignores their complaints and points him to a spot. He tells him to take the open seat over there. Our guy just grunts and pulls out the chair, ready to sit down. But Jiannu stops him, warning that it is the president's seat. His expression darkens, coldly asking why he cannot sit there. Jiannu immediately panics, tightly clutching her documents. She realizes the president is grooming Zhong Yuan to be the successor, so she definitely needs to act smart right now. She quickly offers her own chair to Feng Jing, promising to find another one. But suddenly, a furious shout cuts through the room. She flinches in fear as Shang Guanyi explodes in anger, pointing his finger directly at Zhong Yuan, shouting absolute trash talk. Calling him a shameless weakling who only got promoted through backdoor rules, he challenges him to a fight, throwing out a whole list of insults. Jiannu frantically tries to calm the guy down. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan and Feng Jing just stare, completely baffled by this sudden temper tantrum. She begs him to shut up, but he only gets louder, shouting that Zhong Yuan has absolutely no shame whatsoever. He even claims his little sister is trash, sleeping around with military high-ups. Hearing that, our main character finally snaps, his face turning pitch black. And yeah, you knew he was about to lose it. Nobody insults his sister and gets away with it. He warns the guy he will leave this room in a body bag. The idiot keeps pushing, calling him a bluff. Zhong Yuan coldly agrees, saying if he loses, he is going to apologize to his sister. He will have to act like her dog for a month, kneeling at the cafeteria entrance every morning offering breakfast. Feng Jing tries to warn the guy. He tells him to walk away, but Shang Guanyi is way too blinded by rage to listen. Grinding his teeth, he slams the table, stands up, and shouts. He screams that those weak conditions cannot scare him, swearing he will expose this trashy fraud right here and now. Pointing directly at his face, he accepts the bet, adding that if Zhong Yuan loses, he has to bark like a dog while crawling out of the academy. Our guy just calmly agrees. Feng Jing facepalms hard, pulling out his phone to record, announcing he will act as the official witness. He warns them this is just a match, not a fight to the death, so no killing. With that settled, the two step outside to square off. Standing opposite him, Zhong Yuan casually tells him to take the first shot. On the side, Feng Jing enthusiastically films the whole thing. Shang Guanyi swings his blazing fist, activating his special explosive flame skill alongside a power boost that ramps up his raw strength by 150%. Clad in raging fire, he strikes, but Zhong Yuan activates his combat master skill, effortlessly slipping past the attack. Looking back in complete panic, the guy cannot believe he actually missed. He starts wondering if this dude is not just a weakling after all. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan is analyzing his opponent, realizing that with his combat skill active, the guy's moves are slowed down 40 times. He is way weaker than Feng Jing, making it hard not to accidentally kill him in one shot. Still clueless, the guy throws a massive kick. Screaming that there is no way he can dodge this one, he strikes. But of course, our guy slips past with blinding afterimages. Feng Jing watches with his jaw dropped, realizing this kind of insane agility is not something a basic rage skill could ever achieve. He grins, realizing this kid has plenty of secrets. 10 minutes later, we see the absolute aftermath of this battle. We leave it off right as his opponent completely breaks down, trembling on the floor in absolute disbelief. Trust me, the payback has just begun. If he is that strong, why did he let me slam him without fighting back? You and I can see he is totally overthinking as his eyes snap open and charges right at Zhong Yuan with another flaming punch. Coward, do not even think about dodging. Feng Jing just sighs, completely done with this idiot's drama. He is such a pain. While Shang Guanyi grits his teeth and launches a massive fire fist, our MC just stands there, totally chilling. He calmly triggers his counter skill, blood debt paid in blood. If you want to throw your life away, that is on you. As Shang Guanyi swings, he notices Zhong Yuan is not moving at all. Wait, why is he not dodging? My punch is going to literally kill this guy. Too late. His fist strikes Zhong Yuan's shoulder with enough insane force to completely shred his shirt to pieces. He only managed to pull back half his power before Zhong Yuan's eyes change color. Instantly, Shang Guanyi screams in pure agony as his arm is completely shattered into pieces. Blood splatters everywhere. He is writhing on the ground, trembling. But look closely here because Zhong Yuan just casually raises his hand to heal his own shoulder. He thinks at least the kid held back his power, so he is not completely hopeless. Jiannu rushes over, panic-stricken, to check on her friend. She screams his name while the crowd goes wild. One guy even snaps a photo, whispering in shock about how Feng Jing set this up beforehand as an official duel. Since Shang Guanyi is ranked top 209, Zhong Yuan's rank is going straight to the moon after this. Some bystanders complain, saying Zhong Yuan went way too far by breaking his arm. Another girl says it is unfair that such a thug took his spot. Feng Jing just sighs. I told you not to kill him, but you practically put him in the hospital on your first move. I do not even want to heal him. Zhong Yuan defends himself, completely confused. What attack are you talking about? I was just standing there, minding my own business, not even moving. He even ruined my favorite shirt. Feng Jing snaps back, pointing out that the guy's arm is literally snapped in half. Our MC just sighs. Thinking it's such a hassle, he tries to play dumb. Activating his ultimate weapon, acting cute with puppy dog eyes, he says it wasn't him. It is just physics, equal and opposite reaction. Feng Jing screams back, asking if he thinks he skipped school. Even if physics is real, the kid is crippled while you do not have a single scratch. You and I both know his cute act failed miserably this time. Feng Jing finally sighs and offers to fix his torn shirt. With a wave of his hand, the shredded fabric begins flying back together. Zhong Yuan asks if he planned this whole showdown from the start. Feng Jing says it was close enough. Meanwhile, Jianu is still screaming over her injured friend. She turns around, completely furious, yelling at them for laughing while his arm is totally broken. She demands a heal. Feng Jing keeps his arms crossed, totally annoyed. Am I your personal healing machine? Do you really think my 2 years of meditation made me soft? You think you can just boss me around? This idiot kept picking fights, ignored all warnings, and tried to attack my guy. So I am done with him. I am not healing him, so you can do whatever you want. He casually sits down, leaving Jianu completely speechless and boiling with rage. The surrounding crowd starts whispering, admitting that Zhong Yuan actually showed a lot of restraint by not counterattacking and trying to avoid the fight. Shang Guanyi is just a sore loser. How could anyone recommended by Feng Jing be a weakling? Honestly, he totally deserved to get wrecked. Hearing everyone turn on them, Jianu bites her lip in panic. What is going on? They were literally just taking our side a minute ago. Why are they suddenly defending Zhong Yuan? They are never this quick to switch up. Whatever, right now I need to call the guards. Getting him to the infirmary is the priority. She dials her phone, and within minutes, the campus security team shows up on the scene. The red-haired officer demands to know who did this to Shang Guanyi. Without hesitation, Zhong Yuan steps forward and admits he did it. Feng Jing steps in to back him up, certifying it was a fair duel. But the guard insists that despite the details, rules are rules. Since he severely injured Shang Guanyi, he still has to come with us. He politely asks Feng Jing not to make things difficult for them. Feng Jing immediately steps in front of him, asking if he is seriously trying to threaten him. The guard quickly denies it, playing safe. Zhong Yuan just pats his shoulder to calm him down, saying he will go. He trusts that the school administration will be totally fair. As he walks away, he turns back to warn him not to tell Lan Lan about this mess. Feng Jing's face suddenly turns dead serious. He frowns, wondering if he should trust him. You and I are about to find out. Whatever, you and I both know he has to play along, so he gives them a shot. Inside the room, the red-haired guard says, "Thanks for cooperating, Zhong Yuan. Appreciate your help. Until our superiors officially clear this whole situation, you need to stay put in this cell and avoid going anywhere else." Zhong Yuan asks back, "Not taking my phone?" The guard just laughs. "No need, there is zero signal in here anyway." Glancing down at the bed, Zhong Yuan, "Man, I am exhausted, and hey, a bed, might as well take a nap." He flips the light switch off, shuts the tiny door window, and gets ready. Lying down, he thinks, pitch black rooms are honestly the absolute best. If only this place were slightly smaller and completely boxed in like a coffin. Enclosed on all sides, that would be perfect. Wait, why am I having such weird thoughts? Whatever, who cares? Activating his supersensory skills just in case. If anyone gets close, he will wake up instantly. Slowly closing his eyes, he drifts off into total silence. Peace and quiet at long last. This dark, quiet world is my true happy place. Outside, the two guards are watching him on the security cameras. The red-haired guy finds it hilarious. Look at this kid turning off the lights to sleep. Talk about carefree. The other guard shrugs. Maybe he is just faking it to hide his anxiety. Want to bet? Redhead sets up a game. I bet a pack of spicy snacks he wakes up in 5 minutes. The other guard grins, make it 10. Now, let's watch closely because things are getting serious in the principal's office. Chen Wenxiang reads over the files, sighing about this academic crackdown targeting us. Guyan tries to cheer him up, saying, "Hey, look on the bright side. This academic cleanup covers the whole East China military region, not just us." But Chen Wenxiang is pale, sweating bullets as he points to the report card. "Are you blind? Look at these insane requirements. Every single subject needs at least 85 points. Literature, math, foreign language, physics, chemistry, all must be over 85. Seriously, how is anyone supposed to pass this ridiculous standard?" He continues, "Fail the midterms and you are banned from high school tournaments. Fail graduation scores and you get held back. This is totally rigged. Xiao Yi failed everything, but Zhong Yuan scored perfect marks. If that is not a targeted attack, I do not know what is." Guyan still tries to calm him down. The Chang'an team said that last battle really made her realize how important actual knowledge is. Suddenly, a panicked guard bursts in. "Principal Chen, we have a major emergency. Shang Guanyi is in the infirmary with a severed arm and the limb regeneration healer cannot make it here. That arm is goner if we do not act." Both men jump up in panic. The principal yells, "Where the hell is Feng Jing?" The guard replies, "He was right there at the scene but refused to heal her." Chen Wenxiang clutches his chest, trembling. "Oh my god, if Xiao Yi loses her arm, she is basically ruined for life." Guyan grabs him, saying, "Old Chen, calm down. First, we need to get the facts straight. You know how stubborn Feng Jing can be. If we cannot convince him, we can always get Commander On to step in and make him do it." Still, things look incredibly grim. Just then, a call flashes on Feng Jing's phone screen. The caller ID reads in Guofeng. Feng Jing sneers at his screen. "We both know how these old heads love to pull strings, right? Since they cannot convince me, they get this old fox to pressure me. Typical." Leaning against the wall, he picks up. "Commander An, let me guess. You are calling to lecture me about the bigger picture and some nonsense about East China? Saying we cannot afford to lose Shang Guanyi, right? But the voice on the other end completely surprises him. Wait, what? Feng Jing gasps in confusion. And Guofeng continues. I watched the battle footage. Zhong Yuan did nothing wrong, and you have absolutely no obligation to heal Shang Guanyi at all. Zhong Yuan is a rare genius. If he trusts us, we cannot play favorites and let him down. No matter what you decide about her arm, the military district will not hold him responsible, and Guofeng tries to make sure the young guy gets exactly what he is trying to say here. Feng Jing, you have known her for 2 years. You know her character better than anyone. Should we save her? I trust your judgment on this. Feng Jing stays quiet for a second, then mutters, understood. Turning around, he sees Zhong Lan practically drooling over a bowl of delicious food. Startled, he calls out Lan Lan. She blinks, and he asks, is that seriously all you are having for dinner? Zhong Lan looks back with innocent eyes. Is that bad? Then she gets curious. Wait, didn't my brother go to the student council meeting this afternoon? Why isn't he eating with you? Feng Jing deadpans. Oh, your brother got bitten by a dog, so he is currently getting a rabies shot at the hospital. Zhong Lan gasps in shock. He quickly reassures her, chill, he is fine. Just a tiny scratch, but you know how it is. Any dog bite needs shots, even minor ones. She looks down, super worried. Really? Feng Jing quickly changes the subject, pointing at her plate. Hey, you are sneaking chili chicken behind your brother's back? If you only eat this and nothing else, I am telling on you. Her eyes go wide and she pouts, looking adorable as she begs him not to. I just accidentally grabbed too much and felt awkward putting it back. Standing at the counter, Feng Jing suggests, all right, how about this? I will order some veggies and rice to share, and you give me half your chili chicken. Zhong Lan tilts her head. Wait, you do not eat spicy? He shrugs. Trying new things once in a while is good. Sitting down, she drools over his plate, saying canteen chili chicken is literally the best. One bite and you will be hooked forever, trust me. Feng Jing looks interested. Oh, really? Let us see. He picks up a piece. Instantly, his face catches fire. Nose bright red, eyes rolling back. Holy crap, this heat is lethal. Is this even meant for human consumption? I should never trust the taste buds of you two siblings. Zhong Lan eagerly beams at him. Well, didn't I tell you it was delicious? Feng Jing quickly stuffs plain rice in his mouth, desperately giving her a thumbs up. Yeah, it is heavenly. This makes her smile wide while he turns away, coughing frantically. Still, they keep chatting over dinner. Lan about that dog. Trust me, you and I want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are jumping into this crazy drama where a student council enforcer is treated like a school watchdog. He's been guarding the place for years, and my bro got bitten because he wasn't familiar with him. My bro actually wanted to bring him over for you to play with, but he already beat him into a one-leg lame dog. Zhong Lan just casually shrugs, asking what use a lame dog even has. He's useless like that. Oh, so your brother broke his leg? Feng Jing recalls the brutal beating and tests her, saying he almost ended up as a dead dog. So should we fix this dog up or what? Stuffing her face, the little girl asks if he'll ever bite her brother again. Feng Jing reaches up to push his glasses up, giving his most trustworthy look. No way, I guarantee it. Shoveling down another huge bite, she thinks it over and smiles. Then let's heal him, she chirps. Cut to Shang Guanyi's hospital room, where he sits on the bed with his arm heavily bandaged. Chen Wenxiang is pacing around, asking anxiously, Old Gu, should we call the military district again? Gu Yan replies the Suri skill lasts 24 hours and there are still 2 left. Why are you stressing? If Feng Jing refuses to show up, nobody can force him anyway. Shang Guanyi snaps irritably, telling them all to get out. You guys are just annoying me and ruining my rest. Jia Ru steps in, suggesting to Uncle Chen that they leave to give Yi some peace. Chen Wenxiang sighs, telling him to rest up. The 3 of them file out of the ward one by one, leaving a completely silent Shang Guanyi behind. Once they're gone, he buries his face in misery. Watch closely, because this is where he regrets being stupid and doubting the guy Feng Jing chose. He challenged his strength anyway. Even when beaten, Zhong Yuan never fought back and kept holding back during their duel. Why couldn't he see that? Why did he have to bully such a good guy? Honestly, even if Feng Jing left him to rot, he totally deserved it. Just thinking about it makes him shake. He trembles violently, completely lost in regret. Suddenly, Feng Jing appears out of nowhere, leaning against the doorframe, asking if he is feeling sorry now. Shang Guanyi is stunned, then instantly drops to his knees to beg for forgiveness, crying out that he was wrong and begging for salvation. Feng Jing activates his Suri ability, placing a hand on his shoulder and telling him to stop crying while healing energy flows into his broken arm. To his utter shock, Shang Guanyi's arm completely heals. The fresh bandages simply unravel and fall off on their own. Once finished, Feng Jing prepares to leave, walking out of the room, warning him that he got lucky because Zhong Yuan didn't want a public murder, but next time he is on his own. Then he reminds him to keep his end of their deal. He only got his arm back because Zhong Lan didn't want a lame dog running around. Meanwhile, the guards are gossiping amongst themselves. It has been a whole day and night already. Is that Zhong Yuan kid seriously still asleep in there? Whenever I bring him food, he doesn't even budge. Is he just faking it? Going this long without eating, drinking, or using the bathroom is crazy. Suddenly, a man bursts through the door, demanding to know why they haven't released him yet when the military headquarters already cleared and filed his case. One of the guards points inside, explaining that it's not them keeping him, but the kid himself refuses to leave. The man looks genuinely baffled. Take me to see him, he demands. Let's see what happens when they go in. He flips the lights on, calling out for Zhong Yuan to wake up. Zhong Yuan remains completely still as the man tells him that the whole Shangguan Yi situation is resolved, so he can go back to his dorm. But when he touches the boy, he panics. Why is he so freezing cold? He quickly holds a finger under his nose to check for any breath. Sensing nothing, he spins around to the guards in a panic, shouting to call the medics immediately. A guard asks if they should contact Feng Jing. The red-haired guard snaps at him, saying they cannot let Feng Jing find out about this, demanding they summon the city's top doctor instead. Soon, an old white-haired doctor rushes in, complaining that he just saved Shangguan Yi and barely finished his shift before getting dragged back out by them. You guys sure love torturing me. A guard quickly explains they wouldn't have called him if it weren't a major emergency. The doctor sighs, fine, let me check him out. He activates his life resonance skill, sending soothing green streams of spiritual energy directly from his fingertips into the boy. But Zhong Yuan's body completely rejects the healing energy, causing a violent backlash. The doctor suddenly coughs up a spray of blood and flies backward. The red-haired guard catches him just in time, asking if he's all right. Terrified, the doctor scrambles to his feet and flees, yelling that he's frozen solid. Leaving everyone baffled, the scene shifts to Quan on the phone. Medical files show Zhong Yuan has a history of playing dead like a hibernating animal. It's just deep hibernation requiring zero special treatment. The voice on the other end asks which hospital actually issued that sketchy medical record. Feng Jing submitted it himself, so it's totally legit, he chuckles. Hearing this, the man hangs up the phone and breathes a massive sigh of relief. If Commander Ann says so, then it must be fine, right? The red-haired guard mutters, but we still can't just leave him sleeping in a prison cell forever. Another guard chimes in, saying high temperatures usually wake up hibernating animals, so they should try cranking up the heat with space heaters. They blast the heat to the absolute max. The man waits anxiously by the bedside while the guards take turns reciting dramatic awakening call speeches. Wake up, Zhong Yuan. Winter is officially over. Hear that spring thunder? It is time for all sleeping beasts to rise. The man tries a different tactic. Zhong Yuan, you did a killer job on that last mission. High-ups awarded you a gold star medal, a massive banner, and tons of cash rewards. Hurry up and claim your prize. Another guard gets even wilder, shoving his phone in the boy's face with a hyped-up, crazy look on his face. I've got a massive collection of uncensored, high-definition model photos right here. Wake up and they're all yours. But Zhong Yuan doesn't budge at all. The guard clutches his chest in defeat, groaning that they've tried everything. Another admits it's impossible to carry him back to the dorms like this. The leader finally breaks, saying they must swallow their pride and call Feng Jing. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Get ready. You and I are diving into a wild ride, starting with Nguyen asleep deep in his subconscious. An endless dark void where random thoughts echo. No time, no space, just the other side of life and death. He is about to merge with this void when suddenly a frantic voice completely ruins his nap. The frantic screaming shatters his deep sleep. Zhong Yuan, your little sister is getting beaten up by those Hualang Academy jerks. Zhong Yuan, your sister is beaten up by Hualang Academy. Zhong Yuan, your sister is getting wrecked. The voice screams louder and louder until finally Zhong Yuan snaps his eyes open. He sits up like a shot, grabbing Feng Jing by his collar. What did you just say? The panic guy quickly asks, Zhong Yuan, are you okay? Do you need the infirmary? Meanwhile, the two guards are literally hugging and crying, yelling, he is awake, he is finally awake. But Feng Jing is hyped as hell, grabbing Nguyen's hand and dragging him out. He is fine, no checkup needed. Nguyen, let's go grab some late-night food. But Nguyen checks his phone and loses his mind. A whole day and night passed? How? It felt like a 5-minute nap. Inside his head, he is reeling. Even his supersensory perception failed to wake him up. Confused, Zhong Yuan looks up. The principal actually let me off that easily? That is super sketchy. Feng Jing laughs it off. Dude, you have the commander backing you. That petty principal is too scared to touch you. Nguyen is still totally clueless. The commander? Feng Jing explains. Commander of the East China military region and Guofeng and Tai's dad. No clue why that old fox is protecting you. Maybe your charm won him over. Nguyen rubs his chin, deep in thought. He was honestly planning to flatten the academy if they kept covering for that guy. Shangguan Yi. Yeah, better keep that dangerous thought to himself. But then Nguyen suddenly remembers something very urgent and quickly whips his head back. Wait, did you say my sister got beat up? Feng Jing scratches his head nervously. Pay attention here, because this school rivalry runs incredibly deep. It is about their school competition. 12 hours earlier, Zhong Lan is looking totally depressed. I actually lost. Ta Yukfeng tries to comfort her. Those Holang rich kids come from wealthy families and start training way earlier than us. So losing to them is completely normal. Especially that monster Thoi Thong Su. He is insanely strong, so even trading a few blows with him is a big deal. I could not even touch his clothes, but the poor girl just sniffs and cries. A loss is a loss. I am not making excuses. I am just too weak, so I will train twice as hard. Poor Ta Yukfeng gets roasted. He feels totally wronged and whines. Meanwhile, Luvan sits back with his arms crossed, thinking this tough defeat might actually be the spark Zhong Lan needed. So this match was not a total waste. Later, Zhong Lan makes a quick call, speaking with absolute determination. Hey brother Feng Jing, I need a huge favor. You said I have potential, so please give me some brutal training. Cut back to the present, Feng Jing finishes explaining. That is the whole story. Suddenly, Nguyen looms over him like an absolute angry demon. She hid this fight from me? And she asked you for special training instead of her own brother? Feng Jing shrinks back in fear, sweating bullets. Dude, I am being completely honest with you. How is this not a good thing? Standing before Nguyen's monstrous rage, Feng Jing stammers. Look, she has no physical injuries, but her pride was crushed by Ho Lang. She is probably praying for a hero brother right now. I know exactly what you are thinking. It is payback time, right? Too bad only first years can actually participate in this contest. Still, Nguyen's rage is off the charts. He cracks his knuckles loudly, grinding his teeth. What is that punk's name? Meanwhile, over at another location, a loud, arrogant crowd is gathering together. One arrogant guy stands in the middle, raising his glass and bragging. Everyone from the Lighthouse Nation is a beast. I can easily take on 5 of these locals at once. These guys are all weak like chickens. I only need one hand to beat 15 of them. His toxic friends laugh along. Watching this, Cao Nan grinds his teeth in anger. This Thoi Thong Su does nothing but brag about the Lighthouse Nation and insult our country. Are we just going to take this disrespect? Kwang Tian Sok sighs. We cannot touch him yet. He is half Simit Nation, and he came here for the university tournament. His family paid 200 million for this. Plus, they cut a massive deal with the school board. The higher-ups want to use our 2 schools to build up his hype before the matches start. They even bypassed the Cheng Ying Student Council entirely to tell our instructors to play along and preserve his face. It is a total joke. It is just a shame that none of our Cheng Ying first years can actually stand up to him. He sighs in frustration, but suddenly a loud roar shakes the entire building. You Ho Lang Academy trash, get out here and take your beating. You trash of Ho Lang, come out and face us. Hearing this, both boys freeze in absolute shock. Kwang Tian Sok panics. What is going on? Cao Nan looks confused. Sounds like Cheng Ying students are crashing the party even though it is 11 p.m. Tian Sok runs outside to check. Right there in the courtyard, Feng Jing is standing with a megaphone blasting insults at the top of his lungs. Come out and fight, you trash. Standing right next to him is the insanely gorgeous, almost genderless Zhong Yuan. Honestly, the two of them look absolutely badass. Tian Sok instantly recognizes her from before, completely dumbfounded. It is actually her. His heart beats like crazy as he stares at his destined dream girl. But wait, why does she look so much like a guy today? He stares at Nguyen, who is practically glowing, then desperately turns to his friend. Hey, Cao Nan, check out that person standing next to Feng Jing. Is that a guy or a girl? Cao Nan sighs, giving him a completely serious look. That is obviously a dude. Long hair is totally normal for guys these days. Do not judge people by their hair, President. Tian Sok is devastated. He clutches his chest, basically crying his eyes out. A guy? No way, that is literally impossible. Just then, Thoi Thong Su walks out, looking incredibly smug. He sneers, did those 15 Cheng Ying losers not learn their lesson? Trust me, you and I are about to see him regret every single word. Nguyen steps forward, eyes ice cold. You the one who touched my sister? The arrogant prick laughs. Does your country have zero shame? Nguyen channels his energy. He infuses a ton of raw broken abilities straight into his fist for maximum damage. No more talking. Boom! A devastating punch flies right at the jerk's face. Alright, you and I are about to watch some total clown get a savage beatdown. Our main character screams, didn't you literally ask for this fight? As his fist smashes into Thoi Thong Su's smug face. The guy's face gets totally deformed in a split second. He flies backward, crashing straight into a nearby fountain. His mouth instantly fountains blood like a mini geyser, mimicking the water feature behind him. The crowd goes wild with shock. Holy crap, that was insane. What kind of crazy power is this? Get a healer over here now. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan is just standing there, locked in his epic punching pose. His massive spiritual energy is still swirling around him. The guy just stares at his own knuckles, totally chilled, and mutters, damn, did I actually get stronger just by taking a quick nap? Beside him, Feng Jing is totally shook, his jaw on the floor. He starts calculating using Fong Vumak's face as the ultimate unit of power scale. Like, how many Vumaks is this guy worth? Feng Jing whispers, bro, how strong are we talking? How many Fong Vumaks could you take out? Zhong Yuan just raises his fist and replies, it's not about how many I can drop, man. It is about how little effort it takes. Feng Jing pushes further, asking, so your weak cooldown phase is shorter now? How long? Zhong Yuan looks annoyed, asking, why do you even care about that? Just trying to cover your back, bro. Zhong Yuan sighs, half a day. He summons a fresh ball of energy, realizing his mental power feels way stronger too. He is ready to wreck some more fools. Using 4 crazy abilities at once, and he's not even sweating. Who knew sleeping in a jail cell had such cracked benefits? He is definitely locking himself up again later. Meanwhile, that clown Thoi Thong Su struggles to stand, rocking a massive bump on his face. He screams in absolute rage. You dirty Ho Kwak coward. You totally caught me lacking before I was ready. I am going to end you. Zhong Yuan is still just chilling, staring at his glowing hand and calmly asks, wait, can we actually kill people in these school matches? He is so casual about it. It is honestly terrifying. A student quickly jumps in, warning him, no way, bro. He is an international student from Tumit. Ending him will start a huge global crisis. That is when our main character finally gets it. But Thoi Thong Su refuses to shut up, barking like a mad dog. Now pay attention here, because this is where the plot takes a hilarious turn, with Kwang Tian Sok stepping in to stop him. Tian Sok tells the angry guy, hold on a second. He turns to Feng Jing asking, yo, who is this beast you brought with you anyway? Feng Jing shrugs, that is Zhong Yuan, a fresh first-year student. So no rules were broken. Kwang Tian Sok gets cold sweats and gasps, wait, he is a guy? Feng Jing snaps, no cap, Captain Obvious. That is when Tian Sok's entire world gets completely shattered. It is like a lightning bolt struck him. He drops to his knees, completely petrified with his mouth wide open. A guy? He is really a guy? There is no way. Are you kidding me? Wait, didn't he say his sister got beat up by Thoi Thong Soo? Is his sister also a freshman here? They are in the same year, but their hairstyles are totally different. Could that long-haired girl from the other day be his twin sister? Driven by his weird logic, Kwang Tian-sok bows deeply to introduce himself, leaving Zhong Yuan completely baffled. Nice to meet you, classmate Zhong Yuan. I am Kwang Tian-sok, 18 years old, 1.89 meters tall, and weighing 78 kilograms. But the dude does not even stop there. He keeps going, I fell in love with your sister at first sight. I want to date her with marriage as our ultimate goal. Feng Jing is standing right there, absolutely losing his mind. His face goes dark as he thinks, bro, others are just joking, but this guy is dead serious. And he's saying it so shamelessly, there is no way I can let this slide. Zhong Yuan's eyes glow blood red like a literal demon. He is ready to murder. Meanwhile, Toi Tong Su is fuming on the side, thinking, so Kwang Tian-sok is in on this too? No wonder he stopped me from fighting. Zhong Yuan, you landed a cheap shot on me earlier, but now it is my turn to surprise you. The salty loser plots his dirty revenge. With a toxic, villainous grin, he activates his mimicry skill. This broken ability lets him copy his target's powers through contact, up to the limit of his own personal slots. His mouth is literally stretched in a cocky grin, completely unaware he is walking into a trap. He boasts inside, I have 3 different abilities. No single punch can beat 3 powers. Hold on, you saw that too, right? This clown actually thought he stood a chance against our main character. Suddenly, his whole body freezes up, and his eyes bulge out in sheer horror. He has absolutely no idea what is happening. Before anyone can react, Thoi Thong Soo starts coughing up blood and face plants onto the dirt, leaving his crew totally panicked. Wait, why did Thoi Thong Soo just collapse? They cheated. This is a sneak attack. One of his sidekicks points a trembling finger at our boys, screaming like a baby. Feng Jing, what did you do to him? Why did he pass out? Feng Jing is completely done with their stupidity. He coldly replies, what does this have to do with me? Do you really think I need to use cheap sneak attacks on a weakling like him? Kwang Tian-sok snaps, stop staring at us. Get him to the nurse, you idiots. But Feng Jing pats Tian-sok's shoulder and smirks. Hey, if you admit defeat on behalf of Hualang, maybe I will actually save his pathetic life. Tian-sok is not having it. Why should we surrender? Out of 16 matches, Thoi Academy already won 15. Feng Jing just laughs it off. Bull crap, in our book, whoever is at the bottom wins. That is when Zhong Yuan loses his patience, barking, enough, stop changing the subject. Do you think I am stupid? If you want to date my sister, you gotta go through me first. A massive, terrifying aura erupts from his body, shaking the ground. The sheer pressure almost knocks the other two off their feet. They have to fight just to stay standing. Feng Jing panics. Crap, I got so distracted by that two-mate clown that I forgot to calm him down. The volcano is about to blow. This whole place is going to crash. Time to get out of here before we all die. Even though Kwang Tian-sok is sweating bullets, staring at a literal shadow demon with glowing eyes, he still finds the courage to ask, why do you really think I am not good enough for her? Feng Jing internally salutes him and prepares to dip. Good luck, bro. You are on your own. If you somehow survive this, I will officially crown you the bravest clown in the world. But Kwang Tian-sok is not backing down. He keeps trying to make his case. His face is totally red as he yells, my dad is the chairman of the massive Kwang Corporation. I am literally the richest young guy in the country. I am in the top 100 richest people on the planet. Zhong Yuan just roars back, that changes nothing. You are still a beast. His killer aura flares up even higher. Kwang Tian-sok desperately activates every defensive skill he has. Star Wall, Monolith, and Iron Skin, trying everything to survive the terrifying onslaught of his soon-to-be brother-in-law. He gets encased in a thick, glowing golden shield of spiritual energy. He grits his teeth, crying out in his mind, what did I even say wrong to deserve this ultimate attack? Dark energy begins to swirl around Zhong Yuan. He glares at him with terrifying eyes, whispering, what do you think you are doing hiding in there? Without hesitating, Zhong Yuan delivers a massive punch to the barrier. The impact sends Tian-sok flying, coughing up blood. Even our main character is surprised by his own power. Damn, what is this turtle shell made of? The crowd panics as the shield cracks, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I need to see if the president survives. Call the guards, seriously! Stick with me, because even with his face beaten to a pulp, Tianxiu desperately demands to know why he is blocked from hitting on his little sister. With his hair loose and eyes glowing blood red, Zhong Yuan snaps back, my little sister is literally 12 years old. You do the math. Tianxiu starts panicking in his mind. That straight long-haired girl definitely did not look 12 at all. Was there a massive mix-up? He nervously asks his next question. Wait, the person I ran into in the hallway that day was you? Our pretty boy main character casually shrugs. Who else? I barely bumped into you yet. You held a grudge this whole time. Tianxiu looks like he just got struck by lightning. His eyes roll back in pure pathetic shock. It was you? And I was His brain is screaming, wishing for the sweet release of death because reality is too brutal. As he grovels in despair, Zhong Yuan calmly pulls out a throwing knife, muttering darkly, we are done talking. Tianxiu stares in absolute terror at the blade. Suddenly, a whole squad of uniformed guys bursts onto the scene. The green-haired leader raises his hand, shouting at him to show mercy and spare him. But our boy just gives them a freezing, ice-cold stare back. One of the guards barks orders to restrain him immediately. The others start spamming their special abilities, throwing mental cages and mud swamps directly at him. Is this the Hualing Guard Squad? He wonders if the melting ground is some kind of special ability, but effortlessly leaps out of the way before it hits. Poor Tianqiu is still face-planted right in that mud puddle. Pay attention here because the guards are losing their minds over how easily he dodged. We used it, but it had zero effect. The leader frantically activates his life resonance skill, shouting that Tianqiu is completely trapped and needs to be pulled out. But Zhong Yuan instantly counters, unleashing his freezing magic to coat Tianqiu's entire body in solid ice. In his head, he calculates his next move. Face-planted and frozen, the guy will suffocate in a few minutes as long as those guards do not interfere. To keep them busy, he hurls 3 throwing knives. The throwing knives block the guards in their tracks. Our main character casually warns them, saying he does not like killing innocents, so they better not move. The guards grit their teeth. This kid is way too overpowered. If he wants Tianqiu dead, they can't stop him, and they'll just get wiped out too. They turn to the green-haired leader and scream to cut his life resonance link before it kills him, but the guy named Zhenjun refuses to back down. No way, if I stop, he dies, Zhenjun gasps, trying to hold on. His teammate panics, screaming that he is going to die if he keeps this up. You have a bright future ahead. I will even help you get info on the legendary Nighthawk Squad. But Zhenjun keeps channeling his energy to save the student. If I cannot even save a single student, what is the point of joining the Nighthawk Squad? Suddenly, that name triggers an intense flashback of battle. Zhong Yuan remembers that this guy was actually his sister's dedicated healer in his past life, a loyal comrade who fought side by side with them. A hero who fought monsters to his last breath should not die over a total piece of trash. He decides to let this scumbag live for now. With a quiet sigh, he deactivates his freezing power. Tianqiu is left face down in the mud, barely hanging on while Zhenjun frantically patches him up. The other guards are absolutely stunned as he just walks away. Chase him? Are you crazy? Save the dying guy first. Meanwhile, our main character slips away. Further down the road, Feng Jing is waiting on a rooftop. You and I both know you're a savage, so I'm shocked you actually held back. Our main character casually walks right past him. I am tired and too lazy to fight. Feng Jing leaps down from the roof, leaning against the wall. Because that healer linked his own life force to him, you did not want to accidentally hurt an innocent bystander, right? You actually have a soft side. Our main character rolls his eyes. He pulls out his phone, checks it, and sighs. No signal, so we can't even call a ride. Guess we are jogging all the way back to East City tonight. Feng Jing almost has a stroke. Are you out of your mind? Do you know how far that is? Holding up 3 fingers, our boy casually shrugs. It is only 30 kilometers. Feng Jing completely loses his temper. 30 kilometers is not only, you absolute psycho. Feng Jing pulls out his high-tech satellite phone and starts scrolling through a massive list of contacts, past names like Yan Ronan, Deng Ji, and Ren Ping. No way am I running, I'm calling a ride. Scene cuts to a fancy city street with skyscrapers, where a sleek white car is cruising down the road. Inside the car, our main character glances down at the female driver. This girl came all this way to pick them up, but she has not said a single word. It feels like even Feng Jing does not want to talk to her. The female driver keeps a totally frozen face, staring straight at the road like a stone-cold professional. While Feng Jing is busy scrolling on his phone, our boy wonders if he is just playing the awkward third wheel here. Sensing his intense stare, the driver suddenly glares back. She looks super annoyed. Once they finally hop out of the car, our main character smirks and teases his friend about having a wealthy older woman backing him up. What wealthy woman? She is literally just my mom's friend. Do not tell me you actually have a crush on her. Our boy immediately shuts that down. No way. It is late, so I'm going back to sleep. He waves and walks away, but Feng Jing yells, "Hey idiot, the dorm is the other way. You're heading to the lockup." Our boy just shrugs, calling back that the lockup is perfect. Minutes later, the two are right back inside their cozy familiar prison cell. Flopping onto his bed, our main character groans. I am crashing. What are you still doing here anyway? Trying to act as my personal nightlight or something? Feng Jing sits on the chair next to the bed. Just making sure you do not sleep so hard you die. Our boy clicks his tongue, but Feng Jing gets serious. You should probably tell your sister about this first. He sighs. It is 1 in the morning, she is already asleep. Plus, she won't want to see me anyway. Why is that? Remembering how she used to be, he explains. You and I are about to realize just how stubborn Lan Lan is when she is determined to win. Every time she lost, she would hide in a corner and cry, refusing to accept defeat. He glares at Feng Jing. She hid this from me to get your special training. I will not stop her from training, but you better not teach her anything weird. Feng Jing holds up his hands defensively. Come on, give me some credit. Alright, you and I are about to dive into some major drama, starting with Zhong Yuan flopping onto the bed to test his weird 5-minute sleep rules. Feng Jing is totally baffled at first, but then he gets the vibe. He sits there waiting in absolute silence before finally leaning in to whisper in his ear. Your sister just got trashed by those Hualang Academy punks, but nothing happens. Zhong Yuan is dead to the world, so Feng Jing starts aggressively flailing his arms. Kwang Tian Sok, kidnapped your sister. Lan Lan is eloping with me. Wake up, dude, I just got jumped by those Academy losers. Come on, open your eyes. Lin Dongliang says your sister is absorbing crystals again. Still, zero reaction. Feng Jing just stares, completely defeated. Like seriously, is this guy actually a rock? Can this sleeping beauty actually tell real threats from fake ones? Feng Jing sighs, swearing to protect him because they are both outcasts and he is his only real friend. No matter what, he is going to help him. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to a massive glowing mansion shining bright like a diamond against the dark night sky. Inside a high-tech hospital room, a doctor is desperately giving a status report to a wealthy woman, claiming they have done absolutely everything they could. Behind the glass, her heavily injured son is hooked up to an oxygen mask. The doctor says his brain got totally fried by some psychic attack they cannot cure. She glares at him, fuming. Her son is her ultimate ticket to controlling the Thoi clan, so he cannot kick the bucket right now. Those useless healers she brought from Tumit country are completely trash when it actually matters. But then a wild idea pops into her head and her eyes light up. Now check this out. This is where things get super intense. She rushes off, planning to use her country's influence to pressure the local psychic bureau. She wants them to bring in their top experts to save her son. Cut to a phone buzzing with a caller ID named Extreme Small Weak Love. Kwang Tun-Wen is busy grinding on her computer when her phone rings. She answers and immediately mocks her little brother, asking if he is completely wasted at 1 a.m. and needs someone to drag his body home. She steps out onto her balcony, continuing her conversation with him. She brings up the long-haired, dark-haired girl he asked her to track down. She tells him to forget it, because she cross-referenced the hairstyles of every single student in the database and still came up completely empty-handed. Kwang Tian-sok, sporting a massive head bandage looking totally miserable, tells her to stop searching because he already knows who it is. She instantly yells, "Who?" He quickly dropped the name Zhong Yuan from the first-year special class. His sister is completely shocked, her mind instantly going into overdrive. Is that the same discipline guy to Uyan Owan was searching for? She glances over at her friend who is fast asleep in the bedroom. After hanging up, she sits back down, totally confused. Forget about the gender mismatch for a second, even the hair is completely different, right? But looking at his profile, she starts sweating bullets. Holy crap, it really is him. She decides to throw his photo into Photoshop to change his hair. Since student council uniforms look the same for both genders, it is a super easy mistake to make. She edits a brand new hairstyle onto his photo. She sends the edited masterpiece straight to her brother, asking if this is indeed the mysterious girl of his dreams. The moment he sees it, his face turns bright red. He whispers that it is him before panicking. Wait, he is a guy. What am I thinking? Let's pause for a second because honestly, this is just too funny. His second personality tells him to just save the pic anyway because he looks hot. After a heavy internal struggle, he saves it and texts his sister asking if she has any more. She is like, more what? And he just replies, photos. She demands 5 million a picture, cash only. He instantly orders 100 copies and transfers 50 million. What an absolute simp. The next morning, Zhong Lan is fast asleep. Sunlight pours into her room, making the entire place look incredibly peaceful and cozy. Her phone buzzes showing it is Sunday, October 22nd. Finally waking up from her long slumber, she suddenly lets out a loud sneeze. She probably caught a cold. Groggy, she wonders if it is already morning, but then panics when she sees her heavily swollen eyes in the mirror. She freaks out because she cried way too much last night. How is she supposed to go out like this? Suddenly, her phone starts ringing. Why on earth is Feng Jing calling this early? Did something happen to her brother? She picks up in a rush, not even getting to say hello. Feng Jing cuts her off immediately, saying her brother is fine, just had a small allergic reaction to an injection. She asks, what allergy? He tells her she will learn about it in 2 years. Basically, her brother is fine, but he is sleeping like a log and won't wake up. She casually replies that he is always like this and you literally have to scream at him. Feng Jing pulls out his voice recorder and asks for her help to wake him up. Zhong Lan inhales deeply and screams, get up. The sun is hitting your butt, get up and make me breakfast. Zhong Yuan, who was literally comatose a second ago, suddenly snaps his eyes open. He groggily asks what she wants to eat so he can cook. His sister giggles, teasing him that he is totally lost since he is in a hospital. How is he going to cook there? She tells him to rest. Zhong Yuan finally wakes up completely and agrees. She tells him to eat with his roommate for the next couple of days, then quickly hangs up. He sets his phone down, then turns to glare at Feng Jing, asking why he was bothering his sister in the middle of the night. Feng Jing just smirks, shoving his phone screen in his face and telling him to look at the actual time. It says 7:21 a.m. Zhong Yuan is totally stunned. He thought he only slept for 1 minute, snatching the phone to double-check. Wait, it is morning already? Feng Jing suggests his internal clock is completely broken. He offers to edit the recording of his sister's voice to use as a custom morning alarm. Zhong Yuan thinks that is a solid plan and thanks him. Feng Jing pushes his glasses up, looking incredibly proud of his genius idea. But then Zhong Yuan immediately flops back down. Since the alarm is set, he is going back to sleep, telling his buddy to find another way if it fails. And that's where we leave it for today. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next when they head to the cafeteria. Yo, you and I are about to jump straight into a wild power trip. Zhong Yuan is straight up asking for a private kitchen in his dorm, leaving Feng Jing speechless. He is like, bro, you are too much. Meanwhile, over at the high-ranking officer's office, Commander An is chilling with the director of the Void Bureau. The director straight up asks, yo, Commander An, did Zhong Yuan act cute to win you over? Hearing that, and instantly spits his tea everywhere and refuses to answer. Calling him out by his name, Wang Podi. The director gets dead serious and says, do not laugh, bro, I am for real. Zhong Yuan is messing with my head. That spoiled brat from Sis-State got absolutely wrecked by Zhong Yuan. Now his mom is throwing a massive tantrum at the bureau, demanding his head, but my staff, Check Zhong Yuan's files. It is classified as top secret even for a director like me. I had to pull major favors just to look into his mo bear. The director asked coldly, and do not play dumb. Hunting mung bears is illegal, and absorbing that cute charm is nearly impossible. This kid has that power, which is super suspicious. Commander An just shrugs it off, telling him to chill because he already investigated the kid and there is absolutely nothing wrong. But deep down, An is thinking that the real threat is not the cute bear, but the crazy tenfold rebound ability of the joyous King Devil. The kid unleashed that cheat code during his fight with Shangguan Yi, and speaks up, telling Wang that Zhong Yuan is way stronger than any profile shows. I am actually recommending him for the Elite 9 Ruin Squad, so do not go ruining his record. Meanwhile, over at the hospital room of the state patient, a lackey is reporting the situation to Madame Choi. He tells her they filed a complaint with Hua Nation, so they should get news tomorrow. Now pay attention to how frantic she gets. Lady Choi screams, "What the hell do you know? We need Hua Nation's Suri healing right now. If we wait past the 24-hour mark, he is completely done for." Just then, Commander An and his assistant Xiao Qin walk in, alerting her bodyguard. Lady Choi quickly wipes her tears as Xiao Qin steps up to introduce his boss as the big shot commander representing the East China military region. They are here to check on their injured foreign guest. Seeing the commander himself, Lady Choi gloats, thinking her dramatic protest finally forced their hand. She looks at Choi Sung-seo knocked out cold on the bed, but as soon as An steps closer, he uses his advanced vision skill to inspect the damage. After scanning the kid's body, he casually looks up and asks how many abilities the brat actually has. Lady Choi nervous talks, answers that he has 3, and asks if one is that basic copy-paste skill popular in C-State. She nods, saying yes. After looking him over, Commander An delivers the brutal truth. The kid got hit with a massive backfire from his own mimicry skill because of his greed. He only has a 3-slot limit but tried to copy way too many powers, frying his own brain with raw energy. Hearing this, Lady Choi is completely speechless. She breaks down begging, saying she will pay any amount of cash to bring the Suri healer. But Commander An coldly replies, "That money cannot buy this." He looks at her dead-eyed and mentions the security footage. Her kid lost the match and tried to sneak attack. Getting wrecked by his own cheat is his own fault. Hua Nation is not taking the blame. Hearing this, she goes totally berserk with rage. She screams, "No responsibility? Do you know who we are?" The Choi conglomerate literally owns Sai State. But Commander An does not back down one bit. And I know what you are thinking. Who is backing our boy? Well, the commander drops a cold warning, and she straight up freezes. An does not even waste his time. He turns around and drops the ultimate mic drop. His backing is the entire Hua Nation. She drops to the floor. Realizing her son is officially done for, she lets out a desperate, hopeless shriek that echoes through the halls as Commander An and Xiao Qin leave. Stepping into the elevator and sighs and says dealing with Choi was easy, but the real headache is going to be Zhang Tianshuo. Xiao Qin is confused, asking if Zhang did not already drop the charges, and groans, saying that is the problem. The Zhang family heir is madly in love with Zhong Yuan's sister, and the guy straight up refuses to back down. Even Xiao Qin is completely speechless at this point. Commander An has to step in with a hilariously wild order. He tells Xiao Qin to buy a penal codebook and drops some hints. Xiao Qin asks if they are going physical or mental. An says why not both. Next morning, the siblings and Feng Jing head to the cafeteria. Zhong Lan sneezes and her overprotective brother immediately freaks out. He tells her she is still growing and should sleep in. He promises that once his private kitchen is built tomorrow, he will cook and bring her breakfast. Lan Lan looks at him with giant sparkly eyes and says no way. Hearing that rejection, Zhong Yuan gets hit with absolute shock, completely heartbroken. He starts panicking, thinking his cooking must suck. Lan Lan quickly waves her hands, explaining that his food is great, but waking up early is too tiring. Plus, the cafeteria food is super tasty and has huge portions anyway, so she wants him to try it instead. Seeing his sister being so caring makes him melt inside. He thinks to himself that even though he technically has no sense of taste, her sweetness is more than enough. They all enter the cafeteria, when suddenly Shangguan Yi comes sprinting over holding a steamer basket. Zhong Yuan instantly goes on high guard. What is this guy planning? Is he about to launch a ranged attack with burning hot buns? He shields his sister, getting ready for a fight. But what happens next is completely out of left field. Shangguan Yi drops to his knees, opens the basket, and says, "Your fresh Yalongbao master!" Woof! He is straight up acting like a loyal puppy. If he had a tail, he would be wagging it. Lan Lan is totally freaked out, shouting that some weirdo is using soup dumplings to propose to her brother. Feng Jing facepalms, telling her that the guy is literally her dog now. Ignoring the embarrassment, they head inside to eat. Lan Lan takes a bite of the giant bun and happily cheers about how delicious it is. She begs Zhong Yuan to let him be human again, but Shangguan Yi declines with a smile. And that is where we leave it. Dude literally prefers being a dog. Alright, you and I are diving back into this crazy dynamic. So Zhong Lan runs over, undoes her brother Zhong Yuan's hair, and tells Shangguan Yi not to freak out. She says he is actually a total softie underneath. Letting his long hair flow completely changes his vibe, making him look super gentle compared to his usual scary self. Since he absolutely spoils his sister, he just sits there quietly and lets her mess around. Seeing this, Shangguan Yi's jaw literally hits the floor in pure shock. Sure, he is the kindest guy ever, but people still need boundaries. Zhong Yuan just gives him a cold stare and says, "If I tell you not to be scared, then don't be." After successfully turning him into a gentle prince, Zhong Lan celebrates her masterpiece, activating her cute mode. Big bro, you have to be super gentle today, okay? No bullying your classmates. Zhong Yuan's face goes dark, and he chases her to mess up her hair too. Hey, if we are switching states, you have to change yours too. Both of them start running around laughing, playing like regular siblings. Zhong Lan holds her hair tight, yelling for him to stay away, but he is way too fast. He catches her and swiftly ties her hair up while she cries internally. Our buddy Shangguan Yi is completely frozen because he has never seen this side of him before. He is totally speechless. Feng Jing just pats his shoulder from behind, telling him to stop staring and just swallow down this sibling sweetness. And then, check this out. Wang Tunwin catches a glimpse of his gorgeous long hair in the cafeteria. She whips out her phone, snapping a pic and thinking she just pulled a legendary SSR card. Now she can upsell this photo to her brother for over 448% profit. She immediately photoshops it, making him look like a total anime waifu. She laughs to herself, planning to use AI to swap his clothes and give him girly makeup. If they are doing a state change, they might as well go all out. Later that afternoon in the special class, the homeroom teacher drops a massive bombshell on everyone. Apparently, anyone scoring under 85 on their written exams is basically doomed. No graduation, and definitely no playing in the upcoming college tournament. He warns the slackers to step up their game, unless they want to get held back another year. Now pay attention to this guy he points at as an example. He is a total delinquent who got held back, reminding everyone that they need to actually study. Then he turns to her and says, Zhong Lan, your case is special, so you don't need this class. Just go straight to your personal tutor instead. She packs up her things and asks if she should head out right now. The teacher nods, and as she walks out, a massive empty space is left in the class. The teacher points at Shangguan Yi and tells him to fill her spot for now. Once everyone is seated, he immediately dives straight into the math lecture. They are learning about set operations today, but Shangguan Yi is just staring at his textbook, sweating bullets because he has absolutely no clue what is going on. Compliments and empty sets, total gibberish. But then he remembers the principal saying Zhong Yuan is a top-tier genius. If he asks him for help, will he get pulverized? Well, since Zhong Lan unlocked his general mode earlier today, maybe it is worth a shot. Gathering every ounce of courage he has, he decides to slide over. He shoves his book forward, stammering out a request for help. To his absolute surprise, the scary genius actually agrees and starts explaining the math problem to him. He breaks down the elements of set M and set N, while Shangguan Yi internally sheds happy tears. He can't believe his scary classmate is actually being nice. It is just too wholesome. But seeing him space out instead of taking notes, Zhong Yuan snaps him back to reality, asking if he is even paying attention. He looks up like an adorable puppy wagging its tail, claiming he is totally listening. Up front, the teacher spots them and feels pretty pleased with this teamwork. You and I both know this piece won't last long, right? Yep, exactly 10 minutes later, our poor genius is already about to lose his absolute mind. He slams his finger on the paper, screaming that he explained this exact same question 5 times already. Shangguan Yi is absolutely terrified, whimpering in fear. Unable to tolerate this absolute brick wall of a brain, he pulls his hair back into a high ponytail and gives him a deadly murderous glare. If you fail this next one, I will end you. And just like that, seeing the ponytail return, he almost passes out from sheer, unadulterated terror. He knows his survival time is ticking down. To make things worse, the teacher suddenly calls his name to go solve the next problem up on the board. His legs are shaking like crazy as he walks up, feeling a dark, menacing aura burning a hole right through his back. One mistake and he is dead meat. Fortunately, he somehow manages to nail the answer, earning a rare compliment from the teacher. He wipes away his cold sweat while his scary tutor just huffs. Sliding back into his seat, he literally feels like he just escaped death. After class, the guys are walking home when Feng Jing asks where the sister went. Zhong Yuan explains that she has her own separate classes now, meaning they will probably only get to hang out during lunch breaks in the school cafeteria. Hearing this, Feng Jing is totally baffled. This overprotective bro usually clings to her like glue, so letting her wander off alone is definitely a shocker. Zhong Yuan sighs heavily, remembering his sister's fierce desire to be independent. I wanted to follow her, but she is growing up and needs to stand on her own. He then shifts gears to their rivals, asking if anyone from the legendary Hualang Academy has been trying to spark some trouble lately. Feng Jing casually shrugs it off, saying they tried to start something but the old fox shut them down. Zhong Yuan is shocked that Commander N personally interfered. Feng Jing gets serious, noting that they probably want to recruit his insane power, just like that Lin guy who tried to draft him into the military. But he cuts him off, stating they are completely different. Lin Dongliang used his accident to blackmail his underage sister, whereas Commander An has asked for nothing. To break the heavy tension, Feng Jing pulls out his phone to show him something interesting on the regional rankings, telling him to check this out. It is the official national ranking list for young ability users. Ranked 137 is Trung Nhi, right above Kwang Tian Sok at 138. Seeing that ridiculous registered name, Zhong Yuan is absolutely fuming and ready to throw hands. Meanwhile, Feng Jing is still grinning, totally oblivious to his impending doom. He asks if he likes the cool alias, boasting that now they have both names secured. But right in the middle of his brag, his face meets a fist. And that is where we leave them, with Feng Jing finally realizing his spelling mistake. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to see him get punched again soon. Alright, you and I are diving back into this absolute madness. Feng Jing is facepalming because putting your real name on a public leaderboard just invites endless trouble to your door. Over at Feng Jing's high-tech training gym, he is busy helping Zhong Lan level up her combat skills, while poor Shangguan Yi is just huddled in the corner watching them like a loser. Zhong Lan unleashes a ridiculously fast and precise kick, showing off her insane potential. She spins around to ask Feng Jing if her form was good, and he immediately starts hyping her up. That was perfect. You are honestly picking this up way faster than your brother. Hearing this, Zhong Lan gets super excited while Feng Jing flashbacks to her brother's utterly terrifying training sessions. He vividly remembers how Zhong Yuan literally drove his coach insane back in the day. The poor trainer did not even want his name mentioned. Just thinking about it gives Feng Jing goosebumps. Seeing Feng Jing praise her, Zhong Lan trains like crazy. She wants to secretly surpass her big brother before he even notices. Feng Jing secretly laughs, knowing her brother already knows everything. Then he literally slaps a pair of rabbit ears onto Shangguan Yi, muttering that it looks kind of ridiculous on him. He tells Shangguan Yi to spar a couple of rounds with her. Looking at his sweaty, terrified face in those stupid rabbit ears, he says not to worry about getting hurt. Shangguan Yi timidly creeps forward, completely terrified, while Zhong Lan confidently cracks her knuckles and tells him to bring it on. Late at night, Zhong Yuan is studying in his dorm when a loud knock interrupts him. He groans, asking who could possibly be at his door at midnight. Now watch closely, because this is where things get hilarious. He opens the door only to find Shangguan Yi literally barking like a dog and clinging onto his leg. Zhong Yuan tells him to speak real words, while the guy begs him to teach him to get stronger. Zhong Yuan bluntly asks why he would ever help. Crying with tears and snot, Shangguan Yi claims Zhong Lan told him he is actually super nice since he only got mad after explaining math 5 times. Hearing about that frustrating algebra lesson instantly triggers Zhong Yuan. He kicks him away, coldly telling him he is not a nice guy and to get lost. Seeing the harsh refusal, Shangguan Yi literally grovels, apologizing for being an arrogant idiot and having the nerve to challenge him in the past. Honestly, I am super weak, I cannot even beat your sister. Hearing that he fought Zhong Lan, Zhong Yuan immediately grabs him like a helpless chicken. You actually laid a hand on Lan Lan? Zhong Yuan growls, causing Shangguan Yi to instantly spill the beans and explain everything that went down. Yeah, Feng Jing made me spar with her, but she beat me up over 10 times and I could not even land a single hit back. He pathetically begs, crying that if this keeps up, he is going to be weaker than their pet dog. He promises to do whatever it takes to get stronger. Seeing how desperate and honest he is, Zhong Yuan softens up a bit and agrees to make him stronger just so he can keep sparring with his sister. Alright, pause for a second. We both know this is the ultimate overprotective big brother move. He demands the guy secretly record all of Lan Lan's training sessions and send them over, which he gladly accepts. He assumes Zhong Yuan just wants to make sure Feng Jing does not mess up his sister's training. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan just does not want to miss his sister growing stronger. With his eyes literally glowing, Shangguan Yi is completely hyped up and eagerly asks if they can start training right away. Zhong Yuan is completely speechless at his ridiculous energy. It is midnight, does he not care about dropping dead from exhaustion? But Shangguan Yi just yells that if it does not kill him, he will train to death. Zhong Yuan obliges and immediately unleashes his powers on him, knowing that leveling up an ability user requires boosting their stamina, combat skills, and mental strength. He notes that the guy actually has a decent foundation, but without using his powers, he might accidentally beat him to death with his master-level martial arts. Deciding to stick to defense first, Zhong Yuan blocks easily while Shangguan Yi throws a non-stop flurry of punches and kicks without landing a single solid hit. 2 hours of this, and Shangguan Yi is completely wiped out, literally ready to pass out on the floor, while Zhong Yuan is just chilling without even breaking a sweat. He realizes that despite all this fighting, the guy has barely improved. Ironically, Zhong Yuan has gotten even better at holding back so he does not accidentally kill him. Zhong Yuan is low-key annoyed, wondering who is actually the one getting trained here. Shangguan Yi collapses to the floor, gasping that he can seriously feel himself getting stronger. Zhong Yuan just gives him a blank stare, but Shangguan Yi seriously points out that previously he could not even make him move from his original spot. But this time he actually forced him to take one tiny step. He points at the ground, making Zhong Yuan jump in surprise as he looks down. Feeling accomplished, Shangguan Yi beams, declaring that one small step for Zhong Yuan is a giant leap for him. He vows to push him back a whole meter. Meanwhile, in Shangjing City, a deep voice echoes inside the Jushu courtyard. Lao Ba has retired and Uncle Chi is pouring tea for a beautiful young lady. She asks what happened, since Lao Ba was supposed to be helping the bureau investigate. Uncle Chi confirms it, explaining that recent cross-border cases exposed some old clues. Just as Lao Ba was getting close to digging deeper, he was brutally attacked, barely surviving, and missed his crucial treatment window that could have saved him. Uncle Chi's face darkens as he suspects they are dealing with a high-level shadow spy and that there is definitely a mole leaking secrets inside their military zone. But right now, it is just a theory without hard evidence. The girl shifts the topic, asking who is going to fill the vacant 8th seat. Uncle Chi reveals his plan, mentioning that Ngofeng recommended a 16-year-old kid currently studying at Chungying who possesses unbelievable strength. Surprised, she asks if it is Feng Jing's classmate. Noticing she recognizes him, Uncle Chi asks if they have met. Sipping her tea, she thinks about it. Uncle Chi agrees they should check him out, especially since the kid recently put his real name on the youth leaderboard. She decides to send her troublesome student to test him. Early the next morning at Chengying, a guy named Hiem Thak walks right into the office. He introduces himself as Hiem Thak, captain of the Chongfeng team from the South China Zone, currently ranked 150th on the youth board. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss this next clash. Yo, you and I are jumping right back into this insane student-teacher drama. Early next morning at Chengying, a dressed-up Yan Tuo walks into the office. He steps in and greets him. What's up, classmate Zhong Yuan? I am Yan Tuo, captain of the South China Windrider squad, ranked 150th on the youth board. Yo, you and I are about to watch some random dude crash the party to challenge our main character, Zhong Yuan. The instructor warns him he's ranked 137, and if he doesn't fight back, their rankings will swap. Zhong Yuan instantly smells something fishy. Like, who travels halfway across the country just to challenge a guy 13 ranks away? It's totally sketchy. But our boy just shrugs and accepts the challenge. He knows the only way to expose this clown's real agenda is to throw hands in the arena. Meanwhile, outside Chengying Academy, Zhang Qianshuo rolls up with his crew. His lackey, Qiu Ren, is hyping him up, begging the president to let them kidnap Zhong Yuan. Zhang Qianshuo blushes like a total schoolgirl at the thought of kidnapping him. He stammers that they are a prestigious academy, not some gang of bandits. But Qiu Ren just whispers back, telling him to stop capping. The squad promises to sweep away any obstacles blocking their boss's path to true love. The president tries to play it cool, acting like he's just an admirer of Zhong Yuan's talent, but deep down his heart is already doing backflips. He claims they only came to apologize today. Plus, you can't force fate when it comes to stealing a guy, right? Though his face says otherwise. Back inside, Zhong Yuan faces off against his challenger Yan Tuo. The tension in the arena is crazy as they prep for battle. With the school director Gu Yan and the instructor watching from the sidelines, and those two goofballs Feng Jing and Shang Guanyi spectating, the referee begins explaining the rules. He states the training barrier is up so nobody will disrupt them. He will personally witness the duel, telling them to start whenever they are ready. Now watch closely, because right after the referee says go, Yan Tuo draws his sword and asks why our boy is completely empty-handed. This is getting good. Zhong Yuan hits him with the ultimate flex, saying since his rank is lower, he'll give him a free pass. Yan Tuo gets triggered and instantly charges. He lunges forward with his blade, but Zhong Yuan slips away like a ghost. The dude's speed is on a whole different level. Yan Tuo praises his footwork while unleashing a flurry of lethal strikes. Yet Zhong Yuan effortlessly dodges every single blow without breaking a sweat. Zhong Yuan wonders why this guy is only using physical strikes and no skills. Meanwhile, Shang Guanyi is screaming his lungs out, cheering him on. He tells him to crush the guy since Feng Jing can heal any injuries. But Feng Jing recognizes the challenger as a student of Uncle Chi. He suspects the rival academy sent this guy to test Zhong Yuan's power. After trade testing his defenses, Yan Tuo sneers that rank 137 is way too low. Zhong Yuan casually mocks him back, saying they are basically the same. This triggers Yan Tuo to finally get serious and unleash his real power. He summons a rapid wind vortex from his blade and fires it straight at Zhong Yuan, but it completely misses the mark. Zhong Yuan wonders why his aim is so trash. Is he just showing off? Suddenly, Yan Tuo leaps into the air, screaming for him to watch out. He fires two massive air blades at Zhong Yuan. This double wind attack looks crazy, but our boy just stands there, totally unfazed. Since the attacks barely graze him, Zhong Yuan asks if he is holding back or just underestimates him. Yan Tuo brags about his insane speed. He claims his record is 18 strikes in 5 seconds, warning that it might be too fast. Zhong Yuan just waves his hand, telling him to stop holding back. He dares him to unleash his ultimate move. Taking the bait, Yan Tuo drops the polite act and gets ready to blow him away. Now you and I are about to see his real ultimate move. A massive storm of 5 violent tornadoes comes ripping through the arena. The destructive power of this gale force wind is absolutely insane. Facing the threat, Zhong Yuan realizes the angles leave him zero room to dodge on the ground. So he launches himself straight up into the air. Yan Tuo is completely stunned for a second, utterly surprised that his opponent actually chose to go airborne. He mocks him, saying his attack lasts 3 seconds, so falling back down will only get him shredded. Worried he might accidentally kill Zhong Yuan, he panics. He screams at Feng Jing to cast his life-sharing skill immediately, but Feng Jing just rolls his eyes, thinking there is no way he is risking his own life. Seeing Feng Jing ignore him, Yan Tuo starts sweating bullets. He thinks he just caused a major disaster and is about to get expelled or worse. But before he can even stress, he freezes. Up in the air, Zhong Yuan literally freezes the atmosphere, coldly stating that everything is now locked in ice. As our main character slowly glides back down to the ground, Director Gu is utterly shocked, wondering how freezing the air can slow down his fall so much. Feng Jing makes up a random excuse, claiming he's just incredibly lightweight. Privately, he knows the boy's actual weight is beyond normal human science. Hearing this BS, Shang Guanyi immediately claps back, arguing that freefall speed has absolutely nothing to do with mass. He tells him to stop capping. Since Shang Guanyi wants to play smart and call him out, Feng Jing decides to school him with a quick, detailed physics lesson to shut him up once and for all. He explains that freezing the air above causes it to contract into a dense layer, creating an intense convection current against the lower warm air. The wind resistance from this convection partially counters gravity, lowering his acceleration. If he takes 3 seconds to drop 8 meters, calculate his speed. What would his exact velocity be right before landing? Hearing all this math, Shang Guanyi's brain completely melts and he clutches his head in absolute terror. He begs him to stop, admitting he's a total failure at school. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan lands perfectly without a single scratch on him. Yan Tuo admits his counter was clean, but claims because the room is freezing now, he can't pull off the same trick again. He immediately fires off his ultimate wind skill a second time, but as the gale forces surge, Zhong Yuan effortlessly slips past them, blitzing toward him. His speed is terrifyingly fast, leaving only a ghost-like blur. Zhong Yuan casually remarks that he has already seen right through the trajectory of his attack. Instantly appearing right in front of a shocked Yan Tuo, he mockingly whispers that his opponent won't be able to use that same move again either. And just like that, the real beatdown begins as Yan Tuo struggles to block. Trust me, you and I are about to watch this clown get completely wrecked. Look, you and I are about to see this dude smash through a 5 windblade barrier just by walking forward. Yan Tuo stares down, completely losing his mind. He spots a wet trail. This genius literally froze the moisture in the air and melted it to erase all ground friction. Now with Zhong Yuan charging straight at him, Yan Tuo panics and spams his wind wall, summoning a massive close-range hurricane to absolutely crush Zhong Yuan from both left and right. Yan Tuo smirks, calling him naive. But Zhong Yuan pulls out a master-level martial arts punch, straight up blood for blood, and smashes Yan Tuo's face until it literally deforms. Yan Tuo collapses, temporarily blacking out. He drags himself back up, coughing blood, laughing, "Cough, cough, I can't believe you smashed right through my wind wall head-on. You're crazy strong, but you've got to be totally wrecked right now." Before he can finish, Zhong Yuan flexes his broken regeneration skill. He gloats, "I've got cheat code regeneration, do you? Better yield and call a medic." Yan Tuo stares, completely flabbergasted, coughing up a fat glob of blood. Feeling totally defeated, he mumbles, "I surrender." Ding Gunam raises Zhong Yuan's hand, roaring, "The winner is Zhong Yuan!" Shang Guanyi literally jumps for joy. "Let's go!" Liu Wen runs up, tackling Zhong Yuan into a massive hug, squealing, "Yes, you won! So proud of you!" Squished in her chest, Zhong Yuan gasps, "Instructor, you're squeezing me to death. I can't breathe." Feng Jing, currently healing Yan Tuo, rolls his eyes, thinking, "Yeah, right, like you're actually complaining about that hug." After the beatdown, Zhong Yuan walks over to make peace. Yan Tuo says with mad respect, "Zhong Yuan, your skill and your vibe are seriously respectable. I learned a ton from this fight." Zhong Yuan gives him props right back, admitting that Yan Tuo is also a total beast. "Same here, gained a lot of experience." Yan Tuo grins, "Next time you visit Guangyuan City, we've got to run this back." But right as they're chillin', Zhang Tianshou and his squad crash the party. Dean Gu Nam snaps, "Zhang Tianshou, what's your deal barging in here? Where the hell are the campus guards?" Churen folds his arms, smirking. "Your school's guards have a serious weakness to cold hard cash." Zhang Tianshou spots Zhong Yuan. Now pay attention to this guy's brain cells struggling. He sees them shaking hands and gets totally confused how they just became buddies. His brain is split. Option 1, fight Zhong Yuan to become friends. Option 2, get absolutely pulverized to death. As he freezes, Churen slaps his shoulder. "Yo, Prez, why are you zoning out? Get in there!" Zhang Tianshou snaps out of his daydream, blushes red and stammers, "Oh, right!" He summons all his courage, steps up to Zhong Yuan and says, "Zhong Yuan, on behalf of Hualing Academy, I'm begging you to join us. If you transfer, you'll get 30 million allowance a month, unlimited free crystals, and top-tier training resources. Plus, once I graduate from this place, you will be the next student council president, basically ruling the school, second only to the board." Yan Tuo, eavesdropping, is totally shook. "Damn, that's insane. Even I'd jump on that offer. What's Zhong Yuan gonna do?" Zhong Yuan just glares at Zhang Tianshou, cold as ice, and says, "I refuse." He secretly sees the audacity to try and scout me. If there weren't witnesses here, I'd have literally ended him right now. He shuts him down completely. "Zhang Tianshou, I actually have principles and boundaries. You can't just throw cash around and buy whoever you want." Zhang Tianshou freezes, sweating. "Shoot, I totally forgot. My main goal today was to apologize. Churen interrupted me earlier, so I couldn't say it." He quickly tries to clear things up. "Zhong Yuan, everything before was a huge misunderstanding. I'm sorry. I thought the person I met in the hallway was your little sister. I swear I have zero weird intentions toward her." Zhong Yuan's brain lags as he tries to recall this supposed hallway sister incident. Wait, you and I both see the realization hitting him. This guy actually had a crush on him, not his sister. He blushes, then snaps. Enraged, Zhong Yuan roars at the Hualing crew, "Beat it!" Seeing him absolutely fuming, the whole gang bolts. Churen drags Zhang Tianshou away, yelling, "Prez, scramble! If we don't bail, this psycho is going to bury us alive tonight." Zhang Tianshou is utterly clueless. "What burying?" The director sighs. Dean Gu grumbles, "These Hualing punks are totally out of control. We need tighter security so they can't sneak in and steal our star students. Right from under our noses." Instructor Liu Wen smiles. "Dean Gu, you're seriously underestimating Zhong Yuan. There's no way he'd ever join Hualing." She looks over. "Am I right, Zhong Yuan?" He nods bluntly, "Yeah." Internally, he knows if he moves, Lan Lan will definitely pack up and follow him. Cheng Ying's vibe is pretty mid, but it's way safer than that Hualing clown show. For Lan Lan's sake, transferring is a hard no, even for 30 million. On their way back to the dorms, Zhong Yuan breaks the silence. "Hey, Feng Jing, are you actually boys with that Yan Tuo dude?" Feng Jing shrugs it off. "What makes you say that?" Zhong Yuan points out how Feng Jing actually healed the guy without throwing a single insult. Feng Jing sighs, "Not really. We fought twice, so we just know each other." Him coming here to challenge you isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's definitely not a good thing either. Zhong Yuan really doesn't care to overthink the drama, so he just shrugs. Whatever, less trouble is always better, let him do his thing. Feng Jing laughs, haha, typical you. Meanwhile, over at a fancy hotel, Yan Tuo is sitting down, carefully typing up an official report on Zhong Yuan. Target Zhong Yuan evaluation. Combat ability is ranked at 9 points. Judgment 8.5 points. Endurance 10, mental stability 7.5, leadership unknown, charisma 10, and a bonus score of 10. Bonus points breakdown. Possesses unshakable willpower, fiercely loyal to us, completely immune to bribery, and impossible to buy off. Overall summary. Insane solo combat, crazy quick decision-making, quiet but a bit gloomy. Regeneration is way above average, with willpower you can't ignore. Also has a weirdly low body temperature, and he's honestly extremely good-looking. Yan Tuo reviews his notes, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Let's end it here with a laugh. Yan Tuo deletes those last 2 lines, realizing low temp is normal, and rating looks is just too weird. Stay tuned. You and I are about to witness a total beast. Yan Tuo carefully reviews and submits the final report. A rare genius like this is once in a lifetime, just waiting for approval. Once approved, he is officially a Jushu Reserve. Over at the Chungying cafeteria, Zhong Yuan is staring blankly at his phone when Zhong Lan asks, "Brother, is something bothering you?" Zhong Yuan explains that he saw the news too late and missed the booking for the Golden Coffin exhibition during October's Golden Week. This legendary, priceless golden coffin is going on display at the Shandong City Museum for 7 days, and people have to book a slot just to get a glimpse. Hearing about a golden coffin, Zhong Lan is totally confused. I mean, what is so cool about a coffin? Shang Guanyi chimes in and completely agrees. Right, it is Chengying school anniversary anyway, which lines up with the Golden Week holiday, so the academy is hosting tons of cool events like free movies, stage plays, a mini amusement park, food streets, night markets, live bands, and even a maid cafe. As Shang Guanyi lists them off, Zhong Lan's eyes light up. She is totally hyped to go. Feng Jing leans forward and asks, "Do you really want to check out that golden coffin?" Zhong Yuan sighs and says, "Yeah." Feng Jing hooks him up with a shortcut, saying he can use his ranking badge to skip the booking and walk right in. Zhong Yuan is shocked, asking, "We actually have perks like that?" Feng Jing smirks, "Yeah, if you use the Xuan Ming badge, you can practically book the entire place." Zhong Yuan's face immediately lights up. "Seriously?" Feng Jing says, "I will pull some strings." Pay attention to how Zhong Yuan quickly picks October 4th, thinking to himself that even though booking the whole museum is overkill, that golden coffin holds the secret to his reincarnation, so he has to be careful. Meanwhile, Feng Jing calls his mom. "Mom, leave the museum set up to me." His beautiful mother, sitting in her sleek office, sighs, "My sweet boy is finally grown up, asking me for favors for someone else." Feng Jing snaps over the phone, "Are you going to help me or not?" She smiles calmly, "Of course I will help, but last time, you asked the inspection bureau to send over that school's throwing knife design. Was that for your junior too? Lately, every single piece of news about you revolves around him." Feng Jing loses his patience. "What is your point, Mom?" She casually replies, "Nothing much. I just want my dear Huang Jinzhou to come back to Shangjing for a bit and tell me all about this junior of yours." At this, Feng Jing absolutely loses it and yells, "You'd not even call me home for summer break, and now this? Be honest, Mom. Is Uncle Chi's Trash Institute trying to force Qingyi into some dangerous trap again?" His mother just speaks softly over the phone line. "Just come home and I'll tell you." Meanwhile, inside a secret office, Ruan Kai is reviewing top-secret intelligence and receiving instructions from the Lighthouse Nation. According to Zhu Yao's files, Zhong Yuan is a 16-year-old male at Chungying in Shandong City with unknown abilities. He is the one who killed Robusta back in Shenongjia and took the aberrant void crystal from his corpse. This high schooler, Zhong Yuan, holds the key. The crystal is either still in his possession or already absorbed by him. Robusta's only daughter, Joanna, has waived her inheritance rights to it. Your mission now is to recover that void crystal at all costs. Operation Codename Nirvana. Ruan Kai acknowledges the order with a simple understood. With the target set, he immediately begins drafting his devious battle plan. He laughs at how stupid Robusta's daughter is. "You and I know the success rate for offspring absorbing a void crystal is almost 100%. She basically threw away her chance to become a top-tier void user. For years, Ruan Kai has been undercover in China, running a security firm to shield foreign agents. But with China tightening its grip on foreign entities, his cover is bound to blow soon. He plans to pull off this one last job for that sweet payout and retire comfortably in Bainam. If Zhong Yuan hasn't absorbed the crystal yet, it will be easy. But if he did, they'll have to capture him alive, lock him up for a few years, and force the crystal out of his body later. No matter what, he cannot kill the kid right away." Suddenly, he spots a detail on the report about Zhong Lan, Zhong Yuan's 12-year-old sister. A cruel, wicked smile slowly spreads across Ruan Kai's face as he gets a dark idea. An innocent little sister? This just got 10 times easier. Meanwhile, back at the third-year special class cafe, a cheery voice calls out, "Welcome home, master and mistress. Zhong Yuan and Zhong. All right, you and I are jumping into a maid cafe scene. A third year? Cute fit." To Uyan Oan welcomes them, asking what master and young lady want to drink. Kwang Tu Nguyen hyped them up, offering coffee, tea, and juice. But seeing that maid outfit made Zhong Lan low-key mad. "Oh right, it is that. Final prayer." Suddenly, this maid fit does not look cute to her anymore. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan just focuses on ordering a strawberry soda and some strawberry cake. Seeing him only order her faves, Zhong Lan pouts. Brother, why only get my stuff? Your appetite was already tiny, and now you eat like a bird. It is not healthy. You are going to ruin your health. Zhong Yuan just smiles and spoils her, saying, fine, Lan Lan, you order for me then. This immediately makes Lan Lan super hyped to happily order more food for Zhong Yuan, getting him a double scoop of mint chocolate ice cream. While ordering, Zhong Lan suddenly spots Shangguan Yi, wearing a maid outfit, hiding behind the counter. She yells, bro, you are here too, and instantly whips out her camera to snap some quick pics of Thuong Quan. Let us be real, Sister Thuong Quan is literally a stunning goddess who will easily dominate the beauty pageant. Shangguan Yi helplessly covers his blushing face, muttering, stop it. Meanwhile, Kwang Tunwen secretly snaps some pics of Zhong Yuan. She smugly thinks that cross-dressing for the beauty pageant is something only he could pull off. It has to be him. Sure enough, a few hours later, a pic of Zhong Yuan in a school uniform with a high ponytail goes viral on the school's news board. The 2042 beauty contest is the hottest topic at Tanan Academy. After participating in the school festival, Zhong Lan and Zhong Yuan are walking back home together. On their way back, Zhong Yuan says, Lan Lan, autumn is literally around the corner, so even if you love this fit, you gotta change. But she frowns, totally disagreeing. Change into those baby clothes you bought me? No way, I am a mature lady now. I am not wearing kid outfits or pigtails anymore. Seeing her act all sassy, yet still so innocent, Zhong Yuan remembers his past life. He was too busy working to notice her growing up, and trust me, that makes this second chance hit different. Listen up, we're diving into this crazy story. I thought Lan Lan was still a weak, gentle kid, but 4 years later, she is a total battle maniac, and that is no coincidence. Seeing her cute, innocent face, Zhong Yuan decides right then and there to protect her. He wants her to stay this adorable forever. At the bus stop, he gets on. Zhong Yuan tells her, Lan Lan, I'm heading to the museum. Stay safe at school and grab some lunch first, alright? She just waves and heads on out. Got it! Zhong Yuan gets on the bus and starts thinking. Sleeping in that prison cell actually boosted his mental power, and his ice blood weakness period is dropping fast. It is down to 24 hours now, but it's not shrinking anymore. In his past life, a void rift is supposed to open in this museum 4 years from now. Inside that rift are monsters with massive claws. Since he changed his and Lan Lan's destiny, there might be a butterfly effect, but it shouldn't mess this up. He needs to examine that golden coffin, so who knows what he will run into. Better catch some sleep first. To stay alert, he sets his alarm to her voice. The second he walks into the museum, the director and 2 assistants are already waiting for him. The director steps up to welcome him with a huge smile. Hello there, I am Director Su Tui Van. On behalf of the Shandong Museum, we are absolutely thrilled to have you here. The director then asks him incredibly politely, do you need me to assign a guide to show you around? Zhong Yuan instantly shuts it down. No thanks, I will just look around myself. The director nods. We turned off all the cameras just like you wanted, and we won't leak your identity. Zhong Yuan then heads straight into the main hall holding the golden coffin. This is the exact golden coffin that sent him back 4 years in time. Looking at it closely, there is not a single gap between the lid and the body. You and I know he shouldn't touch it, but he does anyway. The second Zhong Yuan makes contact, a strange portal suddenly starts forming right on the metal. A black hole opens up like some crazy teleport portal. Driven by curiosity, he reaches his hand inside, but suddenly an insane force starts dragging him in. What the hell? Erg! Just like that, he gets sucked straight into the void. Meanwhile, back in the girls' dorm, a student is scrolling through campus gossip. It is the 2042 school beauty pageant, and she is furious for Uyanuan. Seriously, who is this new chick with the long black hair stealing the crown? To Uyanuan is just doing her homework and acts totally chill. It's just pointless vanity anyway. She drops her pen and stands up, heading out to train. Her roommate is seriously impressed she is still training during the school festival. What a beast! But over on the bed, Zhang Xiuan is feeling crazy guilty. Wanwan says she doesn't care, but she definitely does. Was it a bad move to use Zhong Yuan's photo to steal the top spot from her? I know what you're thinking. A guy's photo? Yeah. To ease her guilt, Kwang Dunwin votes for Uyanuan instead. Meanwhile, down a nearby alley, Kaonan is plotting out loud. First we win over Zhong Yuan's little sister, then we use her to recruit him to our side. But then he hesitates. Showing up at her door with a cake might look way too desperate, don't you think? He is literally holding a cake box in his hands right now. Walking beside him, Kwang Tian-sok confidently speaks up. I am 70% sure this will work. He folds his arms, looking smug as hell about his plan. He knows for a fact that Zhong Yuan is a massive sister con. He starts making calculations. Since he likes chocolate and mint ice cream himself, his sister must love strawberry cake. Besides, even though his older sister loves to mess with him, she wouldn't play him like this. He is completely confident in his source. The duo walks up to a building decorated with giant pictures of 2 girls. Kaonan looks at the banner and almost chokes on his own words. What the hell? Why is Shangguan Yi running for school beauty too? Then he rationalizes it, muttering that Tanan Academy is just incredibly progressive nowadays. They are basically role models for our entire generation. Hearing that, Kwang Tian-sok is completely speechless, staring at the banner with a deadpan face. Suddenly, he whips out his phone like a total fanboy, drooling as he holds it up high. He taps the screen, instantly making his final decision. This makes no sense, I'm giving my vote to Zhong Yuan. But when the live rankings load up, his jaw drops at the screen in disbelief. He screams internally, completely baffled by the numbers. How does Tu Uyan-on have more votes than the entire student population of Thon-on Academy? This is straight up ridiculous. Furious, he rubs his eyes and glares at his phone, shouting out loud. That girl actually has the nerve to bot votes. How dare to Uyanon spam votes like that? Kaonan glances over, sweating at his friend's intense reaction. But there is absolutely no stopping him now. Seething with rage, Kwang Tian-suk makes a wild decision. He is going to rally everyone in Hualong to dump their votes on Zhong Yuan instead. He even adds a sweet bonus. Every 100 votes gets you 1 academic credit. Then both of them slowly look up at the hanging banner. Kaonan sighs, asking if he is seriously fighting fire with fire here. Oh, I totally get it now. But suddenly, Kwang Tian-suk freezes. He feels a sudden chill as a sharp gust of wind sweeps past them. As the breeze fades, Kwang Tian-suk snaps out of his trance. He looks away from his phone, staring at the path behind them. He screams internally with suspicion. Wait, did someone just run right past us? And if they are just walking, why the hell did they use a spatial ability? Right then, Kwang Tian-suk quickly unleashes his own power. He shoots his energy right at the fleeing figure, yelling at the top of his lungs. No abusing abilities on campus grounds, you idiot. The runner instantly freezes. His body stiffens up as his speed drops, his face turning pale from pure panic. Kaonan quickly covers his mouth and whispers to his friend. Hey, President, this is Tanan Academy, not Hualong. We have zero authority here. Realizing his mistake, Kwang Tian-suk quickly glances over to double-check. Right, my bad. Kwang Tian-suk stares at the runner who is standing stiff and trembling with a pale face. He begins analyzing the guy quietly. This guy is wearing full combat gear. He definitely isn't here for the school festival. Honestly, he looks like a straight-up threat to this place. The soldier guy quickly regains his cool and snaps back. Why did you stop me? It is just a play rehearsal. Trust me, things are getting wild. Yo, you and I are about to jump right into a crazy trap. Sok is totally clueless, hands on hips, watching some guy run for his life like a maniac and yelling back, wait, what about that guy? He just keeps sprinting, yelling back that he's super late and has to go. Sok has no words for this, while some sketchy dude in military uniform walks away, pulls out his walkie-talkie, and glances back at Sok with high suspicion. He contacts his base, and this undercover agent, codenamed Shadow Walker, reports in nervously, saying I was just spotted by 2 students. I fooled them, but there's still a risk of exposure. Yes, that's Noya Fujiki, our sneaky shadow agent. Meanwhile, in a hidden control room, the purple-haired commander of the Azure Dragon faction stares at the screens with his tech squad, complaining about how Naoya could be so careless. Over the comms, the military-clad agent tries to defend himself against the boss's nagging, explaining that it wasn't entirely his fault because of a sudden mismatch. Turns out that kid's ability is a direct counter to mine. That purple-haired commander is Win Kai, codenamed Chameleon. Elsewhere, a giant buff dude holding a radio, with hands on his hips, barks into his comms, asking if everyone is okay. Before they can even reply, he boasts about his own progress in the operation. My barrier is fully set up, trapping the entire academy inside. Meet Li Minchi, the superpowered warrior. Up on a fortress wall, a gorgeous, dangerous girl is crouching, whispering into her radio to confirm the situation with Chi. I've got a minor issue over here. This is S-Queen Jackery, codenamed Black Widow. She reports that the schoolboys are acting completely bizarre, ditching the anniversary event to run around like a swarm of crazed locusts with banners. Down on the field, a wild mob of students is screaming and waving signs for Sister Thien Thien, the new school beauty queen, taking over the entire courtyard. Hearing this noisy, chaotic mess, Azure Dragon's leader, Wen Kai, quickly gets serious and speaks through his headset to adjust their master plan immediately. Now pay attention, because things are about to get nasty. Kai seriously orders a change of plans, telling them to hand out free poisoned milk tea at the cafeteria entrance. That way they'll all be running to the bathrooms. Suddenly, a stand pops up offering free milk tea, and Jackery stands behind the counter, smiling brightly. She excitedly calls out to the crowd, "Hey kids, free milk tea over here." The gullible students instantly rush over while she tells them to be orderly. Please line up nicely, guys. A massive queue quickly forms, filled with laughing students totally unaware of the poison. But then a voice calls out, "Hey Zhong Lan!" Hearing her name, the girl turns around in confusion. Realizing she doesn't know these guys, she hesitates and asks with suspicion, who are you guys?" Sok doesn't skip a beat, smoothly holding out a cake box with a warm, gentle smile as he introduces himself. "Hey there, I'm Kung Fin Sok, and this guy is Ko Nyun." Nun pokes his head out, grinning ear to ear at Zhong Lan, trying to look friendly. Sok quickly adds that they are friends of her brother, visiting for the school anniversary. Seeing the cake, Lam's eyes completely light up, drooling instantly. She can't look away, telling them that her brother went to the museum today. Sok takes the chance to ask if she can accept the cake first. Under the sweet temptation of dessert, Lam eagerly grabs the box and hesitatingly agrees, sure, why not? Then she offers them a friendly suggestion. "My brother won't be back until this afternoon, so why don't you guys hang out around our school for a bit?" She keeps staring at the cake. "Our drama club's play is actually super amazing," she praises, though she quickly adds with a sigh of regret that the final show was yesterday. Wait, yesterday? Sok gasps in total shock, his face turning pale. He starts panicking, wondering out loud about the guy they literally just ran into. If the play ended yesterday, then who on earth did we just meet? Sok cuts himself off, feeling a sudden wave of dread. This is bad. "You're probably thinking what I'm thinking. We have a major problem." Sok immediately points to Nun, yelling that something awful is about to go down. "Quick, call Principal Liu right now!" Nun rushes to grab his phone, but his face completely drops as he looks at the screen in pure panic. There's absolutely no signal. Meanwhile, Lam checks her own phone, completely confused as to why her screen shows she has perfect service. Sok quickly scans the area, realizing the truth. The school has been dragged into a pocket realm, where standard time rules no longer apply. But the sun in this realm perfectly matches the real-world time, which means this must be some highly advanced foreign technology at work here. Meanwhile, back at the stand, Jackery holds up a tray of drinks, whispering with a smirk that she has located target number 2, Zhong Lan. She reports her position by the cafeteria. The voice on her earpiece replies immediately, telling her to stall them because backup is on the way. Receiving her orders, Jackery walks over to Sok's group holding the tray. They're still trying to figure out what is happening to the school. She smiles warmly and taps her forehead. Instantly, a purple mental shockwave blasts out, targeting a nearby boy who is happily chugging his free milk tea. He glares back at her as his mind is warped. This is her mental pollution skill, designed to amplify negative thoughts and completely control her targets. His eyes turn a creepy purple as he freezes up. She used a toxic hallucinogen to paralyze his nervous system, which could be fatal in high doses. The cup slips from his hand and splatters all over the ground. The brainwashed student's eyes turn dark purple, and he starts grinning like a psycho. He giggles, mumbling about how such a cute girl would look so pretty crying. Meanwhile, S-Queen Jackery stands there, looking up with a smug, proud grin. She enjoys the show. Instantly, more and more brainwashed students swarm in, completely surrounding Sok's group with wild, crazy grins on their faces. They mumble creepily, laughing like absolute psychos. Nin steps in front of the two to shield them, staring down the mindless horde as he adjusts his glasses. Staring intensely at the crazed crowd, Sok frowns from behind and quickly warns him. Their eyes look totally wrong. They must be under mind control. They are controlled. Try using Spring Return to break the spell on them. Hearing that, he quickly reaches out his hand and screams his technique name, Spring. And trust me, you and I are going to have to wait for the next episode to see if his healing spell can actually save them from this madness. Right, you and I are diving headfirst into total chaos here. The mind-controlled students stumble as they heal, while Cao Nan screams that the enemy's level is just too high. Even if I dispel it, they will just get brainwashed again. Meanwhile, the creeps laugh disgustingly, reaching out and drooling over the gorgeous long-haired girl. They sneer like absolute creeps. Sok clenches his fists, grimacing because he knows his classmates are innocent, but they leave him with no choice but to fight. He screams his signature move, Tianwen, but out of nowhere, Zhong Lan surges forward while Sok is still trying to figure out her next move. He does not even notice she is holding a cake box while pulling off a wild handstand kick, slamming her foot right into an attacking classmate's face. She looks back, yelling to watch out, leaving Sok absolutely speechless. He cannot believe this girl is pulling off acrobatics with a dessert in her hand. Zhong Lan lands like an absolute boss, cake still intact, telling them to run while she holds the line. Meanwhile, the brainwashed horde keeps charging right at her. Cao Nan cannot help but get hyped, charging into the fray with a wild grin on his face. He yells that Zhong Lan is a total beast. Sok snaps out of his shock, looking at her with pure respect. He smirks, thinking she is definitely her brother's sister, tough as nails. The two bros jump right into the action, flanking her in combat stances. Sok steps up to shield her, thanking her for the backup. He tells her there is no way they are letting a kid fight this battle alone. With a fierce roar, he channels his energy to strike. Magnetic force, 3 times gravity. A blinding light erupts from his hands, crushing the brainwashed students to the ground under intense heavy pressure. But the massive gravity field catches Zhong Lan too, making her glow bright green. Under the heavy pressure, her precious strawberry cake begins to slide out. Now, pay attention here, because disaster strikes. She watches in horror as the cake slips, diving down to save her dessert before it hits the floor. It is completely smashed. She cradles the ruined cake, crying dramatically about how her awesome big bro took down all the enemies but ruined her sweet treat. Sok sweats nervously, still holding his gravity shield while trying to comfort her. He promises to buy her 100 cakes if she stops crying. With that, the trio pushes forward anyway, desperately dodging and weaving through the brainwashed mob to break through their tight, aggressive encirclement. Slamming an attacker out of the way, Sok yells that they need to reach the school broadcasting room to call for backup right now. Cao Nan dashes right behind him, shouting to ask if she knows the way. Holding her cake box tight, she yells back a quick yes. Suddenly, a shadowy figure wielding a sharp dagger stalks them through the hallway. He sneers, knowing Sok cannot maintain his gravity field forever. Seizing the perfect opening, the swift assassin blinks right behind Sok with terrifying speed, launching a vicious slash straight into his exposed back. Sok gasps in absolute agony as pain shoots through his body. He glares back, spinning around to unleash his power directly at the attacker. Magnetic force, 3 times gravity. The assassin instantly slows down, caught in the heavy field. Sok quickly warns his team to stay close. There's an assassin nearby. Stay inside my field. Blood pools on his back and he collapses, clutching his side in absolute agony. You and I both know how bad this looks. Zhong Lan catches him, crying out while Cao Nan forces himself to stay calm and acts fast. He waves his hand, casting healing wind. A soothing green aura wraps around Sok as Cao Nan begs him to hang on. Hang on, Prez, let me patch you up. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo and a mocking voice sneers that healing is completely off the table. They quickly pull Sok to his feet, glaring at the intruder. The enemy raises his hand, channeling a dark purple skill known as Lock. This lock skill completely seals a target's ability for 5 full minutes, though it fails if the victim's level is higher than the caster's. It is that jerk Wen Kai. Smiling smugly, he aims his hand at them, roaring out to lock the healing wind spell instantly. He steps closer with a dark, mocking expression, telling them that if they surrender right now, he might actually spare their pathetic lives. He adds that without healing, the magnetic guy will bleed out soon. Tiansok grimaces, holding his wound while looking at the threat. Clutching his bleeding stomach, he wheezes to Zhong Lan, telling her he will hold them off while she runs to call for help. But she refuses, tearfully saying she cannot abandon her friends. He snaps back, telling her not to be stupid since she cannot fight them alone. Just go get help, he coughs weakly. Kaonan looks at him with deep worry while Zhong Lan suddenly remembers a critical detail. She realizes that she is carrying a satellite phone. It still has signal, meaning she can bypass the jammer to call for rescue. She dials and presses the phone to her ear, waiting anxiously while calculating the odds. The enemies are too strong for her to handle alone. Her own combat skills are not enough. After a brief pause, she decides her absolute best option is calling Chu Lam at the military district. He has the authority to deploy a massive rescue team. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, Commander Lin Dongliang is in a meeting. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing loudly on the table. A nearby subordinate quietly alerts him that he has an incoming call. He glares at the screen, picking it up with a deep frown of confusion. Why on earth is she calling after they already cut ties? Without hesitation, he declines the call and places the phone face down. He closes his eyes, deciding to deal with it after his meeting wraps up. He figures it cannot be anything urgent anyway. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Zhong Lan is met with complete silence. She listens to the automated voice saying the call cannot be connected, her face pale with dread. Desperately, she scrolls through her contacts. None of them are answering, and trust me, you and I are left hanging as the enemy closes in for the kill. Alright, you and I are about to check out a clown who sneers at our girl, thinking, kids have 0 brain cells, there is no way she can make a call inside this barrier. Next, Zhong Lan dials her big bro's number, listening to the agonizingly slow ringing tones. In her head, she realizes she is completely out of options, and this call is her only hope. Out of nowhere, Zhang Tianshuo violently coughs up a pool of blood, shocking the poor girl. Right next to him, Churen runs over to prop him up, screaming, President! President! Seeing things go downhill, she desperately stares at her screen. It will take forever for her brother to get reinforcements here, and they are out of time. At this rate, they are completely cooked. Zhong Lan sets her phone down and glares straight ahead. Right beside her, Jiang Tianshuo collapses to the floor, hacking up another thick pool of blood while Chu Ren panics. Zhong Lan locks eyes with the arrogant Wen Kai and marches forward. To survive this crazy nightmare, she has to crush the bastard who cast the barrier blocking their healing magic. Moving fast, she shoves her phone into a dazed Chu Ren's hands, telling him to hold it tight. Her brother will pick up no matter what. Once connected, he must tell him to bring backup immediately. With her plan set, she activates her Godspeed and charges straight ahead like an absolute boss. Watch closely here, because her brother's voice echoes in her head. Little Lan, when you face a stronger opponent, don't sweat it. Just grab that one single opening to win. Before he can react, Zhong Lan is in Wen Kai's face, forcing him to take a terrified step back as she locks eyes with him. Her brother's top-tier battle advice rings out in her head once more. Remember, just kick them where it hurts the most. Screaming her technique, Tianyuan, she delivers a devastating soul-crushing strike straight to Wen Kai's crotch. His eyes practically pop out from the unbearable agony as he stares down. Tears instantly stream down his face as he lets out an ear-piercing shriek of pure pain, collapsing to his knees while desperately clutching his wounded pride. While the others watch in absolute shock, Chu Ren clutches the phone and excitedly triggers his special healing wind ability right away. Channeling the green aura directly toward Jiang Tianshuo, he yells, "My magic is finally back. Let me patch up the president right now." Clutching his chest, Tianshuo mutters in disbelief, knowing for a fact that such a cheap, underhanded trick was definitely not taught by Zhong Yuan. Hearing his mumble, Zhong Lan glances back and casually replies, "Oh, so you figured that out?" But she completely misses 2 dangerous figures appearing behind her. It is Saint Zachary. She extends her hands toward Zhong Lan and casts her spell, Heavenly Bind, shooting glowing cords of energy straight from her palms. The energy ropes instantly wrap around Zhong Lan, trapping her. Smirking, Saint Zachary folds her arms and mockingly asks, "Really now, did you guys think we were easy targets? And yeah, you saw that too, right?" Out of nowhere, Li Mingji steps forward with a cold stare as a trapped Zhong Lan struggles against her glowing binds. Raising his hands, Li Mingji summons a crackling vortex of purple energy, calmly whispering the name of his special technique, Magnetic Force. He unleashes his raw power, laughing like a maniac while screaming for everyone to kneel before him, while Saint Zachary stands beside him with a smirk. The sheer pressure of his gravity force slams the team flat onto the ground. Chu Ren drops the active phone as Jiang Tianshuo barely resists the crush, cursing that their enemy also wields magnetic force. Nearby, Chu Ren clutches his chest as his knees buckle under the strain. He wheezes out, admitting he could take this guy if he was at full power, but right now, no chance. Meanwhile, the dropped phone lies silent. But inside a museum, resting deep within a mysterious golden coffin, Zhong Yuan's phone suddenly starts ringing with a goofy, customized alarm. "Wake up, big bro, the sun is up, get out of bed and make me breakfast." Inside the dark, boundless void of the coffin, Zhong Yuan floats silently. Strange energy wraps around his slumbering body, but that persistent ringtone keeps echoing. Wake up, big bro. Get up and make me breakfast. He snaps awake, his eyes widening in complete confusion. Sitting up in the infinite darkness, Zhong Yuan pulls out his phone and looks at the screen. Seeing it as his little sister, he does not hesitate for a second. He picks up, presses the phone to his ear, and asks, Lan? But instead of his sister, a hostile, menacing voice booms through the speaker, demanding to know where Zhong Yuan is hiding. His eyes go wide as he listens. Meanwhile, back at school, the active phone lies on the dirty ground while Zhong Lan is suspended in midair. Saint Zachary has her bound tightly in the sky. Below them, Chu Ren lies unconscious while Li Mingji brutally drags Jiang Tianxue by his hair. Despite being completely helpless, the brave young girl fiercely shakes her head and snaps, I am never telling you where my brother is. The villainess sneers, flicking her wrist to tighten the invisible wires around Zhong Lan's index finger, warning her that keeping quiet means severe pain. The wires tighten with brutal force. Suddenly, a sickening crack echoes as the wires snap Zhong Lan's finger backward in a painful break. She shuts her eyes and weeps from the intense agony, but still defiantly screams, I won't talk! Saint Zachary just laughs and continues mocking her. Let us see how long you can take this. Nearby, Li Mingju stands with his arms crossed, watching a beaten Churen try to lift his head. He coldly commands his shadow assassin to finish off the boy who is still trying to resist. The assassin bows deeply, ready to strike. But suddenly, a battered Wen Kai looks up and yells for them to stop. Confused, the assassins turn their heads to stare at him. Nguyen Kai quickly explains that magnetic force is an incredibly rare ability, and killing him will bring the wrath of the entire nation down on them. He warns them to stick to retrieving Robert's ruined crystal without making things worse. Hearing this warning, Naoya Fujiki points aggressively at Jiang Tianshuo's broken body on the floor, arguing that sparing these fools will only get them hunted down anyway. Beside him, Li Mingji agrees, saying the country is in total chaos after losing a top guardian. Trust me, you and I are going to see a massive storm brewing next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a mess. Nguyen Kai rushes in, arguing they shouldn't make a scene. While these three bicker, Kwang Tian Sok forces himself to stand, head heavy as a dark realization hits him. Their target is actually Zhong Yuan. He struggles up, desperately clutching his bloody, mangled stomach. Wiping his mouth, he glares at the group, plotting his next move. Since they have Zhong Lan, Zhong Yuan is basically cornered. No matter what, he has to save her. Gritting his teeth, he unleashes his raw source energy, multiplying gravity tenfold, and screams out his final stand. He shouts, I will take you all down with me. Instantly, Li Minqi reacts, casting a void field to counter the crushing gravity. Using his source energy, he cancels the gravity to shield his squad. He mocks, oh, so you still have some fight left in you? Meanwhile, in another room, strange energy swirls over a bed. Zhong Yuan's body slowly begins to materialize while he remains fast asleep. Once his body fully solidifies, he bolts awake, panic plastered across his face as he screams for Lam. He scans the room, completely lost. Realization hits him. This is the academy prison cell. He is back. Meanwhile, back at the school, Kwang Tian-sok is at his absolute limit. Clutching his neck, he violently hacks up blood, screaming in his mind. He collapses onto the cold ground, realizing it was all totally useless. His blood splatters toward Zhong Lan's phone. Now pay attention, because he spots something and desperately reaches out, his mind screaming, wait, her phone is actually connected right now. Gritting his teeth in agony, Sok tries to force the words out. He has to tell them. But before his trembling hand can grab the device, a sudden brutal blast shatters it into tiny pieces. He screams in absolute raw despair, damn it. Meanwhile, back with our boy Zhong Yuan, he is stuck in a weird void, staring at his phone, utterly confused. Where the hell is this place? No boundaries, no exit. Even his crystal absorption power is completely useless here. He summons his clones to scout the area, but it is a total waste of time. Frustration boils over as a terrifying thought hits him. Wait, am I actually stuck inside that golden coffin? This realization makes him absolutely furious. Gritting his teeth, he glares upward and screams, let me out. I need to get back to the academy and save my sister. His hand tightens around his phone. Suddenly, a mysterious smoke drifts in from the school's direction, warping him away as he crashes back down into another room. Slumping against the wall, he gathers his thoughts. Let's pause for a second because our hero needs to stay calm and find a way out of this. He reasons that since those terrorists want the crystal, they won't kill Lan Lan yet. Images of the school flash through his mind as he wonders where on earth she could possibly be hidden. He forces himself to calm down, racking his brain for any clue, any background noise he might have heard. Wait, the background sound. He recalls the call, and his eyes widen with a sudden realization. Pigeons? He definitely heard cooing pigeons through the phone speaker. The school cafeteria instantly flashes in his mind, confirming their location. He teleports right there, hiding behind a nearby tree to spy on the terrorists as they chat. Analyzing the threat, his face hardens. There are 4 enemies and they have Lan Lan. But when he gets a closer look, his eyes go wide. His little sister is tied up, gagged, and trembling in pure terror. Absolute burning rage explodes inside his mind as he sees how they are treating her. These bastards actually dared to torture his little sister. He spots her bruised hand, realizing they even broke her fingers. Our boy completely loses his mind. Pure bloodlust fills his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he screams, die, die, die. He fires a barrage of sharp energy blades right at the terrorists. Sensing the incoming threat, Li Minqi flinches, but instantly snaps back to action. He quickly spins around, shouting out his level 7 gravity source energy shield. Razor-sharp daggers rain down on him. He warns his crew about the ambush, but Zhong Yuan has already lost all control, charging like a beast. He roars in pure fury, "Let go of my sister and I might just leave your bodies in one piece." Nguyen Kai spots him and screams in shock. It is target number 1, Zhong Yuan. Li Minqi struggles to maintain his skill, stammering in disbelief. How is he moving under level 7 gravity? With panic setting in, Sane Zachary grabs Naoya Fujiki's clothes, screaming at him to cover her. Fujiki quickly steps up to shield her, nodding resolutely. Got it. Smiling confidently, she unleashes her skill, spiritual pollution targeting his mind. But Zhong Yuan stands there, dead silent, face completely unreadable. Naoya Fujiki smirks, pulling out a dagger as he lunges forward from behind. He is confident that even a brief distraction is enough for victory. But our main character doesn't even flinch. Suddenly, a sharp burst of source energy shoots out from his back, catching the attacker completely off guard. Turning around like lightning, Zhong Yuan dashes right at Naoya Fujiki, delivering a blinding slash to his throat. The guy didn't stand a chance. His lifeless body freezes in midair, eyes wide with pure shock before crashing heavily down into a massive pool of his own blood. With eyes full of cold malice, Zhong Yuan touches the sharp dagger lodged in his shoulder and rips it out without even blinking an eye. Sane Zachary totally panics, backing away in horror as she stammers, "You just killed our Shadow Walker?" Then she quickly raises both hands in rage. She unleashes her deadly 9 Flowers poison skill, screaming out, "I want you dead." Zhong Yuan just gives her a cold, terrifying glare. Suddenly, a system prompt rings in his head, detecting 9 Flowers poison. Absorb it? Looking at her with utter disgust, he silently confirms the command, "Yes." The system notification chimes, "Poison Eater ability activated, successfully boosting all of your stats to 102%. Now he is completely unstoppable." With hands in his pockets, he slowly corners Sane Zachary, forcing her back in terror. He asks, "So you're the one who tortured my sister?" Her mind races in absolute panic. How can nothing control this monster? Trembling, she puts on a brave face and stammers, "What do you want?" He raises his dagger, eyes flashing with death as he delivers his answer. "And trust me, you and I already know her time is officially up." Alright, you and I are about to watch one of the most brutal beatdowns ever as Zhong Yuan subjects Queen Jackery to a terrifyingly fast, invisible slashing technique. Queen Jackery grimaces, completely unaware of his insane speed as he slips behind her. A second later, he halts and chunks of her flesh begin to slide off. They hit the floor, while Zhong Yuan stares back with cold, lifeless eyes. He steps toward the thugs holding his little sister hostage, ready to deal out some pain. At his feet, Queen Jackery lies unconscious in a massive pool of blood. On the other side, a shaking Nguyen Kai uses his super stealth skill and grabs Li Minqi. He orders him to retreat immediately, but Li Minqi is too stubborn, glaring back and refusing to back down. Instead, he grabs Zhong Lan by the neck to threaten him. He squeezes her throat with a smug grin, yelling at Zhong Yuan to drop his weapons if he wants his sister alive. The poor girl gasps in terror, unable to scream. Her mouth is covered and her hands are tied. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan drops his weapons to the ground, his expression totally blank and unreadable as he raises his hands. Seeing him surrender, the arrogant idiot laughs in his face, mocking him by asking where all that tough guy energy from earlier went now that he is cornered. He sneers, asking what tricks he has left. But beside him, Nguyen Kai panics, realizing something is terribly wrong. He starts sweating bullets, thinking this makes no sense. His super stealth is still active, yet Zhong Yuan is looking straight at them. Suddenly, Li Minqi holds Zhong Lan tight with one arm while aiming the other at him. And here is where things get super intense. Check this out as Li Minqi tries to crush him with 10 times gravity, while Nguyen Kai already turns tail to run. He flees in terror, glancing back to curse his idiotic partner. If primary force did not work earlier, why try it again? He tells him to die alone and disappears. He bids him goodbye, leaving him to rot. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan remains completely calm, analyzing the situation with icy focus as he plans his next move to save his sister. He knows gravity manipulation will mess up his flying daggers, especially with Zhong Lan in the line of fire. He needs a perfect instant kill shot to end this safely. He stomps his foot, quietly activating his Blood Ice Burst, boosting all of his stats to 1200%. Strange ice formations immediately begin to grow around them. Li Minqi, still holding Zhong Lan, looks around in total confusion. He asks why the temperature is suddenly dropping but freezes mid-sentence as a sudden chill hits him. On the other side, Zhong Yuan aims his hand right at him, casting his Heat Explosion pressure skill. He glares with absolute fury, his eyes wide and completely merciless. Steam begins to rise right in front of Li Minqi, leaving him utterly baffled as he holds onto the girl. But Zhong Yuan just keeps going, cold as ice. He concentrates hard, remembering that his thermal explosion pressure does something far beyond normal physics. He knows taking away thermal energy can trigger a crazy chain reaction. He cuts his thoughts short and unleashes it, knowing temperature is just internal energy. When you strip that energy away, it completely breaks the laws of physics. Matter undergoes a total transformation from quality to quantity, resulting in absolute destruction. Everything in its path is wiped out, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Just like that, Li Minqi is blown into a million frozen pieces. He is literally shattered, while the force of the blast sends Zhong Lan flying through the air. Zhong Yuan dashes forward, catching his little sister gently in his arms. Meanwhile, further away, Nguyen Kai is knocked flat on his back by the massive shockwave. He tumbles to the ground, his limbs going completely numb as terror takes over. He looks back at Zhong Yuan, realizing there is absolutely no escaping this monster. "I know what you are thinking. This guy is begging? Oh, it gets better as Nguyen Kai desperately tries to negotiate with Zhong Yuan to save his own skin. He offers to surrender and share secrets with the Hua nation. But before he can finish, Zhong Yuan glares at him and roars, demanding him to die. An icy aura blasts outward as he looks down at his bound sister. His eyes grow even colder as he tells Nguyen Kai that surrender is not an option. Holding his unconscious sister, he activates Eternal Ice Domain in his mind. Instantly massive, razor-sharp ice spikes erupt from the ground, surrounding them both in a deadly shield. The giant spears point straight at a horrified Nguyen Kai, who raises his hands in a useless attempt to block. He turns pale as death under the freezing pressure. Beneath the ice, he holds his sister close while the frost continues to expand. He squeezes her tight, leaning his forehead against hers to comfort her gentle soul. Later, inside a luxury apartment, Feng Jing is sitting at his desk, going through a stack of documents. Suddenly, his mother's excited voice echoes from outside his room. She barges in, making him roll his eyes in annoyance. He reminds her for the 100th time that she needs to knock, even if she is his mom. Ignoring him, she shoves her phone in his face, totally hyped up as she tells him to look at what his school junior just did with his blades. She praises his incredible knife skills. A confused Feng Jing turns to look, and she shows him a photo of Queen Jackery's body, stripped of all her flesh. Only her head remains untouched, yet she is somehow still alive. She smiles brightly, pointing out that this ability user's flesh is gone, but she survives. You can literally see the energy crystal condensing inside her ribcage, making her a prime subject for scientific research. She is absolutely thrilled about the find. She adds that another guy got completely frozen solid and is currently being shipped directly to the research lab. He is wrapped up like a special delivery package. Feng Jing panics, grabbing his mom by the shoulders as he asks what happened. He knows Zhong Yuan would never just go around beating people up for no reason. Feng Truc Trin remains totally calm, flashing her phone screen with a smirk. She reveals that the East Sea Military District is already discussing the whole incident. Hearing this, he immediately grabs his glasses from the desk. He decides on the spot that he needs to head back to East Shang City right away. His mom pouts, whining that he promised to go shopping with her today. She asks him if his precious junior is really more important than his own mother. Without hesitating, Feng Jing bluntly says yes, the junior is more important. Dramatic as ever, she pulls out a tissue, nudging him away while fake crying loudly. She calls him a heartless brat, sobbing about how she carried him for 9 months just to be treated like this. He looks at her with deadpan eyes. He exposes her immediately, noting he lived in a nutrient tank until he was 12.5 years old. He knows her guilty secrets too well. And that is where we leave off. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next to our overpowered main character. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild family secret. He warns his mom not to hide things, then asks how the military district will handle him, making her cross her arms while stepping out the door to answer Feng Jing. She says they will probably apply for a second-class medal for the kid. Hearing this, he just stares at her, completely dazed. Then Feng Truc Trin turns around, waving her hand to bait her son with a sly smile, telling him if he goes shopping with her, she'll drop some juicy insider info. Inside the office of the district commander, Zhong Yuan sits completely alone, his hands locked tightly on his knees. His face is filled with absolute worry as he sinks deep into his thoughts. Taking down foreign ability users means he's definitely getting interrogated. No way around it, so he starts plotting his next move to bail himself out of this mess. It all started with Robert's Void Crystal, so he's debating if playing completely dumb is his best bet. Suddenly, heavy footsteps start walking right toward him, but Zhong Yuan stays glued to his seat, totally lost in deep hesitation. Now here's where it gets really crazy. Watch this. Teleporting from the museum is impossible to explain, so he decides to play completely dumb while a bowing stranger gently introduces himself. Hello there, Zhong Yuan. I am East Dong Military District Commander and Guofeng. Then he adds that it is totally their fault for being so careless and letting him and his sister face such danger at school. He bows his head deeply, closes his eyes, and offers a super sincere apology, saying that on behalf of the entire military district, he is truly sorry to both siblings. Right behind him, Xiao Qin is watching the whole thing go down. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan is completely stunned by Commander An's humble bow. His mind starts racing in pure shock. He realizes Commander An is actually the guy who has been backing him up from the shadows, secretly helping him out from behind the scenes when he beat up those punks in Hualing. Quickly snapping out of it, he stands straight and bows back, saying he is the one who should apologize for causing so much trouble by thrashing those foreign exchange students. Seeing this, Commander An waves his hands, telling him to stop bowing and chill out. He insists it was just the right thing to do, and besides apologizing, he actually has to thank him too. He bows deeply again, thanking Zhong Yuan for saving his daughter, Anankej, inside the dangerous Shenongjia boundary. Then he sincerely adds that as a grateful father, he just wanted to say thank you from the bottom of his heart. Zhong Yuan bows down even lower, saying she already hooked him up with a ton of valuable void crystals, so he should be the one saying thank you. Standing on the side, Xiao Qin is totally lost, hilariously wondering if they are trying to see whose bowing posture is more textbook perfect. Since the awkward bowing contest is not stopping, he clears his throat and suggests they should probably just sit down and talk like normal people. Commander An quickly agrees and tells Xiao Qin that he wants someone on one time with the kid, so he needs to guard the door and make sure absolutely nobody interrupts them. Xiaoqing quickly salutes, says yes, and heads out. Now only Zhong Yuan and Commander An are left in the room. Sitting right next to him, the commander holds out a hand and speaks frankly, telling him to drop the stiff formalities. He adds that bringing him to the military district today is not to interrogate him or place blame, they just want to chat. Still, Zhong Yuan sits there, totally confused, looking at him and asking what they're supposed to talk about. The commander does not beat around the bush, pointing straight to his overpowered ability. He brings up the security footage of Zhong Yuan's insane fight and drops some news. You and I both know his files were totally fake, and the staff caught on. They analyzed the fight footage, realized his real power does not match his record, and dropped some insider tea. This stunt actually alarmed the Academy of Sciences. Over in the surveillance room, guys in lab coats are rewatching his fight, putting their heads together, and the commander warns him about their final conclusion. If they investigate and he cannot cover for him, Zhong Yuan might get dragged away. Back in reality, Commander An looks at him with a dead serious face and asks him a direct question, asking if he actually got that insane Halo King ability from a pile of 1,000 basic void crystals. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan is shocked, realizing the commander is not just testing him. He is spilling the facts straight up to show him the stakes. Zhong Yuan looks down, weighing his options. Since Commander An is being so real with him, why keep playing dumb? What is the point of acting clueless anyway? His eyes narrow, and looking out the window at the birds flying free, he finally makes up his mind on what to do. He is grinding to get stronger just to smash the aliens and protect Lan Lan. Trying to hide his true power forever is only going to backfire on him anyway. Since the military district is being totally honest with him, there is no harm in coming clean about his actual powers. It is time to drop the act. He walks over to the open window, the curtains fluttering in the breeze as sunlight washes over him, and finally decides to speak the absolute truth. That ability is not called double reflection. It is called an eye for an eye, blood for blood. He looks back at the commander and drops another massive truth bomb, saying his powers are real, but he pauses for dramatic effect before revealing that his abilities have already shattered the normal 8-type limit. Hearing this, the commander stares at him, eyes wide with utter shock. Before the commander can even process this, he looks out at the horizon, totally serious, and drops the wildest secret about how his power works. Upgrade his skills simply by absorbing matching void crystals. He confidently claims that with enough of them, he can max out his power and unlock completely brand new abilities. His other skills level up the exact same way, step by step. He turns around to confess even more of his secrets, but before he can finish his sentence, Commander An lunges forward, grabs his shoulders, and starts shaking him like crazy. With massive eyes, the commander yells in pure excitement, needing to hear it one more time. Are you absolutely sure that if we feed you enough crystals, you can max out your current powers? Seeing him lose his cool, Zhong Yuan just nods back calmly. That's right. Hearing this, and Guofeng loses it and screams in absolute excitement, saying it is amazing. He stands right in front of him by the window, squeezing his shoulders as the sun shines on them. And that's where we leave it. You and I just saw history change as he yells that heaven is finally helping Hoa Kwok. Alright, you and I are jumping right into insane power reveal. Mine is not fake, Zhong Yuan tells him, pausing before dropping the bomb. It already surpassed the 8-type limit, and Guofeng stares back, totally speechless. He is completely losing his mind. But before the old guy can even process this, our boy looks off into the distance, totally locked in, and spills his biggest secret. I level up my skills just by absorbing the exact same type of crystals. He doubles down, dead serious. With enough of them, I can easily grind all the way to max level and unlock brand new abilities. All my other skills level up the exact same way. He turns around ready to drop yet another massive secret. Also, I can... But before he can finish, pay attention here. And Guofeng lunges forward, grabs his shoulders, and shakes him like crazy. The old man is totally losing it, screaming to confirm if this is actually real. Are you seriously telling me that with enough crystals, you can max out your current skills? Facing this absolute hype, Zhong Yuan just stares back, cool as ice, and nods calmly. Yep, absolutely. Hearing this, and Guofeng literally screams in pure joy. Hell yes! He stands right there by the window, hands still locked onto our main character's shoulders. Sunlight beams down on them as the old man completely loses it. Trust me, you and I are about to see absolute chaos because he yells, "Heaven is helping our nation." Yo, stick with me here. The old man drops a massive bomb, saying they just bagged another god-tier powerhouse. Outside, dust starts crawling over the massive building. And Guofeng finally chills, sits down, and looks at Zhong Yuan to explain. Lately, countries worldwide have been leaking Rift info to the public. He gestures seriously, adding some heavy news. He says only Hua Nation sweeps ugly truths under the rug for stability, hiding absolutely anything they can from citizens. Even their training manuals on abilities are totally fake. Getting worked up, and Guofeng leans in with a dead serious look to make a point. He points out that Robert's classified alien core data was never recorded in their files. Then he adds that the Lighthouse Nation getting intel on him is highly sus. It proves there is a high-level mole hiding right inside Hua Nation. But right now, we have zero evidence to pinpoint who the rat actually is. Zhong Yuan sits there, resting his hands on his knees, and looks back at Guofeng. He calmly offers a wild strategy to flush them out. Since the enemy is hiding in the dark, he suggests using himself as bait to lure the rat out, and Guofeng does not even hesitate to agree. He says he will arrange the setup, telling him to head back to school and wait. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan stands up and says his farewells. He walks out to wait for some good news, but just as he turns, Nguofeng suddenly remembers something else and calls the kid back. He mentions there is one more thing left to discuss about his parents, then hesitates. Zhong Yuan just turns away with a cold, blank face. He cuts the old man off coldly, spitting out his own answer. Haven't they been dead for ages? Then he walks out and shuts the door behind him. Now pay attention here. Left alone. The old man sighed with a deep frown, his mind flashing back 10 years to when the rift first opened in Shandong. It wrecked a ton of ordinary lives, and the kids' parents were among them. To cover up the messy truth, the military used their names to send funds. They used their names to send living allowances to their cousins so nobody would suspect anything. Finally, Nguofeng looked around with sharp, pitying eyes, thinking to himself. It seemed the kid already figured out the dark truth a long time ago. Outside, Zhong Yuan walked silently into the sunset without looking back. As he walked, childhood memories started flooding his mind. He remembered sitting at a small table, smiling brightly as he stared at his little sister. Wishing her a happy birthday, he told Lan Lan he got a part-time gig at a local bakery, so the boss gifted them this sweet slice. But Zhong Lan looked totally bummed out, staring back and asking if mom and dad were skipping out on coming home to celebrate again this year. He smiled to comfort her, saying they were just super busy. But hey, whatever they could do for her, he could absolutely do too. Hearing this, her face lit up with sheer excitement as she made a wish. For her next birthday, she wanted a giant round strawberry cake. Cut back to the present. Zhong Yuan is holding a giant strawberry cake, standing right in front of the chief, who gives him an update. With hands in his pockets, the chief says her physical wounds are totally healed, but the mental trauma will take some time to fully recover. Zhong Yuan nods, confirming she will be fine, and tells the chief to head home first. The chief agrees and takes his leave without bothering them further. Let's pause here. Watch how his tone shifts when he enters her hospital room, smiling bright and holding up the massive strawberry cake to surprise her. He excitedly asks how she is doing and offers her the sweet treat right away, but she is just curled up on the bed, hugging her knees tightly. Without waiting for her to say a word, Zhong Yuan pulls up a visitor's chair and sits down right next to her bedside. Still burying her face, she mumbles that she is physically fine, but she just feels really scared inside. Hearing this, he softens his voice. Asking her to talk to him, she obediently nods. She starts remembering how she used to dream of wearing superhero gear when she was little. She says all the comic books she read showed good always triumphing over evil, and she proudly wanted to protect the world and fight for justice too. Even if it sounds childish, she wanted to protect the world. Suddenly, she looks up with tears welling in her eyes, ready to fall. Staring at her hands, she says she always believed ability users were comrades and allies who should protect the world, not fight and slaughter each other. Hearing her innocent thoughts, Zhong Yuan understands her pain completely. He steps closer, using a tissue to gently wipe away her tears. He gently explains that people have different versions of justice. When those beliefs clash, they simply cannot coexist, turning them into bitter enemies. Then he asks her what justice actually means to her. Still hugging her knees, she looks up a bit and sniffles through her tears. But instead of giving some deep, complex answer, she points straight at the strawberry cake on the table, pumping her fist and yelling out loud. She loudly declares that her ultimate justice is strawberry cake. Hearing her sudden outburst of determination, Zhong Yuan is left standing there completely dumbfounded. He lets out a confused gasp of surprise, but Zhong Lan gets even more hyped, clenching her fists as she lists all her inner thoughts. The bakers, the technology, the ingredients, and world peace to keep the shops running. To her, every single thing behind it is real justice. But then she slumps back down, crying tears of absolute frustration. She complains she is way too weak to even have the strength to protect her strawberry cake. Watching her distress, Zhong Yuan gently pats her head and smiles warmly, offering to protect her beloved strawberry cake justice for her from now on. He adds that Lan Lan only needs to do what she did when they were little kids, just waiting for him to bring the cake home. Hearing this, she looks down sadly, slowly sharing her worries that she will have to grow up eventually. Behind her, he gently braids her hair. He gently tells her that as long as he is around, she can remain a kid for as long as she wants without any worries. Whether it's days, months, or even a lifetime, it's fine. And trust me, you and I know he will burn the world to keep that promise. Alright, let's jump right back into this story as she sits quietly letting her brother brush her hair while getting lost in her own thoughts. She happily smiles and agrees, deciding she is going to stay a kid just a bit longer until she can protect her own strawberry cake. Then she remembers something. Her voice echoes down the hallway, telling him that there is another strawberry cake friend next door and asking why he is not checking on them. Next, they head over to Zhang Tianchuo's room next door. Zhong Yuan is still holding that strawberry cake, while Zhong Lan is super hyped up. She bursts in, shouting that her brother is here for a visit. Zhang Tianchuo is sitting on the bed and Chu Ren is chilling on a chair, both looking up. Zhong Yuan scratches his face awkwardly, too embarrassed to look them in the eye as he mumbles a quick thanks to him for saving his little sis. He even apologizes for almost beating him to death back at Hualing, but Zhang Tianchuo just laughs it off, saying it was his own fault for causing a misunderstanding. Since they both admit their mistakes, they agree to just let bygones be bygones. Then Zhang Tianchuo reaches his hand out to Zhong Yuan. He sits cross-legged and asks if they can be friends now. Zhong Yuan shakes on it, casually saying sure, but he warns him not to go around stealing his friends or family again. Meanwhile, Zhong Lan is just standing there with her hands behind her back, grinning. Zhong Yuan turns around to put the cake on the table and carefully slices it, explaining that Lan Lan mentioned wanting to share. Zhang Tian looks over curiously from his bed as Zhong Yuan hands him a slice with a smile, sharing his sister's favorite treat. Later, a phone screen shows the national youth rankings with Jiang Buyo at number 1, Xuanming at number 2, and Bai Wuyan at number 3. Feng Jing stares at his phone and delivers the big news to Zhong Yuan, who is sitting right across from him looking at his own screen. Watch closely because that old fox actually ranked him all the way up to number 2. He casually nods, saying he also bagged some high-tier medals and a major rank. He adds that 2 of those campus attackers were actually wanted globally, and the bounty money has already cleared. Feng Jing just sighs, saying all that official stuff is useless. He sets his phone down, throws his arms out, and starts complaining loudly. Apparently, the museum staff called his family non-stop that day, because our main character walked into the exhibition room and completely vanished into thin air. He told them ability users slipping away without a trace is totally normal, so stop stressing. Zhong Yuan just sits there listening, totally speechless. Then Feng Jing gets serious, looking genuinely worried as he mentions that lately, Zhong Yuan has been ditching his dorm to sleep in a prison cell. He asks if he has some weird psychological condition where he can only pass out in dark, cramped spaces. Hearing that, Zhong Yuan just looks back at him quite seriously and admits that might actually be the case. Feng Jing immediately points a finger at him with another question. He asks if he wants to sleep in a dark, sealed rectangular box. Zhong Yuan gets weirdly excited and asks where he can buy one. Feng Jing crosses his arms, tilting his head up to explain that it needs to be custom-made. So what kind of style is he thinking? The guy rubs his chin, seriously picturing a golden coffin in his head before asking if they can make it look just like that. He wants a golden coffin design, but with a lid he can open, adding that alloy is better since pure gold would warp too easily. Feng Jing thinks that is totally doable and asks if he wants a sliding lid or a pop-up one. Zhong Yuan continues to brainstorm. He rubs his chin, imagining himself sitting inside and popping open the lid before finally making his choice. Alright, I know what you're thinking, a coffin bed? But he goes with the pop-up lid, and Feng Jing happily promises to get it made soon. Cut to lunchtime, where our crew of 4 is sharing a meal. Shangguan Yi looks up from his food, sighing at Feng Jing. He tells him he got lucky by skipping school lately and dodging a massive disaster. Feng Jing just stares back at him, completely lost. He explains that the cafeteria gave out expired free milk tea, poisoning everyone who drank it and sending them sprinting to the restrooms. To make things worse, the school pipes froze, making the bathrooms look like a cursed treasure chest when opened. Disgusting, right? Zhong Lan looks totally disgusted, grabbing her brother's earring and complaining that she completely lost her appetite, but he keeps eating. Zhong Yuan completely ignores the gross story and keeps chewing. Feng Jing facepalms, telling Shangguan Yi to shut it. He begs him not to bring up gross stuff during lunch, but Zhong Yuan still does not care, happily stuffing his face. So Shangguan Yi awkwardly shifts topics to how his family questioned his sexuality after seeing photos of him in drag, forcing him into a blind date. Feng Jing looks at him in utter disbelief, pausing mid-bite as he imagines the guy's actual girlfriend and speaks up. He asks if he is already dating Jianru, but Shangguan Yi sighs, saying their families think they are not a good match. Feng Jing scoffs, pointing out that she is gorgeous, smart, and has a great body. Standing with him is like a flower in trash. Zhong Lan pokes her head in, completely confused, and asks if having a big butt is really considered some kind of advantage. Zhong Yuan just keeps chewing, quietly eavesdropping on their weird conversation. Feng Jing turns around, wildly waving his hands to explain. He insists it absolutely is, adding some medical facts about how a wider pelvis makes childbirth way easier, so of course it counts. She leans on her brother's shoulder, listening intently. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan snaps at him, telling him to stop teaching his sister weird stuff. She leans on her brother's shoulder, listening, but Zhong Yuan snaps at Feng Jing not to corrupt his sister. You and I know he is just being a protective bro. Hey, you and I both know being an awakened is a high-risk gamble where accidents happen anytime. So he just shrugs and explains it like it is totally normal. He basically says if you find your crush, why wait? Getting hitched early and having kids is just serving the country, right? After that, he turns around and smirks right at him and Zhong Lan with a mocking laugh, teasing them until they both just freeze in pure shock. Once they finally process what he just said, he loses his cool and throws a massive punch that sends Feng Jing flying, screaming his name. Later that afternoon, a long line of students stands sweating under the sun. The instructor stands in front of them, coldly delivering the news. Starting today, this class is doing intense combat training once every 2 weeks, adding some brutal new rules. This means martial arts practice, physical conditioning, and mental meditation. Then Lu Van gestures towards some people walking up from behind and begins to introduce them to the students. He tells everyone that the military district specially sent active duty masters to teach today's session. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan stands in line, staring at the instructors with a completely calm face. He mutters to himself, wondering how on earth he already knows 2 of them. Right next to him, Zhong Lan notices them too, her face instantly turning super gloomy. She starts crying on the inside, asking herself why it always has to be Uncle Lam teaching these combat classes. Meanwhile, the instructor squad steps up to introduce themselves. First up is Lin Dongliang. He folds his hands behind his back, looking dead serious as he greets the crowd, welcoming all the students to class today. Watch closely because this is where the drama builds. We are about to start their basic combat course, but first he wants them to get to know each other. He booms out that his name is Lin Dongliang from the Huadong Military District's Night Eagle Squad, a command-type ability user, introducing the 4 others with him. As Lu Van steps back and hands over the stage, the other 3 step up. The first guy, sporting brown hair, loudly announces his name is Trian Hong, offensive class. He belongs to the Huadong War God Squad. Next is a blonde dude who proudly calls himself Huang Trung, a defense-type user from the Fine Steel Squad. The last instructor is a girl named Mook Hong from the Divine Eye Squad, specializing in support and healing. Right after, Huang Trung points toward the corner, bragging loudly. He tells them he won 2 martial arts medals at the military games, inviting anyone who wants to sharpen their skills to come train directly with him right now. Beside him, the only female instructor gestures to the other side, sharing her thoughts. She says weaker ability users, especially the girls, are perfect for support and healing. She invites anyone interested in that path to follow her. Meanwhile, Lin Dongliang stands in the back, scowling deeply as he suddenly flashes back to his meeting with the commander. He remembers standing in the military office when Nguofeng sat back with locked fingers, looking incredibly serious as he dropped some heavy news on him. He told him that when Chungying Academy got ambushed, the very first person Zhong Lan called for backup was him. Hearing this, Lin Dongliang panicked instantly. He started waving his hands around wildly, shouting in disbelief, asking if that call was actually a plea for help. But Nguofeng just kept explaining calmly. He pointed out that even though he cut off her resources, she never lost faith in him. He then calls her a seriously smart kid for keeping her cool. In him. With a firm face, he praises Zhong Lan as a seriously smart kid, adding how deeply impressed he is by her quick thinking. He notes she stayed calm in a crisis to call for backup, then scolds him, asking how he could reject her just because she only has 2 abilities. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. A chance for redemption? Let's see if this old guy actually manages to pull it off back in reality. Hearing that, his eyes went wide with absolute shock. Back in reality, he keeps his hands behind his back and slowly approaches the siblings, announcing that he will be the one personally taking charge of training Zhong Lan and Zhong Yuan. They both look over, with the sister instantly grabbing her brother's hand. Meanwhile, the brother just quietly looks away in silence. As she peeks out with total fear and caution, the brother suddenly steps right in front of her. He boldly tells him that he is not fit to guide them, demanding a different instructor instead. That straight up shocks Lin Dongliang while the others stare. They look at the kid with total confusion. Stunned by the rejection, Lin Dongliang takes a step forward, telling him not to bring personal feelings to class. He adds that even though he is a command type, he is still more than qualified to train a regular person like him. Hearing this, Trian Hong just sighs. He looks at the instructor and lets out a forced laugh, thinking to himself that if Zhong Yuan is regular, then he must be some kind of freak. But on the other side, the atmosphere turns freezing cold as Zhong Yuan glares back with deadly eyes, telling him straight up that he does not have the qualifications. He fires back, demanding a new instructor as a reasonable request, warning him not to let his own personal feelings get mixed up in the training session. Hearing that insolence, Huang Trung loses his mind, stepping forward and pointing right at him. He demands to know what he means, defending his captain's legendary record. He asks how a mere student could be so ridiculously arrogant, but Lin Dongliang quickly puts his hand out, stopping him from starting a massive fight right there. He tells him to back down, then bows deeply toward Zhong Yuan. He sincerely admits his mistakes, saying he is truly sorry for what he did to them. He stands defensively in front of his sister, who peeks out from behind him. They both stare at him while Huang Trung just stands there completely frozen in shock. But then, the old man looks up and refuses to change their instructor, arguing that his past mistakes are still not a valid reason to reject his guidance. He lectures him, saying he needs to learn with humility instead of being so hot-tempered and impulsive. Hearing that, Zhong Yuan just narrows his eyes, looking completely unbothered. He flat-out rejects the request to change instructors, claiming that personal grudges are absolutely no excuse to refuse his guidance. Then he tries to lecture them, saying students need humility instead of being so hot-tempered and impulsive. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan narrows his eyes and coldly replies. He casually points out that even when apologizing, this man still manages to stomp on others, leaving him with absolutely zero respect for his garbage character. Over there, Mook Hong scowls, commenting that it is honestly pathetic for a student to deliberately cause trouble in front of their instructors. Suddenly, Huang Trung completely snaps, pointing at his face and asking what he wants as Zhong Lan cringes in fear. Man, you and I need to see how this ends. Hey, you and I are about to watch Zhong Yuan completely shut down a trash instructor with zero skills and terrible character. He cannot teach me. Seeing him act so insanely cocky, Huang Trung cracks his knuckles in pure rage, gritting his teeth as he steps up to Zhong Yuan. He snaps, saying he has never seen such a delusional kid. He claims that if he does not teach him a lesson today, he will end up dead on the battlefield. Dead within 2 seconds of combat. But Zhong Yuan just scoffs and tells him to eat his food and stop sticking his nose where it does not belong. Huang Trung gets right in his face, completely furious. He points a finger straight at Zhong Yuan's neck and yells that they are going to settle this with a real fight right now. Zhong Yuan just laughs in his face, mocking his fake righteous attitude. He tells him to stop making excuses and just throw hands if he really wants to fight. Sensing the tension, Zhong Lan looks at her brother with deep worry, begging him to just let it go. But Zhong Yuan remains totally calm. He gives his sister a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry. Then he points a finger directly at Huang Trung. He declares he only needs one single strike to completely wreck this guy. Hearing this arrogant claim, Huang Trung's face twists in absolute rage. He dares Zhong Yuan to take his best shot, promising to stand completely still while absorbing any kind of attack. Meanwhile, Zhong Lan pulls out her phone. The bulky fighter smirks, bragging that he is actually one of the absolute best defense masters in the entire military district. He is totally confident. He claims his reflection skill will send the strike right back. Now pay attention here because his stats say he only takes 20% damage. The other 80% is reflected right back at the attacker. The blonde guy gestures provocatively, laughing and telling our boy to hit him with everything. He promises to just stand there and take it. Zhong Yuan looks at him with an eerie calmness, asking if he is absolutely sure about that. The cocky guy nods with total confidence. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan turns to the side and asks Instructor Mook if he possesses the life-resonance skill. The instructor confirms he does, wondering what the kid is planning. With an icy expression, Zhong Yuan stares into the distance and says that is perfect. Staring at his target, he activates his skills. Courage, Combat Ambassador, Blood for Blood, and Soul Reader. A massive surge of blinding light erupts around him. He unleashes his ultimate battle craze mode. Seeing this terrifying pressure, the blonde guy's face goes pale instantly as he quickly activates his reflection shield. Zhong Yuan charges in like a demon, winding up an insanely heavy punch. In his mind, he calculates his current power level multiplying by 10 times. The 80% reflection means 8 times back. But with Blood for Blood, he counters that 3 times, unleashing a devastating blow right in front of everyone. With raw determination in his eyes, he delivers the strike. The cocky blonde guy is instantly sent flying back, crashing violently into the solid ground. Blood splatters everywhere as he lies unconscious. A girl rushes over in a total panic, screaming that a single punch completely drained his massive defense life force. It is absolutely ridiculous. Trian Hong scratches his head and steps up, while the woman yells in relief that they managed to save his life just in time. She immediately passes out from exhaustion. Trian Hong sighs, thinking he only wanted to learn some target shooting skills from Xuan Ming, but instead got caught in this mess. He easily hoists both injured fighters onto his shoulders, announcing he is taking them to the clinic. Meanwhile, Zhong Lan stares at her screen with a devious grin. She recorded the entire thing to post on her feed. I know what you are thinking, his sister is a total menace. Zhong Yuan then confronts Lin Dongliang. He asks if the instructor still thinks he can teach him. The old man is completely shocked, wondering how a kid with supposedly trash talent could do this. His red-tier sensing ability has never failed before. It can locate royal species among the monsters, and it usually accurately reads the raw potential of any normal human. He flashes back to the day he first met the sister Zhong Lan. Back then, his passive sensing skill triggered immediately, proving she was destined for greatness. She had insane potential to become a top-tier void user, destined to stand at the absolute peak of the country. But then he looks at Zhong Yuan. He remembers checking the brothers' stats and finding them completely empty. The guy was so untalented it made him question if they were even related. They do not even look alike. Staring at Zhong Lan, the instructor tries to make sense of this bizarre reality, sweating bullets over his past decisions. He had waited for Zhong Yuan to get injured just to force the sister into joining the elite academy. Yet, despite having zero potential back then, how did he become a god-tier fighter in just 1 month? He starts to panic, wondering if his legendary sensing ability has somehow broken down over the years. He stares blankly at the young man, realizing a harsh truth. Maybe trying to judge someone's true worth solely based on raw numbers was a massive mistake. Meanwhile, over at Hualing Academy, Huang Tiansok sits with his chin in his hand, scrolling through his social media feed when a notification pops up. Zhong Lan just uploaded a new video with a caption asking if her brother looks handsome. Tiansok instantly blushes, a stupid grin spreading across his face. He realizes his rival has gotten insanely strong. He admits that when they last clashed, Zhong Yuan did not possess this kind of terrifying world-shaking power. He immediately saves the video as backup. Elsewhere, Feng Jing chuckles as he reposts the video, praising the sister for sharing such epic combat footage. Meanwhile, Konam is scrolling through his phone, deep in thought. He notices that Commander An actually shared the clip onto his own public social feed. He laughs, noting how photogenic the kid is. Rubbing his chin, he remembers they still need a face for the upcoming regional recruitment campaign documents. Our boy easily won the title of most popular student, grabbing over 1.8 million votes from the public. This makes him the perfect choice. Cut to a photo shoot with bright studio spotlights flashing everywhere. The photographer praises his sharp posture and intense expression as being incredibly professional. They decide to market him as the ultimate young hero instead of just a pretty face. Reporters crowd around, snapping endless photos of him. Konam smiles proudly, calling him their youngest major. And honestly, you and I both know nobody else could pull off this legendary look. Yo, you and I are about to jump into some crazy secrets. His smile fades, seeing the tired kid muttering, "Can I go home now?" Dude was totally hyped a second ago, so why the sudden mood crash? He immediately fires back, saying it is just his business face. Zhong Yuan closes his eyes and starts thinking fast, realizing his super cute act actually forces everyone around him to automatically like him. This cheat skill is way too dangerous the more he thinks about it, so no using it on humans. He decides to test it on some stray animals first. Under the neon city lights, Tuan Ying is wandering around. She is totally annoyed that Zhong Yuan rejected her team invite and even stole her school title. She heads to a local spot to pet some cats and cure her boredom. Suddenly, she spots a crowd of cute cats swarming around some random guy. She taps his shoulder and shyly asks, "Hey, how do you get these cats to love you so much?" But when he turns around, she totally freaks. Zhong Yuan looks at her, rubs his chin, and says, "Oh, I remember you. You are that ultimate prayer chick who tricked me into buying hot pot." She gives an awkward laugh and says, "My name is Tuan Ying, okay? Not ultimate prayer." Then she asks, "Are you here feeding cats too?" He spots the treat bag in her hand and tells her that these annoying cats keep him awake, so he is here to punish them. Now pay attention to this part. He knows she is a cat lover, so he quickly flips the script asking if she wants to get close too. She smiles excitedly, begging him to spill his secrets. He replies, "Sure, but whatever you see here tonight has to be kept a total secret." She quickly agrees to his terms. No problem at all. Then he looks her dead in the eye and drops some serious knowledge. "If you want them to listen, you have to learn how to act super cute." Her jaw drops, completely speechless. "Wait, act cute?" He keeps petting the cat, claiming that acting cute is the only way strays will love you. She stares at him like he is crazy. She wonders if he is even speaking the same language. Watching him be so gentle, she steps closer and asks if she can pet it. He backs away, teasingly asking if she is trying to harass him. She panics, explaining she just wants to touch the cat on his shoulder. He crouches down and hands her the kitten. Suddenly, a blue light glows from his hand as a wild realization pops into his head. By using his ultra-cute skill to tame the beast, he can actually read its feelings. Suddenly, the cat gets super hyped and jumps toward her. She laughs happily, telling the cats there is plenty of food for everyone. Meanwhile, he watches her, lost in his own thoughts. He realizes she is not as annoying as he thought. Suddenly, his phone rings with a stupid alarm saying, "Wake up, lazy head!" A call from the commander at midnight means serious business. He quickly tells her he has to go and she should head home early, too. "You and I both know she is super sweet." He leaves her behind with the cats, and she wonders if they can hang out again soon. She hesitates, remembering his advice to act cute. Deciding to try it, she strikes a super adorable pose with a goofy smile. But the cats just glare at her with pure disgust and launch a savage headbutt. She falls backwards, screaming in pain. Crying, she hugs the food, realization hitting her that the cute act was a scam. Now her scratched face needs serious healing. Touching her cheek, she sighs. She has the ultimate prayer power, yet she cannot even heal a tiny scratch on her own face. Memories of her dark past flash back. She is kneeling on the floor, trembling. A cool red-haired guy stands tall over her. He arrogantly demands to know who gave her the wind deer crystal stone. Shaking in pure terror, she stammers that she bought it. He violently shoves her away with harsh insults. With only her ultimate prayer power, she is forced to stay safe in the backline. That way, others can just copy her ability. She would not have to risk her life, yet her family still gets fame and fortune. They claim this power brings the Tu family endless wealth. They refuse to let it get ruined by some trash-tier healing wind ability. He beats her until she is bruised on the floor, sneering that luckily a talentless loser like her cannot absorb anything else anyway. He orders her to behave and pass her power to the next heir when the time comes. Another painful memory suddenly plays in her head. Cruel whispering voices echo around her, mocking her. They claim everyone chasing after her is only doing it for her ultimate prayer power. Once that power is gone, she is just a burden they have to protect. So annoying, but as a copy tool, she is still usable. A guy named Lu Wen turns away, saying her family ordered him not to activate her powers. She freezes, biting her lip in sheer despair. Back in the present, she grips her power stone, crying that she wants to fight beside her comrades instead of being a useless burden. She begs the gods to hear her small prayer. Suddenly, her tear drops onto the stone and it begins to glow with a strange power. She actually unlocks the healing wind power, leaving her completely stunned. Meanwhile, a helicopter suddenly flies across the night sky, cutting through the silence. A guy named Lu Wen turns away, saying her family ordered him not to activate her powers. She freezes, biting her lip in sheer despair. Back in the present, she grips her power stone, crying that she wants to fight beside her comrades instead of being a useless burden. She begs the gods to hear her small prayer. Suddenly, her tear drops onto the stone and it begins to glow with a strange power. She actually unlocks the healing wind power, leaving her completely stunned. Meanwhile, a helicopter suddenly flies across the night sky, cutting through the silence. A helicopter roars overhead, that is where we leave it, with a voice saying, "Sorry to disturb your sleep, but we have an emergency." Alright, you and I are diving straight into Jinling City where the rift is literally about to collapse. Our boy just tells Commander Ann to skip the sweet talk and just send over the details. Just send the battle reports and documents. The commander quickly replies that his satellite phone can connect directly to the active battlefield comms channel. Remember to link up in a bit. He simply replies with a short yes, then looks at the pilot with a smirk, calling him little care. Who knew you could actually fly a chopper? The pilot snorts and replies that it is basic stuff for the Dongfeng delivery squad handling Awakened logistics. We wear many hats here. The pilot turns back with a smile at Zhong Yuan, mentioning that working late-night overtime is a real grind. "I am nothing compared to you guys," he says. With their chat over, we head to the Blue Tier Rift at Nutu Mountain in Jinling City. Opened 4 hours ago. The enemy is the ancient Taigu Shiam, featuring crazy reproduction rates, poison scythes, lethal strangulation, and massive toxic waste discharge. The system alerts flare as a brutal battle erupts. One soldier screams that there are way too many bugs to kill, and this cannot be a simple blue tier. 6 squads are barely holding on, and the Huangtian squad is about to wipe. Before anyone can react, a bug blitzes in at insane speed. A painful scream echoes. Hearing the slaughter, Konam grunts that the Huangtian squad has been completely wiped out. A blonde kid panics. No way, Tu Yuok is getting married next month. She cannot die. Konam quickly snaps at him to shut up and focus on the bugs in front of them. As they desperately slash at the hideous monsters, a cold voice crackles over their earpieces, announcing that the command center is ordering a full strategic retreat. Konam yells back in pure rage, asking if they are just going to abandon the civilians. If we die, another squad will step up. The tragedy of 12 years ago, when the Taigu Shiam ravaged the barrier and over 100 lives were lost, is still burned into their minds. And Guofeng quickly chimes in that the barrier has been reinforced with 9 anchor points. It will not break easily, and a powerhouse is on the way. He wants them to pull back to avoid useless deaths. Now pay close attention here, because our main character, Zhong Yuan, is finally arriving to turn the tables. The delivery pilot contacts the command center, reporting that they have successfully arrived at Niutu Mountain and are now awaiting their next instructions. The radio crackles back. Understood. The barrier opens in 50 seconds, so floor it at maximum speed. The pilot nods, locking in his target. The helicopter charges forward at a terrifying velocity. The pilot starts counting down, 1, 2, 3, and they successfully breach the barrier as observers track them. Niutu Mountain's comms tower picks up an unknown incoming signal. The user's ID is registered as Huyan Nin. A man raises his hand quickly. Put him on the channel and grant him level 1 access, he orders. Looking down from the chopper, Zhong Yuan mutters to lower the volume before his ears explode. The blonde kid scoffs, saying this Xuanming sounds incredibly young. Konam agrees, wondering if this rookie has ever even stepped onto a real battlefield. Another fighter mutters that he just hopes this highly anticipated strategic tier powerhouse can actually turn this nightmare around. Meanwhile, back with Zhong Yuan, suddenly a massive swarm of flying bugs swarms them out of nowhere. The panicked pilot screams for orders as the monsters lock onto the chopper. Zhong Yuan suddenly commands him to climb immediately. The shocked pilot looks back, but our main character barks to keep climbing until he says stop. Thoughts race through his head. The system asks if he wants to absorb the Taigu poison scythe. He decides to skip it for now. The system alerts keep looping inside his head. Looking down, he tracks their altitude. 1,500, 2,000, then 4,000 meters. Finally, the high-altitude warnings stop. Grabbing his heavy backpack, he warns the pilot to stay locked at this exact altitude because the air below is highly toxic. The pilot blinks in absolute shock. Wait, you made me climb just to save me? Before he can say anything else, Zhong Yuan flat out tells him that he is diving down first. The pilot points to himself with total respect, promising to treat him when he returns. Our boy just grins and leaps straight out of the chopper. I know what you're thinking. Who deadass jumps from 4,000 meters? The command operator panics, screaming that parachute limits are only 1,000 meters. Another commander confidently replies that our boy has a special landing skill. On screen, we see him plunging right into the sea of hideous bugs. A voice screams through his earpiece, asking why he jumped without saying a single word. Hearing the complaining, he sighs into his mic. Look, old man, stop shouting unless it is an actual emergency. The commander quickly quietens down, apologizing and asking how he is floating midair. The operators around him start whispering in disbelief. This new guy actually dared to talk back to the chief of staff without any hesitation. Even crazier, the chief is not even mad at him. While everyone is gossiping about his bold attitude, the chief's assistant has to clear his throat. He reminds them they are completely focusing on the wrong thing because this guy is currently free-falling at 3,000 meters with absolutely zero gear. Back with our main character, he sheds his gear and casually says he is not using skills, just hitching a ride on a giant flying bug. If they attack, he will handle it later. Suddenly, he unleashes a ridiculously cute skill to charm the swarm. Hearing this, Konam warns everyone to stay silent. Don't distract him. Before they can process it, he says it's already over, muttering that these bugs are dumber than a common stray cat. Everyone gasps. Did he just clear them in 2 seconds? The squad on the chopper is equally stunned, asking the commander what he meant by stray cats. The chief calmly explains that is just the power of a strategic tier fighter. Our boy smiles, thinking his charm skill works perfectly on animals and bugs. Once activated, they obey his every command. He glances down at his phone's tactical map, seeing that out of the 6 active squads, only 5 are left. There are only 30 fighters left standing. Suddenly his eyes narrow as he looks down and spots a cave completely overwhelmed by a massive wave of bugs. Why are they rushing that cave? Stick with me, because next time we're going to find out how our main character saves them from this deadly trap. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character analyze this crazy bug invasion, and things are looking sketchy. Is there actually a big brain bug among these beasts, coordinating their moves? That is wild. He quickly relays this intel to the others. Gonam's squad gets the alert. A massive swarm of flying roaches is heading their way. Our guy yells that he is coming to help them retreat, but Gonam panics. Gonam barks back, saying they can handle these pests themselves, and tells Xuanming to stick to his mission. But Xuanming talks back immediately. These bugs are built different, and killing them slowly is going to ruin everything. Hearing this, the squad absolutely loses their mind and screams. Gonam's teammate is pissed, muttering that Xuanming is way too arrogant for dissing their speed. Another hot-headed fighter yells at him to stay back. They claim they can still fight. The blonde kid gets so mad he whips out his cannon, roaring to lock and load everything against these bugs. Time to avenge their fallen squad. But before they can even charge, someone points at a shadow outside. Wait, is he already here? He stands tall. Dripping with pure main character energy, he asks if anyone is afraid of heights. If not, these giant roaches are giving them a free ride to safety. Pay attention here because the blonde kid is absolutely losing his mind over this power tier. Is this what strategic class strength looks like? Someone asks if letting toxic bugs carry them is even safe. Our boy shuts down their worries with a detailed breakdown. Their poison sacs are in their legs, activated by crawling friction. Their waste is toxic too, but flying makes them harmless. We are on a clock, so listen up. Follow my lead and hop on these bugs. As the massive swarm arrives, he turns around, thinking that getting them airborne lets him study these beasts alone. He pulls out a glowing, fiery red orb. A system prompt pops up asking if he wants to absorb the ancient core. This core packs some insane skills. First is red-grade super reproduction, which cannot be upgraded but lets them spawn tens of thousands of babies instantly. Next is green-grade scythe poison. It is ungradable, but this toxic aura infects everything it touches. He keeps digging into the data. Then there is yellow-grade death mangle, which can be upgraded. It uses jagged mouth parts to shred enemies and drain their life force. Finally, red-grade super excretion instantly dumps toxic waste to spread the poison faster. Our guy pulls a straight face and thinks, why on earth would I not absorb this? He then spots a green-grade skill called Swarm Will, which uses the poison to link minds. It allows mental resonance but requires scythe poison to work. Staring at the core, he realizes this bonus skill is the real prize. Controlling minds through toxins? Sick. Time for a little experiment. Meanwhile, up in the sky, the blonde kid looks down in shock. He literally launched us all into the clouds. What is his game plan? Gonam sighs, admitting he cannot understand strategic class geniuses either. Suddenly, someone screams to look over there. They turn around and see the giant roaches spelling out a message across the bright blue sky. You and I both know that overtime message is wild, but inside the control room, there is only absolute dead silence. Lu Qianlam asks if Zhong Yuan can really control this many bugs, and Guofeng just coughs awkwardly and tells him not to ask. He claims it is just strategic class magic. Lu Qianlam speaks into the comms, offering to negotiate the overtime pay if he starts a stream right now. They just want to see what is going on. Instantly, a spatial portal rips open and his voice crackles through the speaker. He asks if they can see now, and they confirm. But a guy in a white suit panics, seeing a swarm as massive as 12 years ago. And Guofeng admits their early estimates were way too optimistic. Lu Qianlam orders a strike before things get out of hand. They need to carpet bomb them with firebombs. But standing chill on a giant bug, Zhong Yuan says they do not need that yet. The commanders are confused. That is when our guy activates his skill. The experiment worked, and now he is ready to test the mind control. By controlling just a few bugs, he can use the toxic mind link to force the entire swarm to obey. He broadcasts his mental command. He orders them to fall back to the cave. Instantly, the charging monsters freeze in their tracks, turn around, and start retreating. Watching the swarm pull back, the entire control room gasps in shock. They cannot believe these creatures are actually retreating. Nobody has ever seen monsters retreat like this. Over the comms, they scream that Zhong Yuan has literally pulled off a miracle. This is history in the making. But suddenly he spots one weird bug holding a severed arm, completely ignoring his commands. His charm skill did not work on this smaller one. Could this beast be the Swarm King? The blonde kid spots it too. Shouting through the radio with pure rage, he begs Zhong Yuan to crush that monster and avenge their fallen comrades. His captain tells him to shut up and not make demands, but the kid begs, pointing out the weapon belonging to their lost teammate. Her body was never found, and she was supposed to get married next month. Hearing this, our guy nods and readies his daggers. He chucks both daggers with thunderous speed, but two other bugs burrow out of the ground to block the strike. The target bug flinches, realizing it is under attack. It tries to flee, ordering other minions to act as meat shields. And trust me, we are not letting this bug escape. Our guy dashes in, ready to freeze it solid. He fires a blast of absolute zero ice to freeze the beast. Then he quickly grabs Tuuk's dropped weapon. He grips it tight and slams a devastating strike right onto its frozen back, shattering the ice and ending the monster. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan digs a glowing yellow crystal right out of a monster bug. His system immediately chimes, asking if he wants to absorb this primordial Cicada King crystal. It is a green-tier super thinking skill that can't be leveled up, but it dramatically boosts cognitive power. Staring at the system panel, Zhong Yuan gets it. This is why that ugly bug king resisted his super cute skill. He rejects the absorption, but then notices something shiny sparkling on the ground nearby. Walking over, he picks up a diamond ring. Looking at it, he remembers Feng Jing's words. We ability users can face deadly disasters at any given moment. If you find someone you love, do not hesitate. Honestly, you and I can feel the weight behind those words. It comes from surviving countless brutal tragedies. He stands up, staring down at the beast. This is the real Bug King, slightly smaller, possessing longer legs and packed with terrifying intelligence. It easily commands the other monsters. Realizing the danger, Zhong Yuan warns everyone that another stealthy Bug King might be lurking right beneath their feet. Telling his squad to wait, he leaps onto the giant bug and triggers his super sensing skill. Suddenly, the whole landscape flashes into his mind in crazy, colorful patterns. A bizarre, monstrous shape glows in the dark. He knew there was another one. He instantly taps his communicator to alert headquarters about the hidden threat. He sends coordinates for the Bug King's nest. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what hatches next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this underground mess, where we need firebombs. Lu Jianlin coughs, teasingly asking if the kid even needs them, making everyone around feel super awkward. Zhong Yuan rolls his eyes, saying, "Uncle, what are you on about? I am no Superman. When I run out of juice, of course I am going to lean on you guys." Zhong Yuan adds, "On this abyssal battlefield, solo heroism is a joke. When things get rough, you call the military or the state." Lin laughs. "Haha, I love this kid's attitude." Another officer admits he almost looked down on him over some petty overtime pay, realizing he was being way too narrow-minded. Right after, Lu Jianlin orders the Armored Corps to prep their missiles, telling them to cross the barrier immediately and back up Zhong Yuan. A massive explosion erupts, sending insane heat waves and pressure blasting through the area. Zhong Yuan overused his skills, muttering with totally exhausted eyes that he scanned the area 5 whole times with his super perception to find every single Worm King. Standing there, he says, "If there are no alien monsters crossing over, this portal will shut down on its own soon. Now that the gate is stable, those last few nasty bugs trapped inside the barrier can be handed over to the Science Academy for research." Showing a ring on his finger, Zhong Yuan asks if anyone recognizes it. Suddenly, a blonde soldier salutes and replies that he does. Seeing the guy's devastated face, Zhong Yuan says he is sorry, but this was the only thing he could find. Blonde guy is super grateful, saying his cousin can finally rest in peace. Now pay attention, the observers report to headquarters that the portal is actually shrinking. On screen, the massive gateway collapses rapidly, flashes one last time, and vanishes into thin air. The scout team immediately broadcasts that the threat is successfully suppressed. Everyone in command goes absolutely wild, screaming that they did it, unlike 12 years ago when they had to pay a devastatingly tragic price. Others call this a literal miracle in human history. Outside, the surviving squad members crowd around him, hyped up. One guy tells Zhong Yuan he is the ultimate MVP of this battle, and history will never forget him. Someone else begs him to stay for a quick photo, but Zhong Yuan just shrugs it off, claiming he is allergic to camera flashes before escaping onto a helicopter. The pilot looks back at the resting kid, thinking about how he is only 16 but already thrown into such a brutal war zone. He must be totally wiped out. The pilot quietly thanks the young hero of the abyss. Once Zhong Yuan finally gets back to his room, he collapses on his bed. I know what you're thinking, school feels like a prison. But right now, he just needs to recharge his drained mental power. As he drifts off, he notes it is 3 a.m. and his alarm is set for 5, sweet a whole 2 hours of sleep. But in a blink, his eyes snap open, staring at the ceiling as his alarm blares. It says 7 a.m., so much for a quick nap, guess sleep is a scam. At the cafeteria, a worried Zhong Lan starts nagging him, demanding to know if he stayed up all night gaming with that random girl again. Feng Jing chimes in, pointing out his massive dark circles and warning him to spill the truth before he breaks little Lan's heart. Zhong Yuan is just totally done. He does not even have a human metabolism, so how could he get dark circles? He tugs his eyelid, asking Shang Guanyi for backup. But caught under Zhong Lan's deadly glare, the poor guy just mumbles that maybe there is a little. Honestly, he sees nothing, but siding with Miss Lan is always the safest bet. Zhong Yuan is genuinely confused, wondering if his fatigue is really that obvious. So he plays it off, claiming he spent all night fighting off a sudden cockroach invasion in his room. Hearing the word roaches, Zhong Lan, who is a massive germaphobe, literally freaks out. Zhong Yuan adds that there were at least 6 or 7 nests packed together, so he had to bomb them with pesticide. Grossed out, Zhong Lan violently shakes a hot sauce bottle, begging him to stop. Watching her pour a mountain of spice, Feng Jing shivers, thinking that whoever eats this will literally explode. Just then, Su Wanying glides over like a total drama queen, saying, "Good morning, Zhong Yuan." She greets the girls, then notes Shang Guanyi's presence. An annoyed Feng Jing snaps, telling her to beat it. Feng Jing is privately fuming because she ignored him on purpose. But Su Wanying immediately claps back, saying she already ate and just wanted to say hi to her junior. Leaning in close to show off some skin, she suggests they should continue what they did last night. The entire table goes dead silent. But Zhong Yuan just coldly tells her he is busy, privately complaining that he barely gets any rest anyway. Between training dogs, writing battle reports, and reviewing Lan's training footage, he has got a whole mountain of tasks already driving him insane. Su Wanying assumes he is just stressed about school. Playing the sweet, caring girlfriend card, she suggests they study together tonight instead. Suddenly, Shang Guanyi jumps up, yelling that Zhong Yuan is studying with him and no third wheel is allowed. Su Wanying just laughs, mocking a guy who failed 5 whole subjects for even trying. Shang Guanyi proudly brags that his only real talent is having shameless, thick skin. Annoyed, Zhong Lan declares she is full and leaves. Zhong Yuan asks why she ate so little, offering to pack some dumplings for her later. She huffs that she has no appetite and needs the restroom. Zhong Yuan tells her to meet at the school gate later, and she grumbles an okay. While the other two keep bickering, Feng Jing watches in horror as Zhong Yuan casually eats Lan's leftover spicy food, thinking he is crazy. He actually finished that spicy bowl of death. Shaking his head, Feng Jing walks beside him and asks if he is doing all right since he looks like a ghost. He offers to cast his reverse day skill to refresh him, and Zhong Yuan immediately agrees. Feng Jing instantly activates his magic to rewind the target's physical state back 24 hours. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan's body starts to glitch, momentarily splitting into several strange, overlapping holographic images. Feng Jing barely notices but still freezes, wondering if his eyes played tricks on him as he glitched. And that's where we leave it. Did he just blow his cover? Let's jump right back into the story as he pinches Zhong Yuan's cheek, leaving him totally confused. When asked what he's doing, Feng Jing says he's checking his condition. Zhong Yuan just mutters a casual "oh." Feng Jing notes he still has a physical body, then switches gears. He suddenly asks about last night around this time. Specifically, if he ate his sister's deadly tofu pudding. Zhong Yuan scratches his chin, admitting he did. Feng Jing sighs, complaining that it wasted his special skill, Tanat. They walk to the school building. Zhong Yuan asks how Tanat, which is a healing ability, has anything to do with last night's food. Feng Jing starts to explain. He says abilities actually have no set categories like healing or attacking. Those are just simplified terms. The real effect of Tanat is resetting a body state. It reverts someone back to 24 hours ago. Zhong Yuan is surprised by this system. Feng Jing adds another detail. If a person got hurt 24 hours ago and is now fully healed, using Tanat would actually revert them back to that painful injured state. Plus, this skill only affects the physical body, not the spirit. Zhong Yuan ponders this, pointing out that since the brain is the physical foundation of the spirit, it should still count as part of the body. Feng Jing explains that their powers completely shattered traditional physics. What defines life under these supernatural abilities? Researchers are still trying to figure that out. Even the latest theories have major flaws. But one thing is absolutely certain. If someone is dead by supernatural standards, Tanat cannot revive them. It will not bring them back to life. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan goes quiet and starts thinking. So the true nature of Tanat is a time ability. Check this out. He reincarnated 4 years back but was still technically dead. Unless, of course, he was influenced by a similar insane force? Let's find out. Remembering that bizarre golden coffin, a wild theory pops into his mind. Maybe the power that reincarnated him was way bigger than just that golden coffin. A few days later, a delivery guy carries a massive crate over, calling out that Zhong Yuan's custom-ordered delivery has finally arrived at his place. Sliding the rolling door up, Zhong Yuan tells him to leave it in the storage room at the end of the first floor, thanking him for the help. It turns out even this delivery guy is an ability user. Touching his custom-made golden coffin, Zhong Yuan smiles. It looks exactly like the real thing. Now he can sleep soundly without needing a prison cell. But then he spots some items left inside the coffin and mutters to himself about what they are. There is an invoice, a manual with height adjustment pads, some metal cleaner, and a bunch of goofy little stickers. Zhong Yuan decides to use them all. He plasters them all over. Soon the coffin lid is covered in cute stickers. Cut to warm steam rising from a teacup as Guofeng calls him in. He says he brought him to the military zone today for 2 specific things. Rummaging through a cabinet, he starts by bringing up his sweet overtime pay. Without his help in that brutal ancient phantom sickle fight, the entire Jinling city would have been forced to evacuate, suffering some totally unimaginable losses. Finally, Guofeng hands over a metal box, explaining that besides military merits and bonuses, the higher-ups awarded him a prestigious Yanhuang medal. Zhong Yuan asks if he can skip it, since he already has 2 in his dorm taking up space. Hearing this, Guofeng insists he must take it. If not, he won't get his overtime pay. Secretly, the commander is crying inside. This is a legendary Yanhuang medal even he wants, yet this kid complains. Zhong Yuan scratches his cheek awkwardly, realizing the medal is not the cash, and Guofeng pats a nearby safe, saying his real overtime pay is inside. Zhong Yuan eagerly asks what is hidden inside, and Guofeng reveals he allocated 12,000 snowbone serpent energy crystals just for him. You and I know he's about to go absolutely crazy with this, but the commander firmly warns him to use this gift responsibly. This power is a gift from the nation and its people. He must remember his purpose and walk the right path. Zhong Yuan nods, understanding completely. The system detects the ice snow serpent crystals, asking if he wants to absorb them. Zhong Yuan firmly says yes. Massive energy begins surging into him like a waterfall. System notifications pop up non-stop. His blue tier super sensing reaches maximum level and upgrades. He unlocks a new ability, red tier air bullet, which can be leveled up. His red tier air bullet immediately hits max level and upgrades, unlocking yet another new ability, which is the disaster tier thermal pressure that can also be leveled up. This thermal pressure skill can level up to level 2. The system notifications slow down slightly. Then his blue tier freezing skill hits max level and upgrades. He ends up unlocking red tier extreme cold, which quickly shoots up to level 8. Seeing all these updates, Zhong Yuan calculates the math in his head. Gold tier needs 1 crystal per level, blue tier needs 10, red needs 100, and disaster tier needs 1000. After that, he cannot upgrade any further. The upgrade path is leaning heavily toward ice. Zhong Yuan calls out, asking the commander to open another crate, and Guofeng tells him to slow down. He warns him not to explode his body. Zhong Yuan confidently says it is fine, and Guofeng throws another crate right in front of him. He continues to absorb more energy as the system keeps updating. His red tier extreme cold reaches max level and upgrades, unlocking the eternal ice domain. This disaster tier skill cannot be upgraded. His gold tier regeneration reaches max level and upgrades, unlocking a brand new blue tier skill called everlasting green. The Everlasting Green skill also hits max level and upgrades. He gets a brand new ability, the Red Tier Immortal Body, which can also be leveled up. Looking at his hands, Zhong Yuan sees Thermal Pressure, Eternal Ice Domain, and Immortal Body are all unlocked. But something is blocking Thermal Pressure level 2. This mysterious force somehow prevents it from upgrading. The Eternal Ice Domain is already maxed out, leaving only his Red Tier Immortal Body still leveling up. So he demands another crate. You and I can see the commander's jaw dropping as he asks if the kid is some energy-devouring monster. He devours another entire crate. The system confirms his Red Tier Immortal Body reaches max level and upgrades, unlocking a brand new Disaster Tier ability. It is the Life Authority skill, currently at Disaster Tier level 2. This totally broken skill instantly grants him an indestructible body right away, and also grants anyone within a 1,000-meter range instant regeneration. Holding his forehead, Zhong Yuan sighs, saying, "Commander, actually while in Quan? Alright, you and I are jumping right into this crazy power-up." Fong anxiously asks if he's good or needs a healer, but Zhong Yuan just shrugs, saying he's the healer now with a wild new skill. That lets him grant insane regeneration to others. Commander Fong is absolutely shook and yells, "What?" Before anyone can even react, he quickly grabs a sharp dagger and stabs it straight into his own palm without hesitating. Zhong Yuan goes pale at the sight, muttering that plunging a blade into your hand for a test is brutal. Still, Fong is hyped and demands to see it. Zhong Yuan raises his hand and activates Authority of Life, making a glowing green ring encircle the commander's bleeding palm. Staring at his now flawless, scarless hand, Fong gasps in awe. This healing speed is Gold Tier level 9 regeneration. He asks what the skill is called and if it has limits. Zhong Yuan replies that it's called Authority of Life with 0 cooldowns. But since he knows he's overpowered, he decides to play it smart and lie a little to stay low-key. So he claims it drains massive mental energy, and overusing it forces him to hibernate for at least 2 whole days to recover. Classic excuse to hide his broken stats. Commander Fong is absolutely thrilled, rambling about how a new strategic-grade healer has just been born, and how this could finally tip the scales back to humanity's side. He claims this power is even more versatile than Su Ri's. Zhong Yuan, wanting to change the subject, asks, "Commander, didn't you bring me here to talk about 2 things?" The commander clears his throat to compose himself and gets serious. He turns around to reveal that the second matter is their plan to bait the mole inside the Chinese military. Now pay attention here, because over in a luxurious penthouse, a mysterious red-haired woman holding a wine glass is about to set a deadly trap in motion. Pouring a second glass of crimson wine near the railing, she notes that Commander Fong has proposed sending top students into the dimensional boundary to secure valuable remnants. She adds that they're using this boundary run to select the National College Tournament team, which is obviously a trap to lure them into targeting Zhong Yuan. Bai Luoho smirks, claiming he saw right through Fong's blatant bait. He intentionally agreed to open the boundary within China, planning to turn their trap against them. But the red-haired woman warns him, pointing out that he already sold Zhong Yuan's info to the Alliance, which led to that chaotic school ambush earlier. She says the leader knows and warned them not to cross China's absolute red line. Bai Luoho just scoffs, muttering that an all-out war is inevitable anyway. Reclining in his chair, he adds that ever since the Feng family's cast-off son surrendered to the 9 luminaries, he and that guy were destined to be mortal enemies. The red-haired woman asks if he's talking about the discarded Feng heir, the one who cured his terminal cancer by absorbing the snowbone serpent's core. Bai Luoho thinks back to Yejin and nods. If the kid's younger brother hadn't secured that rare snowbone serpent remnant to heal him up so quickly, I wouldn't have rushed to sell him out to the enemy Iron Tower nation just to prevent his recovery from completely ruining my ultimate master plans for control. He sighs that if destiny is actually real, then that rare serpent remnant was definitely the massive butterfly effect that changed the course of their entire world's fate. Clinking her glass, the woman remarks that since he has time to philosophize about fate, he must have already cooked up a plan to crush Zhong Yuan. The gray-haired man smirks, saying of course he did, since Zhong Yuan is just a 16-year-old high schooler. He pulls out 2 tubes holding blood-red, creepy bugs. He confidently boasts that no matter how strong the kid is, these demonic eye-flying parasites will easily bring him down. Meanwhile, over at school, Shang Guanyi is celebrating. He waves his report card in absolute joy, shouting that he finally passed with over 85 points in every subject, meaning he qualifies for the National College Tournament. His scores show 92 in literature, 89 in math, and 95 in English. Feng Jing instantly roasts him, calling him a pathetic repeat student with nothing to flex. You and I both know that's a sick burn. Zhong Yuan agrees, while Zhong Lan chimed in, telling him to stop begging their brother for homework help if he's so smart. An annoyed Shang Guanyi demands to see their grades, so they whip out 3 perfect report cards. Feng Jing got exactly 85, while Zhong Yuan got straight hundreds. Zhong Lan also crushed it with hundreds in math and physics. Fully defeated, Shang Guanyi slumps into a corner to pout while Feng Jing pulls Zhong Yuan aside. Feng Jing asks if he really signed up for both the solo and team events. Zhong Yuan nods, admitting he hasn't even formed a squad for the team division yet. Shang Guanyi immediately volunteers, and Zhong Lan begs to join too. But Zhong Yuan shuts her down, pointing out that participants must be at least 16 to enter. Zhong Lan pouts in defeat, while Shang Guanyi eagerly points to himself. Zhong Yuan hesitates, knowing they'll have to pass a dangerous school selection trial inside the boundary. Since he's carrying a massive secret mission, he worries that Shang Guanyi is way too hot-headed and might accidentally trigger a disaster if things get intense. So he rejects him, gently suggesting he find another squad since teaming up with him wouldn't let him shine. The hyperactive guy instantly bursts into dramatic tears. He weeps about being rejected while Feng Jing asks about their actual team. Zhong Yuan says they need 2 more members who are smart and calm rather than raw powerhouses. Feng Jing smirks, promising to recruit the absolute smartest students. Soon enough, a cute girl with grayish hair and glasses introduces herself in their meeting room. She introduces herself as Zhang Rei, a support class student from Special Class 52. Her highly versatile abilities include stats blessing, mental prisons, and a toxic poison mist. Beside her is a brown-haired guy named Xie Yihan from Special Class 53. He is a control-type user with wind manipulation, hypnotic sound waves, and position-swapping skills. Zhong Yuan immediately squints, recognizing him as the creepy, lowly obsessed senior who welcomed the freshmen during enrollment. Xie Yihan panics and tries to explain himself. He claims it was all a huge misunderstanding and that he is harmless. Feng Jing dryly offers to swap him out for someone else if he's too annoying. Zhong Yuan shrugs and says it's fine since his little sister isn't on the team. Xie Yihan is relieved, praise-showering him for being incredibly generous. Internally, he tells himself to stay cool since befriending them is vital. Lu Wen chimes in, explaining that only the 2 teams with the most remnants will qualify. These top 2 squads will represent the school at the National College Tournament. Once they're all registered, they need to draw lots for their specific entry zones. Zhong Yuan falls silent, remembering his conversation with Commander Fong yesterday. The commander had wanted him to head to Shenangjia to recover Robert's high-grade variant remnant. But since that zone is totally locked down, Fong asked where he wanted to fight. Zhong Yuan casually shrugged, and trust me, you and I are about to see him break the game. Alright, you and I are checking out a crazy draw. Fong is like, fine, draw lots. Back to now, Zhong Yuan grabs Feng Jing, saying, Uyan On told me your hand is incredibly lucky. Your team hits the jackpot every time. Feng Jing awkwardly mumbles, I guess. Zhong Yuan urges him to hurry up, trusting his luck. Feng Jing replies, Nguyen Wen, look me in the eye, and tell me if I am actually lucky. Zhong Yuan insists he is. Feng Jing sighs, fine, I will draw then. He walks over to Lu Van's desk. Feng Jing puts his hand on the mouse and mutters, okay, just click to draw. Standing behind the computer, Taiyuk Han prays with folded hands. God, please let a giant meteor crush this unlucky guy Feng. Feng Jing clicks. Trong Jai. Lu Van covers her mouth in disbelief, saying, wow, incredible. Trong! Jia Joy has the most dangerous terrain, complex ecology, and freakiest monsters. Only a god hand like you could pull this. Taiyuk Han collapses, crying, what? Did no meteor strike you down? Zhong Yuan asks, are there many monsters in Trong Jia Joy? Taiyuk Han snaps back, there are tons. Zhong Yuan immediately replies that a target area with tons of monsters is perfect. Feng Jing gets emotional, saying, Nian Nguyen, you are my realest bro. Zhong Yuan turns around, asking, Trong Ni, what do you think? Trong Ni enthusiastically declares, even through mountains of daggers and seas of fire, I am going with you guys. Zhong Yuan tells Zhong Lan, I will be away for a few days. Take care of yourself at the military base. Sitting in the car, Zhong Lan replies, understood, you must be careful out there too. Trong Nguyen thinks, yeah, keeping Zhong Lan at the military camp means no one can sneak attack her while I am away. Over the phone, Tu Tan reports, the commander picked up Zhong Lan and is driving over. Got it, he says. Now, pay attention here, because this next part changes everything for her. Lin Dongliang clashed with the siblings again, but thankfully, Zhong Lan did not reject the military base because of it, and Guofeng then reflects on Zhong Lan's condition. Ever since her injury, she suffers from trauma, unable to use her powers smoothly. Plus, she caught a weird illness before, making her unable to absorb energy crystals anymore. He recalls Feng Jing's explanation. I examined her. The details are a top-secret scientific institute matter and cannot be shared. Her broken power usage is just a mental block. She will naturally recover on her own after a while. And Guofeng scratches his head, thinking, forget it. She is incredibly smart. Even without fighting, she is a rare genius. This time, let her focus on learning something other than combat abilities. The plane takes off, leaving the city behind. Inside the cabin, Zhong Yuan sits with Feng Jing. Zhong Yuan locks in, focusing his thoughts. After absorbing the Snowbone Serpent Crystal, he can use Thermal Blast and Eternal Ice Domain without even activating Blood Ice Explosion. Lower-tier abilities are easy to cast with some careful control. Zhong Yuan figures that with his current overpowered strength, there's probably only one other human expert who can stand a chance against him. The traders inside China probably are not that insanely powerful. Zhong Yuan plans to use his satellite phone soon to stay in constant contact with his team. Once real-time communication is set, this mission should be a breeze. Feng Jing suddenly asks, for this dimensional rift trip, do we have some hidden allies? Zhong Yuan is surprised, asking how he figured that out. Feng Jing points out, I am sitting right next to you, yet you chose a double seat without me. Zhong Yuan shoves an earbud into Feng Jing's ear, telling him, here, share this and listen to the command. Feng Jing laughs, Yon Wen Wen, it is the year. You and I both saw this coming, right? Who shares wired earbuds in 2042? Feng Jing jokes about Bluetooth sharing intercoms or just adding him to the satellite phone's channel. Zhong Yuan is completely speechless, totally roasted. Feng Jing points to his own black earring and says these are actually high-tech microcommunicators that will never fall out. Next time, I will ask the crafting department to make you a set. Zhong Yuan complains that it is totally extra. Soon, the group of 4 arrives before a dimensional portal, where the sentry soldiers stand guard. One of them steps up. Welcome Tanan Academy students. We are the Tiancan team guarding the Truongjiajoy Rift. I am Tong Qian Kwok. Tong Qian Kwok shakes Feng Jing's hand, suggesting, it is super late today. How about we crash at the camp tonight and head inside tomorrow morning? Feng Jing rejects the offer. No need, we want to get in as soon as possible. He asks Captain Tong, how many academy teams are entering this rift? Tong Qian Kwok looks awkward. I cannot share that. Feng Jing whispers back, come on, it is not top secret. Give us a little hint. Tong Qian Kwok shuts it down. All I can say is you are the first team here. Feng Jing turns to his squad. Put on your dimension watches. Chuang Yi nods while Ta Yukon groans. Tong Qian Kwok watches them with a strange, hostile expression. The 4 of them slowly step into the dangerous rift. Inside Truongjiajoy, Zhong Yuan's earpiece crackles. A hidden voice reveals that the Tiancan team was never supposed to guard this rift. They were suddenly deployed last night. The headquarters just ran a voice match, confirming he is indeed the target. Walking behind Tong Qian Kwok, Feng Jing whispers, I just scanned him. No mental control. Zhong Yuan agrees, all right, we watch him first. Do not make a move. Keeping their conversation totally hidden, Feng Jing suddenly stops and says, all right, let's talk about hunting beasts for crystals. Truongjiajoy has 3 main monster types, moonlight foxes, dream rabbits, and 2-headed eagles. He pulls up a map on his screen to show everyone, detailing their territories. He continues explaining the specs of each species. The moonlight fox has sealing and dark barrier powers. They are rare and nest in deep caves. The dream rabbit has speed boosts and hallucination mist. They attack in swarms, breed insanely fast, and are everywhere. You can track them by following their poop trail. Now, for the final monster, the 2-headed eagle can multitask, fly, and has eagle eyes with iron claws. They nest in high cliffs and feed on those dream rabbits. He confidently adds that the Academy only cares about the total number of crystals. Hunting those rabbits is the easiest and most efficient way. Hearing this, Tayakan immediately agrees to hunt rabbits. But Zhong Yuan raises his hand and says 2-headed eagles. Tayakan shrieks in shock. Zhong Yuan explains rabbit crystals are worthless and require tracking poop. With girls here, let's be nice. Trust me, you and I are about to see this team go crazy. All right, you and I are joining Feng Jing as he secretly judges his friend. He thinks this hardcore Siskin caring for a normal girl is just clean freak behavior. So he asks Chuang Yu if she needs any special care. Blushing hard, she holds her cheeks and mutters that she will just follow whatever Zhong Yuan says. Zhong Yuan jokingly calls her out, then adds that the drop rate for eagle cores is actually not lower than those crazy butterflies. Monsters do not eat those crystals. Since 2-headed eagles feast on those butterflies, their nests must be packed with leftover crystals. Hearing this, Feng Jing gets totally hyped up about the insane loot potential. He laughs, saying their squad can easily pull this off, and that farming crystals the old-fashioned normal way is way too slow and boring anyway. Kuei-tat Yukon literally crying, grabbing Feng Jing to beg for some brotherly love because he is terrified of heights. Feng Jing just coldly shuts him down. He tells him to man up and conquer his fear, then barks out a loud order to activate the White Dragon Heavenly Ladder. Poor Ukhan just looks up shivering. He whines that there is no electricity in this dimension to run elevators, but Zhong Yuan coldly tells him to just start scaling the metal rack. When Ukhan panics about eagle attacks, Zhong Yuan helplessly sighs, promising he has a plan. Honestly, dealing with eagles is easier than dealing with this annoying terrain. He glances over to check if Chuang Yu can handle the climb. Blushing, she quickly nods that she is totally fine. She quietly swoons over how sweet and caring he is. Meanwhile, Feng Jing pinches Ukhan, teasing him about how even the girls are tougher than him. Crying, Ukhan sniffs that his phobia is natural. Zhong Yuan finally sighs and offers to carry the guy up on his back if he really cannot do it. Sweating bullets, Ukhan screams that he will climb on his own. He knows if he lets the school idol carry him, the whole school will hunt him down. Zhong Yuan zips right up the ladder to secure safety ropes for everyone, while Ukhan nervously yells for him to stay safe. Now you and I need to watch this next part closely. Spotting a massive 2-headed eagle, a wild idea pops into his head. Suddenly, he leaps right off the ladder, leaving the squad completely shocked. They scream, asking what the hell he is doing, but he lands flawlessly on the eagle's back, smiling as he enjoys the ride. Soon enough, the whole crew is hitched on these beasts too. Yukon totally loses his mind, screaming that they are too high and begging for his life because he feels like he is about to fall off. Sweating like crazy, he clings to Zhong Yuan, who warns him that if he keeps squirming he might fall, and especially if he pulls his pants down. Riding on another giant bird, Chuang Yu shyly asks Feng Jing how Zhong Yuan managed to tame these beasts instead of getting attacked by them. Feng Jing jokingly replies it is just because he is so insanely handsome, which completely catches Chuang Yu off guard, leaving her totally stunned. She blinks in confusion, so he scoots closer, explaining that the guy got 1.8 million votes in the campus ambassador election. His power is totally obvious. Chuang Yu calls it a school beauty pageant, but Feng Jing firmly corrects her that it is an ambassador election. She gives in, but wonders, and honestly you and I are probably wondering too, how beast aesthetics could ever match human standards. Feng Jing looks over at Zhong Yuan, explaining that his handsomeness is a conceptual force that monsters instinctively feel and love. Chuang Yu totally buys it, saying oh so that is why. Feng Jing secretly sweats, amazed she actually believed his completely made-up nonsense. He privately laughs but is genuinely glad Zhong Yuan does not have to face the same dark, miserable, and isolating past that he once did. Back then, people called him a purple-eyed freak and a monster because the beasts protected him instead of eating him. Luckily, Chishu stepped in back then, fiercely warning the crowd that the beasts were just influenced by mental-type abilities. He threatened them with military law if they dared spread more rumors, forcing those cowards to quickly apologize and run for their lives. Once they fled, Feng Jing asked his commander if making up excuses was exhausting. Chishu calmly replied that a good cover-up is necessary. Feng Jing disagreed, looking at the dark abyss. He hated how humans feared him despite him healing them. The smarter the monsters were, the more they protected and cared for him, while his own humankind just treated him like absolute trash. He even thought about just jumping into the rift to join them. But back in the present, they finally reached the nest. Chuang Yu is completely speechless standing there, while Ukhan screams in absolute joy at the sight of endless crystals lying around. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan is gently petting the giant two-headed eagle and smiling, as the massive beast acts like an adorable, fluffy puppy. Ukhan eagerly gathers crystals, amazed that these giant beasts really only eat the butterflies and leave the precious loot completely untouched for them. Chuang Yu estimates there are easily over 1,000 crystals here, guaranteeing their spot in the upcoming school team selection. Ukhan is ready to head back, but Zhong Yuan is left speechless since his actual quest hasn't even started. He tells them 1,000 is not nearly enough, so they need to gather 10,000 more, which completely shocks Ukhan. Feng Jing cuts in, noting it is already 11 p.m., and they should just sleep and figure the rest out tomorrow morning. Chuang Yu scratches her head, realizing this dimensional realm has no night, which totally messed up her internal clock and concept of time. Zhong Yuan says the Eagle King happily offered his nest, so they should sleep while he and Feng Jing take guard duty. Shivering in his sleeping bag, Ukhan whimpers in fear because a massive two-headed eagle is staring him down. Zhong Yuan tells the birds to go play elsewhere. Shook, they tear up and obey, and trust me, you and I must stay tuned for what happens next. Yo, you and I are about to watch these guys make some insane moves. Soaring high, Feng Jing asks Zhong Yuan if that double-headed eagle void crystal is his goal. Zhong Yuan goes quiet. Feng Jing, chilling on the ground, presses him, saying those beasts treat him so well. So does he actually have the heart to take them down later? Feng Jing asks if he would low-key betray them for the monster camp. Zhong Yuan just looks down, caps him with a quick no way, then raises his hand toward the flock. Peering through his fingers, he explains these double-headed eagles only submitted because he spammed his cute-acting trick on them under the heavy influence of his weird void energy. They crowned him the cute king, which is why they are so nice. Squinting at them, he adds that they are just totally hypnotized by his void skill and cannot break free. But he is not about to let this success go to his head and lose himself. Turning to Feng Jing, he asks why he is so worried about him joining the enemy. Adjusting his glasses, Feng Jing says he faced a similar choice. As Zhong Yuan asks what his answer was, Feng Jing flashes back to a talk with his old mentor Chishu. Chishu called him a cheeky brat who thinks he is all grown up, threatening to surrender to the enemy. Guarded, young Feng Jing asked if he was not scared he might actually do it. Chishu joked the enemy could not even afford a single pineapple candy, so how could they buy his loyalty? Young Feng Jing, losing his cool, immediately fired back. He asked what if the monsters could actually hook him up with 10,000 pieces of candy instead. Chishu just laughed it off and gave him some solid advice. He asked if eating only candy would get boring since the human world has way cooler things to offer. Patting his head, Chishu told him to find those answers himself. Back in the present, Feng Jing takes off his glasses and breathes in the fresh air, admitting he still has not found that answer yet, so he will just focus on crushing trash monsters. Zhong Yuan smiles and promises to buy him some strawberry cake next time, since Jiang Tianshuo gifted them way too many treats anyway. Alright, you have got to see this hilarious moment inside the cave. Zhang is losing her mind because Xie Yihan is snoring like a literal chainsaw. She marches over, rips off his insanely smelly socks, and shoves them straight into his mouth without hesitation before going back to sleep. Truly savage. Zhong Yuan and Feng Jing are completely stunned, speechless for 5 whole seconds. Shaken, Feng Jing whispers to Zhong Yuan, asking what happens if he starts snoring tonight. Zhong Yuan cuts him off, saying he is staying awake tonight, so there is no way he will pull a move like that on him. Feng Jing laughs, calling him a true bro. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan gets an unexpected ping. Realizing it is an update from the headquarters, he taps his earpiece to listen closely to Xuan Ming's urgent message. A squad from Hanlin Academy just arrived right outside the Zhangjiaji boundary. Zhong Yuan immediately asks if they can track the GPS coordinates on their watches. The voice confirms they can and promises to send over their locations and files. Zhong Yuan then asks if their own watches are specially modified to only allow tracking. Feng Jing notices his serious look and suspiciously asks what he is plotting. Zhong Yuan just keeps his cool, assuring him it is nothing major. He says he is just checking if the other squad can track them, since sneaking into the boundary in the middle of the night is low-key sus. He grabs Feng Jing's hand, asking to borrow his watch. Feng Jing jokingly asks if he is trying to pull off another crazy stunt like he did back at Shaman Mountain. Zhong Yuan laughs, claiming he was a total angel back at Shaman. Once he gets the watch, he immediately turns and strides right toward the cliff. Feng Jing asks where he is planning to toss it. Looking up at the double-headed eagle, Zhong Yuan grins and says it is going on a little joyride first. The eagle lands right in front of them, gently dropping 2 midi rabbits from its beak. Seeing the poor things hit the dirt, both guys feel a bit bad. Stunned, Zhong Yuan looks up at the giant bird and asks if these treats are actually meant for him. He stands there totally dazed by the random pile of loot. Feng Jing picks up one of the beasts, completely shocked to find a rare moonlight fox among the pile. Zhong Yuan looks on, totally caught off guard. Feng Jing tosses a glowing gem over, telling him it is his. Instantly, the system screen flashes a notification asking if he wants to absorb this moonlight fox crystal. Check this out with me. These stats are actually pretty crazy. It has a seal ability that locks down an enemy's skill for 5 whole minutes. But it is useless if the target's level is too high. It also has Shadow Protection, a red tier skill that cannot be leveled up. This skill boosts all stats by 200% in the dark. Staring at the gem, Zhong Yuan realizes the seal skill is basically trash for his current build. Plus, Moonlight Foxes are too rare to easily upgrade it. As for the Shadow buff, since this boundary has no night, the skill is heavily restricted. He decides to pass on it. He knows he is not fighting this war alone, and this crystal would be way more overpowered in someone else's hands. He tosses the gem back to Feng Jing, telling the captain to handle it. Zhong Yuan then pats the eagle, hyped to head out for a quick scouting run. They soar high into the sky, flying over the eagle graveyard. After cruising through the clouds for a bit, they finally touch down back on solid ground. Zhong Yuan hops off, asking if the eagle brought him to their graveyard because it knew he wanted void crystals. The eagle starts scratching the dirt, revealing a hidden pile. He kneels to grab the glowing gems. Instantly, his system alerts him that a double-headed eagle void crystal has been found, prompting him to absorb it right away. It offers Dual Mind at red tier, Skywalk at gold tier, and Hawk Transformation at green tier. It also has Steel Claws available for upgrading. He hits Absorb without hesitating. The system flashes, upgrading his gold tier Steel Claws skill to a brand new level, boosting his attack power. His green tier Steel Claws also get a massive upgrade. On top of that, he unlocks a legendary red tier penetration skill that cannot be leveled up. With max level penetration, his offensive power is insane. It uses barely any mana while dealing massive damage. Combined with his master combat style, he is absolutely unstoppable. Now, even a light tap from him will hit like a truck. Next, the system alerts him that his gold tier Skywalk has also reached max level. With both Skywalk skills fully maxed out, his movement is upgraded. He even unlocks a rare red tier skill called Sky Tear at max level. So yeah, you and I are definitely in for one wild ride, seeing how broken his maxed out Steel Claws and new Sky Tier skills are. Yo, let us dive into this crazy story where our main character just leveled up. A screen pops up showing a new, ungradable disaster tier ability, Sky Domain Overlord, making him the king of the heavens. In his presence, every single living creature is completely banned from flying. He is blown away thinking a literal no-fly zone. That power is absolutely insane. Plus, his 2 upgradable skills are now totally maxed out, while the other 2 are completely ungradable. The notifications read, Eagle Eye boosts his vision by 3000%, while multitasking splits his mind but cuts his skills by 50%. With his mind split in 2, all his stats drop by 50%. He looks at the giant 2-headed eagle and remembers how, ever since he got sucked into that Golden Museum coffin, his real body actually fused with the inner shadow world and never truly left. He realizes his outer self is just a shadow projection, meaning his physical body is definitely not normal. Since he is just a projection of the Dark World's power, his outer form is totally inhuman. He wonders, what if he actually triggers that multitasking skill right now? As he thinks this, he envisions his body starting to shift. Reaching his hand out toward the ruined star eagle, Zhong Yuan mutters, Can I actually use the shadow world to project 2 of myself using this shadow energy? Shoving the ruined star into his pocket, he closes his eyes, resolving to test this wild theory the second he gets back to school. Since his skills are fully maxed, he packs up the leftover ruined stars. Leaping into the air, he shouts, All right, let us fly. He glances down at the teary-eyed 2-headed eagle and realizes he cannot use lower tier abilities now that he is the Sky Domain Overlord. Whatever, he decides he might as well just hitch a ride on the giant eagle for now. Cruising on the beast's back, he remembers that while this boundary has tons of eagle nests, this specific spot is actually the absolute closest one to the main entrance. Deep in thought, he suddenly chucks his watch to the ground, thinking this is perfect. Leaving it there, we see Feng Jing chilling on a rock as Zhong Yuan approaches him. Feng Jing instantly starts teasing him, saying he looks like he just pulled off a few hundred shady stunts. Zhong Yuan smirks back, telling him to think bigger. Like a few thousand stunts? Feng Jing laughs, saying as long as he has a plan, it is cool. Checking his phone, he says, Let me take a look at the command channel. Apparently, those Academy guys headed straight to our exact coordinates the second they entered this boundary. Staring into the distance, Zhong Yuan notes that this proves they are definitely targeting us, and they definitely have our exact location. Feng Jing speaks up, saying that is not entirely true, pointing out his strange flight path earlier. Your movements in the sky were totally erratic, yet they still rushed straight here. It proves they lack real-time intel and are just cheap cannon fodder sent to die. Feng Jing pulls up the youth leaderboard, showing Zhang Batnyu at number 1, Xuanming at number 2, Bak Fenggon at 3, and Dai Bei. That old bumped Xuanming up to 2nd place to signal to everyone that you are now the top cultivation target of the entire East China military district. Zhong Yuan looks annoyed as Feng Jing explains that their hidden enemy already knows his true power, yet still decided to make a move against them anyway. This guy is probably super impatient but holds absolute confidence that he can kill you. Shoving their hands in their pockets, they both stare up at the sky. Feng Jing mutters that normally, once these cannon fodder fail, the rescue team gets deployed next. And if the mastermind has any actual brain cells, they will definitely hide the real trap among those rescue workers. Zhong Yuan asks back, and what if our enemy is just totally brainless? Feng Jing smirks, saying truly smart people would just choose to be your friend instead. Zhong Yuan points toward the cave and sighs. Sleep deprivation makes people stupid, so you should go crash right now. Feng Jing crosses his arms with a smug grin, asking if he will force him physically dumb instead. Let us watch as Zhong Yuan bluntly agrees, saying the weather today is honestly too nice for his annoying nonsense. Meanwhile, Truong Yu wakes up from a deep sleep and stretches. Sitting on a rock outside, Zhong Yuan greets her, telling her to go wash her face. There is plenty of fresh water nearby, so he can easily fetch more. Truong Yu thanks him politely and starts washing her face while Zhong Yuan observes. He wonders why such a gorgeous girl hides behind messy hair and thick glasses, but once she clears her hair, her real beauty is absolutely stunning. He looks away, telling her she does not have to share if she is uncomfortable. Truong Yu softly explains that when she was a kid, she was almost kidnapped. She escaped and called the cops, barely surviving, but the criminal blamed her, saying her cuteness made him do it. Zhong Yuan closes his eyes in sympathy. He comforts her, saying that old trauma is in the past now. He adds that if she was not so cute, maybe she would not have survived. Think about this with me, guys. Protecting cute things is literally a survival instinct evolved over thousands of years, so science is totally on her side. Truong Yu is completely stunned by his words. Zhong Yuan smiles, pointing out that in certain situations, her beauty can actually become her greatest weapon. He tells her that regardless of looks, staying true to yourself is what matters most. Truong Yu is touched, thinking his words actually make a lot of sense. No wonder he won that school beauty title with 1.8 million votes. Her face flushes red, remembering he called her cute. Zhong Yuan breaks the silence. He asks her to help him start a fire, and she happily agrees. Meanwhile, Taeyuk Han wakes up sniffing the air, confused by a weird, pungent aroma. It feels like heaven and hell are fighting in his mouth. Jumping up, he screams in absolute rage, asking if Feng Jing was the one behind this. Truong Yu steps forward with a sweet smile, apologizing to Senior Ta. She explains that his loud snoring kept her awake, leaving her with no other choice but to stuff his mouth. Taeyuk Han is shocked that she did it, but thinks she looks incredibly cute without her glasses, so he cannot even stay mad. Plus, since it was his own sock, he will survive. Realizing she took it off herself, he quickly gets up and assures her that everything is fine. Feng Jing sighs, calling him a total simp. Taeyuk Han completely ignores him, staring at the food and asking if they can actually eat this monster meat. Feng Jing reassures him that with his healing powers, poison is nothing to worry about. He claims that the deadlier the poison, the better it tastes. Taeyuk Han eagerly nods along. Zhong Yuan joins in, handing over a seasoned skewer of meat to Feng Jing, saying this piece is finally ready to eat. Feng Jing tells him to eat too, but Zhong Yuan quickly devours it, suddenly remembering we are all watching. Trust me, things are about to get even crazier. Honestly, you and I are about to die of sweetness watching these two act like a legit couple while Zhang Rui blushes. Taeyuk Han mumbles through his food, saying that using beasts as mounts and scooping up free energy crystals is peak. Aligning with Chung Yan was the best move ever. Chung Yan replies, I told the eagles to dig up nearby crystals, so grab them later. Looking at the massive pile of crystals, Taeyuk Han and Zhang Rui are completely speechless. Seriously, this is straight up overkill. Yesterday they expected a few thousand max, but now there are at least tens of thousands. They quickly pull out sleeping bags to pack them. Then Taeyuk Han channels his wind breath. Zhang Rui is stunned that he is actually wasting high-tier skills just to pack faster. He scrambles around, grabbing every single crystal in sight. He brags that they will not only top the tournament selection, but also smash the record for crystal gathering. Meanwhile, Feng King just stares quietly at a glowing yellow crystal. Chung Yan notices and asks if something is wrong. A bit confused, Feng King replies, no, it is just that the crystals the beasts gave you are so shiny, they look like candy. Zhang Rui asks if they are actually edible. Taeyuk Han scoffs, not really, but a single rosemary rabbit crystal costs 5 figures. That is worth 10,000 real candies. Zhang Rui does the math. One candy is half a pound, so 10,000 is 500 pounds. Chung Yan smiles, thinking that teaming up is way more fun than going solo. Wiping his sweat, Taeyuk Han groans about having to leave the leftovers behind. Zhang Rui comforts him, saying at least they got all the high-quality ones packed up. Feng King holds up a glowing shard and asks, Chung Yan found a moonlight fox crystal yesterday. Anyone want it? Taeyuk Han frowns instantly. Now pay close attention, because absorbing a moonlight fox crystal is an insane gamble that my weak body could never survive. Feng King turns to Zhang Rui, saying her build has a solid shot. She glances at Chung Yan and asks for his opinion. He chuckles, go for it. If it works, change your hairstyle to celebrate. Grabbing the crystal, she says, all right, I will try. Just do not blame me if I fail. She begins the high-risk absorption process. Slowly opening her eyes, Feng King and Chung Yuan gasp in amazement. She actually pulled it off. Look at that light. Zhang Rui sighs, level 1 night shield. Tears stream down her face as she complains to herself that this skill only works in the dark, making it totally useless. Feng King sighs. That is rough. The odds of bypassing the restriction are 1 in 10 million. Barely anyone in the country can do it. Ta-uk-han tries to cheer her up, saying she is still a boss with 4 active abilities now, but Chun chimes in with a serious look. I do not think Night Shield only triggers at night, he says. Zhang, can your poison mist block out the light? She gasps in surprise. Wait, you are saying I can use my shield inside my own poison cloud? Ta-uk-han is skeptical. He argues that even if mist scatters light, it is not dark enough to count as night. Feng King explains that this special poison mist acts differently. It all depends on whether its energy can physically block out the sun's influence. Zhang pumps her fist, determined to give it a shot. Actions speak louder than words, let's test it out. The 3 boys hop onto the eagle and soar high, leaving her on the ground to test her power. Let's see if this wild experiment actually works, keep watching. Her level 4 green tier poison mist normally covers 50 meters, so we will know soon. If the mist range explodes, then Night Shield is definitely active. Golden light and gray clouds swirl around her as she focuses with absolute resolve. Under Night Shield, all her stats get a massive 200% boost. She raises her hands and the dark clouds surge high into the sky. Feng King laughs in excitement. The mist range just doubled. She actually did it. He runs over to ruffle Chungwen's hair, praising his genius. You are too smart, Nguyen. Chungwen snaps back, highly annoyed. Feng King, I am warning you, do not touch my hair. Then he yells at Ta-uk-han. And you stop pulling my pants. Panic-stricken, Ta-uk-han screams, I am terrified of heights, I cannot help it. Chungyen leaps off the eagle, yelling. I am going down to check. Ta-uk-han clings to Feng King, shrieking, why did he just jump like that? This is all your fault. Feng King panics. Let go of me first, bro. Meanwhile, Chungyen lands smoothly. The system alerts. Poison mist detected. Absorb it. He commands. Absorb. The screen flashes. Devourer activated, boosting all abilities by 122%. Not bad, this is way higher than other poison types. Zhang runs over in a panic, warning him that he will get poisoned, but she trips and faceplants hard. He walks over and extends a hand. He asks if she is all right or needs healing since he can just scan her life force. Blushing, she takes his hand and insists she is fine. A simple band-aid is enough for a scratch, no need to make a big deal or ask Feng King to heal me. Holding her cheeks, she swoons. Chungyen is so sweet, I think I am falling for him. What do I do? Seeking urgent advice online. Chungyen then suggests naming their combo skill. It makes things easier. Looking up, she says, you came up with this strategy, so you name it. He decides on Poison Shadows. How does that sound? Zhang beams, awesome name. A quiet peace settles over them. Ta-uk-han speaks up. We still have time left, but we cannot really carry any more crystals anyway. Why do we not just head back? Zhang shrugs. I am fine with whatever. Suddenly, Feng King shouts. Hold on a second. An urgent alert rings in Chungwen's earpiece. Breaking news, the 4 Hanlam Academy students are fakes using forged documents. They tricked the Tianqin team. Their last known location matches your watch's GPS signal. What on earth is going on over there? Chungwen looks down. I threw my watch into a 2-headed eagle's nest, he admits. The voice on the other end praises him. Great move. We are tracking the fake documents now. The investigation is underway. Chungyen speaks into the radio with total confidence. So is it finally time to go collect their corpses? Lu Jianlin agrees. Exactly. The 4 imposters reach the gate. Capture them alive, but if you can't, make sure their brains survive. Stick with me because next time, showdown. So yeah, you and I are jumping right back into the action where 4 fake rescue crew members just reached the void boundary. Your job is to grab them alive or at least keep their brains intact. Got it, Zhong Yuan mutters. But seriously, you and I both know his biggest challenge now is trying not to accidentally delete these fools. He turns to the crew. Zhang Xie Yihen, take the 2-headed eagle for a spin around the boundary. Feng Jing and I have some business to settle. Zhang's eyes totally light up. She drags Xie Yihan away, yelling, no problem, do your thing. I will cure Senior Xie of his fear of heights. Zhong Yuan waves, all right, I will find you guys later. He smirks, thinking how sweet it is to team up with smart people who get the vibe instantly. Up on the eagle, Zhang is absolutely loving the view, while Xie Yihan is basically dying. She laughs, so where are we heading next? Xie Yan is crying his eyes out, yelling, I am dead, I am dead, I am falling. Zhang shrugs, Senior, chill out a bit. Or you will literally die of fright before they even finish. He panics, but Zhong Yuan is a beast. He will wrap this up in minutes, right? Zhang smirks. The stronger you are, the longer you last, you know. Xie Yihan is completely lost, seeing her giggle like a massive weirdo. Oh my, this is so embarrassing, she squeals. Clinging to the eagle, he thinks, I heard girls love shipping guys. Please do not tell me she is one. He sighs and asks her, okay, so who do you think is the bottom? Without even skipping a beat, she blurs out, Zhong Yuan, obviously. Xie Yihan disagrees. No way, Zhong Yuan is way more alpha. Feng Jing is totally the submissive little wife. She gets this crazy fangirl look on her face. Cause we love him, so he has to bottom. As they fly high, she suddenly turns to him. Wait, Senior Xie. His face goes completely dark. He thinks, oh crap, I found out her secret. Is she gonna silence me and throw my body off this bird? Panicking, he grabs her hands. Actually, I am a fellow shipper too. Please do not drop me. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan and Feng Jing are staring at a map, planning their next move. Zhong Yuan says, the enemies are inside the boundary. We just need to cut them off. The other 2 are airborne, so they are totally safe from tracking. Anyway, Advisor Lu wants them captured alive. If I go way too wild and break them, you will heal them, right? Feng Jing is totally stunned. He nods. Fine, I will link them with my life resonance. As long as one stays breathing, they all survive. Zhong Yuan gives him another warning. If I accidentally kill someone, do not freak out. Just make sure their brain is intact. Feng Jing blankly repeats. Brain intact? Oh right, got it. Wang Podi wants to use his soul projection trick on them. Zhong Yuan raises an eyebrow. Who is Wang Podi? What trick? Feng Jing explains. He is the chief of the Void Bureau. His projection power reads memories. Even if they die, we can still read them if they have been dead under 24 hours. Ah, got it. So that is how it works. No more talking then. Once we actually locate these guys, I am going in hot and taking them down directly. Watch closely here. This is where the hunt begins. Duanyang is walking and muttering, those two signals are airborne. They might just be decoys. Lao Kai closes his eyes to calculate. The spatial wall cannot last this long. They probably strapped their watches to a two-headed eagle. Shahu gasps, wait, they already know we are here. Ugly Makan grinds his teeth. These guys are strong and fully prepared. We should probably back off. Sure, that $20 million bounty is sweet, but we need to actually stay alive to spend it. Duanyang turns around, snapping at him. Stop being a total coward. Do you not need this cash to treat your two daughters' lung cancer? Ugly Makan fires back. I am not in a rush. You are the one panicking about your son's tuition at Maple School. Lao Kai yells from above, shut up, if we fail, we pay. We will have to pay massive compensation. Can you guys even afford that? Duanyang looks up, sighing. We need a plan if they can track us. We should probably just smash our own trackers. Shahu looks up, totally confused. Wait, why is there a two-headed eagle flying directly above us? Duanyang shrugs, easy, we just play dead. But suddenly they scream in absolute terror as a massive, devastating ambush rains down on them from right above. A glowing green light erupts from Zhong Yuan's hand as he stands on the eagle. He scoffs, is my head really only worth 20 million? Yuan loses patience and unleashes his power. He thinks this air bullet subskill combined with penetration is actually a pretty sweet combo to wipe them out. Feng Jing watches in total shock. I know what you are thinking. Did this guy just unlock another broken skill? Yep, and the enemies get blasted, running for their lives while screaming, run, the enemy has penetration skills, we cannot fight back. Another guy starts screaming in panic. Duanyang, fight back. He runs frantically, yelling, they are way too far, just heal up and fall back. One of his men snaps in total frustration. And you call yourself the Wild Wolf King of the Northwest? Duanyang snaps back. Is this really the time for your garbage trash talk? He activates his healing wind skill to put out Zhong Yuan's fire. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan asks, wait, is that Duanyang guy really from the Northwest Army? Feng Jing says he probably retired, since the army does not let injured ability users fight. Zhong Yuan shows absolutely no mercy, cold as ice. A veteran turning to the dark side, that makes his crime twice as bad. Feng Jing sighs, he served our country, man, go easy on him, Zhong. Yuan frowns, completely annoyed, and turns to ask, why are you defending the enemy? Who is he to you? Feng Jing panics, no, he is nobody to me. But the reason he ended up on this dark path is actually mostly because of me. Cue the flashback to the Scientific Institute as Feng Jing explains. Back then, a guard walked into Feng Jing's cell, demanding, Feng Jing, a soldier has a shattered arm. Use your Suri skill to heal him. Sitting on the bed, Feng Jing flat out refuses. He is a hero from the Northwest who got hurt stopping the void cavity. His power is too precious. Without his arm, he has to retire. Feng Jing cold-heartedly repeats, I said no. Back then, he was just a kid locked up like a prisoner. His hands are chained, having zero freedom as he snaps. All day you demand Suri, stick around, because you and I are going to see his dark past unravel next. Alright, you and I are diving into why this kid asks, why should I carry the burden of being human? Turns out his mom is outside the cell, asking what happened when Chishu took him to the battlefield, what on earth happened. Lately, you won't cooperate with experiments, you won't heal anyone, and you are just wrecking the Science Academy. If this goes on, the higher-ups will seriously use extreme measures on you. Feng Jing, being a stubborn brat, does not care at all and casually lies back down on his bed, pulling the blanket over his head. He just mutters, whatever, I am sleeping, do not bother me. After a long sleep, Feng Jing wakes up as bright sunlight hits his face, blinding his eyes. Feng Jing spots bags of candy next to his bed. He picks one up, scoffing that they are trying to buy him off with sweets again. Without a word, he just stares at the iron cuffs locking his wrists. After a moment, Feng Jing channels his power and easily shatters the heavy chains binding his hands. Once free, Feng Jing heads straight to the laboratory. Turns out he is looking for his mom. Spotting her, he calls out, asking about a certain injured person. Mom, where is that guy with a broken arm from yesterday? His mother does not even look up, focused on her work as she replies that his time limit expired. He had to head back. Feng Jing lowers his head, awkwardly mumbling, then what about the candy in my room? His mom explains it is from Commander Yang, who wants to be friends. Feng Jing scowls and says, tell him I cannot save anyone, so take it back. His mom replies that the commander bought them precisely because Feng Jing could not save people. Without another word, he silently wanders back to his cell, easily bending the iron bars to slip inside. He tears a candy bag wide open, scattering pieces everywhere. He scoops up the sweets with both hands, stuffing them into his mouth like crazy. After finishing every last bit, he sits there thinking, making a massive decision. He tells his mom he wants to leave the academy and see the human world. Now let us snap back to the present, because things are about to get wild. Hearing Feng Jing's tragic backstory, Zhong Yuan coldly points out that pitiful people always have a hateful side, and that guy will never accept his apology. Feng Jing counters, arguing that hateful people also have their own hidden pain. But Zhong Yuan is completely out of patience and snaps right back at him. I do not care about their sob stories. All I know is we are the victims and they are the bad guys. With that, Zhong Yuan grabs Feng Jing's arm. He drags him off the giant eagle, shouting a direct command to activate life resonance once they get close enough. Feng Jing is left totally dazed and confused. The moment they land, Feng Jing blindly triggers his life resonance skill on Zhong Yuan. Meanwhile, Dongliang's squad is desperately running for their lives. Now watch closely, because this is where things get crazy. The last runner suddenly collapses to the ground, leaving his panicked allies frozen in absolute shock. They just freeze, completely stunned and wondering what happened. The blonde guy guesses it must be the legendary instant death skill from the rumors. But that is a national treasure tier power. How could a high school kid possess it? Dongliang does not waste time and yells to keep running. Zhong Yuan overhears them and is totally baffled about this instant death thing. Plus, he wonders why he felt a sudden surge of life just now. He glares at Feng Jing, who is frantically waving his hands around, and realizes something. Did this idiot actually link his life force to the enemy? Feng Jing panics, realizing his massive blunder. He gasps, admitting he got totally distracted and linked the wrong targets during the chaotic landing. Zhong Yuan snaps, asking if the fallen guy is still breathing. Feng Jing blankly says he is barely alive, making Zhong Yuan smirk in approval. Zhong Yuan activates his airspace ruler power, grabs Feng Jing by his pants and lifts off, telling him to use that same trick on the rest. Feng Jing freaks out as he is dragged into the sky, screaming to stop grabbing his pants and hold his body instead. Zhong Yuan complies. He holds him by the arms and legs, asking if this is better. Feng Jing nods frantically and immediately triggers his life resonance once more. Boom! The remaining 3 targets get linked and instantly crash to the ground. Our duo casually lands right next to the defeated squad. Zhong Yuan looks pleased, noting the enemies are half dead. Feng Jing is highly suspicious, asking why Zhong Yuan is not hiding his abnormal life force. Zhong Yuan glares at him, asking if he can actually see whether he is alive or dead. Feng Jing just coolly slides down his dark sunglasses. He warns Zhong Yuan never to make him use this technique in public, but Zhong Yuan has a completely different idea for this broken skill. He insists linking life resonance to a dead corpse would be the ultimate cheat code. Feng Jing just waves his hand and turns away to explain. Normally, this skill only links myself to others. My unique case is a top-secret scientific anomaly. Zhong Yuan just smirks with an attitude. He places his hands on his hips, scoffing at the explanation. They walk over to one of the fallen enemies, and Zhong Yuan speaks up. Didn't you say they had an ultimate killer move prepared for me? These weaklings clearly do not qualify. Feng Jing replies it is because he is ridiculously overpowered. Zhong Yuan inspects the body, suddenly noticing something bizarre. Why on earth is there a bug on his face? He immediately stabs the insect dead. The scary truth hits him. This thing crawled straight out of the guy's skull, which is impossible for normal bugs. This creature is definitely an alien beast. Right at that moment, another creepy insect wriggles out of another fallen thug's head. It silently flies toward Zhong Yuan, who is completely oblivious to the danger. Its stinger glows with a deadly light. Zhong Yuan suddenly realizes the terrifying truth. These weaklings were just decoys. The real killer move is, could it be these alien insects? The bug slowly circles Zhong Yuan's head, aiming for a lethal strike while he remains totally unaware of the incoming threat. It dives in, aiming to pierce his brain, but an invisible barrier blocks its path. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan snaps his eyes open with a confident smirk. Gotcha, I was waiting for you. Suddenly, weird images of Dongliang flash around the insect. Zhong Yuan wonders if he is seeing the guy's memories. First, he sees Dongliang's arm getting broken, the academy failing to heal it, and his forced retirement to a boring desk job. Then the next memory flashes. He rejects a military prosthetic, choosing a cash payout to buy a luxury villa instead. Trust me, you and I are about to uncover a massive conspiracy here. Alright, you and I are diving straight back into this absolute mess. Since Kwok cannot flee abroad, his idiot son just stole military cash to pay gambling debts. That got him totally fired. Then Dawn Dung took a shady dark web contract from Lighthouse Nation, got some advanced cash, forged IDs, and entered the Zhongjiji boundary. Connecting the dots completely blows Zhong Yuan's mind. These freaky alien bugs living inside human brains can actually steal their host's memories and high-level intelligence. They're smart enough to silence witnesses, damn. Now Zhong Yuan suspects the other guys might be infected too, so they need to sniff them out fast. If those creepy pests breed here or snitch to the enemy, they are absolutely screwed. Right then, a nasty bug sneakily flies up behind an off-guard Feng Jing. Zhong Yuan spots it and tries to yell, but the bug already clings to Feng Jing's hair. Feng Jing casually scratches his head while Zhong Yuan just freezes in shock. Feng Jing snatches the bug off his neck, complaining about the sharp bite, then squashes it flat, splattering blood. A super worried Zhong Yuan rushes over to check him. He checks the back of his head and panics. It is bleeding from a cut and he's got a bald patch. Feng Jing is devastated. Bald? Really? Yep. Zhong Yuan mockingly jokes his head is rock solid, and Feng Jing bragged that smart guys always have tough skulls. After that, Zhong Yuan prepares to leave. He flies off but tells Feng Jing to snap a pic of his hand to send to HQ while he goes to hunt more bugs. Feng Jing waves him off. He yells back that he got it. Once Zhong Yuan is gone, Feng Jing grabs 2 bugs. Turns out they're devil eye ladybugs from the Lighthouse Nation. Now pay attention here, because these creepy bugs love eating brains. Lighthouse Nation hid this info, but Zhong Yuan soon returns with that 2-headed eagle. Sitting with the unconscious intruders, Zhong Yuan calls to report they found 8 bugs. 4 of those pests were living inside the brain of the 2-headed eagle. 2 were captured alive and 2 are dead. He says he tamed them with his charm, so they won't attack. The voice on the phone responds instantly. Great job, the science team is already on their way to you. Just hand over the bugs and that giant eagle. Meanwhile, Feng Jing holds a bug. He looks over at the unconscious Doan Deng, wanting to speak but keeping quiet. Seeing his depressing face, Zhong Yuan stares right back at his buddy. He tells him, dude, the guy is dead, staring won't revive him. Feng Jing sighs, knowing that even if he survived, he would face the death penalty anyway. Zhong Yuan asks why he's still staring then. Feng Jing looks up at the sky with deep regret, wondering about a choice from his past. He wonders if saving him back then would have changed his fate. Zhong Yuan stares at the clouds, replying that he's no omnipotent god who knows everything. But then he adds that if you can't be a god, just being a decent human is enough. Hearing that, Feng Jing cracks a little smile. He agrees to keep being human. Soon, the science team arrives at the boundary entrance, but the elite Sky Duty Squad blocks them from entering. A pissed-off blonde guy yells at Captain Tong, demanding to know why they are being blocked when the science department has emergency clearance to enter any zone. Tong Qian Kwok frowns, apologizing that they have received no official emergency orders, so by the book, nobody is getting through today. The science guys look to Mr. Chishu for help, but before they can even finish their sentence, Chishu coldly cuts them off with a warning. Let's pause for a second, because Chishu is about to beat them awake. He asks if they have healers ready, but they tell him to buzz off. Suddenly, Chishu draws his blade and activates his deadly wind pierce ability, his eyes turning incredibly sharp like daggers locked onto his targets. He says he is making his move, unleashing his dual wind scythe attack. Absolute raw power erupts from his blade, blasting directly toward the guards. Captain Tong tries desperately to block the incoming strike using his own abilities, but the gap in power is massive and he gets utterly blasted backward. Covered in bloody cuts, Tong struggles to stand, gasping that even the science department cannot just abuse their power and act like total tyrants. He threatens to report them to the Void Bureau, but Chishu just walks over, telling him to complain directly to Wang Podi using his name. Tong Qian Kwok collapses in pure horror. This old man is the legendary leader of Nine Voids, the absolute strongest organization of ability users in the country. Meanwhile, our two boys are just bored out of their minds waiting. Feng Jing lies down, staring at the two squirming bugs in his hands. He complains about his aching hands, but Zhong Yuan tells him to hang on since these smart little pests will run the moment he lets go. He is worried his taming skill might wear off. Suddenly, Feng Jing's phone starts buzzing, but his hands are completely full of creepy bugs. He leans over and begs Zhong Yuan to grab it, saying the passcode is 778811. Zhong Yuan just nods. He fishes the phone out of his pocket and holds it up to show him the new text, which mentions a slight delay by the guards. The cleanup crew has taken over, and they even prepped a private jet to fly them back to school. Reading this, Feng Jing's face goes pale. He can't believe his mom literally called a legendary boss just to collect some bugs. Another text from Chishu asks if they are still there. Feng Jing sits up and tells Zhong Yuan to type back a quick yes. He does, but then Feng Jing starts smelling something fishy. Wait, Uncle Chi previously had someone test Nguyen and then interrogated Feng Jing back in Shangjing City. He is definitely scheming something behind their backs. The old guy is clearly trying to recruit him. But joining the Nine Voids means constant, exhausting work with zero happy endings, so he must protect his buddy. There is no way he is letting Nguyen fall into his clutches. Once the bugs are safely sealed in a glass jar, the handover is officially finished. Chishu walks over and introduces himself to Zhong Yuan with a warm handshake, but Feng Jing quickly cuts in to control the narrative. He tells Nguyen that this is his mom's old friend, Uncle Chi. Zhong Yuan politely shakes his hand, but Chishu is secretly cursing. And that's where we leave it, guys. Chishu wanted to be peers, but Feng Jing totally ruined his chance by calling him uncle. Talk about awkward. Chishu looks pensive and clears his throat, saying, Hey, I heard East China just birthed a legendary young genius. I have always wanted to grab a drink with you. Suddenly, Feng Jing steps in for Zhong Yuan, surprising him by snapping, Our boy is still underage, so zero alcohol for him. Chishu just laughs and says juice works too. But Feng Jing waves his hand, lecturing him that alcohol is literally a carcinogen and he should drink less too. Then he spins Chishu around and starts shoving him away, telling him to take his bugs and go roast sweet potatoes in his trashy backyard. Chishu looks totally lost, asking, Wait, what about the void boundary? But Feng Jing cuts him off, saying that the old Fox's people already took over, so no need to worry. Chishu quickly hands over a business card, adding, Hey Zhong Yuan, hit me up sometime. If you ever visit Beijing, make sure to swing by our yard. Zhong Yuan takes the card and looks at it. It has the name Chishu and his executive title, General Manager of Beijing Jianeng Human Resources, with his phone number printed right there. Zhong Yuan nods and replies, Sure, if I get the chance, I will drop by. Once Chishu leaves, Feng Jing eagerly warns Zhong Yuan, Bro, seriously, stay away from his crappy little place. Those old dudes are thick-skinned and totally shameless. Whenever they need an extra player, they drag me in. If they lose, they grab street food and make me pay the bill. Zhong Yuan just lets out a soft chuckle. Pay close attention here. Seeing Zhong Yuan smirk, Feng Jing snaps, asking what is so funny. Zhong Yuan pulls off his sunglasses, laughing because he looks nothing like his dad. Not even a resemblance, definitely not his kid. Next up, we see everyone on the plane heading back home. Zhong Yuan is clutching a giant backpack on his lap. He speaks up, saying, You guys work crazy hard in the void boundary. Then he pulls out small pouches containing ruined crystals and hands one to each teammate. Each pouch has 10 double-headed eagle crystals, which they can use or sell for fat cash. Xie Yihan stammers in shock, saying he cannot accept such insanely precious loot. Zhong Yuan agrees, saying they did nothing but collect crystals. Zhong Yuan calmly replies that the fight between monsters and ruin users is pure danger. If you get a chance to grow stronger, do not hesitate. Xie Yihan grabs the pouch and says, I get it, thanks. Zhong Yuan looks at him and asks, wait, you are not giving Senior Feng Qing a share? Zhong Yuan says Feng Qing declined. Feng Qing shrugs nonchalantly, claiming that ruin power is completely useless to him anyway. As their plane cruises through the sky, Zhong Yuan gives them a quick heads up. I have got some stuff to handle later. Once we land, go straight to the office. Submit your reports and hand in those ruined crystals. Cut to Commander An Junfeng's office, where Zhong Yuan is sitting, feeling a bit anxious as he asks his question. Commander An, did you look into those guys' identities yet? An Junfeng hands him a thick stack of papers, explaining that Wang Poti just used void reflection on 6 beetles, which revealed a ton of intel. Zhong Yuan flips through the files and nods, realizing they can indeed read bug memories. But An Junfeng drops a major detail. Wait, think about it. Reading dead bugs' memories is super messy compared to a live target. Out of the 8 who broke into the ruin, one was a spy planted years ago. He was sent by the Lighthouse Alliance to infiltrate China, and he orchestrated this entire operation. Zhong Yuan is stunned, reading the files as he whispers, Lighthouse Alliance? An Junfeng explains that the Lighthouse Alliance is one of the top 10 non-governmental ruin organizations, operating completely outside the control of their own national government. The spy is a citizen who once worked on their Flame Giant project. After digging through his brain, we finally pieced together the whole story behind this event. Every country controls different ruin realms with unique monsters, and everyone holds strategic class powers. The absolute most mysterious strategic class asset in China is our cute Meng Meng panda. Because of their low numbers and breeding issues, hunting them is banned, leaving 0 ruined crystal reserves. To get one, they risked sending Robert to team up with Zhu Yao, and conspired with a traitor in the Central Military Division to sneak into Shenangjia. But after you took down Robert, the Lighthouse Alliance desperately wanted his crystal back. So they sent Yuan Kai's squad to ambush the academy, only for you to completely wipe them out. And Junfeng stares straight at Zhong Yuan and continues, explaining the situation. At this point, the cost of retrieving that Flame Giant crystal has skyrocketed way past its actual worth. For the Lighthouse Alliance, cutting their losses is the smartest play. Zhong Yuan looks puzzled and speaks up, asking, but why did the enemy still decide to strike this time? And Junfeng chimed in to answer his question right away. And that is the real kicker here. He explains that while the clues in the Zhangjiaji infiltration point to the Alliance, they are likely just accomplices, not the masterminds. The real shot caller is that traitor in Central. Throughout all of this, you have shown insane strength and brain power, making it clear you are hunting down the insider. Just to save their own skin, they will either try to recruit you or take you out. Judging by how those devil-eye beetles behave, they are definitely domesticated monsters. They can spy, assassinate, and function as straight-up suicide squads. Planting those bugs on you was a desperate move to either control you or put you 6 feet under. And Junfeng smiles warmly, saying, honestly, thank God your abilities bypassed those bugs, or we would be looking at an absolute disaster right now. Zhong Yuan just chuckles confidently. If I did not have a trump card up my sleeve, I would never have used myself as bait in the first place. And Junfeng nods, fully trusting his judgment. He smiles, adding, we trust your call, kid. Just remember, your strategic value is insanely high, so keeping yourself safe is always your #1 priority. Zhong Yuan then raises another question, asking, does this military traitor have any connection to Zhou Yao? And Junfeng laughs and replies, absolutely, but we need more proof. Zhong Yuan asks about the captured squad. What about the Sky Warden team guarding the gate? And Junfeng says they are locked up by the Bureau awaiting a full investigation. Zhong Yuan stands up, saying, with this many leads, you guys should have no trouble cracking the case. And Junfeng assures him that they will take it from here. Zhong Yuan nods and walks over to the window, asking, by the way, where is my little sister? And Junfeng follows behind him, telling him she is at the training grounds. I can have Qin escort you over. But Zhong Yuan steps onto the windowsill, replying, no need, I will just fly there myself. With that, he leaps out and summons his energy wings, soaring into the sky. And Junfeng watches in utter shock, his jaw hitting the floor as he yells out. And that is where we leave our jaw-dropped commander screaming. The kid went to the void and literally learned how to fly. Meanwhile, his sister Zhong Lan is still shaking. Alright, let's jump right back into the action where the instructor is hyping her up. Turns out Zhong Lan is holding a perfect squat, and he says to hold for 30 more seconds. Stick with me, we are starting right in the middle of Zhong Lan's brutal training as her coach counts down. 10, 9, 8, 7 times up, and finally lets her rest. Seeing her totally wiped out, the instructor explains, this is called the horse stance. Mastering this makes your lower body rock solid, meaning you will strike faster and way harder. Right now, you can't use your ability smoothly, but this actually works in your favor. It forces you to build an absolutely bulletproof foundation before anything else. He hands her a bottle of water and adds, once you get past that mental block and master Godspeed and Tianyuan again, your power is going to skyrocket. Zhong Lan nods. I get it, thanks coach. But then she shyly scratches her cheek, looking a bit embarrassed as she brings up another favor. Oh, by the way, My brother is coming to pick me up in 2 days. Can you please not tell him I am doing this crazy special training? The coach looks confused and asks, why is that? Zhong Lan sighs. My brother is an absolute genius. He learns everything instantly. Compared to him, I feel so dumb and useless, like I can't even help him with simple things. She draws anxious circles in the dirt with her finger. The coach laughs and tells her, look, everyone has their own strengths. Your talent isn't any worse than his. You were just born a few years later, that is all. He encourages her, adding, besides, no matter how ridiculously strong your brother is, he cannot save the world completely solo. He will still need your help sometimes. Zhong Lan brightens up with a gorgeous smile, but check this out. She has absolutely no idea her brother is actually watching from the shadows. Standing nearby, Trian-Hong whispers to him, hey Xuanming, you are standing way too far back. Can you even see what she is doing from over here? Zhong Yuan replies, with a blunt, I see just fine. Trian-Hong nudges him, saying it is fine to get closer, but Zhong Yuan's mind is made up. She is my sister, not my shadow. If I stand too close, I will only hold back her growth. His eyes stay fixed on the horizon while Trian-Hong starts smugly bragging about her achievements lately. Seriously, your sister learned a ton at the military base these past 2 days. Zhong Yuan raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh really? Trian-Hong immediately lists off armored vehicles and jets. Warships, supersonic jets, she drove them all. The commander says she is a natural-born pilot and wants to know your thoughts. Zhong Yuan is completely taken aback by this. His jaw drops, but he just facepalms and sighs. Look, it is her life, let her decide. Just give her some basic support and let her grow on her own. Trian-Hong's eyes sparkle as he begs. So, I have a massive favor to ask. Can you teach me how to shoot flying targets? Half the military base wants to learn from you. Zhong Yuan sighs wearily. I am way too busy. But Trian-Hong keeps begging like a child. Just one lesson, please. Unable to dodge the puppy eyes, he finally gives in. Fine, one lesson. Absolutely no more. Night falls over his simple brick room. Staring at the golden coffin in front of him, Zhong Yuan murmurs to himself. Man, after running around like crazy for days, I can finally get some decent sleep. He thinks about how absorbing all those massive frostbone and two-headed eagle cores is making him incredibly drowsy. Worse, the negative energy from those beast cores is constantly messing with his mind, making him feel super aggressive and irritated lately. He literally wants to punch someone right now. Opening the golden coffin lid, Zhong Yuan stares inside, wondering if he can pull off a crazy new trick. If I use my dual mind split ability to divide myself, can one of me sleep while the other stays active outside? Climbing into the coffin, he decides to try. He pulls the heavy lid shut, thinking he will just wing it. In a hazy state, his consciousness begins to split directly down the middle, creating two identical minds. Step 1 is a success. He sends half of his mind outside the coffin and begins projecting his physical body into the cramped room, feeling pretty proud of himself. Okay, I know what you are thinking. It worked, right? Well, watch this. He opens his eyes, realizes his bed looks massive, and freezes in pure shock. Walking feels incredibly weird, too. He looks down and sees tiny cat paws. Yes, he just got turned into a cat, making him jump up in panic mode instantly. Cat Zhong Yuan and his human self stare at each other in the mirror, completely speechless. He scratches his chin and the little cat copies him perfectly. Well, the test proved that the dual mind skill works, but both clones cannot be human. He sits down to analyze this bizarre situation further. Since one human form already exists, the backup form defaults to this black cat. Both share the exact same mind but can act and think completely independently. His mind races with ideas. The second form can project as other animals or humans, but the only thing it absolutely cannot copy is his original human self. This includes any image he visually identifies as himself. He looks back at the transition process, realizing why he got forced into this fluffy feline shape. When his primary body goes to sleep in the shadow world, the active clone outside is automatically forced into the secondary form, directly turning into a black cat. The cat lets out a tiny meow, giving him a massive headache. He realizes the biggest flaw with this cute little black cat form is the voice. Whenever he tries to talk, it just comes out as useless meowing. Frustrated, he literally searches on his phone for the science of why cats cannot speak. Yeah, it is a pretty dumb question. The internet says first, cats do not have a language center in their brain, and second, their vocal cords are shaped in a way that cannot physically produce human speech. As the cat jumps off his shoulder, Zhong Yuan holds his phone and starts plotting. He realizes this cat is just a visual shell. Inside, it is made of pure shadow energy. If he changes the internal structure of the projection, could he actually speak human language as a cat? Cat Zhong Yuan closes his eyes, tensing up his tiny body as he tries to force it. He grunts and squeezes, but immediately collapses on the floor with a lazy sigh. Yeah, with his current mental power, that trick is way too complicated. He decides to let it go. Nobody expects a cat to talk anyway. Holding out his hand to the cat, he says, I am sleeping. See you at 6. The cat high-fives him back with a soft meow. Now Cat Zhong Yuan stares at a massive system status board that is totally filled with complicated text. Splitting his mind cuts his total power levels in half, but the core mechanics stay the same. His fluffy cat clone can still use his skills normally. He has 14 broken skills now. Except for Thermal Explosion and Eternal Ice, most of these abilities cannot be scaled down for casual use. The cat flashes a signature mischievous smile, sliding sharp claws out of its paws. And trust me, you and I are going to love his next move. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action. While that cat lover Su Wan Ying is busy hunting star crystals, our boy plans to completely wreck her club. Strolling up to a storefront, Zhong Yuan spots a girl with 3 cats. Looks like someone beat him to the punch. He takes one look and immediately guesses her identity. If his memory serves him right, she is Jiang Tianshuo's twin sister, Zhang Xiyuan. He remembers seeing her back in the 3rd-year special class. She's pretty hard to miss. Suddenly, Zhang Xiyuan whips her head around. She spots Zhong Yuan in his sleek black cat form and her eyes instantly light up. Oh my god, that kitty is so adorable! Look at that elegant strut and royal posture. This cat is a total king. She has never seen him around here before. Is he a new stray? She pulls out a treat, shaking it in front of him. Baby talking. Come here, kitty. I've got some delicious food for you. But Zhong Yuan is thinking, you think a little snack is going to stop my master plan? Keep dreaming. But then a wild thought crosses his mind. Since nobody knows he is actually Zhong Yuan right now, maybe he doesn't have to act like a boring human anymore. What is he plotting? Ignoring her entirely, he turns his gaze to the stray cats nearby. Strangely, they are acting way more distant than last time. Did his charm wear off? Is it because it's been too long, or did changing his form mess up his super cute charm skill? He immediately strikes his most adorable pose and unleashes his power once again. A wave of purple energy surges through the alleyway, but the stray cats just stare back at him blankly. Zhong Yuan's expression instantly turns serious. Why isn't this working? Now watch closely here, because something bizarre is about to go down. He is totally clueless that a crazy girl has just sneaked up on him, giggling like a complete maniac. With giant hearts practically exploding out of her eyes, Zhang Xiyuan squeals, "Let me squeeze you!" Zhong Yuan is completely stunned, barely jumping away just in time to dodge her. Landing on all fours, he stays on high alert. Wait, wasn't his super cute charm supposed to be useless on humans? Why is this chick acting like a total weirdo? Zhang Xiyuan is completely lovesick, drooling over him, while the stray cats couldn't care less. That is when it finally clicks for Zhong Yuan. He had it all wrong. The charm skill doesn't work better on dumber targets. It is actually meant to be used on other species entirely. Being a cat trying to charm cats, total waste of time. It only lowers their hostility and makes them slightly friendly. But using it on a human? It completely brainwashes them. Honestly, he is starting to feel like a god. He realizes he can use his energy to level up his communication skills, basically manipulating people's behavior. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiyuan is practically crying, begging him to eat. Is my cat food not good enough for you? Tomorrow, I'll bring you the premium fish treats, I promise. She suddenly whips out her phone to snap a pic. Zhong Yuan freaks out and bolts. This mind control power is straight up terrifying. He definitely needs to use it way more carefully when he's in this cat form. Realizing she's trying to take a sneaky photo, he turns back, lunges forward, and snatches her phone right out of her hands. Time for some quick kitty deletion. Using his tiny paws, he deletes every single photo of himself. Once done, he struts away like nothing happened, leaving her standing there totally bewildered. Wait, did a cat seriously just delete my photos? Am I dreaming? But even though he was careful, he forgot one thing. The photos are still in the trash bin. I know what you are thinking, this girl is no dummy. Realizing she isn't dreaming, she immediately restores the photos and saves 3 backup copies just to be safe. The next morning is absolutely beautiful. Zhong Yuan is staring at his phone, lost in thought. Senior Zhang sent a text saying he absolutely must meet her at the cafeteria. She claims it's super important. Meanwhile, a gorgeous pink-haired girl walks through the crowd. Who is that absolute baddie? Is she a student here? He has never seen her. Is there a new rival trying to steal Suanbao's title as the school's #1 beauty? The girl approaches Zhong Yuan and gasps, "Sorry, I'm so late." He looks closer and realizes it's Senior Zhang. She blushes, playing with her hair. "Well, I promised you that after absorbing the star crystal, I'd change my hairstyle." Seeing her acting all shy, Zhong Yuan smiles and says, "Not bad, it really suits you." She stammers out a thank you, leaving the surrounding crowd absolutely jaw-dropped. Is that seriously Zhang without her glasses? She looks stunning. And look at how she talks to Zhong Yuan. Are those two actually dating or what? I thought Suanbao already had a thing with him. Is this guy seriously two-timing? Out of nowhere, Feng Jing sneaks up behind them, whispering, "Did I interrupt?" Zhang spins around, her eyes literally shining with excitement as she squeals, "Nope, you came at the perfect time." Inside the cafeteria, Feng Jing looks totally unsure. "Are you sure you want me sitting here?" Zhang beams happily, replying, "Absolutely, 100%. But the second Feng Jing takes a bite of his bun, he basically turns into a fire-breathing dragon. What the hell? Why is this Sichuan meat bun so incredibly spicy? Did the cafeteria seriously lie to me? I should probably throw this trash away and buy something else. Zhong Yuan just stares coldly and mutters, "Don't waste food." Feng Jing immediately shoots back. "Well, what am I supposed to do? Are you going to eat it for me?" Zhong Yuan instantly fires back, "Beat it, you are not my cute little sister." Feng Jing tries to act cute, making weird puppy dog noises only to get smacked right in the face by Zhong Yuan. Zhang just giggles at their bromance. This breakfast is honestly the best thing ever. Meanwhile, over at the office, Su Wanying is walking alongside Grandma Lei and Shang Guanyi looking incredibly smug. She is proudly thinking, "We managed to score 139 star crystals from the Dragon Mountain ruins. Even if we aren't top 10 nationwide, we did way better than that loser Feng Jing, who got stuck in that trashy Zhang family ruins." Su Wanying confidently kicks the door open and announces her triumphant return. "Director Gu, Team Su Wanying has successfully finished our hunt," but as she steps inside, she suddenly freezes. The directors are completely ignoring her, busy counting crystals. Someone in the room yells out, "Director Gu, we have got 1,000 high-quality bunny star crystals right here." Director Gu calmly tells them to filter them out. Suddenly, a student gasps, his eyes wide with shock as he holds up a glowing orange star crystal. Wait, isn't this from a moonlight fox? Is this for real? He confirms it, shouting, it actually is. This is worth way more than those regular bunny crystals. Director Gu's eyes pop open in pure disbelief. She urgently orders them, check all the filtered bags right now. Do not miss a single moonlight fox star crystal. But then, a bald student speaks up. Wait, isn't this insane? Even the bald kid is confused. And as for Su Wanying, she is just left standing there completely speechless, thinking, what on earth is going on? Why is the administration office packed with so many ruined crystals that it literally looks like a wholesale market? Shang Guanyi takes one look at this mess and completely loses his mind. He tosses the bag to Su Wanying and walks out, telling her to handle the report herself. Meanwhile, cheers of pure joy erupt from inside the office. They just found 2 more moon ruin crystals. They are screaming about getting triple overtime pay to finish purifying everything by the day after tomorrow so they can party. Su Wanying stands there completely speechless, convinced this has to be a total scam. There is no way someone could gather this many crystals unless they are fakes. They definitely faked them. Cut to a starry night where 2 figures are walking down a dark road. Zhang Yuan tells her friend to stop being so mad. She suggests they go pet some cute cats to clear their minds. Su Wanying reluctantly agrees, while Zhang Yuan excitedly begins to tell a story. Yesterday, she met a super cute and incredibly smart black cat near the furnace. She made a promise to the kitty that she would bring it some delicious treats today. Right on cue, you and I see a black cat sitting on a rooftop. Yes, that is our main character, Zhong Yuan, transformed into a cool cat with blue and orange eyes. He stares down coldly, surprised that Zhang Yuan actually showed up. He wonders if his ridiculous super cute skill is still working its magic on her. The girls suddenly freeze as the black cat blocks their path. Zhang Yuan screams in excitement as the cute little furball jumps down right in front of them. Zhong Yuan wants to get closer to test exactly how much of his mind-controlling cuteness effect is still active. Zhang Yuan blushes and calls out to him. She coos at him to come over. Next to her, even the grumpy Su Wanying is blushing, completely overwhelmed by how incredibly adorable this black cat looks. She squeals that she might actually die from cuteness. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan calmly and elegantly walks over to sit on a bright pink cat bed. He proudly thinks that this bed is clean enough for his royal standards. Zhang Yuan happily opens a food container right in front of him. She tells him she brought him premium king salmon airshipped straight from the Viking Empire. Zhong Yuan, still in cat form, stares at her while analyzing her behavior. He realizes his active power is faded, but the trace effects are definitely still there. Her extreme cat addiction does not seem to be getting any better. He wonders if this cute spell he cast on them is going to last forever. As he is deep in thought, something weird happens behind him. He hears kissing noises, turns around with a blank stare, and sees Su Wanying puckering her lips trying to force a kiss on him. Grossed out and feeling completely violated, the cat instantly unleashes his master combat skills, sending her spinning through the air like a crazy top. Seeing her friend get her face absolutely wrecked and crying a river of tears, the terrified Zhang Yuan rushes over to comfort her poor friend. Meanwhile, our savage kitty walks away with his head held high. The next day, under a clear sky, a heavily bruised Su Wanying looks at Feng Jing. Annoyed, she asks if this is why he called her to the infirmary. Feng Jing notes that her wound is healed, but the nasty bruises are still there. She confesses that her self-healing attempt failed, which is why she came to him. With his hands in his pockets, Feng Jing asks if she copied healing powers. She snaps back, asking if there is a problem. Feng Jing secretly ponders that the absolute strongest part of her ultimate prayer ability is something else entirely. Even without personal powers, she can replicate 100% of a commander's synergy to remain virtually invincible, but she is wasting her ultimate value. Alright, you and I need to watch her closely now. This synergy power lets her copy any target's ability for 24 hours just by touching them. Feng Jing stops overthinking and casts his White Sun technique to heal her. Once he is done, he coldly turns to leave but drops a savage warning. He tells her to respect his blessing and not die on his doorstep. She lets out a confused sound while Feng Jing glances back with deep suspicion. He realizes the paw print on her face is way too perfect to be from a normal cat. Is there a secret master hiding inside the academy? Up in a tree, Cat Zhong Yuan is feeling sleepy. Since Lan Lan is still stuck in military training, his main human body can sleep in the dark world. His second cat form lets him nap outside, which basically means he gets double the sleep. Meanwhile, down below, Feng Jing stares intently at his phone. He is stunned to see that Zhang Yuan actually put up a massive bounty on the school forum just to find the mysterious black cat. He wonders if this beast is the one that wrecked Su Wanying. Zhong Yuan spots Feng Jing looking up, while Feng Jing is shocked to see the cat. Feng Jing slides down his sunglasses, using his glowing purple eyes to peer right through the cat, and what he sees next is going to blow our minds. In his vision, the cat has heterochromia eyes and a giant zero hovering over its head, nothing else. He calmly addresses the sneaky cat on the branch. He asks why he is not acting like a decent human being as promised. Zhong Yuan just plays dumb, letting out a cute little meow meow meow. Feng Jing sighs and demands to know why he is not in human form, and why on earth he is using supernatural cat powers to beat up girls. Zhong Yuan keeps playing dumb with more meows. Feng Jing snaps that he does not speak cat, as felines do not even have a language center in their brains. He tells him cat language literally does not exist. Hearing this scientific teardown, Zhong Yuan lets out a defeated sigh and finally decides to give up his act. He mutters a command to release his dual mind split technique. Instantly, the black cat transforms right back into his normal human self. With his hands casually shoved into his pockets, Zhong Yuan coolly remarks that humanity is simply too limited. Feng Jing just looks at him like he is crazy. He tells him he is full of it and that he is only causing trouble because his sister is not around. Zhong Yuan lets out a loud, frustrated click. We cut to the two of them sitting on a rooftop having a deep late-night talk. Feng Jing asks Zhong Yuan what actually makes someone a human. Zhong Yuan sighs, saying humanity is defined by the sum of social relationships. Feng Jing presses on, pointing out someone who looks human but is basically an alien. They cannot absorb crystals, evolve on their own, and never get attacked by monsters. Do you and I actually think a being like that is still human? Yo, you and I are diving straight back into this wild story. Zhong Yuan suddenly remembers something and turns to Feng Jing, asking if his abilities are really limited to just 4. Like Suri, healing winds, rejuvenation, and life resonance, right? Can eyes that can literally read a person's lifespan even be considered a real power? Feng Jing stays quiet for a moment. Then he glances at Zhong Yuan and replies, Suri is my innate ability containing 3 types. The rest I forced them to evolve myself during experiments at the Science Institute. As for my eyes, they are just a shoe crystal biological trait. Honestly, they are no different from normal rocks. Even if I ate them, I would just spit out bones like those eagles. Feng Jing sighs with a bit of regret, looking up at the starry night sky. Hey Nguyen, in the end you still could not bring yourself to kill those 2-headed eagles, huh? Zhong Yuan lowers his head, claiming they already have way too many shoe crystals anyway. Feng Jing immediately teases him, saying he just could not bear to watch them die after seeing them alive. Zhong Yuan stays silent for a second before muttering that their cries make him unable to eat them. Remembering the beast hunts, he says, look, I would never show mercy to humans, let alone foreign races. But I am just thinking about how our conflict with them is purely based on survival and interest, where one side's gain always means the other side's loss. Even when we enter the boundary zone to hunt down those captive foreign beasts, humans still face a massive risk of a deadly counterattack. But what if we change our approach? If the nature of this fight shifts from brutal competition to cooperation, the benefits humans could actually harvest would be 10 times bigger than anything we can currently imagine. Now watch this. A massive 2-headed eagle is soaring high above a group of onlookers. Below, some of them look up in awe and start whispering about what they see. One of them shouts, Principal Bai, this is that weird 2-headed eagle king. It does not attack humans at all, actively shows goodwill, and is even willing to carry riders. The principal and his crew crane their necks, completely covered by the massive shadow of the giant beast. The bird slowly descends, showing absolutely no sign of hostility or aggression. Principal Bai sneers with total disgust, muttering that it is just a dumb beast. Imagine running to show kindness to your own butcher when you are literally standing in a slaughterhouse. So hilarious, he laughs. Right then, the giant 2-headed eagle lands smoothly, lowering its massive heads to be petted. It is trying so hard to show its peaceful intentions to everyone. Someone gently pats its head, praising how incredibly tame and sweet the beast is. But right in front of the peaceful creature, Principal Bai slowly hoists a massive cannon onto his shoulder. Satisfied with how docile the giant bird is, the principal cold-bloodedly aims the heavy barrel right at its face. He cannot help but drool over the precious prize inside its body. He secks and mocks that even chickens and ducks at the butcher market are obedient. Meanwhile, one of the eagle's heads tilts cutely, looking directly at the dark gun barrel. Its cheeks blush as it coos softly, almost asking what this strange metal tube is. The sight almost makes the principal hesitate for a split second, but his greed is too overwhelming. His dark desires take over completely. He tells himself that a royal shoe crystal is a priceless treasure humans would kill for anyway. Even if he does not pull the trigger, someone else definitely will. With that thought, he fires. A deafening blast echoes through the air, instantly engulfing the entire scene in thick, suffocating smoke and a violent explosion. 2-headed eagle feathers rain down through the dark smoke as the creature is obliterated. The principal stands there, casually justifying the brutal murder of the innocent beast with a smirk. In this world, order is only maintained through absolute violence. The strong devour the weak, and honestly, we both know how cruel this shoe energy world can get. Out on a balcony, Principal Bai is talking with a red-haired woman. She scolds him, Rahu, this time you let the Demon Eye Ladybug slip right into Wang Podi's hands. You even dragged the entire Tianqin team down with you. You forced our leader to personally clean up your messy situation, and he is extremely displeased with you right now. Bai Luoho stands leisurely with his arms crossed, acting as if he did absolutely nothing wrong. What, are you here to question my decisions too? The girl turns around, glaring at him with freezing cold eyes. No, she snaps. I am just reminding you that my ultimate goal has always been to become the wife of the 9 luminaries' leader. I do not care who wears the crown. If you fail your coup, do not expect me to go down with you. Bai Luoho sighs, calling her a cold-blooded woman. I actually wanted to share a little surprise with you. Losing her patience, she tells him to cut the suspense. Bai Luoho reveals that the Feng family's outcast found the Death God's traces right in Guangyuan City. Once I acquire that legendary instant death ability, absolutely no one will be able to stop me from taking over the 9 luminaries. The woman warns him that the upcoming National College Tournament is scheduled to take place in Guangyuan City. Countless powerful Shu energy users will gather there, which might complicate things. But Bai Luoho, fueled by his massive ambition, has already calculated every single variable. Danger and golden opportunity always walk hand in hand, he notes with a sinister grin. I have put together a flawless plan. If we pull this off smoothly, we can easily wipe out every single potential threat in one clean strike. Meanwhile, over at the military academy, Zhong Yuan is discussing their next move with Commander An. The commander briefs him on the active investigation, explaining that the Bureau thoroughly checked the suspicious Tianqin squad. Unfortunately, they could not dig up anything useful. The enemy is either incredibly smart and leaves zero traces, or they have a unique way to bypass Wang Podi's detection. Zhong Yuan calmly suggests that they should just stay put for now. Given how much of a massive threat he is to their plans, they will eventually make another move. Seeing that class is almost over for his sister, Lan, Zhong Yuan stands up to leave. If there is nothing else, I should head out to pick her up. Commander An quickly stops him, asking if he has logged into the official Shu Energy Mall yet. Usually you need to join a faction first to get access. But thanks to your successful high-level missions, you have already racked up over 1.5 million merit points. We can help you register your special account early. Zhong Yuan is genuinely surprised by the massive amount. Oh, I will check it out later, he replies. On the walk home with Lan after her class, she excitedly tells him all about her brand new hobby. Brother, flying planes is so awesome. If Instructor Lee had not insisted I build a solid foundation first, I would switch to piloting right now. Seeing how incredibly happy she is, Zhong Yuan warmly warns her that if she seriously wants to become a pilot, she must protect her vision. Make sure you do not ruin your eyes. Lan obediently nods. Speaking of which, Zhong Yuan realizes something. The year is almost over, meaning it is time for new clothes. You always complain that I pick out childish outfits for you. So, how about you choose whatever you want this year? Lan thinks about it for a second and says, I think the military combat uniforms look super cool and neat. Too bad they do not make them in my size. And that, guys, is where we leave our sweet sibling duo. You and I are jumping right back into the grind. Zhong Yuan pulls up his screen to show Zhong Lan. Lan, check this out. She gets totally hyped up. Whoa, customized battle suits. Zhong Yuan grins. Once you have military rank, you can custom make anything in the ruin store. I'll get you all the styles in your size. She is absolutely thrilled. Seeing her grind 24/7, he tries to get her to chill. Lan, ever since you got to the academy, you've been grinding. Let's hang out this weekend. But she immediately shuts him down. No way. She looks him dead in the eyes, completely serious. Right now, all I want is to get stronger. Nothing else matters. You're already an absolute beast. If I don't grind my life away, how can I even tell people I'm your sister? She's not about to slack off at all. Zhong Yuan has no choice but to let her cook. She adds, I already told the military guys I'm spending every weekend training from now on. So he just nods. Alright, he sighs, totally helpless. He can already feel that his little sister has gone full savage on the path of battle, and there's no turning back. Back in his room, our main character, Zhong Yuan, opens up the store to buy gear for her. He has over 1.5 million merit points sitting there doing nothing. Even after getting her clothes and shoes, he barely dented his points. While browsing, he spots a deal for sleep-inducing rabbit crystals for 10,000 merit points apiece. Sold in packs of 10 by the East China Military Logistics. He realizes they put the trashy crystals he handed in earlier up for sale, and people are actually buying. He scrolls down and spots an extreme cold blade for 150,000 points. It can be converted into any weapon with a full 1-year warranty. If it breaks badly, they'll even replace it with a brand new one. It's sold by the Inspection Bureau with tons of options but no throwing knives. His current set is actually a prototype from them. 1 million merit points can get you a fully custom weapon. But since he's already a combat master, he can weaponize literally anything, so custom gear is pretty useless to him. As he keeps scrolling, he suddenly stops at a bed shaped like a coffin. It is listed as a super alloy single custom bed for 100,000 merit points plus $100,000. Plus, there is a buy 4 get 2 free deal. Now watch this, because our boy is about to drop a bomb of an order. Seeing it is sold by the Bureau, he literally shouts, "What the hell?" He realizes his current bed was made by the Bureau. No wonder. Feng Jing's connections with those guys must be way deeper than he initially thought. His real body is still resting in a golden coffin, but this alloy prison bed is basically a portal to project his dark energy clones anywhere he wants. If he leaves a spark of dark energy somewhere else, could he instantly teleport to that spot? There is only one way to find out. He instantly taps buy. Since there is a buy 4 get 2 free sale, he orders a bunch. Meanwhile, at the Inspection Bureau, an assistant bursts in, completely panicked. Director Wang, we have a massive situation. Director Wang, who is completely bald, is just chilling, sipping coffee, and reading through his paperwork. What is the big deal? The assistant stammers. The phantom coffins we listed on the store. Someone just swept in and bought 6 of them in one go. Director Wang chokes on his coffee, spitting it everywhere. What? The assistant continues. The buyer's name is Zhong Yuan, but his security clearance is too high for us. Wang starts connecting the dots. Copying the golden coffin was a special order from Feng Zhuzhen for her son, and that son is indeed Zhong Yuan. Replicating one for fun is normal, but buying 6. What is he doing, gifting them? The assistant adds that Zhong Yuan wants to coordinate the delivery later. Director Wang gets a headache just thinking about it and waves him off. Just process it normally, and take that listing down immediately. No more trouble. The assistant rushes off to get it done. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan keeps browsing. He notices the store accepts barter exchanges as well as merit points and cash. That's when he spots something absolutely insane. A white whale dolphin crystal with rare abilities. A sonic wave attack that can actually drown enemies. Alright, let's pause. Did you and I actually think he just stopped shopping? Hell no, this crystal is barter only, posted by the North China Logistics. The trade condition. Represent the North China military in 3 battles. Zhong Yuan analyzes the crystal's power to boost absorption rates. It's incredibly rare. Even if the sonic attack is low level, it is still super useful for him. He taps the product to negotiate. Over at North China, an aide runs in. Commander Xia, someone just initiated a trade for our white whale dolphin crystal. The buyer is Zhong Yuan, but his clearance level is classified. Commander Xia Jihui of North China rubs his chin, deep in thought. Zhong Yuan, that name sounds familiar, let me look him up. Suddenly it clicks. This is the same young beast who suppressed the massive outbreak at Niutu Mountain. Having a strategic level fighter like him in East China is a total waste. Commander Xia, our white whale crystal listed on the store has been targeted for a trade. The buyer is Zhong Yuan, but his clearance is too high. Commander Xia Jihui of the North China military rubs his chin. Zhong Yuan, that name sounds familiar, let me check. Then it suddenly clicks. This is the beast who left a massive impression on him during the Niutu Mountain suppression. He has strategic level combat power. Keeping someone like him in East China is a total waste. If only he belonged to a special unit with 0 regional restrictions. So Commander Xia decides to take action. He stands up and heads straight to 9 Ruins, the only unit that fits that description. He wants to pitch this to Qishu directly. Over at the 9 Ruins courtyard, Uncle Qi is watering plants while listening to Xia's pitch. Uncle Qi just calmly smiles and shrugs. Actually, Zhong Yuan is already the 8th reserve member of our 9 Ruins. Commander Xia's jaw completely drops. Stunned, he quickly asks Uncle Qi, "Wait, if this is true, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Qi looks completely helpless. "Because things are incredibly complicated," Uncle Qi explains. "Our boy doesn't even know he's in our unit yet." Xia is absolutely speechless. Uncle Qi recalls exactly what Feng Jing warned him about. Zhong Yuan has never been one to follow standard rules or respect conventional procedures. And trust me, you and I both know if they try to force him, he'll level this entire yard. And that's where we leave it today. Alright, you and I are jumping right into some serious military drama. Uncle Tae, looking completely stressed out, warns Commander Haka Hui to stay out of the Jushu situation. It is definitely none of his business. The commander doesn't want any part in this messy drama either and quickly takes off. He sighs, deciding it is better to discuss the ruined crystal with Zhong Yuan first. Back in Zhong Yuan's room, right after ordering the white whale dolphin crystal, his phone suddenly goes off. The ringtone is actually Zhong Lan's voice waking him up. "Get up already, the sun is hitting your butt." Seeing an unknown number from Beijing on his screen, Zhong Yuan immediately gets a hunch on who is calling. Could it be the North China Military Command? He picks it up with a casual hello, and a polite voice on the other end greets him right back. The voice introduces himself as Commander Haka Hui from North China, asking if he should call him Xuan Ming or Zhong Yuan. Our boy politely tells him to go with Xuan Ming. Commander Ha cuts straight to the chase. He offers to just give Xuan Ming the white whale dolphin ruin crystal for absolutely free, no trading required. Zhong Yuan instantly declines, saying it does not feel right. But the commander explains that it is not because they do not want his help. East Shanghai is just too far from North China. Ruin gates usually open within 30 minutes, but traveling between the cities takes at least 2 to 3 hours. They cannot wait that long. Zhong Yuan points out that by this logic, only players from Central China could make a deal with them since they are closer. But since Central China is landlocked, they probably cannot even use the deep ocean abilities inside this dolphin crystal. Hearing his spot-on guess, the commander smiles. Now keep your eyes on this part, because the real mind games are about to start. The commander admits he is a smart kid and stops beating around the bush. He admits they put up the crystal as a bounty to lure elites from other regions. Zhong Yuan then asks why he is just handing it over to him. The commander grins, saying he is investing in his future and wants to be buddies. Zhong Yuan skeptically taps his fingers on the table. Wow, that is way too generous. Is he not worried that Zhong Yuan will just take the crystal and ghost them? The commander laughs it off. He says if he gets ghosted, they only lose 1 crystal. But if they act stingy, they lose a golden opportunity to earn his trust. Zhong Yuan starts liking this old man's bold style. Realizing the commander has serious guts and vision, he decides it is totally fine to share a little secret. So he comes clean and reveals he actually has a teleportation skill. Going from East Shanghai to North China only takes him a few minutes. Clearing ruined gates in another region is literally a piece of cake for him. The commander is completely blown away and asks if he is serious. Zhong Yuan explains that before he can warp over, he needs to ship a specific anchor object first to act as his personal teleportation beacon. The commander immediately agrees, telling him to ship it over. Back in Zhong Yuan's room, the delivery guy is staring at the order in total shock. He blinks twice to make sure he is not dreaming. Is he really shipping this weird item to the top commander of North China? The package in question is the exact golden coffin he sleeps in. With a straight face, Zhong Yuan confirms it and flashes his black badge to ask about express shipping. Seeing the black badge of the youth leaderboard, the delivery guy starts sweating bullets and stammers that express shipping is absolutely possible. I know what you're thinking, why would he ship that? Well, get ready for a wild ride as this legendary Rank 2 boss ships a literal coffin to the commander. The delivery van speeds off and arrives at the North China base in no time. The courier unloads it and asks the guards where to put it. The guard tells him to bring it straight to the commander's office and leads the way. The courier sighs and lifts the massive package with all his might. When the guard turns around to check, he completely freezes in utter shock. He stares at the shape, scratching his head in confusion. Why does this giant box look exactly like a coffin? He guesses he will never understand high-level rankers, but his job is just to deliver it. They finally drag the coffin inside the office. Commander Hakuhui is completely speechless, his brain short-circuiting as he stares at the golden casket. The delivery guy quickly hands over the clipboard, asking for a signature and payment. Still dazed, the commander just nods and signs it off. His mind is racing with 7749 different questions. What on earth is this? Why does it look like a cursed item from the bureau? Why does Xuanming have this? Why did he ship it to me? Who am I? What is even happening? The delivery guy cheerfully leaves him to his thoughts. Still dazed, the commander slowly walks over and pops the lid open. It is completely empty. Is this kid playing some kind of sick joke on him? Annoyed, he dials Zhong Yuan's number. He complains about the bizarre surprise, but Zhong Yuan just calmly asks if he has signed the package yet. The commander confirms he did. Zhong Yuan smirks mysteriously, saying that is perfect. The old man waits on the line, totally clueless and expecting an explanation. Suddenly, the coffin lid slams wide open, making the commander jump. He slowly turns his head around, only to see Zhong Yuan standing right behind him. He greets him politely. Seeing the kid teleport right into his locked office, the commander's jaw hits the floor. He stares at him in pure disbelief. His hand is literally shaking as he opens a bottle of heart medicine. Stepping out of the golden coffin, Zhong Yuan casually breaks the awkward silence. He jokes about using the express shipping and hopes the commander does not mind. Hakuhui, still dazed, just stammers that it is completely fine. He quickly snaps back to reality and remembers why they are here. Reaching into his safe, the commander pulls out a glowing core and hands it over. He offers the white whale dolphin ruin crystal for him to check out. Zhong Yuan thanks him and instantly calls up his cheat system to scan it. The screen pops up showing the crystal's exact stats. This beast crystal grants the submerged skill, which is a gold rank, and a supersonic wave ability. Both skills can be upgraded to higher tiers. Reading through the details, Zhong Yuan smirks. He knows he can easily absorb these insane powers right now. He pockets the crystal to absorb later. And that's where we leave things. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this power-up unfolds. He pockets the abyss crystals and shakes hands with the old man, sealing the deal. Then he asks Commander Ha, do you have any more of those rare white whale dolphin crystals left? Commander Ha does not hide anything, saying, the white whale dolphin is a super rare aquatic monster that only showed up twice in China. The Science Institute tried to breed them before. They wanted to raise them in the underwater dimension, but it totally failed. Honestly, the total number of white whale crystals in the whole country is less than 100. Zhong Yuan sighs, totally bummed out. Got it, he says, opening his coffin bed to leave. All right, if there is nothing else, I am heading out. But Commander Ha stops him. He invites Zhong Yuan to stay for dinner. Like you came all the way to Shangjing and will not even grab a bite. But Zhong Yuan is just like, traveling here barely takes any effort anyway. Commander Ha is totally shook. Teleporting takes no effort? Is there some kind of cooldown or time limit? Zhong Yuan shrugs, explaining, just gotta close the lid. No light can get in. Other than keeping it completely pitch black, there are 0 restrictions. Commander Ha nods, understood. But are you sure you are skipping dinner? The famous local roast duck is right nearby. It is roasted the old-school traditional way just down the street. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan gets a bit shy and scratches his head. Well, can I get it to go, please? That night, Zhong Yuan brings the roast duck back, and they all gather around to eat. Zhong Lan grabs a piece and heavily douses it in chili sauce. Feng Jing is shook. He is totally weirded out by her eating style and asks, Little lamb, why do you need spicy sauce on roast duck? Zhong Lan snaps back, if it is not spicy, I do not want it. Zhong Yuan gets annoyed and yells, me and Lam are trying to eat, why did you two crash our meal? Shang Guanyi, stuffing his face, explains, you guys skipped the cafeteria, so we got curious. I thought it was sketchy, so I checked the dorm. Feng Jing agrees with him. Exactly. After taking a bite of the duck, Feng Jing immediately notices something super familiar. Wait, why does this duck taste exactly like the shop 2 kilometers east of my house? Zhong Yuan instantly gets defensive, stuffing a piece into his mouth to dodge the question. Now pay attention here. 2 stray cats, one black and one white, suddenly show up. They smelled that delicious roast duck and wanted to sneak a quick bite of their food. Seeing them, Zhong Lan freaks out. She quickly covers the plate with her hands and screams, Bro, those stray cats are trying to steal my food. Get rid of them, quick! Without even looking, Zhong Yuan flicks his finger and fires a tiny blast of abyss energy. The 2 cats instantly tuck their tails and run for their lives. Shang Guanyi freezes, completely shocked. He drops his food in panic and warns, Bro, do not let those pet lovers catch you blasting cats with powers. Zhong Lan just cold shoulders him. So what, is my brother supposed to be scared of them? She rants about how cats are totally gross, saying they literally lick their entire bodies with their tongues. Like they lick their paws, their balls, and even their, private parts. They look cute, but they are actually filthy as hell. Hearing Zhong Lan roast cats like that, Zhong Yuan completely freezes. He is totally paralyzed, not daring to utter a single word. He just sits there with a depressed face. Seeing her brother's weird reaction, Zhong Lan suspiciously asks, "Wait, you are not a secret cat lover, right?" Feng Jing quickly jumps in to save him. "Do not worry, your brother is no cat slave. It is just that cat lovers are obsessed with him." Zhong Lan makes a disgusted face, saying, "Like that girl Ultimate Wish, for example." Feng Jing grins mischievously and adds, "Exactly, and she actually got slapped in the face by your brother because of it." Zhong Lan smiles in pure satisfaction. Serves her right. Good job. Feng Jing secretly imagines, thank God she hates cats, or else her overprotective brother would literally turn into a cat to snuggle her. But knowing his cat form is actually a human? Cringe! That is just too weird to think about. Meanwhile, back in the girls' dorm, Taeui and Owan's roommates are sitting together, casually scrolling through their phones. Suddenly, the hunt ranking leaderboard is posted online. Everyone crowds around to check it out. One girl gasps, "Yo, the dimensional hunt ranking list for the academy is finally out." Both Feng Jing's team and Lu Bak's team made the top 10. Feng Jing's squad racked up 86,619 crystals. The second-place team is not even close. Like, they did not even get a fraction of their score. Is this for real? On her bed, Taeui and Owan is also on her phone, listening to their chatter. I know what you're thinking, but the high ranks officially confirmed the scores. When Taeui and Owan opens the leaderboard herself, she completely breaks out in a cold sweat. Her team is ranked 11th nationwide, but only 3rd in their own school. Since each academy only gets 2 spots, she is about to get completely cut from the roster. The next morning at school, Director Ko officially announces the final rankings. He says seriously, "Students, the dimensional hunt has concluded, and the results have been approved by the committee. Representing our university in the national tournament will be Feng Jing's team and Lu Bak's team. According to tournament rules, each team can also add 2 backup members to their roster." Instructor Lu Van steps up and adds, "To those in Taeui and Owan's team, if you guys are willing, you can join them as backups for the upcoming competition." Right away, Feng Jing speaks up. "My team wants Shangguan Yi and Tran Hook." Hearing this, Lu Bak is completely pissed off, his face turning dark. "Excuse me, what?" He turns to the director. "Director Ko, our team does not want Taeui and Owan either. We do not need her type of abilities. What we actually need is a pure fighter." Director Ko looks at their stats and nods. "Your 4 members have 14 different abilities, but half of them are mental control. Yeah, you guys definitely lack a heavy hitter." Taeui and Owan's jaw drops, like, is she seriously getting rejected even as a backup? Extremely triggered, she marches right over and yells at the top of her lungs, "Lu Bak, what makes you think my abilities cannot help your team?" Lu Bak is not backing down either. He snaps right back, ready to defend his choice. "Look, sister, I am not looking down on you, but our team's strategy is all about speed and instantly locking down enemies. Your ultimate wish skill just does not fit our playstyle. Plus, we already have a healing wind user." Just like that, the two of them start a heated argument, with Taeui and Owan absolutely furious that a junior is disrespecting her. "Listen, kid, your strategy might work against wild monsters, but it will get completely destroyed in team battles." Lu Bak yells back, refusing to admit he is wrong. "If you are so confident, how about our teams have a quick match? If you lose, you voluntarily drop out of the backup spot. Deal?" Taeui and Owan immediately agrees. "Fine." Meanwhile, Feng Jing's squad is watching the drama unfold from the sidelines. Feng Jing leans over and whispers in Zhong Yuan's ear. Lu Bak is about to shake hands with Taeui and Owan. Zhong Yuan looks confused. "Wait, why?" Feng Jing explains that Lu Bak has a crazy command-type copying skill. "And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this copycat skill messes up the whole game. Look, they're shaking hands right now." "Alright, check this out." Flipping the vibe, Huanha steps up to shake Taeui and Owan's hand, saying, "Senior, we both want clout for our school. Let's keep it chill, no need to—" "Alright, you and I are jumping right into a sketchy trap." Suan Ying blindly shakes hands with Liu Bo. "Friendship first, right?" Feng Jing and Zhong Yuan watch from the sidelines. Feng Jing points and laughs, saying, "Look at that huge smirk, he definitely synchronized his ultimate wish." But then he warns him, "Yuan, watch out for fire, thieves, and synchronization. Don't go shaking random hands." Zhong Yuan just stands there observing the match and agrees, saying, "Yeah, my skills are way too top secret. Can't let people copy my homework." Meanwhile, the match kicks off, and Lubo's squad plays dirty and fast. In a split second, Suan Ying's entire team drops like flies, totally drained. Lubo looks down, mocking them. "Give up yet, senior?" Whacked in a single second, she hangs her head. Without a cleanser, they never stood a chance against his squad. Riding high on an easy win, Lubo turns his smug face straight toward Zhong Yuan, ready to make a move. "Hey, join us, Zhong Yuan. We will cruise straight to first place. Zero sweat." But Feng Jing steps in immediately, shutting that garbage talk down. "He's fine with us," Feng Jing says. Lubo scoffs, throwing down a challenge. "Yeah, right. Prove it. Fight us if you've got the guts." Feng Jing knows Lubo is itching to flex his unused synchronized ultimate wish, but there's no way he's letting this kid have his moment. So Feng Jing pulls the ultimate troll face, grinning like a complete idiot. "Nope, not fighting you." Annoyed, Lubo snaps back. "You're just a coward." Zhong Yuan stays silent during their petty bickering. Feng Jing couldn't care less about the trash talk and refuses to budge. "We're on different levels, kid. No fun in bullying newbies." Meanwhile, pay attention here. Zhong Yuan spots Su Wanying crying in a corner and makes his move. "Lubo, I accept your challenge." Feng Jing's jaw drops. He has no clue what's going on in his friend's head, but he's here for it. Pointing right at Lubo's squad, Feng Jing grins. "Alright, if Yuan wants to throw hands, I guess I'll play along too." Liu Bo confidently sets the stakes, saying if you lose, Zhong Yuan joins our team. Feng Jing points right back, ready to make a wild bet. And if you lose, your whole squad has to bark like dogs. Liu Bo shrugs. Whatever. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan steps forward, heading straight for the girl. He offers his hand to help Su Wanying up. Get up, senior. Blushing, she takes his hand, wondering why he's going this far for her. Is he really doing this for her? But Liu Bo's team is absolutely cracked. Can Zhong Yuan actually pull off a win here? Their instructor, Liu Wen, sighs and kicks off the match. Instantly, Liu Bo shouts, "Lock down Feng Jing. Don't let him cleanse his team with that heel." Feng Jing just laughs at their basic strategy. Time to switch things up. He targets the heavy guy on the other side, popping his venom shadow. Poison mist and dark shadows explode across the field. Liu Bo's team counters with mental cage and stun skills, rushing straight at Feng Jing. But Feng Jing triggers his displacement swap. Boom! He instantly trades places with the enemy's blonde teammate who has absolutely no clue what just happened. Let's pause for a second. This is where their entire plan spectacularly backfires. The orange-haired teammate panics, quickly activating his rock shield to block his own team's attacks. The shield takes the heavy impact, triggering a massive blast. Instantly, Feng Jing's thick poison mist spreads, completely blinding Liu Bo's entire squad. Completely lost in the fog, a girl on Liu Bo's team panics. "He swapped! We've lost our target. We can't lock him down anymore." With zero visibility, they can't land any crowd control. Liu Bo breaks into a cold sweat, desperately trying to figure out a backup plan. Suddenly, a teammate coughs, yelling, "This mist is poisoned." Liu Bo's eyes go wide as he screams, "Wait, what?" It's too late. The poison eats away at them, making his teammates collapse one after another. Liu Bo's face turns purple as he struggles to stand. The heavy guy wheezes, "It's the poison mist. The more noise you make, the worse it gets. Everyone stay still and keep your mouths shut." Zhong Yuan walks through the fog like a boss. "Too late. Your healer is blind, barely keeping himself alive. He can't save you guys now. Your burst strategy is way too easy to shut down. Once your opening rush fails, you have absolutely zero hope of making a comeback. If you had used that 3-minute invincibility ultimate wish you just synchronized, you might have stood a small chance. But now, you guys are already done." Liu Bo realizes he's totally right. If their initial burst doesn't wipe the enemy, they have absolutely no stamina left to fight back. Even a basic defensive play with a healer can completely shut them down. Seeing there is absolutely no way out, he accepts his defeat. Liu Bo raises his hands, throwing in the towel. "We surrender." With that, the match ends and the thick poison mist finally clears. Instructor Liu Wen officially declares Feng Jing's team the winners. Liu Bo immediately walks over to Su Wanying, looking completely humbled. "Senior, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said those things. We really need your skills." She waves it off. "It's fine, don't worry about it." But he bows 90 degrees. "Please join our squad." Meanwhile, Shang Guanyi runs up to Feng Jing with a wild request. "Prez, let me join Liu Bo's team as their striker." Feng Jing raises an eyebrow. "Wait, what? You don't want Zhong Yuan to carry you to victory anymore?" Shang Guanyi shakes his head seriously. "No. Zhong Yuan made me realize that team chemistry is way more important than raw power. This tournament is our stage to show what real unity means. It's about team synergy." Shang Guanyi drapes an arm over Liu Bo's shoulder with a grin. "Hey, how about a top-tier striker trained by Zhong Yuan himself?" Liu Bo beams, nodding like crazy. "Yes, absolutely." Seeing those two getting along so quickly, Feng Jing turns back to Zhong Yuan with a question. "Teamwork over going solo? Is that your grand philosophy?" Zhong Yuan just stares back at him with a completely blank expression. "What are you talking about?" Realizing he totally overthought it, Feng Jing laughs it off. "Never mind." And that is how we end today's wild showdown. Trust me, the real battles are just starting. Get ready, you and I are about to watch some hilarious drama. "Hey, Liu Bo, you lost, so start barking." He just shrugs. Obviously won't back down. Si Tu-ming, bring out our battle banner. Right on cue, Si Tu-ming rolls out a massive banner. The whole squad instantly unfurls this gigantic banner featuring Zhong Yuan dressed as a girl, with bold letters saying, "Zhong Yuan's beauty is unmatched." Sweeps the arena, "You are the absolute brightest." Liu Bo screams, "I officially declare Zhong Yuan's fan club open today." Shang Guanyi joins the hype and yells, "From now on, we are all Zhong Yuan's ultimate simps." Right after chanting, the whole gang starts barking like crazy dogs. Woof woof woof, making an absolute scene. Feng Jing watches this shameless display completely speechless. Like, was this ridiculous stunt your real plan all along? To mess with us? Zhong Yuan walks over and pats Feng Jing's shoulder, telling him he still has a lot to learn about strategy. Later at the airport, Zhong Lan happily sends Zhong Yuan off to the tournament. Scrolling through pictures of him on her phone, she giggles. "As expected of my bro, even school uniforms look hot on him." Zhong Yuan, reluctant to leave, asks, "Lan Lan, you sure you won't come to the arena? I can tell the military district to grab you VIP seats." Zhong Lan, still staring at her phone, replies, "No way, everyone, and I can watch from afar." Now pay attention, because she tiptoes, touches his face, and looks into his eyes. "Bro, your world is too big. I feel so lonely in there. There's so much to see out there, so why not experience it?" Tears begin to glisten in her eyes. She quickly waves goodbye. "Bro, I'm heading back to spend New Year with Uncle Chin. While I'm away, you better take good care of yourself." Zhong Yuan waves back. He thinks about her words. The world's scenery? I'm already dead. Can I even count as part of this living world? Returning to the waiting area, he asks Feng Jing, "Hey, do you think Lan Lan has figured something out?" Feng Jing looks up from his book and retorts, "That you have a major sister complex." Zhong Yuan protests, "Me sister complex? This is normal sibling love." Feng Jing just glares at him. Zhong Yuan snaps back. Why the death stare? Feng Jing says sarcastically. Are you actually worried or just messing with me? Zhong Yuan mumbles, speechless. Feng Jing continues. Honestly, when we first met, you were basically a living corpse. Nothing but your sister could lift your coffin lid. But recently, she wanted to be independent and distanced herself, forcing you to join the world. Even I can see that change, wouldn't she? Feng Jing pinches his cheek. Zhong Yuan snaps, hey, hands off the face. Feng Jing retorts, your sister can pinch you, but I can't, and you say, you don't have a sister complex. Defeated, Zhong Yuan sighs, fine, pinch away until you get bored. Suddenly his phone rings, and it is still Zhong Lan's wake-up voice recording. He steps out to answer, hello, Commander Xia. The commander frowns, looking serious. Xuanming, check this out. 5 minutes ago, a red tier void hole popped up in Daxon. It opens in 2 hours. Zhong Yuan asks, right inside the city. The commander replies, yes, can you head over? Zhong Yuan starts calculating his options. He can use dual-mind multitasking to suppress the void hole while flying to Guangyan. But using another face at the military base is too risky, so he will just sneak onto the plane. Deciding this, he says, no problem, give me a few minutes. He rushes back to the seats and finds Feng Jing fast asleep. He aggressively shakes him awake. Wake up, bro. Do me a favor. He quickly drags Feng Jing into a restroom stall, hands him a backpack and whispers, emergency. I can't board the flight looking like this. Cover for me. Cover for me. Feng Jing, half asleep and totally confused, asks, huh? Seeing his dazed face, Zhong Yuan shoves the backpack into his hands. We are boarding soon. I will hide in the backpack first. Zhong Yuan instantly transforms into a black cat. During the transformation, Feng Jing keeps watch. Now Zhong Yuan is a cute black cat. Meow, meow, meow. Feng Jing sets the rules. 1 meow is yes, 2 is no. Agreeing, the cat lets out a single meow and hops right into the backpack. Feng Jing lifts the bag, chuckling. Only you can pull off these wild stunts. The cat meows twice. Meow, meow. Feng Jing laughs. Too bad, denial is useless. Meanwhile, at the North China base, the coffin bed slowly opens, and Commander Xia is barking orders over the phone. The transport plane leaves for Daxon City in 10 minutes. Get ready. Zhong Yuan sits straight up from the bed. Commander Xia, I'm here. The assistant stands nearby and screams, oh my god. Xia Jihui pats the assistant's shoulder. Relax, don't look so shocked. Seeing him rise from a literal coffin, the assistant stammers, Xuanming. He rose from a coffin. Commander Xia sighs, nonsense, that is just a high-tech metal bed with a cover. Made by the Bureau. The commander then orders, go grab Xuanming his special tactical uniform for the void battle. Yes, sir. The assistant runs off immediately. Seeing Zhong Yuan's routine of rising from a coffin, Xia Jihui suppresses a grin, thinking, last time I actually freaked out thinking he was trying to bury me. I am not making that same mistake twice. Zhong Yuan finds his weird smiling pretty confusing. Back with Feng Jing, the plane arrives. Xie Yihan spots him carrying the bag and asks, is that Zhong Yuan's backpack? Feng Jing replies, he had some business, told me to bring his stuff first. But wait, Xie Yihan notices the zipper is open. If she zips it shut, will he get trapped? Let's find out. Yo, you and I are about to watch the craziest switch-up. First, this guy gets his bag zipped. Then Commander Xia asks Zhong Yuan, Xuanming, I recall you. Use throwing knives, right? So, do you need any close combat weapons? But as he turns around, he completely panics. Zhong Yuan is gone, and instead, there's just a black cat sitting there. Commander Xia is totally stunned. What? The cat just meows back. He grabs his head, completely losing his mind. How did Xuanming turn into a cat? Am I so stressed I'm hallucinating? Or did I just kick the bucket? Suddenly, Zhong Yuan morphs right back into his human self, and casually says, actually, the crescent blade from the Extreme series works fine. Commander Xia spins around, shocked to see Zhong Yuan standing right behind his back. He stutters, totally speechless. Xuanming, he is so rattled he has to turn away to catch his breath. Zhong Yuan asks, what's wrong, Commander? Is there something on my face? The commander mutters, no, nothing. I'll just have the kid bring over your weapons. He quickly grabs his heart meds, pops a few pills, and mumbles to himself, man, I am getting old. My heart and my eyes are totally failing me now. Zhong Yuan watches him, thinking, thank goodness I didn't give the old man a heart attack. Otherwise, I'd have to offer him my own metal coffin to sleep in. He strokes his chin, reflecting on how he just accidentally triggered his cat transformation right in front of the boss. That was way too close. That backpack seals so tightly that zipping it shut turns it into a pitch-black pocket. The Shadow World registered that side as the primary body, forcing... Now here's the part you and I need to watch closely. Luckily, he unzipped it fast, or explaining this to the commander would have been a nightmare. Meanwhile, on Feng Jing's flight, Xie Yihan is stunned when the zipper suddenly slips open again. As he reaches to close it, a black paw slaps his hand away. This scares him so bad he jumps up, yelling, Feng Jing, are you insane? You brought a cat on the plane? Director Gu is shocked too, asking Feng Jing, we're heading to a tournament, not a vacation. Why do you have a cat? The black cat shrugs mentally. Since the cat is out of the bag, whatever. It walks up to Feng Jing, letting out a cute meow meow. Feng Jing smiles, so you're finally done playing dumb? The cat confirms with another meow. Feng hoists the cat up, introducing him to Director Gu. No lies, Director, this cat is actually Zhong Yuan. The little furball obediently lets out another cute meow. Guyan is absolutely boiling, thinking Feng Jing is trolling him. This kid caused chaos all last year, and now the second we get on the flight, he's testing my limits with this nonsense. He roars, we haven't taken off yet. Get that cat off this plane right now. The cat starts plotting. If the shadow world treats a closed backpack as a portal, he can just leave a bit of shadow energy inside to use it as a teleportation anchor. No need to split his mind anymore. Everything happened so fast earlier, but now that the director is trying to kick him off, things are getting wild. Shang Guanyi immediately jumps in to defend him. Director Gu, if Feng Jing says this is Zhong Yuan, we can't just kick our VIP teammate off the plane. Zhang Yi chimes in, Feng Jing wouldn't do this without a reason. This has to be Zhong Yuan's own idea. The rest of Lu Bo's crew starts rioting against the director too. Yeah, Lu Bo shouts, the official Zhong Yuan fan club fully backs our boy. How could you kick this adorable kitty off the flight? I'm not even a cat guy, but kitty Zhong Yuan is speaking facts. The black... Wait, you and I both see how crazy this passive charm is, right? Why are they all acting so weird? Feng Jing pats the cat, snickering as everyone instantly converts into cat servants. Yep, Yuan Yuan is a natural-born charmer. Director Gu is absolutely furious, though. You kids are spitting absolute nonsense. Xie Yihan cuts him off. Correction, we are calling the cat Yuan. Su Wanying looks over, curious, but when she spots the cat on Feng Jing's shoulder, she lights up. Wait, isn't that the black cat I saw with Si Yuan the other night? Did Feng Jing bring it on board? Su Wanning rushes to Guyan begging, Director, sorry, this is actually my pet cat. His real name is Zhong Yuan. Please do not kick him out. She turns to the cat with puppy eyes, reaching out for a hug. Zhong Yuan, baby, come to big sister. The black cat glares at her, thinking, back off, lady. But Su Wanning completely ignores his death stare and tries to scoop him up anyway. He immediately unleashes his combat master skill, the supreme Meow Meow Barrage. 20 scratches in 1 second. Her face gets shredded, sending her flying back in pain, crying, shaking, crap, is this cat actually Zhong Yuan? Feng Jing sighs, I literally told you, but you didn't believe me. Director Gu, witnessing this disaster, just rubs his temples and walks away. Forget it, I'm done. Feng Jing, get back to your seat and buckle up. Feng Jing instantly replies. Down at the Great New City battlefield, Zhong Yuan arrives with his squad. A bald teammate spots his massive blade and comments, whoa kid, you look so scrawny, yet you're wielding a massive sword like that. Zhong Yuan looks down at his blade, replying, red tier, beasts are gargantuan, so of course our weapons need to be just as massive. His teammate is genuinely impressed. Wait, so you can master multiple weapons? Zhong Yuan nods, pretty much. Meanwhile, the evacuation is wrapping up and reports are flooding in. Traffic control in the southeast is cleared and the defense lines are set, but the rift's energy is fluctuating wildly, delaying the portal's opening. The bald guy scowls, looking around. I have got a really bad feeling about this. Zhong Yuan asks, why is that? The guy explains, delayed rifts always bring nasty, unpredictable surprises, especially since this one registered as an extremely high-risk red tier from the start. Back at headquarters, military analysts are tracking the anomaly on screen. The energy readings of the rift are spiking out of control. The countdown is pushed back by 2 whole hours. Commander Xiao, latest data analysis shows a 66% chance this is a core rift. Seeing how bad it is, the commander raises the threat level. Trust me, you and I are about to see absolute chaos unfold next. You and I are about to watch a massive gamble. When asked if they need Juku backup, Commander Xia snaps, no need. He trusts Zhong Yuan completely. He's entirely sure the guy will crush this battle. Meanwhile, our main character is chilling with this bald dude, totally clueless, asking, what exactly is a nuclear cave anyway? The bald guy explains that it is basically a dimensional cave contaminated by nuclear waste. Back in the day, humans did not have special ability users, so their main way to suppress these gates was just blasting them with heavy artillery. That worked fine against gold and blue tier monsters, but it could not scratch the insane armor of those savage red tier beasts. So some desperate country literally dropped a nuke straight into the cave. The blast was so crazy it instantly sealed the gate before any monster could even take a step out. But back then, people had no clue these damn gates could actually open up multiple times. Our main character is shocked and asks, wait, those things can reopen? The bald guy looks at him like he is crazy and says, seriously, kid? That is literally basic stuff they teach in school. Our boy scratches his head, embarrassed, and mutters, well, I haven't graduated yet, so break it down for me, bro. So the guy gives him a quick crash course. Some of these gates pop up randomly and constantly in certain areas. Others literally wander across the globe, following some weird specific patterns. But when those nuke gates finally reopened, people realized the monsters inside had mutated from the radiation. They got way stronger and unlocked terrifying new powers. Even worse, that toxic radiation leaks right out the moment the gate cracks open. All that nuclear waste we dumped on them comes back to bite us. Those mutated beasts literally become walking nuclear reactors. Anyone who fights near them might survive the claws, but will still get fatally sick from the radiation. But if we back down, those monsters will shatter our barriers and unleash that poison onto innocent civilians. The fallout would be an absolute disaster. Our main character asks, so humans stopped using nukes now, right? The bald guy nods. Yeah, after realizing how messed up it was. Every country signed a pact promising never to nuke a gate again. But then the bald guy clenches his fists, looking totally pissed off. Watch closely, because this is where the ugly truth drops. Some trash countries still do it, exploiting shifting gates to dump radiation onto their neighbors. He screams in rage, calling them a total disgrace to humanity. Right then, sirens blare with a red alert emergency broadcast. The gate is opening in 30 minutes, and there is a 90% chance it is a radioactive hellhole. They are ordered to gear up immediately. Even with suits, they cannot stay in the hot zone for more than 30 minutes. If their suits tear, they have exactly 1 minute to evacuate. As assistants hand out the bulky gear, our main character stares at his suit, thinking, yeah, sure, like anyone actually tracks time during a chaotic brawl. Holding the yellow hazard suit, he turns to the bald guy and asks, seriously, is this cheap plastic gear our only defense against a radioactive apocalypse? The guy looks off into the distance, praying for a miracle. Our tech is not advanced enough to neutralize nuclear radiation yet, he admits. All we can do is act as meat shields to protect the citizens. Our main character grinds his teeth, trying to figure out a better solution. His cheat codes ignore basic physics anyway. If human science is too weak to solve this, maybe his insane supernatural power can do the trick. I know what you're thinking. Is he really going to try that? Well, back on the jet, Feng Jing is studying college physics, while the black cat acts needy. The cat stomps on the page to grab his attention. Feng Jing chuckles, asking if she wants to study, but the cat just meows with a serious look. She points her little paw directly at the words nuclear reaction. Feng Jing gets the hint and asks, are you asking about radioactive contamination? The cat lets out a satisfied meow. Feng Jing realizes the main character is using the cat to ask questions that a mere textbook cannot solve. After pondering deeply, he finally gives his answer. A level 3 gold tier regeneration skill can completely purge radiation from a human body. The cat literally bounces with joy, meowing wildly. But Feng Jing adds that neutralizing the actual radioactive source is a whole different beast. However, if it is our boy doing it, there is a chance. He explains that researchers analyzed the enemy Zhong Yuan froze, discovering his body temperature was absolute zero. At absolute zero, even atomic protons slow down to a crawl. In theory, this crazy freeze can actually lock up ionizing radiation completely. Back at the North China base, everyone is gearing up, but they notice our main character is just staring at his suit without putting it on. The friendly bald dude walks over and says, hey lil bro, if you do not know how to fit into this, let me help you. Our boy politely declines, saying he does not need it. Instead, he patches a direct line straight to headquarters. A powerful voice answers, and Zhong Yuan drops a bomb of his own. Tell everyone to fall back. I am handling this gate alone. Commander Xia instantly objects, barking that war is not some game. But our boy argues that collateral damage will mess up his ultimate move. The commander refuses to budge, yelling that if he slips up, the entire city of Daxon will pay a devastating price. Our hero bargains for just 60 seconds. If he cannot crush the threat in 1 minute, the troops can charge in. As he charges toward the radioactive zone, panicked soldiers try to grab him, shouting that it is suicide to go out there unprotected. But then they recognize him, jaw-dropping. Wait, you are the legendary rank 2 youth prodigy, Xuanming? This kid is literally national tier elite. Watching the live feed from the command center, Commander Xia is sweating bullets. He has to make a split-second call right now. He knows that although our main character has no clue, he is already a reserve member of JQ, giving him insane authority here. In terms of rank, the kid is basically on par with the commander himself. Plus, those radioactive monsters are strong but very few in number. Since his file says he has level 4 gold regeneration, radiation won't touch him. Trust me, you and I are about to see a complete slaughter. Alright, you and I are about to watch this kid straight up break the scale. The final order is in. Everyone support Xuanmin. Xuanmin, once you are up, immediately deploy your strategic tier skill against those beasts. If it fails, fall back and wait for backup. Zhong Yuan nods, then instantly activates his boundary domain projection system to copy the terrain. He successfully drags the Abyss Gate into his pocket dimension. Instantly, the sensors flare up, detecting extreme nuclear radiation and massive toxic fallout rising at a dangerous rate. The radiation density hits 37%, eating away at the domain. It is projected to last 16 hours. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan sneaks incredibly close to the danger zone. He watches the center. Within a few kilometers of the gate, space is twisted, completely disabling all void abilities. To strike, he must wait for the beast to crawl out first. Right on cue, a giant beast emerges from the void cave. It looks like the infamous one-eyed mammoth from the Lighthouse Nation. But wait, these things have mutated big time. They are straight-up nine-eyed mammoths now. On arrival, they roar furiously, crushing and trampling everything blocking their path. But our boy Zhong Yuan is already making his move. Activating his Sky Ruler ability, glowing energy wings burst from his back as he takes flight. He soars high into the air to confront the monstrous nine-eyed mammoth head-on. Zhong Yuan casts his Super Charm skill on the giant beast, but it completely fails. The mammoth swings its massive trunk, smashing everything around and leaving him totally stunned. Playing cute is dead useless here. Wait, his energy feedback shows the charm actually worked, but their minds are so flooded with pain and agony that they cannot be controlled. They are in pure misery, making communication impossible. Since time is running out, stick with me here because things are about to get absolutely icy as he freezes them solid. He notes that Eternal Ice Domain drains way too much energy. However, using Sub-Zero Freezing, targeting only a single unit yields the exact same result while costing almost nothing. The beast is frozen solid instantly, yet its 9 eyes still twitch, desperately trying to break the ice. Seizing the opening, Zhong Yuan readies his massive blade for the kill. He charges in, executing a master combat chain, blood for blood, slashing straight through the monster. Red-tier beasts are no joke, easily resisting the freeze, so he goes physical. Since elemental frost can't hold them, pure physical violence is the way. He strikes with cold eyes, moving so ridiculously fast that only streaks of bright light are visible. In a flash, he clean decapitates the nine-eyed mammoth. The massive head flies as blood sprays everywhere. That is one down, but two more of these beasts are still left. He spots the other two and decides to rinse and repeat. He freezes them both on the spot, leaps forward, and slices their heads off. It takes under a minute. Mission complete in under 60 seconds. The worried command center dials in, asking Xuanmin for an immediate update. He calmly responds that he took down 3 mammoths total. Hearing the shocking news, Commander Xia is stunned for a second before quickly recovering to organize the next phase, assigning duties to the remaining units for the aftermath. Awesome work, your job here is done. The scout team will monitor the Void Cave and the cleanup crew will head in to handle the radiation pollution. But Zhong Yuan objects. The toxic fallout is part of the gate, and I said I'm taking this solo. Seeing his elemental method working, he realizes freezing the toxin is only a temporary fix. To completely wipe out the radiation, he must strip the atmospheric energy from the air. With a plan in mind, Zhong Yuan rapidly channels his next major elemental ability. He triggers his thermal pressure blast, creating a massive swirling ice tornado that slowly sucks in and neutralizes all the hazardous nuclear pollution coming from the core. Witnessing this miracle, the onlookers are moved to tears. The destructive ionizing radiation corroding the domain completely vanishes, and pollution indexes drop down to the absolute minimum. I know what you're thinking, how did he clear radiation with ice? Everyone watches in pure awe as the giant void cave finally seals shut, saving the day. Zhong Yuan reports back to command, confirming the Daxin City gate is fully suppressed. Back at headquarters, the staff looks at the data and starts celebrating wildly. Sir, the Daxin City operation is officially over. Total time was 6 minutes and 23 seconds with 0 casualties and absolutely no radioactive leakage. It is a new record. He completely smashed Zhang Buyo's legendary speed run. The officers in the room are utterly speechless. Xuanmin has deadass pulled off another unbelievable god-tier miracle. Commander Xia breathes a massive sigh of relief. He knew Xuanmin was hiding some insane trump cards, but isn't this performance just way too ridiculous to believe? Flying around is one thing, but completely neutralizing nuclear radiation is absurd. On the flight back, the saved ability users hug each other, literally crying tears of joy. Man, I thought I was going to sacrifice my life today. I mean, I'm down to die for my country, but living is way better. Props to the goddess of luck. One squad mate turns to him, asking how he survived that toxic radiation for so long without gear. Zhong Yuan shrugs, casually boasting that his regeneration tier is simply built different. The guy kindly advises him not to mess with his health, insisting he visit their hospital for a checkup, but our boy instantly declines, saying he's totally fine. As the helicopter touches down, Zhong Yuan plans his escape. He wants to quickly greet Commander Xia, make a lame excuse to dip, and head straight to the tournament. But out of nowhere, a group from the Science Institute approaches, led by an enthusiastic woman. She spots him and happily calls out his childhood nickname, Win-Win. Who even are you? He wonders, totally weirded out that a random stranger is calling him by his pet name. She walks over, grabs his hand, and introduces herself. I'm Feng Jing's mom, Feng Zhuzhen. Zhong Yuan politely greets her, but she immediately hypes him up, saying her son told her he is an absolute beast in battle. And seeing him in action proves it. Commander Xia steps in, reminding Director Feng that Xuanmin just came back from a brutal war zone and desperately needs some rest. She completely ignores the commander, grabbing the boy's shoulder to lead him away. Right, let's grab some food and chill. I already have a car waiting outside for us. Zhong Yuan laughs awkwardly, suggesting he should probably change out of his dirty battle gear first. But she waves it off, ordering her team to fetch a fresh outfit. She notes a handsome kid like him will look amazing in their custom Science Institute uniform. Meanwhile, back at the military headquarters, Qishu is absolutely fuming. Sending an underage ability user to handle high-level nuclear radiation is a straight ticket to a military court-martial. Commander Xia calmly defends his choice. The kid has high-tier regeneration, but Qishu snaps back, stating those are two completely different things. Commander Xia is silent, remembering a tragic failure from 3 years ago. Back then, the Lighthouse Nation lost control of their core gate, letting radioactive beasts breach the boundary, which tragically ended up killing tens of thousands of innocent civilians. I couldn't just stand by and let Daxin City burn like that. High-stakes missions are our duty, and trust me, you and I are about to see this war escalate. All right, you and I are starting with a furious Qishu spitting mad. He yells that he just wants to protect the kid and will not let him become the 8th member. He continues, any publicity before his official return must be approved by me. I will let it slide this time, but there will not be a next. Right after, Feng Zhuzhen happily hands him a card. The card reads Zhong Yuan, Honorary Fellow, China Academy of Natural Sciences, Research Branch. Soon Zhong Yuan rocks the Research Institute uniform to grab lunch with Feng Zhuzhen. Zhong Yuan jokingly asks, Miss Feng, this Honorary Fellow title of mine is not the type where I end up as a lab rat to be researched, right? Feng Zhuzhen laughs. Oh, come on, the Academy of Sciences is not some scary haunted house. She rests her chin on her hand, staring intently at Zhong Yuan. She mentions that modern tech can easily peer inside his body without slicing him into tiny pieces. Zhong Yuan immediately jumps up, totally freaked out, asking if he can still run away. Miss Feng casually replies, too late for that kid. Your epic feat of purging nuclear pollution earned you this Honorary Fellow title. Zhong Yuan is totally shocked. Wait, all because of that? Feng Zhuzhen keeps chatting while piling food on his plate. She says that ever since the outbreaks began, researchers have never stopped studying them. They have got tons of wild theories, but they always lacked someone who could actually prove them. Zhong Yuan shyly scratches his head. Well, Feng Jing told me the theory, I just executed it. Hearing this, Feng Jun starts aggressively piling more food onto his plate. Do not be so humble, kid. Theory and practice are both crucial, so just take the credit. By now, his bowl is literally a mini mountain of food. Feng Zhuzhen warns him if you cannot finish, just leave it, but do not dare put any leftovers back. She stuffs another bowl full of food for him. If future people see that your insane feats go unrecognized, they will lose all motivation to do scientific research. After all, way more people chase fame and fortune in this world than actual truth. Once they finish eating, Feng Zhuzhen leads Zhong Yuan straight into the research facility. She shows him around. Yuan, look, this is the primeval scythe you tamed back at New Mountain. And that ghost-eye ladybug you snatched from those shady mercenaries is also being raised here after our investigation. Suddenly, she stops right in front of a glass chamber holding a girl who is literally just a skeleton. She explains the materials you cut out helped us solve 3 major, mind-boggling problems. The frozen guy is still lying on our lab table. Now watch closely here. She stares at him with probing eyes, asking the ability you used to clean up nuclear waste is totally different from your ice-freezing power, right? Let me guess. It evolved from your super-sensing ability, did it not? Zhong Yuan is genuinely shocked, asking, Miss Feng, just how much do you actually know about my powers? She smiles frankly. Well, to be totally honest, any ability you have ever logged in our databases is no secret to me. But hey, do not stress. Nobody with a lower rank than mine can ever access your profile. Your crazy secrets could literally be the ultimate key for humanity to finally unlock the mystery behind these supernatural powers. If you are willing to help us, we will pay any price you want. Zhong Yuan smirks. Really? Your price is not completely limitless, is it? Feng Zhuzhen turns around, locking eyes with him. Our absolute bottom line is that the end result must benefit all of humanity, she says seriously. Zhong Yuan matches her serious tone. Drawing blood is fine, but selling my body is a hard no, not even a single hair is for sale. Feng Zhuzhen sighs, speechless. Fine, just tell me, what does rebirth evolution actually do? Can you heal other people with it? Zhong Yuan blinks, totally lost. Wait, Commander An did not tell you? Feng Zhuzhen snaps, so you already told him. Okay, I know what you were thinking. This guy plays favorites, right? She pouts. Fine. Do not say it then. Suddenly, her phone buzzes with news that the frozen samples of the nine-eyed elephant are finally ready. Her eyes light up. The carcass of that giant beast you just killed is here. While it is hot, wait, while it is frozen cold, help me run an experiment! Zhong Yuan stays silent, basically agreeing. In the lab, they set up the massive nine-eyed elephant, and its severed head has already been cleanly stitched back. Zhong Yuan asks Miss Feng, are you absolutely sure that using my authority of life can actually purge the deep pollution inside its massive body and bring it back to life? She replies, theoretically, yes. You did not use thermal pressure because the energy cost was way too high, right? Zhong Yuan admits, yeah, thermal pressure literally vaporizes matter into pure energy and absorbs it, but it drains my stamina like crazy. I only use it to wipe out airborne pollution. Hearing this, Feng Zhuzhen starts connecting all the dots, trying to analyze his crazy skill set. Thermal pressure, eternal frost, authority of life, death immunity, and blood ice explosion. These 5 abilities from the snowbone snake are crazy similar. If your rebirth power acts directly on unstable atomic nuclei, she explains, it could trigger an instant chain reaction, just like your blood ice explosion. This process completely vaporizes all dangerous radiation particles, as if they were blasted by thermal pressure, while absolute zero freezes the transition from life to death. At this exact moment, triggering your rebirth power will activate an effect that is basically identical to having absolute death immunity. Zhong Yuan stares at her blankly, totally overwhelmed by the science, and says, so basically I just need to trigger my authority of life, right? She nods to confirm. Yes. Right away, Zhong Yuan unleashes his authority of life directly onto the colossal mammoth. In an instant, the giant beast comes back to life, shocking all the scientists. It actually worked. It is fully revived and completely cured. Our theory is 100% correct. Zhong Yuan is also secretly amazed. He never knew his snowbone snake power could do this, giving him absolute power over life and death itself. Zhong Yuan happily hugs the baby elephant, laughing. Its cuteness is still fully intact. Feng Zhuzhen smiles. Yuan, you have pulled off another major miracle. What kind of reward do you want for this? Zhong Yuan immediately replies, I want full access to all research database files regarding these supernatural powers. Feng Zhuzhen easily agrees, no problem. Trust me, you and I can see he is ready to bounce, but some wild delay is about to strike. Alright, you and I are diving right back into the craziest tournament registration ever. Just as Zhong Yuan is leaving, Uncle Chi blocks his path. Zhong Yuan, my boy. The young man looks awkward. Uncle Chi. Chi immediately invites him, saying, my humble office is right next door, let us go over and grab a cup of tea. Zhong Yuan quickly declines. Maybe next time I still have to fight in the college tournament. But Chishu stops him, saying, today is just registration and exhibition matches. Do not worry, I already handled your certification. Just find some random cat or dog to sign the papers for you. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan smiles and actually agrees. A cat or dog? Sure, if you say so, I will do it. Meanwhile, Feng Jing and the Chengying Academy squad arrive, and the staff greets Director Gu warmly. Your Chengying students did incredibly well in the Abyss Hunt this time. So many people were absolutely mind-blown by their results. Guyan smiles proudly and waves it off. Haha, that was just their usual performance. The staff member quickly guides them forward. Well, let us get straight to business. Please have your students step up to register. Feng Jing signals the team, telling the senior students to line up first and the juniors to follow. The registrar starts working diligently on his tablet, scanning faces one by one. Face verification successful. Please sign your name. Signature verified. Now place your finger on the sensor. Feng Jing steps up next, scanning his fingerprint to finish the process. Feng Jing verified successfully. Only a few people are left now. As his turn approaches, Zhong Yuan realizes that the system requires face, signature, and fingerprint verification. If he wants to use the black cat to register, someone must have tampered with the back-end database. Could it be Uncle Chi? Meanwhile, the staff member calls out, Zhong fingerprint verified. Now, only Zhong Yuan is left unregistered. The worker looks around and shouts, Is Zhong Yuan here? We need him at the desk right now. Suddenly, a black cat pokes its head out of Feng Jing's backpack. With a quick meow, it bolts straight toward the registration desk, completely catching the staff member off guard. What on earth is that? Don't blink, because what this cat does next is absolutely legendary. Before anyone can react, the black cat leaps right onto the face scanner. Everyone expects an error, but the screen flashes green. Face verification successful. The registrar's jaw drops to the floor as he stares at the screen in pure shock. What? How is this possible? Before he can recover, the cat grabs the pen in its mouth and smoothly signs the name Zhong Yuan. The system immediately displays signature verified. Next, the cat presses its paw directly onto the fingerprint scanner. Fingerprint verification successful. The staff member stands there, totally speechless and brain-fried by the cat's crazy actions. Feng Jing calmly says, Now that registration is complete, let us go upstairs to unpack. Let us go, everyone. As the group turns to leave, the registrar snaps out of it. He runs to block them, shouting, Wait up! This Zhong Yuan is supposed to be a human, right? The machine must be broken. There is no way a cat can register. Feng Jing turns around, cold as ice. If the machine cleared it, it means the database admins recognize him as Zhong Yuan. Mind your own business before you cause trouble. The staff member boils with rage. Not only did they register a cat, but they are also using their power to bully him. These Chengying Academy guys are truly lawless. He thinks, I bet they cheated to get those 80,000 crystals in the hunt. Just wait for the exhibition match tonight. I will show you your place. Stepping into the waiting room, Feng Jing drops off the bags. Zhong Yuan, I will leave your luggage here. If you need anything, just call me from next door. The black cat gives a satisfied meow. Feng Jing remembers something, leaning in to whisper, By the way, if Uncle Chi tries to bully you, just let me know. Now pause for a second, because we both know this main character is playing mind games. Hearing this through the cat, the real Zhong Yuan at Uncle Chi's place freezes. His face pales. He never told Feng Jing about his clone, yet Feng Jing guessed everything, including where his real body is. This deduction skill is honestly terrifying. Chishu pours him some tea. Feng Jing said, You are still a minor, so no alcohol. I decided to replace it with tea instead. Zhong Yuan replies with a sigh. It is fine. After all, that is not the only thing you decided on your own. Chishu instantly chokes up, feeling a bit awkward. He asks, What do you mean? Zhong Yuan gets straight to the point. I am talking about you transferring my student records to Jushu. Uncle Chi is shocked. How do you know that? Because you told Commander Xia. Now, Commander Xia is a strict military man who does not break rules easily. Yet, without even knowing my true strength, he let me fight alone. Which matter? Zhong Yuan is frank. The matter of transferring my file to Jushu. Uncle Chi is surprised. I never told Feng Jing. How do you know? Zhong Yuan explains, Because you told Commander Xia. Now, Commander Xia is a strict military man who gets angry easily, but he always takes military laws very seriously. Yet, without fully understanding my strength, he not only allowed me to face action alone, but also let me fight solo. That explains a lot of things. Uncle Chi silently admits it. Zhong Yuan continues, Yantuo, the guy ranked 150th on the youth rankings, was sent by you to test me, right? He was sent to test my strength, right? Of course, relying solely on his report was not enough, which is why you called Feng Jing back to the capital. You called him back to Shangjing during Golden Week. If I guess correctly, Feng Jing warned you not to recruit me. After all, I hate controllers. I despise people who try to decide my life for me. Hearing this from Zhong Yuan, Uncle Chi breaks into a cold sweat. He thinks, oh no, quietly moving his file has completely pissed this monster off. A strategic class ability user this powerful hating Jushu would lead to unimaginable consequences. Zhong Yuan casually sips his tea while Chishu lowers his voice. About the file transfer, I apologize. But Zhong Yuan cuts Uncle Chi off with a light laugh. Do not be so tense, Uncle Chi, I love peace. At least for now, I have no plans to level the Jushu Academy, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, things are getting wild. Alright, you and I are about to see a guy flex his god-level strength. Look, I get what you are worried about, Uncle. My power is literally way beyond human limits. Barely anyone can touch me, and even nukes have keys. But a force way stronger than a nuke is in my hands right now. No wonder everyone is sweating. Honestly, my weakness is so obvious that anyone with working eyes can see it. Still, do not even think about messing with my sister because of that. My morality is barely passing anyway. Seeing Uncle Chi just standing there silently, Zhong Yuan sighs and says, Talk to me. You stopped me from competing just to have some tea, or is there something else? Uncle Chi says awkwardly, Well, you already said everything, so what is left for me to say? Suddenly making up his mind, Uncle Chi pulls out a strange ID card for the 8th seat of Jushu. Zhong Yuan stares at it blankly and asks, What on earth is this? Uncle Chi tells him, This is the official 8th seat certificate of Jushu. You can literally use this to clean up any mess or trouble you run into out there. Even though you are technically just a reserve, your actual power is the same as a full member. As long as you keep this reserve title, nobody can mess with you. The military district cannot bypass me to force missions on you. Zhong Yuan looks closely at his own photo printed on the fancy ID card and asks another question. I get it, but what is up with this photo? Uncle Chi calmly explains that it is a strategic choice meant to deceive their enemies. After all, Jushu has 9 members. Each one has a specific trait leaked to the public, using crazy rumors to build a terrifying reputation. As for the 8th seat, his trait is being completely mysterious and unkillable. Nobody can actually kill him. Now, pay attention because Zhong Yuan just smirks at the card. Man, you guys at Jushu have some seriously weird and annoying rules, do you not? Uncle Chi shrugs casually and says, you do not have to try hard, just keep doing your thing. Zhong Yuan immediately grins and replies, oh, let us talk benefits then. Hearing Zhong Yuan bring up cash and perks, Uncle Chi instantly freezes. Seriously? Zhong Yuan keeps firing questions, saying, I am technically working full-time for you now, right? What about salary, paid leave, insurance, and bonuses? Chishu quickly lists the epic deal. 5,000 a month, 120 days of annual leave, plus top benefits. All allowances are calculated based on the highest state standards. So what do you think of that, kid? Zhong Yuan then asks about his student status at the academy. Uncle Chi reassures him, your enrollment stays exactly the same, and it definitely will not stop you from keeping an eye on your sister. Zhong Yuan stands up, ready to head out. Grabbing the card, he says, I will take this, but it better actually work. Also, stop calling me little brother. I am not a fan of that nickname at all. Uncle Chi chuckles. If Feng Jing makes you call me uncle, you are not losing out. Zhong Yuan wears a devious smirk and shoots back while Miss Feng really likes you. Should Feng Jing call you dad or uncle too? Chishu instantly panics and begs for mercy. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan returns to his room and turns off his split mind skill. He thinks to himself, if I let my clothes and gear absorb the dark energy, I can easily teleport them into the gold coffin and project them back out later. It is super convenient. And even if someone notices the teleportation trick, what does Xuanming running wild in Shangjing City have to do with me, Zhong Yuan anyway? He strolls over to Feng Jing's room and finds the entire squad huddled together, cooking up some wild strategy. The exhibition match is set for tonight, you guys ready? The organizers are matching us up against the Feng Long team. Have you guys seen the announcement yet? Xie Yihan sighs, yep, and they specifically made it unchangeable. Even that registered black cat has to play. Let us pause for a second because this is where the drama gets hilarious. Zhang Wei laughs, it is just an exhibition match. No points are on the line, so playing with them is fine. Zhang Yuan walks in and asks, sorry to keep you waiting. How is tonight's exhibition match looking? Xie Yan gasps, wait, who are you? Is Zhong Yuan not a black cat? Zhang Wei teases, look, Feng Jing's cat just transformed into a human. Feng Jing looks dead serious. He says, Yuan, you should probably just stay as a cat tonight. Zhong Yuan looks completely speechless and asks, are we seriously still doing this cat imposter gag? By evening, the massive arena is packed with hyped fans screaming for the big show. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 2043 Awakeners University Tournament. This epic event is being broadcast live to all major military districts and top universities. The beautiful host introduces herself as Cheng Yun, flashing a bright smile. Beside her is Cui Kusheng, a high-ranking commander from the South China district. Together, they will be narrating the tournament and witnessing every single legendary moment. Up first is the highly anticipated opening exhibition match. On the defense side, we have the Feng Long team comprised of active-duty Awakeners from the South China military. Led by Feng Wumo, they have a main attacker, 2 supporters, and a healer. Looks like they are running a classic Protect the One strategy. What about the challengers? That is Feng Jing's squad from Chengying. During their trial on the boundary, they snatched 86,619 crystals. Absolutely insane score. Everyone is buzzing before the match even starts. Suddenly, Cui Kusheng gasps in shock. Wait, Feng Jing's team is stepping onto the field with just 3 players and a cat? Cheng Yun quickly introduces them. Feng Jing the healer, Xie Yihan on crowd control, and Zhang Wei as the supporter. But where is their main attacker, Zhong Yuan? Just as she is about to ask, the backstage crew waves a sign frantically at her. It says that the main player, Zhong Yuan, cannot participate in the opening match. Cheng Yun reads the card and announces, breaking news, player Zhong Yuan is out due to some special circumstances. He did not even manage to register on time. Instead, Cheng Ying literally registered a black cat in his place. And since the cat's signature is officially on the roster, rules say the feline must play. An excited fan in the crowd squeals, oh my god, that cat looks so majestic and fierce. It carries itself like a tiny furry emperor. This is adorable. My dream cat has literally come to life. His teammate groans and snaps, shut up and stop acting like a simp. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianshuo shakes his head. Are the organizers seriously trying to troll us right now? Ren Chu, busy fixing his hair, shrugs and says, it is just an exhibition match. Who cares how they play? Jiang Tianshuo sighs, what a waste. I wanted to see Zhong Yuan fight. Feng Jing locks eyes with Feng Wumo and thinks, that guy would never voluntarily join an exhibition. He must have some secret motive for showing up. Feng Jing smiles and greets him warmly. Hey brother Feng, long time no see. But Feng Wumo looks confused. He looks around and asks, why is Xuanming not here yet? The black cat trots forward, waving its paw and meows. What do you mean? I am right here. But Feng Wumo totally ignores him. He snorts, whatever, forget it. Just warning you, I will not hold back even if you are down a player. Stick with me for the chaos. Alright, you and I are jumping into a secret deal. Give me your hand, Feng Yumo whispers, passing Feng Jing a note. Feng Jing mutters, got it, let's hide this. No one noticed a thing. Cheng Yun points out that both squads are in a 1-2-1 formation. But get this, the vanguard of Feng Jing's team is a black cat. If Team Feng Long ends up hurting this adorable kitty, they are getting cancelled by cat lovers everywhere. Cui Kusheng laughs, saying Chengying Academy always pulls these bizarre tricks. It is seriously next level. Meanwhile, Feng Jing is plotting in silence. He knows his overpowered Sun Soul tactic is going to make any war of attrition look absolutely worthless. If Feng Yumo wants to win, his only play is using Shadow Burst to blast everyone off the stage. But if Zhang uses Toxic Mist to block out the light, then that shadow trick is dead. With the win secured, Feng Jing looks at his cat, Yuan Yuan, and asks, "Hey buddy, this Feng Yumo is bullying us. Want to teach him some manners?" The black cat raises a paw like, "Hell yeah." Feng Jing immediately barks out orders. "Alright, stay put and prep those claws. Xie Yihan, pay attention. No matter who Feng Yumo attacks, swap that person with the cat immediately." Xie Yihan is totally confused but shrugs, alright, I guess I'm trusting you on this. Zhang Wei asks, "What about me?" Feng Jing just says, "Just wing it." Zhang Wei protests, "What? No way." But his complaints are ignored. The referee of the match, now watch closely because this is where things get real. The ref waves the flag. 3, 2, 1, go. Feng Yumo charges like a beast, thinking that Feng Jing's Sun Soul is too broken. His best bet is knocking the other two teammates out of bounds first. He plans to rush Xie Yihan with his main body while blasting Zhang Wei with Shadow Burst. He starts spamming buffs like Blessing, Wind Breath, and Haste to max out his speed. Seeing Feng Yumo fly at them, Xie Yihan grins now and triggers his position swap technique to trade places with the black cat. Feng Yumo is moving so fast his eyes almost pop out when a literal cat appears in his face. The kitty triggers Fearless Mode. Crazy meows until death, invincible meow meow fist. The cat kicks him straight in the face, sending him spinning 10 meters backwards. He drops his weapon in midair. Everyone watching the match on screen is absolutely stunned. The MC screams, "The invincible meow meow fist just knocked Feng Yumo clean out." Team Feng Long has to forfeit, which means Feng Jing takes the dub. Is this cat secretly a god, or is Feng Yumo a world-class actor pretending to lose? Oh wait, just now, the southern military region dropped his medical files. Turns out the guy has a massive phobia of cats. One look at a kitty and he passes out. Zhan Hong, who is watching on TV, completely loses his mind laughing. Seriously, of all exhibition matches, this is peak comedy. But nearby, Chulan hears the laughter and looks devastated. She quietly slips outside, but the MC's voice still echoes on the screen. The black cat played a god-tier strategic role and is the clear MVP. As Chulan wanders down the street, someone suddenly calls out her name. She spins around and spots Lin Dongliang. Let's pause for a second because here comes trouble. Lin Dongliang steps out of an alley, sneering at her brother. What is up with Chu Yuan? He always brags about making the top 10 but runs away at the opener like a coward and lets a cat do his job. Chulan sadly replies, "My brother isn't like that." He's but Lin Dongliang snaps, ranting that Chu Yuan needs to stop making excuses, admit his mistakes, and change. Chulan tries to defend her brother, but suddenly Zhan Hong rolls up, screaming Lin Dongliang's name. Chulan turns around in absolute shock. Zhan Hong is furious. "I've had enough of your mouth," he roars, lunging forward and landing a massive punch right on Lin Dongliang's face. He follows up with a brutal combo of kicks and punches, yelling, "What did Xuan Ming and his sister ever do to you that you keep biting them like a dog? Back at school, your useless classes made me miss my chance to learn from Xuan Ming." Lin Dongliang is left bloody and swollen, his face totally deformed. "Xuan Ming, what are you talking about? Isn't her brother just—" Chu Lan is also stunned. "Wait, that Xuan Ming you always talk about is my brother?" Zhan Hong realizes he just leaked the secret. He scratches his head. "Wait, you didn't know? Well, yeah, he's Xuan Ming. They are the same guy." Lin Dongliang struggles to his feet and fights back, yelling that as a military officer, Chu Yuan shouldn't behave like this. But Zhan Hong snaps back. "Cut the moral high ground crap. How Xuan Ming fights is none of your business." Lin Dongliang lunges forward again, and they throw hands. "Zhan Hong, you are breaking military rules for a personal grudge," Lin Dongliang barks. Pedestrians start shouting, "Hey, look, a fight!" Chulan panics, screaming, "Please stop fighting!" Suddenly, Ankaj arrives. She pats Chulan on the shoulder, reassuring her before roaring at the guys, "Knock it off!" The two men finally freeze. She turns back to Chulan, saying, "It is all right, Chulan, do not be afraid." Chu Lan nods, finally breathing a sigh of relief. And Kaj asks, "Can you tell me what happened?" Soon she takes Chulan back home and they head out to the balcony to talk. Chulan spills everything about their crazy school admission. Hearing the whole story, and Kaj gasps, "Are you serious? That actually happened when you guys enrolled." Chulan sighs sadly, "Uncle Lin might hate my brother, but he did not do anything wrong. My bad health just ruined his plans, so it is my fault." And Kaj snaps in outrage, "What do you mean he did nothing wrong? He violated Article 262 of the Penal Code for child trafficking. Even if your brother stayed, that guy committed a major crime." Chulan looks down, whispering, "Let's just drop it." And Kaj rubs her temples, sighing, "Why are you siblings like this? Is holding back some family trait?" Chulan defends him, saying Uncle Lin was just trying to recruit talents for the nation. Plus, he gave her a super rare and precious core crystal. So even if they look into it, they can't tell who is right. Then she brightens up. But the best part is my brother made a promise. If he reaches the top 10 in the college league tournament, all grudges are completely wiped out. Hearing this, Cage sighs completely helpless. Fine, if Xuanming decided this, I'll back off. Chulan smiles, thank you so much, but trust me, you and I know this fight is far from over. Alright, you and I are about to dive into some major drama because Lin Dongliang has been targeting ordinary people with hidden powers for his own shady business, and we are exposing him soon. He has to settle his score with the Xuanming brothers first, and then he is done for. Meanwhile, Zhong Lan suddenly remembers something crucial and tells Cage that she made a big discovery. She found out Xuanming is her brother, but begs her not to tell him. And Cage sighs, asking why these siblings love hiding secrets. Zhong Lan just stammers, unable to explain why. She is literally on the verge of tears, whining that it is just a secret, and Cage has no choice but to give in and promises to keep her mouth shut. After making the promise, Cage says goodbye since it is super late, telling her to get some sleep. Zhong Lan waves her off, saying she will do just that. Once she is alone, she grumbles about her stupid brother. Is he seriously that scared of her seeing his rough side? But honestly, she is doing the exact same thing, keeping her own dark side hidden. She whips out her phone to text her brother Zhong Yuan. She types out a cute message asking if he can bring home the champion flower from the university tournament for her. Over on his side, Zhong Yuan looks at his phone and smiles at his sister's sweet text. He immediately replies, telling her that it is not a problem at all. He promises to bring 2 back so she can use one to tie her hair and one as a hairpin. She happily sends a smiley face and asks about the black cat. She asks if the cat is his, saying he has to bathe it daily and absolutely cannot kiss it. Reading this, Zhong Yuan gets a bit nervous about his secret identity. He wonders why she does not hate his cat form. Is it because his cat form is insanely cute, or is she just trying to be nice? Either way, he is relieved. Anyway, he puts his phone down and opens the window. Don't blink, because we are about to see him jump into a whole different mess that needs solving right now. He transforms into his black cat form, slipping through the window to Feng Jing's room. Feng Jing is quietly reading when he spots a cat standing right on his windowsill. Feng Jing snarks that he should knock, even as a cat. Zhong Yuan morphs back to human, teasing him about why he is so paranoid about knocking. Is he hiding something? Feng Jing retorts, asking if he wants to read some boring orthopedic textbooks instead. Zhong Yuan laughs it off, saying the book might be normal, but Feng Jing definitely is not. He knew Zhong Yuan would show up anyway, which is why the window was open. Zhong Yuan gets serious and asks about the note Fong Vumac left him earlier. Feng Jing pulls out the paper, showing a meeting time of 12 a.m. at the White Goose pub. Cut to the pub where Fong Vumac is drinking alone, looking depressed. Before long, the duo arrives at his table. Feng Jing teases him for sending a physical note instead of just calling them like a normal person. What is the big deal? Fong Vumac stays quiet, suggesting they go somewhere more private. They head over to the Tanha ancient garden, but the spooky atmosphere immediately creeps Feng Jing out. He jokes about the place being a wild club, asking if some creepy skeletons are going to pop out of their graves and start dancing with them anytime soon. Zhong Yuan agrees it has a serious graveyard vibe. Fong Vumac climbs over the wall, mentioning that the security guard is away, so they have to sneak in. Feng Jing turns to Zhong Yuan, teasingly asking if he will get this same creepy treatment when he visits his house. Zhong Yuan has the perfect comeback ready. He laughs and tells him that once he falls asleep, he will nail him down with 7 copper nails to make sure he stays dead like a zombie. After sneaking inside and walking for a bit, Feng Jing anxiously asks how much further they have to go. Fong Vumac points ahead, saying they are almost there. Feng Jing gets clingy, begging Zhong Yuan to protect him, but Zhong Yuan just tells him to stop playing around. Suddenly, Fong Vumac shines his flashlight forward. He shines his light and drops a major bombshell on us. This is actually the grave of his older brother Yi Zhen. Let that sink in. He starts telling them about his childhood. Back then, he ran up to his brother, crying out that he finally knew the truth about their sibling bond. But Yi Zhen just walked away. Fong Vumac apologized for his family's mistakes and begged him to come home. Yi Zhen asked if that was just his fantasy. Fong Vumac was speechless. Yi Zhen looked at him coldly and warned him never to make promises he could not actually keep. Back home, Fong Vumac confronted his family, arguing that Yi Zhen was brilliant at both studying and fighting, and that they shared the exact same bloodline. He demanded to know why his father refused to accept him. His dad scoffed, telling him that his brother's mother had almost killed him years ago. Fong Vumac snapped back, arguing that it was unfair to punish the son. He knew his father used a surrogate because his own wife could not conceive. But after the surrogate gave birth, his father kicked them both out the moment he was born. It was clear his father was the one in the wrong. Why was there so much favoritism? His father roared, telling him to remember his place since he was the only legitimate heir to the massive family legacy. The other brother was seen as nothing but a threat. Fong Vumac immediately stormed off, declaring he did not care about inheritance or status anymore. His father threatened that he would not survive a single day without the family money, food, or shelter. He wanted to see how long he lasted. That night, Fong Vumac sat alone in the freezing rain. His stomach was growling loudly, but he tried his best to stay stubborn and endure it. He swore he would starve before giving in to them. But suddenly, a delicious aroma drifted through the cold air, catching his attention completely. He looked up to find Yi Zhen standing there under an umbrella, holding out a warm bag of food for his stubborn little brother. Shocked, Fong Vumac called his name. Yizhen told him he won because their father had agreed to officially recognize him just to get him to return home. He still did not understand why Fang Vumac was so desperate to connect with a brother he barely even knew. It made no sense to him. Opening the box, Fang Vumac asked if he bought it. Yizhen shrugged and Fang Vumac smiled. A real brother buys food when you are starving. That simple act was more than enough reason for him. Yizhen could only shake his head, completely defeated by his little brother's logic. Back at the grave, he pours out some liquor, and trust me, you and I are not ready for this backstory. He explains that his brother joined the South China elite forces and achieved great things, but 3 years ago, he got cancer. Let me show you a story that will mess with your head. His cancer spread fast, and that night, he quietly unplugged his own life support to die alone. He died all alone. After everything he did for the clan, those Feng family bastards wouldn't even let his body rest in peace, taking it to make a deal. So his grave is completely empty. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan started putting the pieces together. This sudden cancer sounds way too much like severe radiation poisoning from nuclear weapons. According to the Science Academy theories, high-level regeneration can easily cure this kind of cancer. The specific power he actually needed wasn't immortality, but true cell regeneration. Feng Yumo brought him at least 100 bone-melting snow crystals, so he should have absorbed them easily. Once she finished explaining all the details, Feng Yumo begged him, saying, Zhong Yuan, or should I say Xuanming, please use your rank 2 youth ranking status to help me recover his stolen body. His entire life was already hard enough, and I cannot let his corpse be desecrated. Zhong Yuan nodded, saying, all right, I will help you with this. But success is not guaranteed. Underneath it all, Zhong Yuan felt there was a hidden conspiracy. He needed to head back and dig up Yizhen's files first. At the Blue Sky Hotel, Feng Jing was busy helping Zhong Yuan log into the official, highly classified database for China's registered elite ability users. Just use your old login. Uncle Chi already transferred your file directly to the 9 Ruins division, which automatically upgrades your security access level. Zhong Yuan asked if this counted as using government resources for private business. Feng Jing shrugged, saying if they didn't get cool perks like this, who would want to do this garbage job for the 9 Ruins? Besides, if Yi Zhen is actually alive out there, someone else will eventually search for him. Zhong Yuan searched his phone, discovering that 3 years ago, Yi Zhen took part in a secret nuclear campaign for Tower Nation, matching his cancer timeline. This was exactly when he got sick. But as he scrolled down the document detailing Yi Zhen's deployment to the Tower Nation's nuclear operation 3 years ago, a flashing warning popped up saying the file had been deleted. Zhong Yuan frowned, noting that the deployment log to the nuclear cave was wiped from public view. The editor who wiped this was Zhang Buyo, the rank 1 youth expert, sitting right above Zhong Yuan. Right then, Feng Jing got a seriously bad feeling about this. Now pay attention, this is where it gets really messy. Even if Zhong Yuan can beat Zhang Buyo, the massive factions backing that guy are way too complicated. But Zhong Yuan just smirked. Fear what? I just joined the 9 Ruin squad. No way am I going to let some elite-ranking snob walk all over me. Meanwhile, at the busy university tournament arena, a guy and a girl casually walked up to the stadium manager, giggling as they apologized for bothering him during his shift. The manager chuckled, saying he would be just as rushed if he left his phone behind. The girl thanked him, stepped inside, and muttered under her breath, man, this Chinese domain has 0 day and night cycle. Spending too much time in this artificial light is totally going to ruin my sleep schedule and trash my skin. Yizhen followed closely behind, snapping at her to remember they were sneaking into enemy territory, not casually shopping. But Sulayer just rolled her eyes, turned back and laughed. Oh, please, you're gonna fake the security cameras soon anyway. Yizhen ignored her and released a massive swarm of miniature spy drones. Sulayer gasped in surprise, saying these Tower Nation spy drones look exactly like real ants. Are you sure the students won't notice them? Yizhen replied that they won't, and they aren't our targets anyway. Smart people love to overthink, and the more they suspect, the better it works. The more they overthink, the better. Early next morning at the Grand University Arena, the announcer yelled, "Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2043 College Tournament." The high-energy MC Cheng Yunshin declared that according to the schedule, team battles would go down in the morning, followed by intense solo matches in the afternoon. For the team phase, matchups are determined by drawing lots based on your previous realm hunting rank. After 6 full rounds of combat, only the top 10 teams will advance to the finals. Everyone knows that luck is basically a subset of skill. Now let us give a massive welcome to Feng Jing's team, our top-ranked squad, from the Realm Hunt, who gets to draw first today. As Feng Jing smirked confidently, Zhong Yuan cheered him on, saying, "Go get them, Captain. Pull the absolute toughest team first. Once we crush them, everyone else will get scared and give up." Feng Jing laughed and said he loved that rebellious attitude. Just as Feng Jing stepped up to the drawing box, the MC shouted, "Here it is, folks. The legendary Hand of God is about to make its grand return. Now watch this." Feng Jing pressed the button and the screen flashed to reveal exactly who his team would be smashing in their very first matchup. It is Cheng Ying versus Su Zhe's elite team from the prestigious Shangjing University. The crowd went wild because they are last year's reigning champions. Su Zhe's squad watched this draw with massive grins on their faces. Feng Jing strolled back and gave a cool fist bump to Zhong Yuan, saying he succeeded. Just then, MC Cheng Yunshin announced some tragic news. "I am sorry to say that our legendary black cat fighter from last night has been banned for being too cute. But do not worry, because their absolute powerhouse attacker Zhong Yuan has officially returned to the lineup today. Everyone, please turn your eyes to the main screen. The screen flashed to show a cute black cat labeled with his name, Chungying Zhong Yuan, rank 137 on the youth board. The MC quickly apologized for displaying the wrong image, but the next photo showed Zhong Yuan cross-dressing. The host scrambled to explain that this was also wrong. Anyway, just look at the real Zhong Yuan in the waiting area. Immediately, his massive fan club in the stadium started screaming his name at the top of their lungs. As the crowd cheered, the MC joked that the previous photo actually was not wrong, and he was just shallow. Zhong Yuan just stood there, speechless and thoroughly embarrassed. The stadium was packed to the brim as the announcer's voice boomed again. Now that the draw is complete, both Feng Jing's squad and Suje's team are on the field. Both sides took their seats on the benches. Suje's team didn't even bring their captain out, which was the ultimate silent trash talk to show their utter dominance. Up in the stands, a smug elite rival was grinning to himself thinking, "Feng Jing, I told you to join Shangjing University, but you insisted on going to that trash school. So what do you and I take from this?" Well, he is about to learn never to underestimate us. Just then, a mysterious girl with long hair. "All right, you and I are about to watch some trash get absolutely humbled." This purple-haired clown confronts Feng Jing, bragging they could easily lock second place if they did not run into his team. Feng Jing casually snaps back, "Do not worry, we are not competing for second place. First is ours." Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan is busy looking at the system interface flashing notifications. The system warns that the transmission link is active, locking multiple targets under attack and channeling all nearby energy directly onto the main target. Hearing this, he gives quick orders to his team. "Chenshu, once we start, use your transmission to link the four of them and lock onto one. Just squeak when you are done." He adds, "Shihan, cover Chenshu." Chenshu nods, "Got it," while Shihan replies seriously, "I will do my best." Right then, the referee raises his hand and yells. He shouts, "Both sides ready, countdown, 3, 2, 1, start." Hearing this, Chenshu immediately raises his hand, unleashing spiritual energy invisible to the naked eye. The commentator yells that Suje's team is rushing them in a 2-2 formation, while Feng Jing's team is playing defensively again, waiting for a counterattack. Suddenly, Suje's team gets hit by the transmission attack and freezes in pure panic. Spectral chains of spiritual energy tightly lock them down, leaving them completely helpless. Chenshu excitedly shouts, "All done, squeak!" Zhong Yuan grins in satisfaction, muttering perfect under his breath as his body starts radiating a massive wave of power. He thinks, with the Domain Overlord buff, I can fly and also bend the wind within my sight. This boosts my air bullets, making it the perfect time to use them. Now watch closely, because here is where he pulls off a genius move. Zhong Yuan unleashes his penetrating air bullets, condensing 3 spiritual energy lines into deadly projectiles. The bullets fly straight, piercing the targets frozen in mid-air. Agonized screams echo across the arena as the commentators lose their absolute minds over what just happened. They shout, "Oh my god, what is going on?" Suje's entire squad got sniped by an invisible force and they are falling like flies. The stage is a total mess. The 4 players are bound by a single glowing chain, each hit by 3 brutal air bullets with blood splattering everywhere. Feng Jing yells at the referee to stop the fight. He warns, "Call it now or they will die." The ref hesitates for a second, then checks his watch and slowly starts counting down. 30, 29, 28. The crowd murmurs that the referee probably thinks Suje's team can still pull off a miracle, so he is dragging out the timer. Feng Jing is sweating bullets. He realizes their lives are literally on the line. He cannot wait any longer and immediately sprints toward the 4 heavily bleeding players lying on the ground. The corrupt referee screams at him, "No attacking down players. Take another step and I am giving you a red card." But Feng Jing just ignores the threat entirely. He swings his arm, roaring, "Get lost," and shoves the ref, sending him flying backward with a bloody nose. The errant guy in the stands panics, waving his hands. He screams, "We forfeit. Shangjing University forfeits. Call the match." Meanwhile, the referee is still rubbing his face in a daze from getting slapped. Finally, he blows the whistle. "Winner! Feng Jing's team!" Feng Jing pays no attention and immediately starts healing the 4 injured opponents, trying to save them. Chenshu points angrily at the referee's face, screaming, "Is this guy legally blind? Feng Jing is trying to save lives here!" But a teammate grabs him to stop him. The teammate says, "Chenshu, chill out. Do not start a fight with the ref. Once a red card is out, it cannot be undone. We will file an appeal later." You saw that too, right? This ref is absolute trash. Zhong Yuan casually picks up the red card, waving it right in his face, mocking the ridiculous level of this national tournament. The referee goes red with rage, pulling out a yellow card and barking, "You, intentionally insulting a referee. Yellow card!" Zhong Yuan just clicks his tongue, looking completely unfazed. Up in the stands, people are gossiping. The match is officially over, and the referee panel confirms the victory goes to Feng Jing's team from Chungying. Host Chung Yoon looks at the stats, announcing that this battle lasted exactly 37 seconds. That is only 2 seconds slower than the legendary record set by General Zhang Buyo. Cui Kusheng adds that Chungying has already filed an appeal to get the unfair red card overturned. Right then, someone suddenly calls the referee away. Scene cuts to a massive military headquarters under a clear blue sky in the Huanan region. Inside, a high-ranking officer is furious at the blatant match fixing. He slams his hand on the desk, saying, "To drag the match out to 37 seconds, you actually risked those kids' lives. You really tried to save my face, huh?" The referee bows down with a slimy, flattering smile, replying, "Of course, sir. How could we let a nobody from some third-rate academy break your legendary record?" The officer rests his chin on his hand, a cold smirk appearing on his face. "So in your eyes, Zhong Yuan is just some nameless brat everyone can step on?" The ref keeps up his slimy, kiss-ass attitude, saying, "Well, not exactly, but we value respect here. If this fool ruins your reputation right in Guangyuan, it makes us look bad." Zhang Buyo just clicks his tongue. He sits up straight, his face darkening as he asks in a freezing tone, "You say he ruined my face? Do you know whose face you ruined?" The referee freezes, sensing that something is seriously wrong, completely unable to answer. Zhang Buyo pushes his chair back and slowly stands up, glaring with absolute rage. He continues, "The power backing this tournament is the elite supernatural department of the government. The authority of a referee represents the supreme authority of our entire nation." He snaps, "You intentionally rigged the match to suppress a genius. You did not just insult me, you dragged our nation's pride straight through the dirt." He places his hand heavily on the referee's shoulder. The ref turns completely pale, sweating buckets, utterly terrified and unable to utter a single word in his defense. Zhang Buyo leans in, whispering coldly right in his face, "And as for this face of mine, I certainly do not need a piece of trash like you to save it." Terrified out of his mind, the referee drops to his knees, begging desperately, "General, I was wrong. I truly messed up. I will never do it again. Please have mercy." Zhang Buyo replies calmly, "I will spare your life, but you are not getting off easy. If you are going to be a corrupt referee, then go back to farming." The referee breaks down in tears, looking up in despair. Meanwhile, back at the arena, host Zhong Yuan comes back on air with an urgent update. She says, "Good afternoon, viewers. We just received breaking news. The referee who gave the unfair red card to Feng Jing has officially resigned from his post." Cui Chusheng adds, "Unfortunately, due to the rules respecting the referee's official decisions, those cards cannot be overturned. Feng Jing is banned from the next team match. This means Feng Jing is benched for the next team fight. But trust me, you and I are going to have an epic time watching the upcoming solo matches. Do not miss it." Alright, you and I are about to watch some pure tournament drama. The host Zhong Yuan dramatically strikes a pose, declaring they'll let the hand of God decide the matchups to turn up the heat. Down in the waiting area, a black cat is getting groomed with a scary metal nail comb. Feng Jing stares in disbelief and asks if that's even safe, while Zhong Yuan admits it's pretty rough. Feng Jing's chaotic curiosity instantly kicks in, making him want to try it himself. But suddenly, an announcer's voice startles him, shouting, "Is Player Feng Jing here? Player Feng Jing, please step forward." Scratching his head, Feng Jing groans as he stands up, complaining about the lottery. He mutters, "Do they want me to smash Tachiet first or go after Zhong Yuan?" Xie Yihan watches him leave, sweating bullets. He panics, realizing so many of their school's solo fighters are relying on Feng Jing's luck. If he draws, they are totally doomed. What do we do? Then he glances at Zhong Yuan, who is still casually brushing the cat with that spiked comb. Xie Yihan claps his hands, getting a wild idea. Zhong Yuan raises his fingers and happily triggers his position swap skill. Just as Feng Jing reaches the stage and stretches his hand to press the lottery button, a surge of spiritual energy erupts around him. In a flash, he gets swapped with the black cat. The cat lands on the button, letting out a cute meow. The entire crowd goes absolutely wild, instantly realizing some crazy genius just used a teleportation skill to swap Feng Jing with a literal cat. Everyone starts cheering for the feline lottery picker. Even a spectator facepalms, sighing that letting a cat choose the matches is honestly 100 times better than letting Feng Jing ruin their luck. The black cat looks totally done with this, thinking, "Fine, whatever, I guess I am doing this now." Host Zhong Yuan hypes it up, shouting that our honorable feline player has pressed down its majestic paw, locking in the entire tournament bracket for the solo matches. Alright, pay attention here, because this matchup is absolute destiny at work. Feng Jing's opponent is none other than Tachiet. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan is still hyper-focused on grooming, asking if it feels good. Feng Jing's head is literally covered in blood, but he has this creepy, satisfied grin, mumbling that it feels amazing. Zhong Yuan just sighs, complaining that Feng Jing's skull is too hard. He frowns, muttering that he needs to find where the broken metal needle fell so he can fix his tool. Zhong Yuan raises his fingers and activates his supersensory ability to scan the area. Beside him, Feng Jing happily triggers his solar self-healing skill, instantly repairing his bleeding head. But as he does, a strange little ant suddenly crawls right in front of his face. He blinks, wondering why this tiny insect is filled with mechanical parts. Without wasting a single second, he snaps a quick photo on his phone to ask if anyone recognizes this weird spy tech. He instantly texts Qi Shu, sending the picture of the mechanical ant found lurking around the arena. He asks, "Hey uncle, do you have any idea what this sneaky little thing is?" Uncle Qi texts back immediately. According to him, it is a high-tech microdrone manufactured by the Lighthouse Nation, specifically the Ant God model. It is a common spy drone used for recording and basic navigation. Since their tech does not support cross-border wireless data transmission, someone has to physically retrieve the drone or fly it out of the barrier to collect the stolen information. Zhong Yuan gets suspicious and asks if hacking the tournament's live broadcast wouldn't be way easier. Why go through all the trouble of deploying physical spy drones inside the arena? Uncle Qi replies that there is a deeper conspiracy here and orders him to investigate. Zhong Yuan sighs, thinking his uncle is pushing it, but accepts the mission for the sake of his agency status. Meanwhile, over at a smaller stage, two fighters are squaring off under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Another mechanical ant silently crawls past them, and Zhong Yuan begins mapping out the situation. The barrier's boundaries are barely larger than the tournament grounds. While locating the spy drones with his supersensory skill is totally doable, it is going to drain a massive amount of his energy. He questions if it is even worth the effort. If he were the enemy trying to steal restricted information, he would target the high-security control rooms, not just wander around aimlessly. Planting the bug on key staff members or hiding it inside the main control vehicle makes way more sense. It almost feels like the enemy wants these toy ants to get caught on purpose. While he is deep in thought, Feng Jing interrupts, telling him they are up next on separate stages, numbers 1 and 3. Zhong Yuan calmly nods in response, keeping his cool. Feng Jing then hands him a small brand-new comb, telling him to stop stressing over the lost needle because he will buy him a replacement. Zhong Yuan shrugs, acting totally unfazed. I know what you're thinking, is he prioritizing a broken comb over a national spy threat? Feng Jing senses the weird vibe and asks what is going down. Zhong Yuan whispers that his cat is already on the case and they need to focus on their matches. Meanwhile, the black cat prowls the arena, spotting yet another mechanical ant. That makes 5 of them so far, all scattering randomly across the battlefield without any clear target. Normal people wouldn't even notice them, but to a trained eye, they stick out. Anyone who spots these things will instantly assume the Lighthouse Nation is trying to steal data. It's a classic setup designed to cause absolute chaos and point fingers. Either way, the tournament organizers are going to take the heat and get investigated. The cat realizes the real target of this operation might actually be the host committee. The cat's eyes suddenly shift, glowing with 2 different colors, gray and gold. Without a moment of hesitation, it stomps down on the spy ant, planning its next move. To unmask the puppet master, the cat decides to force their hand by destroying these drones one by one. It is time to see if the controller panics when their toys break. Host Chung Yun's loud voice booms over the microphone, directing everyone's attention to ring number 1. Thanks to the black cat's lucky paw, Feng Jing is facing the powerhouse Tachit in his very first opener. Tachit is no joke. He is the reigning champion of the last 2 solo tournaments and currently ranks 65th in the Elite Youth Division standings. His strategic great abilities are so insanely broken that nobody has ever managed to defeat him. On the other side, Feng Jing is the only healer to make the top 100, sitting at rank 82. This is Feng Jing's very first time competing in the singles division. Tachit stands opposite him and says, I want to thank you for saving my teammates earlier, so this match is yours. Before Tachit can even finish his sentence, Feng Jing cuts him off, snapping that throwing a match won't help his ranking. He demands, let's just fight first, then you can surrender. Tachit sighs, completely speechless, while the referee warns Feng Jing to stop encouraging match fixing on the stage. With a calm expression, Tachit raises his hands to make an offer. He says, tell you what, I won't use my ultimate skill today. Let's see if you actually have what it takes to beat me. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the arena, Zhong Yuan is facing off against a mysterious female fighter. The commentator's voice blares through the speakers, announcing that the competitors on ring number 4 have also taken their positions. He's from Chungying Academy, fighting Lam Thong of Pei Chen Academy. And trust me, you and I are about to see if he can pull off another crazy one-hit knockout. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action where our main character stands facing a female opponent. The speakers roar as both fighters take their spots on court 4, representing Chungying Academy versus Lan Kong of Pei Chen Academy. And let's not forget, just this morning, Zhong Yuan literally clapped 4 opponents with a single strike. Yo, you and I are about to watch our crazy strong main character keep his broken skills a secret while facing Lam Shang, a total powerhouse psychic specialist. This girl can mind control 19 people at once. Under the Academy 3+2-year system for ability users, she is already a senior who should be a pro. But for some weird reason, she has no official rank yet. Zhong Yuan frowns and thinks about this fragile-looking girl who seems like she would break instantly. Seriously, she looks like she cannot take a single hit. Since Feng Jing is busy on the other court, there is no healer around to save her if things go south. Since no one is sharing life force with her, he decides to play it safe and just knock her out of bounds with a non-lethal attack. Time to wrap this up. He slides into his battle stance as the referee calls for them to get ready. 3, 2, 1 start, and his hand drops. Lam Shang is super focused as her spiritual energy flares up. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan leaps right past her, leaving her turning around in absolute shock. Before she can even react, she takes a brutal kick straight to the butt. Gritting her teeth, she activates her solid stance skill to stay upright. This skill keeps her on her feet as spiritual energy wraps around her body. Standing behind her, Zhong Yuan is actually impressed she survived his hit. Out of nowhere, the referee flashes a yellow card and yells at him. Hey student Zhong Yuan, respect your female opponent and stop harassing her. Both fighters stare back in pure confusion. Zhong Yuan is totally dead inside, thinking he just aimed for the easiest spot. How is that harassment? Wait, check this out. Just because she is a girl, he cannot use physical moves? Suddenly, Lam Shang reaches out and tries to target him. She starts blasting heavy, negative energy at him, shouting that he is hurt, deeply depressed, totally hopeless, and completely unable to fight anymore. Zhong Yuan realizes his courage skill has kicked in. She is launching a psychic attack on him. Since he cannot punch her, he might as well counter psionically. He channels his courage skill to push back, staring her down with a deadpan face. Hey girl, you look thin and pale. Go drink some warm water. Hearing this, she is totally embarrassed and furious. Lam Shang fires back immediately, shouting, Zhong Yuan, I am gorgeous. You are totally obsessed with me. You love me. You will do whatever I say, so just give up already. The two of them just stand there in awkward silence, staring each other down. Unwilling to back down, Zhong Yuan fires back. You are ugly, wicked, and plotting against me. I have never seen anyone so shameless in my life. Suddenly, the referee interrupts, warning Zhong Yuan for passive fighting. Annoyed, he argues, Ref, I am literally using a mental attack to counter her mental attack. How is this passive? The referee is genuinely shocked by this and asks, wait, are you saying you actually have mental attack powers too? He explains, this is my own unique mental attack, combining psychology, classic literature, and acting. Up in the stands, MC Trin Van is watching closely. He notes that based on her profile, Lam Shang has zero immunity to psychic attacks. Does Zhong Yuan have a physical-grade mental strike? Thoi Kuk Sin suddenly chimes in, wait, Lam Shang just collapsed from his attack. Look at her, she is actually down on the ground. She falls backward, crying out for him to stay away. With tears streaming down her face, she desperately reaches up, screaming that she will kill him. Her mind is totally shattered. Zhong Yuan looks up, analyzing a weird power that just passed over his head. Was that her own mental attack? Checking his timer, the referee announces that Zhong Yuan's psychic strike was effective. Lam Shang is down, starting the countdown of 27-26. Zhong Yuan wins. You and I are probably wondering the exact same thing as him right now. Did she just fake that entire fall? He thinks back about destroying 10 drones, finding this last one. The operator has not reacted yet, so they are probably not in the arena. The black cat analyzes the ant drone. The antennae are for communication, eyes for recording, mouth for audio, body for the chip, and rear for battery. This high-tech ant drone is insane. They probably wanted everyone to think they were just trying to steal sensitive data about the tournament. So he broke the last communications device on purpose, acting like a total idiot to bait the operator into physically trying to recover the lost data. That should force their hand. The black cat unleashes a thermal blast to destroy the ant, feeling like some critical info might have slipped out. Meanwhile, over on the other court, Feng Jing totally wipes out Chiet. The announcer screams that fighter Feng Jing just won the match. He used a legendary northern kick to blast Chiet right out of the arena. Seriously, is this really the kind of damage a healer should do? Or did Chiet just throw the fight? Feng Jing casts a healing breeze over his beaten opponent while laughing about the double elimination system. We will fight again in a few days. Use your ultimate move next time, I will still wreck you. Chiet smiles back, saying, do not be so sure. You might lose twice in a row and get kicked out. Feng Jing arrogantly replies that only one person in this entire college tournament can beat him. Walking back to the waiting area, he asks, where is Zhong Yuan? The main screen says he finished his fight ages ago. His friend answers him. The staff says he intentionally used psychic attacks to cause severe mental damage, so they dragged him to the office where Director Ko is currently arguing with them. He is defending him against Boy Chan Academy. Feng Jing pulls out his phone to check on him, glad that his satellite connection still works here. He texts Zhong Yuan asking if he needs any backup. Zhong Yuan replies, check on Lam Shang for me, see if she is alive or dead. It does not matter what the staff says, just check if she needs medical help. Staring at his screen, he realizes he only found the drones after drawing lots. Boy Chan Academy probably is not behind the drones. Wait, this timeline actually gives us the real breakthrough we need to find who sent them. Suddenly, an angry crowd surrounds him, demanding that he instantly release his curse on Lam Shang or face a permanent lifetime ban from tournaments. They even threaten him with a military court. And trust me, you and I are about to see him deal with this like an absolute boss. Yo, hold up, let us dive right into this crazy map. This copy realm is basically a clone space built directly on top of real-world terrain. Seriously, the terrain in this zone runs entirely on raw copy dimension energy and cannot survive without its anchor point. Even the normal stuff, like even the power lines and water pipes in this massive tournament hall, need custom-built specs just to function normally when detached from the real world. Any gear you want to drag back out can only be spawned in after the terrain copy finishes. This College League map is literally brand new. Since it was copied yesterday, those shady drones could only fly in during this tiny 2-day window, making the search area super small. Zhong Yuan rubbed his chin, cooking up a plan. Hall security footage is crystal clear, so tracing the drone's flight path and finding the culprit should be a breeze. Cross-referencing that with outside city cams will easily bust this wide open. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan flashes a card, smirking as he drops a bomb. Get 9 Ruins in on this. The guards lose their minds, yelling, what? Since when does a 9 Ruins agent look like this? Let me see that. Turns out, his ID photo literally shows him dressed like a girl, labeled 8th seat of 9 Ruins. A literal black crow flies over their heads. Everyone is cringing so hard. Now watch this, because the guards immediately start roasting him. Are you messing with us? We almost fell for your trash. Forging a 9 Ruins badge is a major crime, kid. They throw the ID right back at his face, yelling that a fake card won't fool them. Zhong Yuan rolls his eyes, utterly done with these clowns. He slams the card onto the ground, rips out his phone, and dials a number furiously. Grit his teeth, he snaps, Boss Chi, you are so dead to me. Meanwhile, a guy using super camouflage creeps past the guards, completely invisible to everyone. They barely feel a weird chill. One guard grunts, did a cold breeze just blow past? The other shrugs, saying you must be seeing things. Once past them, Zhang Biu drops his stealth, thinking, wow, sneaking in here is way too easy. The security for this tournament is an absolute joke. They seriously need to step up their game. He realizes that morning incident with the referee probably made Zhong Yuan hate his guts, so he must apologize face to face. After all, the kid is a tier 2 strategic powerhouse. His combat power might dwarf mine, so making him an enemy is a total no-go. If I just walk up openly, is that too extra? But staying in stealth looks super sketchy. Maybe I should just wait for him to exit? Besides, he is 16 and I am 25. Do we have some massive generation gap? Apparently high schoolers these days communicate in totally different ways now. But I don't wear overalls, do sick basketball plays, or know the latest viral dances. Zhang Buyo sighs, feeling incredibly old until he suddenly spots a black cat chilling on a bench. He wonders if this is the cat that signed for Zhong Yuan. There is definitely something off about it. This cat has secrets, and the whole allergy excuse is total cap. He stops dead in his tracks and shoves his face right up to it. The cat freaks out at the jump scare. Zhang Buyu triggers his telepathy skill, locking on to force a direct barrier-free mental chat with the cat. The kitty is sweating bullets. I know what you're thinking, but get this. Buyu just pulls out a notebook and flashes a creepy, friendly smile. Can I get an autograph? I saw your stream and I am your biggest fan. The black cat just glares at the notebook, utterly dumbfounded. What is this dude's problem? If you want an autograph, just ask, why flex your telepathy skill? If we are talking magical aura, I don't fear anyone. Bring it on! The cat slaps the pen away but immediately snatches it up with its mouth, playing along to mock this weirdly intense guy. It activates its ultra-cute mode, radiating a pink magical energy vibe. Quickly, it scribbles down the name Zhong Yuan right onto the open page. Buyo screams internally. I asked for your signature and you wrote Zhong Yuan instead? Don't tell me you share the same name as him. Or did this cat undergo crazy special training to write that specific name whenever it sees a pen? He points to another blank sheet again. Can you write, magic is a lie, but people love being lied to? The cat thinks, this is some cringe, high-level Phantom Thief dialogue, man. The cat slaps the book, letting out an annoyed meow that translates to, way too long, not writing that. Buyu's heart literally shatters. Desperate, he pulls out a bribe. I have one last chocolate bar left. It is yours if you do it, please. I will cherish your art forever. The cat facepalms. Meow, chocolate literally contains theobromine, which can kill cats, you absolute genius. Buyu is shook because he had zero clue. Wait, but people name their cats chocolate all the time. The cat sighs in absolute despair. Meow, are you even a real functioning human? Whatever. I am not a normal cat anyway. Let's just write this garbage and get him to leave. It snatches the pen back quickly. It writes out the whole cheesy quote. Buyu stares at the text, his brain working overtime. This is definitely not some basic trained pet. This is a straight-up human. Is this actually Zhong Yuan in disguise? The cat turns its back, totally dismissing him. Meow. Beat it, bro. Stop bothering my nap. Buyu panics, desperately clutching at straws. Crap, I completely ran out of topics to talk about. This is getting so awkward. But then a sudden spark of genius hits him. Oh, I got it! He sneaks around the side and dramatically points a finger at the cat. You bit my pen! Look at these massive teeth marks, dude. The cat is totally deadpan, thinking this guy is just so incredibly annoying. Whatever, I am a cat right now. I'll just meow twice to shut him up. Meow meow. Buyu sighs. Wow, playing dumb now, are we? Fine, let us speak cat then. He squats down without a shred of shame and literally meows right back. The cat is completely dumbstruck. The banter gets wild. Meow meow meow. The cat finally snaps and yells in human. Stop meowing and talk like a normal person right now. He plays the victim card, crying, you broke my pen and now you play dumb. He literally weeps, claiming I have used this pen since... Alright, you and I are jumping right into a crazy scene where this pen has been with him since first grade, solving endless problems. It means everything, but the black cat calls him out immediately. Meow, cut the crap. That is just some cheap promo item you got with points from a convenience store. But Jiang Buyu stubbornly insists that through countless bodies, this pen is his absolute soulmate. The black cat crosses its paws, totally done with his drama, and sighs that she will just buy him a new one. All he has to do is walk outside and make a right turn. Walk 200 meters to the Yang family convenience store, give them my phone number, and exchange my points for a new one. The member password is 300412. Zhang Buyo punches in the numbers, sweating bullets as he realizes this matches the exact phone record of Zhong Yuan. That means this sassy little black cat is actually the legendary Zhong Yuan. Completely exhausted, the cat faceplants onto the chair, muttering that she is taking a nap. Zhang Buyu snaps at her to wake up, complaining about sleeping in the middle of the day. She raises a paw, glaring at him with pure annoyance. Why is this guy still here after getting his pen back? Can he actually understand her, or is he just faking it? He used some weird power on her earlier, but was it really just a translation skill? She decides to throw out some secret energy talk to test his reaction and see. The cat puts on an act, claiming she absorbed way too many void crystals, and the negative energy is messing with her head, leaving her with no choice but to sleep. My main body is drowned in endless work, she claims, so this cute little beast form is the only way she can sneak in some quick, desperate power naps. Zhang Buyo crouches down, totally skeptical. Why is the second-ranked youth prodigy wasting time on local tournaments? If she needs resources, she could just demand them from Nguanfeng. But she shrugs it off, stating she has a sacred promise to keep. Now pay attention, because Zhang Buyo casually drops some news that completely flips the board. He already fired that trash referee who dared to mess with her this morning. Anyone else trying to bully her will get instantly obliterated, no questions asked. She complains that she is getting bullied right now while on a top-secret mission. She showed her official ID, but those idiots claimed she was a total fraud, so she just checked out and went to sleep instead. Zhang Buyu is stunned, but before he can ask who did it, his phone suddenly starts blasting a goofy ringtone. He tells her to hang on and slips away to answer. But the second he presses accept, the voice on the other end starts screaming at him at full blast. "Are you trying to run South China like your own private playground, Zhang Buyo? How dare you disrespect my elite 9 Abysses operatives like they are absolute nobodies?" He glances back at the sleeping cat, completely baffled. He calmly tells the caller he has zero clue what is going on, making Uncle Chi explode with pure rage. He yells that a secret 9 Abysses operative in Zhong Yuan City showed his official badge, only to be accused of being a fake. Now watch how Zhang reacts. Zhang Buyo's jaw literally drops. You and I saw this coming, but he is losing his mind, realizing his cute guest is a 9 Abysses agent. Uncle Chi screams that rogue drones infiltrated the tournament, and only his agent spotted them. He demands to know why local security was totally asleep on the job. These rogue drones are a massive threat, and he needs to fix this immediately. Chishu silently fumes, knowing how insanely hard it was to recruit Zhong Yuan. If the kid quits in frustration over this disrespect, everything ruins. Zhang Buyo promises to handle it and hangs up, wondering why 9 Abysses called him directly. If she was on an emergency mission, she should have called him directly instead of going through Chishu. This whole setup feels incredibly suspicious and off. Is there internal drama within 9 Abysses? If so, it is terrible news for the nation. But since his own security team messed up first, he has to take full blame. He cannot shift the blame to anyone else. Looking down at the sleeping cat, Zhang Buyo drops to one knee with absolute respect and speaks with deep sincerity. "Let me introduce myself. I am the Supreme Commander of the South China Military District. I am deeply sorry for our massive security failure, and I will fix this." The sleeping cat bolts awake, completely shocked by his humble attitude. He looks her in the eye and tells her he does not expect her to forgive him, but he hopes she knows they are fighting for the exact same future. He swears that he will build a world where she can finally sleep in absolute peace. "Can you please be a little more patient with me?" Hearing this, the cat's eyes light up. Chishu's random rant just made him take all the blame. This legendary commander of South China is actually stepping up and taking full responsibility. She is amazed that a top-tier powerhouse could be this humble and noble. She asks him how he knew her true identity. Zhang Buyu explains that his strategic grade skill allows him to read and comprehend any form of conscious intent. No matter how she expresses her thoughts, he can understand them instantly. He just compared her behavior to her official military file and put the pieces together. She asks if he is immune to her insanely cute act. He chuckles, explaining that acting cute only works to lower hostility, but he never had any hostility. Testing him, she asks if he can actually deliver on that massive, beautiful promise of a peaceful world, or if he is just selling her some pipe dream. He honestly admits he cannot do it alone, but together, they can make it happen. The cat turns away playfully, acting hurt about him claiming to be her fan. She teases him for lying about being her biggest fan, but then gently taps his hand with her paw, purring that she does not mind his lies at all. He sighs with relief, promising to back her up completely and asking for her next move. She immediately remembers the bizarre mechanical insect drone they spotted earlier. She warns him that the drone is moving and about to escape the boundary. They need to track it right now and ignore the tournament officials for now. Zhang Buyo locks in, telling her to navigate while he takes the wheel. His yellow sports car roars to life, tearing down the highway after the target. She notes that since she damaged its antenna, the enemy cannot control it remotely anymore. It is stuck running on a pre-programmed, predictable escape route. He points out that the drone's behavior is bizarrely calm, almost like it is waiting for red lights. She wonders if their main target is the Bureau. Since the Abyss Management Bureau usually handles these cases, she asks if the enemy is targeting them. Zhang Buyo keeps his eyes glued to the road. He explains that their real target is likely Wang Podi, the bureau director. The cat is shocked, demanding to know how he figured that out so fast. He smiles, recalling how smart people always overthink. And trust me, you and I are about to see this deadly trap spring open in the next episode. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a massive conspiracy where the more these genius overthinkers try to connect the dots, the higher the chance that Wang Podi himself will be lured in to investigate. The black cat then praises him, saying his senior is basically a god at reading human hearts. Zhang Buyo suddenly gets gloomy, replying that nobody in this world understood hearts better. Too bad he literally just attended his funeral last month. The black cat sighs and offers his condolences, but Zhang tells him they hold the same rank, so there is no need to be formal with him. The cat blurts out the name Zhang Wuyo, but Zhang explains his actual name is Zhang Buyo, where those characters mean worry-free in their dialect. The pronunciation is similar, but the spelling is totally different. Anyway, their yellow car keeps rolling as this whole conversation gets way too confusing. So the cat settles on calling him Young Master Zhang, who in turn calls him Young Master Yuan. Suddenly, the black cat perks up with curiosity. He eagerly asks if Zhang has a photo of Wang Podi. Zhang hands his phone over, and right then, the black cat does something unbelievable. He morphs straight into a yellow-eyed man with stubble, asking if the look is accurate. Zhang completely loses his mind, gasping, "Is that infinite illusion?" The cat breaks a sweat, thinking that even if he just copied a photo, claiming it is infinite illusion is the perfect cover story for later. Zhang gets a wild idea, pointing to his own face with a cheeky smirk. "Hey, young Master Yuan, can you shapeshift into my face too?" I have been working 5 straight years without a single day off. Can you please cover my shift? Even sleeping in my office is fine. The cat confidently replies that one day he will build a world where Zhong can chill whenever he wants. But for now, he has to endure. We cut to a different scene where a middle-aged man is lounging in the sun, while a golden dog happily runs around right next to him. The man sighs heavily, muttering that he does not want to kill anymore, while his loyal dog chases a butterfly. Suddenly, 2 dark figures appear. 2 young men in black suits and sunglasses loom over him. He sighs again, saying that killing only made him respect the sanctity of life more. He claims he is old and half-blind, asking why they still hunt him down when he just wants to live out his remaining days in peace. They cut him off instantly. Mr. Pombo, ever since you inherited the Death Star Corps, peace was never an option for the rest of your life. You left the Iron Tower Nation 8 years ago, but did you seriously think you could just wash your hands of this? Pombo's face goes dark. He warns them that pushing him might force him to drag them down with him. But one thug arrogantly laughs, mocking his single target ability. Your power only works once a day on a single target, but there are 2 of us. We can easily kill you after you activate it. Then we will just let your daughter inherit your core and your Grim Reaper title. If you refuse to kill, your second daughter will do it. He threatens him coldly. Pombo grits his teeth in absolute agony, flashing back to a dark memory of a lifeless body hanging in the air. That trauma still haunts him. A cold, sharp voice echoes, promising him money, fame, or women, basically anything he could ever want. But pay attention here. Freedom is off the table. They threaten him with a tiny, lifeless body of a child who ended her own life. Back then, Pombo screamed in absolute despair, begging to know how they could be so cruel to Annie, who was only 6 years old. She had barely even seen the world. Shaking, he pulls out a knife, cursing the cursed Death Star Corps passed down to him for generations. It strips away humanity and freedom, turning him into a mere tool. He believes if he can just extract this core before he dies, he can finally break this endless cycle of sin. Shaking violently, he prepares to plunge the sharp blade straight into his own chest. Dark, ominous energy erupts around him. Staring maniacally at the blade, he whispers that one plunge will ensure there are no more sacrifices. But the knife suddenly clatters to the ground as he breaks down sobbing. He collapses to his knees, utterly helpless and broken, crying in pain. Now, let's pause for a second. We see a man smoking a cigarette, staring blankly ahead as a mysterious voice speaks right beside him. She asks what is so bad about being a hitman since he does not even know the targets. It is a blonde girl on the bed with him. She rambles on, saying their deaths just buy him fame and money so his kids and grandkids can live like kings. Sounds like a sweet deal, right? But the man just turns his head away, trying to shut out the noise. He looks dead inside as he responds that none of it matters. None of that matters. The only thing keeping him alive is pure fear of death. The scene shifts to a busy city street with towering buildings. Skyscrapers rise above the busy streets while a newborn baby cries. A voice whispers in the background, reflecting on how we fear death. They are terrified of dying, but also of others dying for them. Back to the present, Pombo pats his golden dog, trying to calm his nerves. Activating his power again will kill him from exhaustion, but if he fails, they will force his second daughter. He must succeed this time. His face goes cold. Suddenly, a scythe appears, resting right against the neck of his innocent, happy dog who looks up at him. Sorry, buddy, but this has to happen for the plan. Far away, Solani peers through binoculars, complaining that just watching from afar is boring. She finds it super boring. Yizhen reminds her that Wang Podi can read memories, so keeping their distance minimizes the overall risk. But Solani is not having it. You literally just rigged a drone to the target, set a schedule, and let the plan run. Yet it completely fooled the enemies, sending Wang Podi and Zhang Buyo chasing after ghosts. Seriously, how on earth did they fall for that? She asks him to return to the Iron Tower after harvesting the core. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for their next move, starting with, alright, you and I are diving into a crazy trap to wipe out 9 ruins. Once we kill both Wang Podi and Zhang Buyo, China won't let anyone protect you. Yezhen stays dead silent, totally lost in his thoughts. Sulur pushes further, telling him he can never go back and needs to run away with her right now. She warns him that Iron Tower Country is his only safe haven. Falling leaves drift over Yizhen, matching his gloomy face as a yellow car speeds down the road. Inside, Zhong Yuan, disguised as Wang Podi, asks Zhang Buyo if he has any trick to stay alive. Zhang is totally caught off guard by the question. He quickly explains his 6 synergy skills, including Rational Rule, Infinite Dreamscape, Super Deconstruction, Super Disguise, and Heavy Attack, but defense? None. Zhong Yuan is shocked, asking if it is even safe to reveal his weakness so easily. Zhang just laughs it off like it is no big deal. He says they are even since Zhong Yuan can turn into a cat. Zhong Yuan then asks about his legendary gacha luck when pulling skills. Zhang calmly brags about getting 2 SSR skills in 10 draws. Honestly, you and I would probably want to punch him too for that insane luck. Zhong Yuan huffs and tells him to synergize with him instead. If he can pull a defensive skill, then he is actually lucky. Zhang Buyo turns serious and looks at Zhong Yuan, asking if she really thinks they are about to die in the upcoming fight. Zhong Yuan warns that her gut feelings are never wrong. If he fails the pull, he should get out of the car instead of feeding the enemy. Zhang clicks his tongue, asking if copying her unregistered, top-secret strategic skills is even allowed. He does not want to get them both in trouble. Zhong Yuan snaps at him to shut up and just do it already. Zhang quickly stops hesitating and reaches his hand out to initiate the skill. He touches her hand, finalizing the link. Suddenly, Zhong is completely stunned as his eyes go wide with pure shock and utter confusion. A massive magic circle made of complex runes glows, confirming he just pulled a legendary strategic class skill called Authority of Life. Zhong is left utterly speechless, staring blankly ahead. Soon they arrive at a rusty iron gate, stepping inside to face their next battle. Zhong Yuan notes that their scouting drones stopped at this ruined neighborhood. The enemy is definitely hiding inside, waiting to ambush them. They sneak in, and Zhong suggests using his super disguise skill to mess with their heads. It is their best shot at a distraction. Zhong Yuan agrees, telling him to activate the Authority of Life the second the fight begins. Zhong warns her that the energy drain is insane. He can only hold it for a few seconds, and it locks out his other powers. Zhong Yuan just looks at him with pure disappointment. She disses the top-ranked fighter for being so weak. Zhong sighs, telling her that she belongs in the front line since she is second. She flatly refuses to carry the team, then activates her eagle eye and super sensing. Her eyes glow as she spots the threat. She tells him to cut the chatter because she found them. Zhong asks if she is absolutely sure it is not just some normal civilian. She describes an old man in a garden petting a stiff dead dog. It is obvious bait designed to lure them straight into a deadly trap. Zhong shudderingly asks how she knows he is not just prepping dinner. Zhong Yuan rolls her eyes at his ridiculous train of thought. She hugs herself in fear, claiming she heard his people eat literally anything, even fried bugs. Zhong quickly tries to defend his culture. He explains they are water beetles, not cockroaches, but she still backs away, asking if he is eyeing her body next. Zhong panics, shouting that he is not into guys at all. Zhong Yuan leaps back, calling him out for acting incredibly suspicious. She mocks his terrible excuses. Zhong gets so flustered his words come out completely wrong, making him sound like an absolute creep. He stammers that they do not eat Shandong people or cats, digging his hole deeper. Their loud arguing echoes through the ruins. He yells that he loves cats while she calls him a liar. Meanwhile, two shady guys in sunglasses are watching this ridiculous drama unfold. They cannot believe their targets are arguing while disguised. You and I both know that yelling during stealth is a total rookie mistake. One of them whips out a sniper rifle, boasting that their stupid disguise is completely useless against his special thermal vision. He activates his eye ability, locking onto his target, and pulls the trigger. A high-speed bullet rips through the air toward them. Zhong Yuan is mid-sentence when her danger senses flare up. She shoves Zhong out of the way, screaming at him to watch out. The sniper is stunned, unable to believe his shot missed. He wonders if his target can somehow see the future to dodge that fast. A voice from above commands them to finish off Zhong since Wang Podi got hit. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan prepares to fight back. She unleashes her absolute frost power, single-handedly blocking a barrage of deadly attacks raining down from the two assassins on the roof. Suddenly, a bright beam of light flashes past. Mr. Pengbu charges in to attack Zhong, silently apologizing for being forced to betray him. Zhong is completely paralyzed by a wind restraint spell, unable to move. Pengbu seizes the chance to unleash his deadly trump card. It is instant death, a broken skill that instantly kills any target, unless their level is higher than his. He can only use it once a day. Zhong is completely frozen in terror, unable to move as the spell locks onto him. Zhong Yuan looks back and freaks out. She screams his name in panic, quickly realizing that things are looking bad. Even if there are civilians around, she has to make a move. She decides to freeze the entire residential block to stop the enemy, planning to thaw it later. She slams her hands onto the frozen ground. As ice surges, Zhong freezes stiff and falls, while Pengbu is frozen solid too. You and I will have to wait and see if they survive. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in as he activates his life authority just in time to catch the frozen Zhang Buyo. Zhong Yuan is panicking, thinking, this godly healing and immortal body cheat only works on himself. For others, it's just gold tier regeneration. He just hopes the old guy didn't take an unhealable hit. Zhang Buyo is still lying there, stiff as a board. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan sits right down next to him and starts bawling his eyes out, totally losing it. He is literally crying. Zhong, you dirty liar. You promised you would build a world where I could sleep peacefully, but you had to go and fail me like this. Boohoo, winning and losing is totally normal, my hero. Let's just start over. Suddenly, Zhang Buyo's face twitches. Zhong Yuan stops crying and stares at him with a deadpan look. Super annoyed, he snaps. Are you done acting yet? Play dead one more second and I'm straight up burying you. Using Wang Podi's face to say this is hilarious. Even if you do not die, I will die laughing. Zhang Buyu tilts his head to the side, desperately trying to hold it in, but a smirk escapes anyway. Giving up, Zhong Yuan sighs and grumbles, fine, I am transforming back. A second later, he pops back into a black cat while Zhang Buyo looks at the frozen enemy. Zhang Buyo says, if I am not wrong, this guy is the legendary Grim Reaper of the Iron Tower Kingdom. Sitting on his shoulder, the black cat is totally shocked. The Grim Reaper of Iron Tower? Zhang Buyu explains, a while ago, Wang Podi went to investigate Pembo's illegal entry case that happened 8 long years ago. If Pembo is in on this, it explains why they set a trap for our department. See, the Iron Tower Kingdom has this absolute cheat of a strategic level ability called Sudden Death, which is where his Reaper nickname comes from. Word on the street is, Pembo is the only guy left in the entire world who has it. 30 years ago, he shook both the Hua State and the Iron Tower Kingdom. But 8 years ago, he vanished, supposedly retiring to the Hua State to live quietly. Zhang Buyu continues, I legit felt that Sudden Death skill hit me earlier, but I was fast enough to activate my life authority right before the impact. My life authority and immortal body completely blocked it. An ability you can activate without needing a specific target is honestly top tier. At least that is what he says. Now pay attention here, because internally Jiang Buyu is actually sweating bullets. If that sniper had not spotted through his camouflage and fired, he would be totally done. He wouldn't have had the chance to trigger his healing before getting hit. Plus, if young Master Yuan hadn't shoved him away, that bullet would have dead-centered him, and he would be game over for real. If he hadn't synchronized his life authority, his journey would have ended right there. The Black Cat is also annoyed, thinking, if I knew this idiot was fine, I wouldn't have wasted my eternal ice citadel. Now the whole neighborhood is frozen solid, and cleaning this mess up is gonna suck. Both of them turn their attention to the frozen Mr. Pembo. Zhang Buyo asks, hey, young Master Yuan, even though he is frozen solid, you can still revive him, right? The Black Cat is totally confused. Why? Aren't you terrified he will just spam that instant kill move again? Zhang Buyo just grins and replies, nope, I have a special trick. A special way of making people surrender. The cat is like, why bother? Isn't taking his core way easier? But Zhang Buyo explains that the old man is super valuable. He has been the Iron Tower's Reaper for years, so his connections and intel are massive. He is worth way more alive. The cat sighs, fine, I'll melt the ice. You're on your own for the rest. He raises a paw to activate his life authority. Spiritual energy starts radiating everywhere, and Zhang Buyo nods, no problem at all. As the ice melts halfway, it reveals a crazy sight, a young face on one side while the frozen half is still wrinkled. Zhang Buyo raises his hand to cast. Watch closely, because he's about to pull off some crazy illusion magic. Purple mist swirls around as he smiles confidently, saying, now, it's showtime. Meanwhile, in a wasteland, next to a massive house, Mr. Pembo is collapsed on the ground, totally lost. Am I dead? Right, I used my final sudden death, completely draining my life force. Nobody in the world could save me from that. He struggles to stand up, looking around in confusion. Is this place heaven, or is it straight up hell? Let's be real, a killer like me only deserves hell. Suddenly, a familiar pair of legs appears right behind him. Feeling a sudden chill, Pembo nervously looks back. He gasps in absolute shock, seeing the little girl standing there. My baby, is this the afterlife? Are we both dead? The little girl just smiles warmly at him. Suddenly, Pembo tightly hugs his daughter, crying his eyes out. I am so sorry, my child. If only I had accepted my fate as a mindless weapon, you wouldn't have died. Because of me. Annie looks at him, dead serious, and asks, Father, now that you are dead, are you still going to just bow down and accept defeat from fate? Pembo trembles and replies, so what if I give up? Who cares about anyone else? You are my daughter, and if I could restart, I'd protect you even with bloody hands. Suddenly, the little girl looks at him coldly and says, if my father is really that kind of heartless monster, then I would honestly rather choose to die. Pembo is completely stunned, eyes wide in absolute shock. Surviving is basic human instinct, but what truly moves people is the brave act of sacrificing yourself for others. They say we must respect life. But what is truly respectable is not just staying alive, but the beautiful invisible spirit that shines when humans connect. The little girl, Annie, flashes an incredibly bright, beautiful smile and whispers to her father, you need to go back now, because your life is far from over yet. Take the lives you stole and swing your scythe at the monsters who destroyed your humanity and turned you into a reaper. Pembo asks weakly, but they are too strong. I cannot fight back at all. Annie encourages him, if you are willing to work with the Hua state, they can become your shield and protect both you and your family. He sits down, still incredibly worried, and asks, but I was born and raised in the Iron Tower Kingdom with only half Hua blood. Will they really accept me? The girl quickly reassures him, the Hua state has never judged a hero based on where they come from. But Pembo is still completely hesitant, wondering, can they really redeem a lifetime of sins like mine? Annie answers firmly, they can't. The only person in this world who can truly save you is yourself. Wash away your sins first, and then come find me in the next world, okay? She flashes a bright, innocent smile, her face looking incredibly sweet and pure. Pembo bursts into tears once again, gritting his teeth tightly as he nods. Yeah, I will. But then Annie suddenly remembers something else and speaks up. Oh right, there is one more thing. He stops crying, totally confused. But wait, we're ending on this hilarious drooling note. Stick around for what happens next. Yo, stick with me here. You're about to see the craziest payback. She coldly snaps, you killed the dog, Dad, so you deal with it. Boiled dog is a local dish. Just look up the recipe. With that, the girl's hologram fades out. Back in reality, Mr. Pengbu is sitting in front of a giant plate of meat, crying his eyes out while stuffing his face. Sob Great Yellow, I am so sorry, but this smells too damn good. Zhong Yuan watches, feeling kind of bad, while Zhang Buyo stands next to him, grinning like a straight-up devil. He is holding some weird takeout container. Zhong Yuan turns to him and sighs. Man, I might not be a real cat, but you are a certified dog for doing this. Zhang Buyo casually shrugs. Bruh, the old man literally almost killed me. This petty revenge is totally fair. Zhong Yuan snaps back. If you would just put down that takeout box, maybe I would actually believe you. Zhang Buyo sighs like he is helpless. Whatever. You froze and thawed the whole neighborhood earlier. That must have taken a lot. Do not stress so much next time, my guy. I am too tough to go down that easy. Zhong Yuan replies, it is fine. Freezing the entire place was necessary to catch all the ops at once and block any counters. Plus, using my life authority on the local residents is actually good for them, and it did not drain my power anyway. Zhang Buyo gasps, totally shook. You call that a small drain? Zhong Yuan crosses his arms, looking at him like he is a total clown. If you cannot carry your weight, you are just trash. Go practice. While they are bickering, a soldier bursts in. Sir, we have finished investigating the neighborhood. We found 4 rogue power users from the Iron Tower Nation. Zhong Yuan turns around, completely chill. Good. Hand the rest of the investigation over to the bureau. Now pay attention here. Watch what he does next. Make sure to double-check the security feeds at the tournament hall. We might find some key clues. The officer salutes immediately. Understood, sir. Zhong Yuan feels a bit awkward and sighs. Look, Director Wang, you do not need to call me sir. It feels so weird. Just call me by my real name, or even Xuanming is totally fine. Director Wang chuckles. All right, Xuanming it is. And honestly, thank you for that drone incident. If you had not stepped in, things would have gone south fast. Zhong Yuan waves it off. Save the thanks because I need you to do me a favor. Director Wang locks in, getting totally serious. What is it? How can I help? Zhong Yuan taps a contact on his phone screen and shows it to him. Come to the hospital with me to check on a student. I will explain everything on the way. On his phone, a chat with Feng Jing is pulled up. The message is read, I looked into Lan Kang. She is in a deep coma because she used her mental collapse skill, which is basically a self-destructive move. When you use it, you take the same brain damage as your target. Something about this is totally sketchy. He started digging through the Research Academy database. I found some issues. Check this link. It displays a file on a complex mental case numbered C19E with security level B belonging to Lan Kang. Her abilities are deceleration and mind control. The diagnosis says her brain is contaminated, meaning every time she controls someone, her mind gets infected by their negative thoughts. This contamination triggers extreme hallucinations, which are filled with all the dark, negative emotions she absorbs from her targets when she consumes their crystal cores. The root cause is that she absorbed her first crystal at way too young of an age, making her highly vulnerable to these toxic mental side effects. Her absorption intervals were way too short, and her constant failures caused negative trauma to pile up, mutating her mind control power into something highly dangerous. Okay, I know what you are thinking. This kid is in serious trouble, right? Reading this, Zhong Yuan asks, has the Academy requested an investigation yet? Director Wang nods. Yeah, but since it involves the Research Academy, only agents with high security clearance can touch this case or make a diagnosis. The two hop into a car heading over to the hospital. Zhong Yuan speaks up again. Lan Chang's current state actually has to do with me. But the details are locked behind level S security clearance. I cannot leak it to you, and I cannot show my face as Zhong Yuan either. So Director Wang, can you hook me up with one of your bureau uniforms? Director Wang reaches into the back seat and pulls out some clothes. No problem. I will give you both the tactical vest and the ID. From now on, you are officially a special investigator with Deputy Director clearance. Zhong Yuan holds up the uniform, totally speechless. He raises an eyebrow and asks, okay, I get the plan, but why is this a female uniform? Director Wang scratches his head, laughing awkwardly, saying it is the only spare outfit left in the car. Zhong Yuan sighs, whatever, I will make it work. I will just use my illusion skill to mask it. Director Wang is completely mind-blown. Zhong Yuan's face barely changed, but he looks like a whole new person. Zhong Yuan shrugs. People mostly recognize others by their hair anyway. Director Wang stares with wide eyes, still unable to believe what he is seeing. You look way more mature now. I would actually believe this is your real grown-up face. Zhong Yuan turns to him, please use your projection power later. I need to see what happened to Lan Chang. Cut to later that evening at the hospital, the sun is already setting as they arrive. Inside the hospital room, the doctor spots them and gasps, Director Wang, what brings you all the way out here for our student? Director Wang politely nods. No worries, let me check the kid first. Zhong Yuan immediately orders the medical staff. All right, everyone needs to step outside. The doctor is confused. Wait, and who is this? Director Wang steps in. Meet Xuanming, he is a special investigator from my bureau. A young doctor nearby gasps, Xuanming? The rank 2 genius from the youth leaderboard is this young? Another doctor whispers, he looks low-key like Zhong Yuan. Am I just tripping? The older doctor quickly shoves them out. Let us get out of here, move it. Zhong Yuan stands by the bed, examining Lan Cang. Director Wang quietly whispers, how is she looking? Zhong Yuan hesitates. I think I can save her, but I need to see her memories of our fight first. Director Wang nods. All right, let me cast the shadow projection. He reaches out both of his hands, channeling his unique energy toward her. And trust me, you and I are about to witness one wild ride. A golden rift opens over her body, and Zhong Yuan steps straight into the portal. Golden files flood his vision. In the next second, he is dragged straight into her consciousness, landing right back in the middle of their epic battle. All right, you and I are diving into a wild match where our boy Zhong Yuan is verbally destroying this girl, calling her an ugly, evil, shameless snake, until the referee steps in to shut him down with a warning for passive fighting. Lam Thong is panicking, thinking her mind control is completely useless on him. She still has a forbidden mental collapse technique, but she knows she should not use it in a school match. She decides to just forfeit. But suddenly, an eerie, overwhelming power surges toward her. Lam Thong gasps in shock as the mental pollution backfires. Wait, what is going on? Why are his negative emotions so insanely extreme? Suddenly, a colossal, razor-sharp claw emerges from a twisted, bizarre space right in front of her, and she screams, begging it to stay back. The massive claw snatches her up as she panics, but she still tries to fight back with a trembling hand, yelling that she will destroy it. The claw unleashes a brutal mental collapse, crushing her body and soul as tears of pure agony stream down her face. Sometime later, his eyes slowly open to see a blurry figure, which turns out to be Director Wang. The old man is totally panicking, desperately asking if Xuanming is okay and begging him to wake up. He rushes over to help Zhong Yuan up, who has a massive headache, rubbing his temples and mumbling that he is fine. He suddenly realizes with a shock, is this the horrific nightmare Lam Thong saw earlier? Now both of them are staring at Lam Thong lying unconscious on the hospital bed. He knows that Giant Claw is the monster that killed them before. Why is it back in this bizarre form? Is it because deep down he has nothing left but pure fear and hatred for that monstrous claw? Right now, her mind is completely shattered, putting her in a vegetative state. Fortunately, his shadow world energy is still circulating inside her body, allowing him to form a mental link with her. Now watch closely here. He stretches out his hand, channeling a dark black mist directly into Lam Thong's head. Next thing he knows, he is standing inside her mindscape, surrounded by dark energy, only to find her spiritual world completely destroyed. Nothing is left of her mind. Her actual life is only hanging on because of his shadow world power. If he cannot fix this before his energy runs out, she is dead. Speaking into the void, he asks, Lam Thong, I saw you fight that beast. If you face it again, will you fight to the death? His gaze turns sharp as steel. From the depths of the void, a faint voice echoes back, saying she's absolutely willing. As the dark mist swirls around him, Zhong Yuan grips his jaw and reaches out to absorb the energy, saying, Lam Thong, I take back what I said earlier. You are not ugly or evil. You are a brave, heroic warrior. The dark energy begins to gather in his palm, slowly manifesting into her familiar figure as he looks at her and says, let us fight for humanity together. A moment later, they step out of the ward where an officer is waiting and asks if they investigated the situation. Director Wang pats Zhong Yuan's shoulder, saying he cured her. The officer is completely shocked, yelling cured. Lam Thong also wakes up right then and says to her boss, Leader, I am fine now. He is in absolute disbelief, stammering in shock. She explains that she just overused her mental power and collapsed from exhaustion. The previous diagnosis was a mistake, and an expert from the bureau already cured her. Zhong Yuan did not attack her inappropriately, and warns them not to falsely accuse him of anything. You and I can see what is happening next in another room. A shady group of people are sitting on a sofa, wondering why Zhong Yuan is taking so long in the bathroom, jokingly asking if he used an escape skill to flee. Since today's matches are over, they consider wrapping up and leaving him alone. Staring at an ID card on the table, they scoff, recalling how he called some boss Chi. They mock him, saying a regular high school kid could never afford a satellite phone to call anyone from inside the secure domain. It was probably just a cheap bluff. But suddenly, Zhang Batu walks in with his hands in his pockets, saying with a cold, terrifying voice that they did a great job. He is followed by two tense lackeys. One of the guys nervously asks the young marshal why he is here, but he just snaps back. He accuses them of colluding with external forces to obstruct a classified military mission, citing solid evidence that warrants a charge of high treason. The corrupt staff are instantly stunned by his words. Shaking with absolute terror, they drop to their knees, crying and begging, claiming they are totally innocent. They yell that they are loyal to the country and would never commit treason, claiming Zhong Yuan faked his identity card and begging the young marshal not to trust him. Zhang Batu glares, snapping that it is just light makeup, and asks why they did not just use a card reader to verify the ID, since the arena has a perfectly working internet connection. But the corrupt staff still try to argue with pathetic excuses, asking if he is really going to ruin them after they showed respect to his father for years. They yell that Commander Jiang promoted them, so he is basically slapping his own father in the face. Zhang Batu sneers, asking if they are really trying to play the emotional card instead of following the law. Fine, he offers them one final chance to personally apologize to Zhong Yuan and let him decide their punishment. Soon after, the terrified group rushes off to find the young man. Coach Konam spots them and asks what their business is, since all his academy students are currently resting. One of them nervously explains they are looking for Zhong Yuan. Konam immediately scolds them, asking how they dare disturb the boy after keeping him detained for so long, but they quickly raise their hands in peace to explain themselves. They quickly clarify they only came to apologize, which completely confuses the coach. He asks what they could possibly need to apologize for, offering to accept it on the boy's behalf if it's just some trivial matter. They desperately babble, begging to let them see him, claiming they are only returning a lost item. Konam casually tells them to just leave the item with him, but they stubbornly refuse, insisting it is a highly critical matter that must be delivered in person. Suddenly, one of the scrawny guys tackles and tightly hugs Konam, screaming at his friends to bypass the coach and run upstairs. He screams, asking if they are forcing their way in, and that's where we leave it. Apparently, she just collapsed from pure exhaustion. Chen got it wrong earlier, but a healer from the Void Bureau patched me up. Zhong Yuan didn't even attack me. So stop framing him, it makes no sense. Meanwhile, in another room, a bunch of corrupt guys are chilling on a sofa, whispering gossip while waiting for him. They are wondering why Zhong Yuan is taking forever in the restroom. Did he activate some cheap escape skill? But the gatekeeper swore he never left the domain. Pay attention here because these guys are about to make a huge mistake. With matches done, they want to pack up, but then they notice his ID card on the desk. He made some call to some big boss Chi, but how can a broke student even afford a satellite phone to call out from inside an isolated domain? It has got to be a total bluff. But suddenly, the door swings open and Zhang Buyo strolls in with his hands in his pockets, whispering that they did a great job. Right behind him are two bodyguards looking absolutely pissed. One of the corrupt guys stammers, asking the young marshal why he's here, and he fires back with pure attitude. You teamed up with outsiders to mess with a classified Nine Abysses mission. We have solid proof, and honestly, this looks like straight-up high treason to me. That bomb drops and completely breaks their brains. They immediately drop to their knees, sobbing and begging, screaming that they are totally loyal to the country. They claim Zhong Yuan forged his identification, begging the marshal not to buy his lies, even pointing at a photo. But Zhang Buyo just glares back with icy eyes. You and I both know they are just making excuses now. He mocks them, asking if they forgot how to use a scanner when the internet is working fine. But the desperate thugs keep trying to talk their way out of this with pathetic excuses, asking if he's seriously going to screw them over after they respected his old man. They keep whining that Commander Zhang handpicked them, claiming he's basically insulting his own dad by doing this. But our guy just lets out a cold, savage laugh. He tells them that since they want to act emotional instead of following the law, he'll let them apologize to Zhong Yuan directly and let the kid decide their fate. Cut to the gang heading over to find Zhong Yuan. Guyan blocks them immediately, asking what they want since all his academy students are currently resting. One of the guys stammers out that they're here for the kid, but Guyan fires back, asking how they dare disturb him after locking him up for hours. He's exhausted and finally gets some sleep, yet they're back again. But they quickly try to calm him down, saying they only came to apologize. Confused, he tells them that if it's just some minor trivial drama, he'll take the apology on his behalf. But that just makes them panic even harder. They babble that it's complicated and beg to just see him, lying that the kid dropped something valuable and they only want to hand it back. Guyan tells them to just leave it with him, but they refuse, insisting it's way too important and they must hand it over to him directly. And trust me, we're leaving things on a crazy cliffhanger as one guy tackles Guyan, screaming for the others to run upstairs while Guyan shouts in shock. Yo, you and I are jumping right into a total clown show. The rest try to slide in, but Guyan just flicks a finger to delete all friction, making their pants drop. Talk about embarrassing. Now these guys are kneeling pantsless right in front of Guyan. The old man yells at them, screaming if they are so tough, why don't they just keep running? They start crying and begging Leader Gu to cut them some slack, saying they should play nice for future meetings. But that garbage excuse just makes the old man lose his mind even more. He snaps back, screaming that he does not have such a trashy taste. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure is watching them from afar, stepping right next to Zhong Yuan's lost card. It slipped out of those guys' pockets earlier. It is Zhang Buyu, muttering that he gave them a solid chance but they blew it. He bends down to grab the dropped card. A bit later, there is a knock on the door. Zhong Yuan opens it up to find Zhang Buyu standing there. The guy immediately takes one look at him and speaks up. He says the young master looks absolutely wiped. Zhong Yuan sighs, saying he got hit by some materialized negative energy and just needs to crash. So Zhang Buyu starts using his skill. He activates his rational telepathy skill. A super cozy, warm aura completely wraps around Zhong Yuan. Buyo asks if it actually helps soothe the pain, and Zhong Yuan nods. He says it does a little bit. He is shocked that a basic translator ability can heal emotions, but Zhang Buyo says it depends on the vibe before explaining further. When this telepathy is active, it syncs their thoughts to a certain level. So as long as Buyu stays completely chill, he can share that vibe to help calm the kid down. Zhong Yuan gets curious and asks how deep this mind sync actually goes. Zhang Buyo plops down onto a chair and admits it is honestly nothing too crazy. He says it is not like Zhong Yuan's crazy charm skill that turns cat haters into cat slaves. But check this out, because this is where their skills get super sketchy. Zhong Yuan laughs it off, saying Buyo acted like he was never even affected. Buyo gets curious, calling Yuan's charm skill a totally fake threat level on his official profile. He demands the kid spill his secrets since he just shared his own. Sitting on the bed, Zhong Yuan finally admits his official file ranking is actually completely wrong. His cute charm is actually a broken, upgraded version. If you get hit by it once under the right conditions, your mind gets permanently rewritten to obey him. They will literally worship him as their king forever. Zhang Buyo freaks out, calling it a cheat-level cuteness lock curse, but Zhong Yuan tells him to shut up. Buyo insists he is serious, since there is literally no cure for this curse. He wonders what happens if some poor loser gets hit and tries to hit on him. Like they would die for him just to make him happy. Buyo says that with a deadpan face, making Zhong Yuan roll his eyes at how dramatic he is. Yuan tells Buyo that his extreme fear of cute things is leaking through the telepathy. He even quotes a funny saying about how your seat dictates your mindset. Since Buyo is on humanity's side, of course he wants all the enemy beasts to fall for the kid's cute trap, making them obey every single command. Buyo just grins. He flashes a slightly wicked smile, saying if things were reversed, humans would easily get tricked by beastly cuteness, throwing away all dignity just to throw them a pity party. They would waste hard-earned taxpayer money just to keep those enemy beasts happy. But a second later, he switches back to a super cute smile, looking totally harmless again. He vows to hunt them down even if he only takes their butts. Honestly, you and I would back away too. Zhong Yuan is totally speechless and creeps backward. With a terrified look, the kid asks if he did something to make him mad. Buyu panics, waving his hands and saying he was just talking about cute bears. He asks why the kid is backing off. Zhong Yuan whimpers that his smile is way too creepy and he keeps staring right at him. Finally, Buyu pulls something out. He says he almost forgot the real reason he came, which is returning the kid's lost stuff. Zhong Yuan grabs one item, dumps his ID card, and turns away. He casually tells him he is keeping the chocolate, but the rest is literal garbage. This cold attitude leaves Buyu totally speechless, but they sit back down anyway. Buyu pulls out another card and explains that Flash in this baby gives him total command over any military base in the country. It is definitely not trash. But our main character is still refusing to touch it. He literally points at the super powerful card and asks if it is just more toxic waste. Buyu patiently explains that the card has the nation's most advanced chip inside. It is compatible with almost every single card reader on the market. He adds that the kid can even buy snacks with it. That finally grabs Zhong Yuan's attention, and he takes it, hyped to try out this cheat card. Let's head back to those pathetic troublemakers from earlier. One of them is sweating absolute buckets, begging Leader Gu to go easy on them because they are being totally sincere. But they already got completely wrecked, piled on top of each other like a sad human pyramid. The old leader spits, yelling that if they did not try to run away 3 times, he might actually have believed their lies. Nearby, Jiang Buyo and Zhong Yuan are just standing there watching the whole clown show go down. Zhong Yuan covers his eyes, muttering that old folks really know how to play rough these days. Jiang Buyo just grabs his arm, telling him to forget these geezers. But suddenly, one of those beaten-up guys spots them, and his eyes light up. They all launch themselves straight at Zhong Yuan like starving beasts, screaming for his help. They beg him, crying that they are truly sorry and asking him to save their lives. Zhong Yuan is completely lost, turning to look at his friend. He asks if Buyu set this whole thing up. Buyu just flashes a terrifying devilish grin and says these guys dared to block their mission on purpose. He says they can charge them with actual treason or just fire them. Sweating buckets, Zhong Yuan thinks that is way too extreme and starts analyzing the facts. Sure, their attitude was garbage, but the Blue Abyss mess wasn't exactly malicious, and the whole identity mix-up happened because Chishu printed out the wrong photos anyway. He tells Buyu that the college league still needs managers. A minor slap on the wrist should be more than enough to teach these fools a lesson. Buyu agrees to drop the heavy treason charges. The troublemakers immediately start crying tears of joy, thanking the young master for being so incredibly merciful and forgiving. They thank the young marshal, but Buyu suddenly looks like a literal demon with horns. He coldly tells them they are paying for every single bit of damage. He asks if that sounds fair, and they all nod frantically through their messy tears. He tells them to head over to the Void Management Bureau themselves to grab their official fines for the security leaks. They agree, and as the kid tests his new card, you and I are left hyped for their next mission. Yo, you and I are about to watch one insane card swipe that completely blows this guy's mind. Beep! Transaction successful, and Zhang Buyu's jaw literally hits the floor. So the rumors were actually legit. Zhong Yuan grabs his soda and asks if even he did not know. Buyu just shrugs, explaining that supposedly, you can buy anything from the Awakened Mall with absolutely zero limits. He tells him to try it, so Zhong Yuan pulls out his phone totally unbothered. He says nothing there looks worth buying, but Buyu straight up snatches the phone right out of his hand, aggressively tapping the screen like a hyperactive kid. He shoves it back. Look, the latest limited edition amphibious snow beast bodyguard. It is super strong, drives on ice, crushes frozen lakes, and get this, comes with a massive, fully furnished garden villa ready for a handsome guy like you. Beep! Just like that, another payment clears successfully. Zhong Yuan goes pale. What the hell did you just do? He snatches his phone back, his forehead creasing as he glares at the crazy spendthrift. Listen, young Master Jiang, I do not even have a passport or live in Quangvian. This is a massive waste. But Buyu just grins like an idiot. He says the 9 Ruins budget is double any normal military zone, so if Nguyen does not hide that card, he is going to keep buying stuff. Nguyen sighs, agreeing to take this dangerous plastic. Later, Buyu just waves and walks off, saying he has got organizer stuff to handle. Now watch closely here because Nguyen actually feels bad. He yells out an apology, admitting that using his cute cat act to manipulate him was trash behavior. He promises never to show up as a cat again, pleading with him not to fire the entire staff just to defend his honor over some minor drama. But Buyu's fist clenches, his face going dark. What if today's victim was someone weak? If it was me, I would have burned the place down. He claims punishing them is purely his call, nothing to do with any cat tricks. Nguyen just watches him leave, his mind spinning with heavy thoughts. Night falls. Inside a towering skyscraper, someone is absolutely losing their mind. Damn it! How did that entire squad of useless trash get captured alive? And how did Peng Bo use that fatal ability and instead of dying reverse his age? Yijin turns to the girl next to him, plotting. He cold-bloodedly says they will just take him out ourselves to retrieve the crystal. A corpse works fine, but Suluor looks deeply worried, asking, did you cover your tracks so carefully because you knew we would fail? Or was this whole disaster part of your twisted plan from the start? Jen looks away, completely unfazed. You are overthinking. We just had the worst luck of running into Zhang Buyu, that is all there is to it. His power is average, but his title as the Child of Fortune is the real deal. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the announcers hype the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially in round 2 of the team battles. The lottery is open, and our first representative is heading up right now. It is none other than our famous Black Cat. Since Feng Jing got a red card, the committee officially cleared the Black Cat to play instead. I know what you are thinking. This is a setup, right? And boom, their opponent is Sujay's powerhouse team from Shangjing University. Talk about bad luck. These two teams have some serious beef. Suje facepalms, telling his squad they need to lock in because they cannot afford another embarrassing loss. They have to take this seriously, but his teammates' faces look completely stressed. Over on Win's side, he cradles the cat while planning their strategy. He reminds them they have 0 healers today. Who is going to be the meat shield? Jahan, you swap with a cat. Jahan absolutely panics. Nguyen coldly adds that Chen Shu should redirect any incoming attacks onto the cat. Shu breaks into a cold sweat, asking how he could do that. But Feng Jing just pushes up his glasses, explaining that Zhe is a massive cat simp. That black cat is basically their ultimate cheat code shield. With Jing benched, this fight is going to drag. Nguyen warns them to use the cat to stay alive, and he will handle the rest. Leave the heavy lifting to him. Now 7 players and 1 cat face off on stage as the announcer kicks off the pre-match confrontation. One opponent spots the black cat chilling on Win's shoulder, and he is so mad he is shaking. Bringing a pet to a real fight? Insane. How are they supposed to hit a cat? But then a dirty idea pops into his head. He fake smiles, stretching his hand out to the cat. He offers a friendly handshake to the cat, claiming sportsmanship first. But Nguyen quickly covers the kitty's face, smelling a trap from miles away. He knows this guy is a controller. One touch and they are screwed. He smoothly tells him his cat is shy, so back off. The guy retreats, fake crying. Meanwhile, another girl glares at them, remembering how badly they wrecked her last time. She is out for blood now. Her face turns dark. Only Nguyen can actually fight while his team is trash. If she starts by sealing his senses with 7 melodies, that skill completely shuts down all 5 senses for 3 whole minutes. She grins, knowing they have 0 healers to purge her deadly debuff. Losing your senses means complete sensory deprivation. You cannot even tell if you are alive or dead. It is a psychological nightmare to endure. So far, only Zhang Buyu has ever survived this technique without losing his absolute mind. She channels her energy, preparing to launch the attack. The referee yells for both sides to get ready as she channels her spell. The match officially starts, and she strikes with everything she has got. She unleashes the 7 melodies. Instantly, Nguyen and his cat freeze in place, completely caught off guard by the silent strike. Nguyen panics. His danger sense did not trigger, meaning this is not a mental attack. Yet both he and his cat are completely paralyzed. This skill targets the soul itself, dragging him into pitch-black darkness. It is an oppressive dead silence with absolutely no concept of time or space. It feels exactly like when his soul was locked inside that golden coffin. Nguyen gasps for air, desperately trying to force his mind to calm down. Suddenly, his suppressed energy starts backfiring. Nguyen forces himself backward, but trust me, you and I are going to have to wait to see if he survives. Alright, stick with me here because we are dodging crazy spirit energy blasts. Suddenly, a massive claw crashes down, targeting Zhong Yuan while that shady girl keeps brainwashing everyone and screaming at Chiet to strike now. But the guy is just standing there, fist raised, shaking like a leaf because of the black cat Tran Huck is holding. She gets totally pissed and screams, "What kind of stage fright is this?" Right then, their dog-like teammate leaps forward, swinging his fist while gritting his teeth. "I will handle the cat, you guys go smash Zhong Yuan." This instantly freaks out Tran Hook, who is still holding the kitten. Meanwhile, over on Zhong Yuan's side, snaps out of it. He frowns, realizing this killing intent is no illusion. Someone is targeting him. He raises one hand while his other hand clenches into a tight fist, already covered in a freezing layer of ice. Suddenly, he swings his arm, launching sharp, deadly icicles straight at his opponents. Agonizing screams fill the air. The shady girl panics, completely unable to believe her own eyes. He is totally cut off from the outside world, so how on earth is he still counterattacking? Now watch closely because those frozen shards are blasting absolutely everyone, friend or foe. Even Tranhook holding the cat is losing his mind, screaming, "What is happening?" The ice shards instantly fuse into massive sharp glaciers. And it does not stop there because freezing shards keep erupting, completely covering every corner of the arena. Chiet runs for his life, screaming that Zhong Yuan has gone completely berserk. "Our team forfeits, call for backup now." The referee finally yells that Team Feng Jing wins. The ref holds up a yellow card, shouting for Zhong Yuan to stop or get penalized. But suddenly the yellow card right in his hand starts freezing over. Even the water inside the bottles turns solid. The announcer Trin Van nervously shouts that the ref declared Team Feng Jing the winner, but Zhong Yuan's screen is still out of control. Suddenly the screens go black. Thoi Kook Sin looks up in panic, realizing the freezing temperature is breaking all the electronic gear. Every single camera is dead. A squad of guys in black suits runs out, shouting that they must restrain Zhong Yuan immediately before the entire stadium is ruined. "Get the healers out here! If those frozen victims stay under too long, they are history." Someone shouts to coordinate with Tuuyan Owan over in the crowd. Up in the stands, everyone is rushing to shield Tuuyan Owan as those deadly ice spikes keep flying right at them. Shang Guanyi looks totally confused. "Why are they rushing us so rudely?" he asks. Tuuyan Owan replies with a helpless sigh, saying they are probably just trying to shield her. Meanwhile, a man in black dashes off, casting a healing wind spell. Up there, Feng Jing slides down his glasses to get a better look. This ice realm seems way different today. Zhong Lan worriedly points out how freezing the ice realm has gotten. Feng Jing immediately stands up, getting ready to head down. He tells her to stay put and not wander off. He thinks to himself, "Thank goodness my body developed a cold resistance after getting hit by his ice realm at Shaman Mountain." Meanwhile, deep inside Zhong Yuan's subconscious, a living nightmare is playing out. He sees all his closest companions lying there, crying out in absolute agony. His sweet little sister is among them. Blinded by pure rage, he screams into the void, telling the bastard to show himself because he is going to kill him. He frantically looks around, demanding they show themselves. His rage boils over as he screams that he will tear them into 10,000 pieces for killing his sister. He wants to grind their bones to ash. Right then, a massive claw descends from above, radiating a terrifying wave of dark energy. Facing this insane power, you and I might expect him to lose his mind, but he calmly says, "You finally showed up." Outside, Feng Jing is desperately casting his recovery spell. He targets Zhong Yuan, who is lost deep in the hallucination. Slowly, the massive dark claw above begins to fade, leaving Zhong Yuan standing there with his head bowed. Feng Jing steps closer, pressing his glowing finger right against Zhong Yuan's forehead to channel his healing power. He speaks to him in a soft, calm voice. "Wake up, there are no enemies here, only your friends." Snapping back to reality, Zhong Yuan is completely stunned, realizing it was all just a crazy illusion. He remembers getting hit by his opponent's mental attack. Once he fell into darkness, the negative energy of the star he absorbed took advantage of the opening. Thankfully, his subconscious triggered his ice realm first. Now he plans to secretly cast a healing spell on everyone and pretend like absolutely nothing happened at all. He stands face to face with Feng Jing amidst massive blocks of ice, where several players are still frozen solid underneath. Realizing what happened, he exhales in relief. Whoosh! Feng Jing quickly grabs his arm to steady him. Still gasping for air, Zhong Yuan gives a weak smile and says, "Thanks, my friend." Feng Jing grins, saying it is just what heroes do when duty calls. Zhong Yuan rolls his eyes, asking what ancient era that cheesy old song is even from. Feng Jing dramatically puts his hands on his hips, whining that his mom forced him to listen to it. Then he throws an arm around Zhong Yuan, humming the tune. He belts out the lyrics, making Zhong Yuan groan and tell him to stop. Meanwhile, the thawed-out opponents gasp for air, realizing they are actually still alive. Zhong Yuan is back to normal and even defrosted us. But Tranhut, cradling his black cat, suddenly panics, crying out that his poor kitten is freezing. Another teammate pets the cat and says it is completely frozen solid and beyond saving. Tachiet screams in despair for his pet. Next thing you know, a full-blown dramatic funeral is being held for the cat's soul. There is a framed photo, a tiny coffin, burning incense, and massive floral wreaths everywhere. Everyone is crying their eyes out, praying that there are no annoying ability users up in cat heaven. Another girl steps up to comfort the senior. She tells her to stay strong since they cannot bring the dead back. Even Tanam is devastated, sighing deeply that the poor kitty has returned to the cat planet. Watching this ridiculous drama unfold from the sidelines, Feng Jing leans over to Zhong Yuan, frowning as he whispers a rather awkward question to him. "Is this the kind of dream funeral you wanted? Look how much they adore you, so why did you want to die?" Zhong Yuan just stares up, speechless. He remains silent and suddenly turns to walk away. Feng Jing quickly catches up, asking him if he still remembers the exact details of that acting cute skill. Feng Jing recalls it boosts charm and erases hostility. Zhong Yuan nods, confirming the charm boost is permanent. Even without activating it, the passive effect will keep working passively, getting even more ridiculous once activated. Trust me, you and I are about to see just how insanely broken this cat's charm power really is. Yo, you and I are about to dive into a crazy world where a simple cat charm literally turns cat haters into helpless slave pets. Cat slaves. Feng Jing stands there totally lost, asking, "So what?" Zhong Yuan sighs, explaining that some big shot thinks his kitty is a threat to national security. Feng Jing immediately gets in his face, completely triggered, asking who the hell is that heartless. Zhong Yuan does not hide it and spits out the truth. It is the southern commander, Zhang Bat-u. Feng Jing goes quiet for a split second, then literally bursts out laughing like an absolute maniac. He mocks that the guy is single for life by choice. While Zhong Yuan stands there dazed, Feng Jing points out that fighting cute things is just plain stupid. He even starts mockingly dancing around, singing a stupid song about a little commander going down the mountain to fight a dangerous black cat monster, warning him that the black cat is actually a fierce tiger to avoid. Zhong Yuan snorts, laughing until he cries as Feng Jing leans in to whisper, telling him not to listen to that trash because being cute is a broken power and not exploiting it is just having a brain full of water. Zhong Yuan just nods. Feng Jing hypes him up, explaining that charm is just about getting people to love you, whether through looks, wealth, or power. If you want the greedy to love you, get rich. If you want the righteous to love you, act kind. And if you want the strong to respect you, you gotta be strong. Your ability to manipulate their emotions with cuteness is basically the exact same thing as being physically adorable. But Zhong Yuan still hesitates, saying he cannot just use it recklessly. Feng Jing explains that acting cute itself is neither good nor evil. Now hold up, let's watch closely because his sister was watching the stream. Does she actually hate the cat? Zhong Yuan suddenly gets a huge wake-up call. A voice over the speaker says, "Bro, I told you keeping a cat is totally fine. As long as it makes you happy, just do it. I just want to see you happy." Hearing this sweet sibling support, Zhong Yuan stands there completely frozen in deep thought for a long moment, before finally breaking into a super soft, happy smile. But then Zhong Lan winks playfully, adding that if keeping it brings him pure agony instead, then he can totally do that too. Zhong Yuan almost faceplants, while Feng Jing is struggling so hard to hold in his laughter that he fails miserably. He leans straight into the screen, asking if she really does not find the black cat cute at all, but she stubbornly stands her ground anyway. saying sure, the cat is cute, but a big brother who worries about his sister is actually the most adorable thing in the entire universe, hands down. She winks super cutely, and Zhong Yuan basically melts, squealing with joy because his sister thinks he is adorable. Then out of absolutely nowhere, he pulls out two cat paw gloves, dancing around and meowing like a total dork. Feng Jing breaks into a cold sweat, begging him to stop, because it is terrifying. I know what you are thinking, this guy is unhinged. He literally grabs Feng Jing's face, forcing him to act cute too. Feng Jing can only swear in frustration, but suddenly a mocking laugh ruins the mood, mocking them for holding a literal funeral for a dead cat. The two quickly freeze and turn around as another voice barks back that Cheng Ying booked this entire hotel so haters can just get lost. Enter Ying Sheng and his goons, acting all high and mighty. He sneers that heroes die daily without tears, yet they are crying over a cat. To Uyen Oan fires back, calling him a cheap hypocrite who pretends to care about big issues but ignores the immediate things around him. He just smirks with a disgusting face, telling the rich heiress of Baiken Group that hanging out with these losers is totally lowering her high-class status. To Uyen An snaps right back, pointing her finger and yelling at his face that she is not some cheap product to be bought and sold. Ying Sheng just scoffs, mockingly bringing up how she got rejected by Zhong Yuan at the academy, yet still throws a funeral for his dead pet, calling her a pathetic simp who is putting on a clown show. But another female student quickly steps in, telling him to mind his own business. If she wants to chase him, Feng Jing will handle it. What does it have to do with his ugly face anyway? The crowd tells her to hush. Ying Sheng turns around, utterly confused by this. Wait, is Feng Jing actually to Uyen Wan's real boyfriend? The school rumors are a total mess. Zhong Yuan watches the drama unfold, casually asking who this random guy even is. Feng Jing scrolls through his phone to check his profile. He says the guy is likely from Zhongnan Academy. His phone screen displays Ying Sheng, who is the son of the powerful Central Vice Commander. He gained tons of attention after mastering flight. He wanted to get famous in the tournament, but got completely overshadowed by Zhong Yuan's insane popularity. So now he is just throwing a salty tantrum. Zhong Yuan looks at Ying Sheng and smiles, saying the target is practically begging to get hit. He walks straight into my claws, so beating him up is basically public service, right? Feng Jing cracks his knuckles with a crazy grin. Agreeing that it is totally fair, Zhong Yuan tells him to go ahead and put on a show. Feng Jing steps up to the gang. He mocks them, asking where this brat came from. Since they are holding a funeral, does he want to jump into the coffin himself? Ying Sheng gets incredibly pissed, demanding to know who this nobody is. Feng Jing dramatically gestures toward the dead cat and makes an epic speech. Announcing himself as the guardian of the legendary Xuanming cat, he claims he rules over life and death from the shadows, warning them not to disrespect him. Ying Sheng snaps, kicking the funeral table over and screaming if he is insane. Feng Jing just covers his face in a classic dramatic pose, while taking a fight stance. He coldly warns that because they ruined his master's peaceful rest, the cat will rise from the grave to hunt them. Ying Sheng screams in absolute rage, asking if they think he is some kind of idiot. But right at that very second, the unexpected happens. The dead cat literally opens its eyes, calls him a fool, and pounces. You and I are definitely going to want to see how this fight ends. Yo, you and I are jumping right into a wild beatdown. Out of nowhere, the black cat brutally slaps the trash out of Ying Sheng, coughing up blood as he flies backward. He crashes hard into the wall, his scared lackeys screaming to heal him immediately. Everyone who was crying a second ago suddenly starts cheering like crazy. They yell that the cat is alive, proving Ai Jing's power is absolutely broken. Even Guyan storms through the door, completely shocked that a beast with zero heartbeat is breathing. How did it survive? Meanwhile, the injured Ying Sheng gets healed by his goons but keeps barking. He yells at Feng Jing for keeping an illegal foreign beast and attacking humans. He rants that they deserve death for cheating their way to the top. He accuses them of teaming up with monsters, claiming they only got lucky because of Principal Bai. The principal supposedly took down the two-headed Eagle King to save everyone from their dirty schemes. The clown actually looks proud of himself, thinking he finally cornered them. But out of nowhere, Zhong Yuan walks right up to his face with a chilling, murderous glare. He looks down at him like a demon and growls under his breath. He demands to know what the trash just said, forcing him to repeat his words. Ying Sheng, still stupidly brave, keeps running his mouth without a single clue. He asks if they are scared because he exposed them as traitors who care more about monsters than humans. He claims they keep foreign pets just to satisfy their own twisted greed. He whines about getting hurt, pretending to be a righteous hero. But Zhong Yuan cold-heartedly asks if his stupid speech means the two-headed Eagle King never actually attacked humans. He questions if the beast ever crossed the border. Ying Sheng gets helped up by his lackeys, looking incredibly smug as he prepares to spit more garbage out of his mouth. Now watch this part, because the absolute audacity of this clown is unreal. He brags about not knowing their dirty secret with the eagle, claiming they are hiding coward facts. Why else would they hide the battle report? Zhong Yuan stays completely silent, making Feng Jing panic behind him, praying his friend does not lose his cool and wreck the place. If Zhong Yuan snaps, they will take all the blame. So Feng Jing takes action, launching a massive kick that sends Ying Sheng flying right out the door, telling him to beat it. He says he has zero time for idiots. The trash just laughs, mocking them for being scared. But Feng Jing is too bored to argue, slamming the door shut on his face. He warns them about reporting their toxic behavior to the tournament officials. He then turns to his best friend, realizing Zhong Yuan is acting totally weird and out of character today. Dealing with this clown was the last thing they needed, and Feng Jing secretly vows to crush that idiot later. For now, he tries to comfort his angry buddy. He tells him that showing mercy to the Eagle King was not a mistake, but Zhong Yuan cuts him off. The mood gets heavy as he sighs with a sad frown. He explains that their bond is not about kindness, but complete submission, at least for him and the Eagle. He turns around, waving his hand, saying he ruined the arena anyway. Since the stage is frozen solid, they should just go home and chill. Feng Jing stays quiet, having no words. Meanwhile, the higher-ups are holding a serious meeting. A bunch of old-timers are debating the situation. One elder speaks up, claiming that with Zhong Yuan's broken cheat-like power, there is absolutely no point in letting him compete anymore. His strategic tier skills are basically a cheat code against ordinary students. And Quan Feng casually replies, agreeing that he should skip, but questions the whole idea of fairness. He says fairness is highly debatable, which makes the old man rage and demand to know what he means. Another elder quickly steps in to stop the useless bickering. He suggests they just bribe the kid with a champion-level reward to keep him quiet. That is when Zhang Buyu calmly shares his thoughts on the whole matter. He admits the kid is way too overpowered, but argues that is no excuse to strip away his right to fight in the tournament like everyone else. I know what you're thinking, but this guy actually complains that the main character ruins the balance. He claims college tournaments are only meant for average students to show off. But he coolly counters, saying competition has winners and losers. He quotes an old saying about how winners deserve respect, but so do those who refuse to quit. Those who lag behind but finish the race, and the spectators who do not laugh at them are the real future of the country. Another elder then chimes in. He says letting him play is fine, but his military-grade strategic powers are way too dangerous to be unleashed on a simple school arena. A bald guy agrees, suggesting they should just ban those skills to balance the board. But another leader quickly shuts him down with a realistic point. He reminds them that monsters on the real battlefield will not ban their overpowered abilities. And Quan Feng just smiles and looks at Zhang Buyu for his decision. Since South China is hosting, they should leave the choice to Commander Jiang. Another elder whispers that the young commander is way too inexperienced for this task. But Quan Feng instantly shuts him down, pointing out that his battle records are far superior to theirs. That savage truth completely silences the complaining old man. With the elder quiet, they fail to notice Zhang Buyu staring at them. He pinches his brows and finally speaks up to share his ultimate stance. He orders to keep things exactly as they are with zero restrictions. Once the meeting ends, he looks at his instant noodles, sighing that they got totally bloated. As he picks up the cup, he suddenly hears a very familiar meow. Zhong Yuan leaps down through the window, transforming back into his human form with a grin. He teases the high-ranking commander for eating trash food for dinner. Zhang Buyu sighs, explaining that all the local restaurants are closed for the holidays. Plus, outside deliveries are strictly banned inside the military zone. Zhong Yuan asks why he does not just go out to grab a decent bite instead. Eating his noodles, he complains about the sand snakes at Mount Luofu being too wild, destroying the simulation environment and costing them a literal fortune to fix. He was supposed to finish the maintenance report yesterday, but the tournament drama delayed everything, and now he is completely swamped with work. He looks at his young friend, asking if he snuck into his office to help him pull an all-nighter or if he has another agenda. Zhong Yuan replies that he needs a little favor first, promising to cover his shift right after. Zhang Buyu gets curious, asking what he wants. Zhong Yuan's face turns serious. He explains that he originally wanted his cat form to die today to escape the public eye and live in peace. But since some trash keeps pushing his buttons, he wants to ditch the nice guy act and personally deliver a brutal beatdown to a certain idiot. And trust me, we're about to witness some serious payback. He asks for a back door in the tournament system, and with a grin, the commander tells him to go wild. Stick with me here, he wants something else. Zhong Yuan asks what, and Zhang Bat-u happily smiles, inviting him over for dinner tomorrow night. Soon after, Zhong Yuan climbs back through his own window. Feng Jing is sitting there reading a newspaper, waiting for him. He looks up and asks if he is finally back. Zhong Yuan jokes that he forgot to remind him to knock, meaning his mood must be totally ruined. Feng Jing keeps reading and says he was actually worried that he would betray humanity for the monster side over the Eagle King. Zhong Yuan pulls out a chair and admits he thought about it, teasing Feng Jing back. He asks if Feng Jing is the one who cannot let the Eagle King go, leaving him speechless. Sitting down, Zhong Yuan looks down and confesses. He admits he really liked that two-headed Eagle King and had some naive childish dreams back then. But now he gets it. Love for humans and beasts is totally different. He and Lan Lan can stroke each other's hair, risking everything, even their lives, for one another. They have a connection that is built on complete, absolute equality. But with monsters, he can eat them, enjoy their flattery, pat the two-headed eagle, and stomp some bugs under his shoe. There is no real equality there. If monsters eat humans, they force people to serve them like cowards, executing them under ugly crimes. To him, that scenario is nothing but absolute terrifying hell. Staring out the window, he says human nature is not about equality, but pure selfishness. Even he cannot easily give up these unfair privileges. So how can he ask others to hold back just for some shared peace and mutual benefit with monsters? Outside, the night is pitch black, lit by stars. The glowing stars shine down, making everything clear. Hearing all this, Feng Jing just stays silent, completely lost in deep, heavy thought. Suddenly, a comforting hand pats Feng Jing on the head. Zhong Yuan grins beside him, saying that right now they enjoy relatively equal human rights. Because those who refused to be slaves stood up and fought with hammer and sickle. The Eagle King can never be human, but Feng Jing can. The scene shifts straight to the arena. Two teams face off with the referee standing right in the middle, and the announcer starts speaking. Announcer Trinvan hypes up the crowd for the next big clash. Feng Jing's team from Tanan Academy versus Ungtan squad from Trung-Nam Academy. Tanan Academy is still keeping their main player Truong Yi off the field. Are they hiding her as a secret weapon? Meanwhile, Ungtan smirks arrogantly. He trash talks, saying he will end Feng Jing's epic winning streak and use them as stepping stones. Feng Jing calmly pushes up his glasses. He snaps back, telling them to hurry up because he is too lazy to roast idiots. The opponent just laughs, mocking his trash-talking mouth. He summons a small, menacing flame and boasts that he is not afraid to reveal what he got from the Eagle King's ruins crystal. Watch this closely because things are about to get wild. He claims he absorbed a royal hidden skill so powerful you guys cannot even fight back. Zhong Yuan behind them finds this highly entertaining, smiling and telling him to show it off. Feng Jing breaks into a cold sweat, thinking that if it is hard to use, they will use weapons, but if it is easy, they will leave him alive for the crystal. The referee feels helpless. Why does this match smell like gunpowder already? He raises his hands between both teams, telling them to shut up and get ready. The second he gives the signal, Ungthan leaps high into the air using spacewalk, wings of spiritual energy bursting right out of his back. Trin Van screams in surprise that Ungtan is flying. Thoi Kuk Sin adds that as everyone knows, lethal attacks are banned in this college tournament. There are only 3 ways to win: control or down them for 30 seconds, seriously injure them so they cannot fight, or knock them out of bounds. The commentators keep going back and forth, explaining that Ungthan's weapon is a custom bow designed specifically by the Central China Bureau. Combined with his absolute destruction ability, he can deal insane long-range damage. Backed by his teammates' lock-on skill, they easily dominate the battlefield. In the last 2 matches, Ungthan totally crushed his opponents from above with absolute air superiority. Now he aims a heavy crossbow at them. He arrogantly boasts, laughing that his spacewalk plus absolute destruction will leave them with absolutely 0 ways to defend against his attack. I know what you're thinking, but wait until you see his reaction. The arrow rips through the air, flying straight at him as he stands still. He tilts his head, catching the arrow effortlessly with 2 fingers. Holding it up, he casually asks the referee if that counted as a lethal attack. The referee immediately pulls out a yellow card, explaining that while the lock-on support player failed, it did not cause any actual casualties. So it is just a first warning. He asks if giving Ungthan a direct red card right away would be a bit too much. Zhong Yuan's face darkens as he pulls a red card from his pocket. Feng Jing is totally shocked, recognizing it from their previous match. He realizes it is the exact card the ref gave him in their game against Thuong Kin University. The referee panics, warning him not to attack. Zhong Yuan calmly reassures him that he has no intention of attacking him. Then he coldly holds up the red card right in front of him. He declares that this red card is simply to send the referee off the field. He drops it, and the card stabs straight into the hard ground, leaving the referee completely confused and panicking. The commentators are absolutely stunned by this insane, rebellious move against an unfair official. This deep grudge has been building up over several matches, and it finally exploded today. Technically, players cannot penalize referees, so it does nothing. But the students in the stands are completely furious, complaining that the referee is being totally biased and probably took massive bribes from Ungthan. Kwang Tian-sok grinds his teeth, grumbling that he should have paid double to make the referee side with Zhong Yuan instead. Over onto Chich's team, they comment that Zhong Yuan is way too impulsive, and fighting the referee on stage is just asking for trouble. Plus, he did not bring his cat today. The girl yells at him, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you need to see what comes next. Get ready, because you and I are jumping into chaos. Little Tu-Chit can only squeeze his eyes shut, while Tu Uyan-on nervously turns to ask if Zhong Yun is toast. She asks everyone, but Ko Nam just rubs his chin, thinking hard. Not so fast, Shang Guanyi confidently replies. Our guy Zhong Yuan never plays a game he cannot dominate. Meanwhile, the guys Zhong Yuan spared are whispering, trying to decide. What do we do? Which side should we help? Bro, is that even a question? Our savior is a 9 Abyss member. If he had not played nice, the young marshal would have thrown us in prison. We cannot be backstabbers. Suddenly, the referee points right at him. Zhong Yuan, you dare question my authority? You are not a ref. Who do you think you are? Suddenly, one of those black-clothed guys rushes forward to shut his mouth. Keep quiet! Another guy steps up to make the announcement instead. Zhong Yuan's red card stands, the main ref is kicked out, and the game goes on like nothing happened. All the old ref can do is make muffled gagging noises. High up in the air, the Holy Eagle looks down at this utter madness, completely losing his mind. Shoot, did the organizers seriously take Zhong Yuan's side and swap the referee? Having handled that trash, our boy looks up, totally pleased with the outcome. Nice, let us keep this match rolling. I do not really like looking up at people, so do me a favor and get down here right now. Instantly activating his Sky Ruler ability, gorgeous glowing wings sprout from his shoulders, putting his opponent's cheap, ugly knockoff wings to absolute shame as they shatter. Now pay close attention because the eagle guy's ugly wings shatter, sending him plummets in pure panic. What skill is this? Did he just ban my flying? A ceiling seal? Please, that garbage will not work on me. Prepare to taste the hidden power of the two-headed eagle king as I dive straight down. Gritting his teeth, he activates Fate Transfer and charges at Zhong Yuan. But boom! Out of nowhere, a massive gold energy beam blasts him straight into the dirt. The ground shatters, sending dust flying everywhere. But our main character activated his immortal body, so all that hype damage only managed to rip his clothes up. His actual body is completely fine. Zhong Yuan frowns, realizing the guy is using a damage transfer skill, which automatically triggered his own passive immortal body ability. It seems the impact of that fall went way past the tolerance limit of his projection body. He glances over at the opponent's 3 team members standing idle. Those 3 sidekicks are just watching, hoping to abuse this fate transfer trick to take him down. What a bunch of absolute cowards, standing around doing nothing. He turns and yells to Feng Jing, telling him to handle those 3. Feng Jing is totally hyped up, asking how they are going to break that damage transfer. Our main character just scoffs, saying damage transfer means nothing. It only means the guy is going to catch a much worse beatdown. He tries to flex. If he wants to flex his status, I will crush him with mine. He cares about his face, so I will make him lose it completely. Zhong Yuan activates Combat Master. A blazing red fire erupts behind him as he throws a devastating punch straight into the Holy Eagle's face, making him spit blood instantly. This is textbook style, baby. Another punch lands on the other cheek, sending blood flying again. He follows it up with a heavy strike right into the center of the guy's chest. The commentators are losing it, shouting that his style is like wind and lightning, deep and unique. He is channeling the ultimate heavenly Tao in his fists. Honestly, you and I are watching a masterpiece. Every strike is a slap to reality, captured on camera to be shared on the official site for everyone to learn. 1 minute passes, then 3, then 10 whole minutes of this beatdown. Shout out to the Holy Eagle for being the ultimate punching bag for this martial arts tutorial. His endurance is making this video historical. Meanwhile, Feng Jing's crew has already pinned down the rest of the Holy Eagle's team, completely stopping them cold. Our guy chillax on a bench, casually asking if there are any snacks. The new referee, sweating bullets, replies that getting a bench is already lucky. The poor eagle wants to speak, but he just gets kicked in the mouth repeatedly. I surrender, he gurgles. The referee can only watch in absolute pity. Sorry, buddy, but nobody messes with the 9 Abyss. You cannot die anyway, so just enjoy the beatdown. We all appreciate your grand sacrifice for this tutorial. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan's phone rings with a loud alarm telling him to wake up. He pulls it out to check who is calling at this hour. Why is Director Vuong calling me right now? He wonders. Meanwhile, flashing back 20 minutes ago at the Iron Tower Embassy, a massive skyscraper stands in the clouds. Inside a room, 2 people are scheming. Tu Lani lounge on a chair, turning to her partner Yi Zhen to ask if it is time to move. Leaning against the window, phone in hand, Yi Zhen replies to wait just a bit longer. She pushes, asking why they must time their moves so carefully. Looking closely at his phone screen, Yi Zhen responds with a cold, simple answer. It is just to avoid any unnecessary trouble on their end. The screen shows a text from a Mr. Bach. The person who snatched Bonbo last time was not actually Vuong Fa Ditch, but a dangerous college student. He is highly dangerous, and you are no match for him. I baited him so he would join the tourney and enter the arena. You must strike fast. As soon as the match starts, execute your move and win quickly. Yi Zhen replies that killing Bonbo is easy, but getting the body out is hard. The sender responds, saying that as long as Bonbo is confirmed dead, his corpse will naturally find its way out of the facility. Tu Laini rests her chin in her hands, asking if he always planned to dump the Iron Tower State and join Juyao once they got the core. She sighs sadly, saying she has always been loyal to him, while Juyao keeps hiding intel, never giving him full information or trusting him. Ye Zhen tells her to shut up and stop overthinking. But she keeps going, saying he intends to absorb Bonbo's rare core to become the new Death God. He would become the new Death God under the Iron Tower's control. Yi Zhen dismisses her coldly, telling her they will talk once they actually get it. Meanwhile, back at the Ruins Bureau, 2 workers are talking. One asks why the slaughtered beast cargo is going to the cafeteria before being skinned. The worker pushing the cart shrugs, saying the kitchen probably wants to experiment with some new dishes. It seems pretty sketchy to me. Maybe they want some new experimental dish. Meanwhile, Mr. Bonbo grabs a bottle, advising the chef, and trust me, you and I are left waiting to see what is cooking next. Yo, you and I are about to see how seasoning traditional Guangyuan dishes can lead to some seriously wild surprises. The chef is even like, wait, if we put this in the soup, will it not just look like dirty dishwater? But Old Man Pang is like, do not limit what soup can be, kid. Right then, the meat cart finally rolls in. The pusher enters and says, hey, Boss Pang, I will leave the meat right here. Old Man Pang barely even glances at him, just waving his hand dismissively with a quick fine. Then he heads over to inspect the beast on the cart, thinking to himself, man, the way they prep this poultry is totally messed up. It does not look like actual food ingredients at all, more like a sacrifice used to activate some crazy hidden power. The second he realizes this, panic hits him hard as he senses something is terribly wrong. Old Man Pang immediately moves fast, leaping to the side while shouting, ambush, call Director Wong right now. Right below his feet, the floor suddenly cracks and splits wide open. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Jen and Sulua are communicating through some weird nerve connection. noting that the first strike missed and Pang is fleeing toward the 6 o'clock direction to reset his lock-on. Got it. The guards rush onto the scene instantly, raising their riot shields to form a protective wall around Old Man Pang. Everyone stay on high alert. Where on earth is the enemy? What kind of crazy ability is this? Old Man Pang screams out in panic. This might be the secret technique of the Iron Tower International Network, the sacrificial guillotine. With this skill, lands a fatal blow on the target, they can fully reclaim its power and trigger another strike without any cooldown. As long as they keep getting one-hit kills, they can spam it endlessly. The sacrificial guillotine definitely needs a local spotter to activate. The enemy is close by. Now look closely at what is suddenly rising under his feet right this second. A disgusting slimy substance starts oozing out. Even with the radar active, there is still no sign of the target. Then the slime begins stretching out, shooting straight upward. It transforms into thick, binding cords that wrap tightly around Old Man Pang. He cannot even scream as the creepy thing completely paralyzes him. Then out of nowhere, a massive barrage of dark projectiles launches right at them. He and the surrounding guards are brutally pierced by the razor-sharp energy, letting out agonizing cries of absolute pain. They scream in agony, the demonic shadow claws and ripping Old Man Pang's heart straight out of his chest. He is frozen in sheer horror. Just then, Director Wang rushes onto the scene, yelling out for Old Pang. He reaches out, activating his life resonance skill to cover the old man's gaping wound, trying desperately to heal the damage. Hang in there, the Jushu team is on the way. Even in agonizing pain, Old Man Pang gasps out a warning. Director Wang, watch out. Right then, a sharp blade of shadow energy targets Director Wang. Startled, he quickly pulls his hand back and unleashes a blast of compressed air bullets to counter the incoming attack. He deflects the dark force, but Old Man Pang collapses, unable to stand. The shockwave blasts both of them backward, kicking up a massive storm of dust and debris. Suddenly, a mysterious hand reaches forward, casting the Suri healing spell just in time. A soothing wave of pure spiritual energy immediately wraps around the two veterans. Zhong Yuan descends from above, sporting a pair of glowing, majestic wings, and he has brought along his trusty homie Feng Jing. He looks down at them and asks, "Hope I am not too late." Director Wang cuts him off. No time for small talk. Scan Old Pang's memories directly. He starts utilizing his projection skill as Zhong Yuan nods in agreement. Feng Jing chimes in, "Let me see too." Diving straight into Old Man Pang's memories, Zhong Yuan starts analyzing the situation. Peeking into his mind, we immediately realize what is going on. The guillotine needs a local spotter, meaning the enemy is right here watching. It was the Shadow Servant who stole his heart. His eyes snap wide open. He raises his fingers right between his brows, activating his supersensory perception. One of his eyes glows with intense, bright energy, piercing into another dimension where he spots a dark figure running away. It is trying to make off with the Shu crystal energy still trapped inside Pang's heart. The shadowy assassin, completely covered in pitch-black darkness, flees with the stolen organ. Suddenly, a flying dagger cuts through the air, piercing the heart directly and forcing the thief to drop it in sheer panic. As the heart falls to the ground, the Shadow Servant lunges back to grab it. Zhong Yuan rushes in, calculating that his flying daggers cannot hurt this shadow monster. First priority is securing that Shu crystal, but just as his hand is about to touch it, the shadow grabs it first. The beast quickly absorbs the energy and dissolves into thin air, leaving nothing behind but a cloud of dark mist. Picking up the empty shell, he ponders. The Shadow Servant is gone without a trace, and the heart is completely empty. Wait, Feng Jing just used Suri on Old Pang. Surely he did not scan for crystals again, right? Just then, Feng Jing catches up, asking anxiously, "Zhong Yuan, you okay?" Zhong Yuan turns around, completely dodging the question. "You used Suri on someone with a stolen crystal before, right?" Feng Jing scratches his head, confessing, "Yeah, it duplicates the crystal, which is a Class S secret of the Science Academy." Zhong Yuan stares at him weirdly, like, "How are you not locked in a lab being forced to spam scans?" Feng Jing simply replies, "That is in the past." Zhong Yuan slaps him on the back with a grin, saying, "Do not worry, I will never let them use you as some scanning machine." Feng Jing winces in pain, grumbling, "If you were a manga villain, I would probably be forced to scan 1,800 crystals for you before you let me go." Then he gets serious again, saying, "All right, jokes aside, let us talk business." That light that just entered the Shadow Servant looked exactly like Shu crystal absorption. There is no record of this, but it is highly possible this monster can absorb Shu crystals. Meanwhile, Director Wang is helping Old Man Pang out of the basement. Sitting down exhausted, the director mutters, "That theory is absolutely ridiculous. There is no way this shadow creature got mutated by nuclear radiation, right?" Feng Jing, examining Old Man Pang's wounds, speaks up. "Actually, there is indeed someone exposed to nuclear radiation who possesses Shadow Servant abilities." Zhong Yuan asks suspiciously, "Are you talking about Feng Yumo's older brother, Ye Zhen?" Feng Jing nods and begins to explain his theory. The escaping shadow hesitated for a split second when the heart was pinned down. It must have been operating under a split shadow body state. A red-tier Shadow Servant can split its body and shadow across tens of kilometers. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan gasps, noting that Ye Zhen's file listed a red-tier rating. That is why the Shu Control Bureau's radar could not track them down. Suddenly, Director Wang speaks up, remembering one last detail. "I just recalled something else. That night, I was checking the surveillance footage at the university tournament arena. Even though, alright, you and I are diving right back into this madness. The cleanup crew's minds got totally wiped, but a nearby traffic camera still caught the suspects. He whips out his phone to show the footage, pointing out that those two are rocking 3 Mountains Academy uniforms, even though absolutely none of their registered players this year have those numbers. Zhong Yuan leans in scowling as he says that Ghost King Ye Jin graduated from 3 Mountains Academy. No way this is just a coincidence. There are way too many coincidences for it to be a fluke. Suddenly Feng Jing turns away, his voice going completely dark. He says there is actually one more clue. Those birds were sacrificed when that crazy guillotine curse first went off. That means we can literally use his void projection to trace back their entire purchase history. His eyes are dead serious. Even if those guys hid their faces, they can still pull the farm and shipping info straight from the memories of those dead chickens to figure out exactly where they were bought. Standing in front of the animal cart, Chief Wang channels his magic, muttering that he finally found them. And trust me, you'll love this. It's the Iron Tower Embassy in Quangvian City. Those bastards hid for so long, but their cover is finally blown. Feng Jing immediately turns to Zhong Yuan, hyping him up to raid the embassy. But Zhong Yuan stops him, warning that the enemy has an insta-death skill, so do not go. Death, do not go. Besides, today's Academy tournament has a solo match where we face each other. I'll just throw the match. Feng Jing drops his usual goofy act and answers with absolute seriousness. Fine, I promise I won't drag you down. With that, he turns around to leave, casually waving his hand as he walks off, yelling back, for that solo match, I'll just forfeit. Since it's double elimination, I won't end up in the loser's bracket unless I somehow fail to beat Su Zhe. Zhong Yuan watches his retreating back and calls out, alright, guess we'll battle it out in the finals instead. Then he turns to Director Wang, unleashing his super cute puppy dog eyes, asking, so you guys know what to keep out of the report, right? It's hilarious. You and I both know they're gonna fold. Instantly folds, promising that absolutely zero info about the Academy of Sciences will make it into the report. That is when Mr. Pengbu finally chimes in, anxiously asking about his status, saying, hey, what about the fact that I still have that insta-death skill? Zhong Yuan bluntly tells him, just act like you've become a regular normie. Zhang Buyo and I spared your life because of who you are, not because of your power. Mentioning Zhang Buyo, Zhong Yuan turns to Director Wang, asking him a quick question. He nods, telling him to go ahead. Without skipping a single beat, Zhong Yuan demands, can his infinite dreamscape actually pull a fast one on your void projection? Director Wang thinks for a second before replying, theoretically, yes, but why are you asking this? Zhong Yuan explains, when we were hunting out in the boundary zone, that Tianqin squad stationed in the Zhangtian boundary fell right into your hands, but we got zero answers. The only logical explanation I can think of is that someone activated some crazy skill specifically to mess with your void projection. Director Wang frowns and asks, even if that is true, what does it have to do with today's mess? He replies, I'm not sure. My analysis shows 3 factions are involved here. Aside from the Ruins Bureau, stick with me. We're about to uncover who's really behind this. Alright, you and I are diving right back into this madness. While the Iron Tower government clashes with the administration, Zhu Yao is trying to reap all the benefits. A shady third party is definitely trying to muddy the waters here, but how does he know it is Zhu Yao? Zhong Yuan casually breaks down the whole scheme. From helping Yi Jin fake his death to unleash the Shadow Saint just to trap him, Zhu Yao could totally pull this off. Director Wang keeps pressing for answers. What about Commander Jiang, though? Zhong Yuan pauses to think. It is hard to believe that all these connections to Zhang Buyo are just a pure coincidence. Right now, it is all just theories. Talk is cheap, so once I sneak into the Iron Tower Embassy, the real truth will finally show itself. He casually turns around and walks away. Fast forward to that night. We are outside a heavily guarded embassy gate with tons of people walking by. Zhong Yuan has transformed into a sleek black cat, keeping a close eye on the place. This is definitely the embassy of the Iron Tower Nation. Now pay attention here because this gets crazy. It looks like a normal building, but his super sensory skill reveals a whole hidden world. There is a hidden pocket dimension inside using advanced foreign tech, complete with its own day and night cycle, linked directly to the main gate. Because of some crazy cloaking tech, the boundary is invisible. It is basically like a dungeon portal in a game. You can only enter through the front. Climbing the walls just drops you in the empty real world. It looks like they are hosting a fancy party tonight, and guests are arriving. Everyone is dressed up to get inside. To slip past security, his best bet is hitching a ride. Suddenly, he spots a girl screaming into her phone. I have been waiting 5 minutes and you are still not here. What a loser. You are totally dumped. Do not ever call me again. She slams the phone down. I know what you are thinking. This girl is wild. She is already scrolling through her phone, picking between pretty boy number 2 and 3. Just then, our black cat strolls up, letting out a super cute meow. The girl is startled at first, but her eyes light up with pure joy. How can a kitten be this adorable? She hops out of the car, scoops him up, and laughs. Who needs pretty boys when I have you? You are officially my date tonight. Squeezed tight against her chest, the black cat's eyes go wide. He can only groan at how terrifying rich girls are. But when she carries him to the gate, a guard blocks her path, saying pets are strictly banned inside. She does not even blink and lies instantly. He is not a pet. He is my boyfriend, she claims. The black cat plays along, letting out a ridiculously cute meow, making the guard stare blankly. Our black cat smirks inside. Perfect. His passive super cute skill just totally fried the guard's brain cells. He does not even have to try. Just like that, the guard lets them pass. The girl flashes a sweet smile, and trust me, you and I are going to laugh at what these guards say next. Man, that cat is so white. Dude, wake up, it is a black cat. In my next life, I am coming back as a cat. Meanwhile, in a massive courtyard, while the crowd is busy slacking and chatting, this slick black cat starts scheming how to sneak in, waiting for the chaos to make a run for it. Meanwhile, while that girl is, "Alright, you and I are diving into a wild story where this black cat ruins a rich girl's drink, making her panic while some guy clumsily apologizes. I did not see where I was going. She says it is fine, while our cat dashes off thinking, goodbye, rich lady, hope we never meet again. A moment later, the cat slips onto a balcony railing, stretching lazily while realizing these guest rooms are exactly where his target is supposed to be hiding. So he randomly breaks into a room, deciding he is just going to search them one by one until he finds what he is looking for. He activates his supersensory ability, spreading spiritual energy around. Let us see if there is a suspicious safe hidden right behind that wall painting. And boom, the hidden safe appears. He walks right over and blasts it with intense thermal pressure, making sparks fly everywhere until the lock finally snaps open. But what flies out is totally awkward. The cat stares in shock, thinking, damn, used underwear? Are they not worried this stuff is going to smell terrible? So he chucks the entire pile straight into the toilet, happily thinking, just keeping your life clean, buddy, no need to thank me. On to the next room. Inside the next room, he drags out a highly suspicious black suitcase hidden under the bed. Turns out it is packed with weirdly shaped little metal parts. The cat realizes these are illegal gun parts. If the owner gets busted, that is major jail time. So being a nice guy, he flushes them too. He casually tells himself he is just helping destroy criminal evidence. No thanks needed. Next room. Something looks hidden in the closet. Let us open it. Opening the door completely shocks him. Dead birds slaughtered in the exact same brutal way as the bureau. The owner of this room is the guillotine user. Suddenly, a storm of razor-sharp energy blades rains down on him. Surprised but lightning fast, our cat leaps sideways to dodge the deadly assault. Sweating a bit, he thinks, nobody is around, and there are no security cameras. I must have triggered a hidden trap when using my sensory powers. Those blades were not fatal, and they cannot fire non-stop, which means the guillotine user is definitely heading back to finish the job real soon. So he decides to shapeshift and blend right into the pile of corpses. He transforms into a dead bird and hides among the slaughtered poultry. Suddenly, the bedroom door creeps open. The cat thinks, they are finally here, but instead of the killer, two maids walk in, screaming in absolute horror. Oh my god, what happened here? Our cat is totally confused. Wait, neither of them is the target. Did they disguise themselves as normal embassy staff? The blonde guy quickly pushes the panicked girl out of the room, yelling at her to go call security to come check this mess out. The cat, now back to his normal feline form, wonders if the guillotine user is even here. But then he notices something that makes him freeze. Wait, that outfit is the exact school uniform from the photo, along with a silicone fake chest and a wig. He completely messed this up. This target is a master of cross-dressing. He assumed nobody here had shape-shifting powers, but completely forgot that humans can just use physical disguises. Let me go, you jerk! Suddenly, a loud scream catches our attention. Pay attention, because we are about to hear that rich lady from earlier. The girl who brought him in is being harassed by a scumbag who accuses her of keeping gigolos while pretending to be an innocent little princess. She fires right back, asking why her gigolos are any of his business. They make her happy, while he just makes her totally sick. The cat is totally speechless. Meanwhile, walking away from the cat's room, the blonde guy speaks up, telling Yizhen his disguise plan worked perfectly. He says someone snuck in. Yizhen calmly replies it is Jushu. The blonde guy is shocked, asking if they did not kill them already. Yizhen darkly explains that Jushu is China's strongest secret weapon, so they would never deploy two of them for the exact same mission. Last time, number 8 of Jushu investigated them, getting ambushed by a third party. Since he is back now, it means he survived their deadly trap. You and I both know things are getting fishy. The blonde guy stares at the security feed, noting the target was a long-haired high school kid. He wonders if they swap people. Yizhen admits number 8 is a shapeshifter who could easily disguise as anyone, even some harmless animal. He was a high schooler earlier, but might transform into that rich girl's pet cat next. The blonde guy gasps as the monitor shows them. On the screen, they see the girl holding the black cat. He points out that pets are banned here, yet she somehow smuggled it inside anyway. She must have used mind control to get it past the gate. The other asks why, and Yizhen guesses it is a trigger for her ability. It could be to activate her power or just as a cover. The blonde guy points, noticing she is currently being cornered by some random thug. Yuzhen warns him not to let his guard down. She's playing dumb but holds all the cards. The dim lighting means his shadow servant needs time. He tells his partner to stall her and draw attention while he prepares his shadow servant. Meanwhile, the aggressive scumbag pushes the girl down, ripping her dress. Next, he unleashes a mental cage to trap her. The terrified girl can only cry out in fear as he controls the pink spiritual energy, smugly boasting. Have you never seen this before? It is called a mental cage. In the Iron Tower Nation, abilities are already semi-public, unlike your secretive country. Your government desperately tries to hide the truth, and this is the consequence of your blind ignorance. Look at how pathetic and helpless you look right now. It is hilarious. The girl grits her teeth, sobbing in pain while his face turns even more disgusting. He sneers, claiming he hates forcing people. He demands she cooperate willingly. But suddenly, a bizarre weapon pierces straight through his chest from behind, making blood spray everywhere as he coughs up blood. To Lai Ni, disguised as the blonde man, brutally executed him with her deadly sacrificial guillotine. The rich girl's face completely twists with absolute horror. Drool pools from her trembling mouth as she screams that he committed murder. Talaini retracts her weapon and tells Jushu to stop pretending. Let us make a deal and do not try tricks, or my blade will decapitate innocent citizens. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild party crash. The girl snaps back, telling him to turn himself in for mercy, making Sulani roll her eyes in total annoyance. Turn himself in? No way. She's all beauty and no brains. Meanwhile, our black cat is watching, planning to freeze this idiot solid using extreme cold while wondering where that runaway Yi Zhen is gone. Suddenly, a shadow clone creeps up right behind her, making her freak out. The black cat scowls as things finally click. Their slick tactic was just using the guy as bait to distract them. Boom! The black cat leaps forward, using death energy to block the attack with a sharp meow. The clone panics for a second, but then laughs it off like it was nothing but a scratch. Seeing this, the girl squeals in joy, asking if her sweet kitty came to save her. The cat groans internally, wishing she would just shut up and let him concentrate on the fight. Out of nowhere, the clone starts slipping away. The cat gets pissed. Damn it, the guy vanished because he knows better than to fight him head-on. This rich girl is seriously getting in the way. He transforms back into his human self, picking her up gently to keep her safe while telling her he is getting her out of here. The girl drops her jaw in absolute shock. Her kitty just turned into a guy. He carries her toward a red car as his voice cuts through the quiet. Keep tonight a secret, Zhong Yuan tells her while throwing her over his shoulder. Fighting back there was just basic self-defense. Next time, learn the law before telling people to surrender. The girl blushes like crazy, completely dazed by what just happened. Did her cat just turn human and save her? Am I dreaming? He tells her to drive home or call someone if she is too dizzy. He literally tosses her into the seat. She quickly calls out, asking if she will ever see him again. No way, and do not call me if you get in trouble, he says. He throws a lipstick inside, telling her he wrote a number down. Right on your chest. See ya. The numbers are written right over her heart, leaving her speechless. Meanwhile, Yi Zhen has already slipped away to hide. Watch closely here. Things are getting tense. The guy is terrified. This Jushu is immune to death energy and can freeze people instantly. There is zero chance of winning a head-on fight. Catching his breath, he hides in a deep hole he dug up. Jushu cannot find him here. Once they leave, he can plan his next move, even though telepathy drains him heavily, and does not show who is thinking. It is his only way to check outside. He channels energy into his eyes, making them glow bright as he reads every mind nearby, but all he gets is useless, boring gossip from the party. People complaining about the boring auction, and how their hard-earned money is just going to some foreign royal family, selling trash art drawn by a 6-year-old for 50 million. Are these rich snobs crazy? Once my kid gets powers, we are leaving. Moving to another country immediately. Then he hears a voice asking where Yi Zhen is. He finally lets out a sigh of relief. Only Tiny knows his real name, so that must be her. With her top-tier escape skills, she probably got away safely. He pops the hatch open to look for her, but surprise! Zhong Yuan is standing right there, waving with a smug smile. Yi Zhen instantly drops back down. You and I both know how hilarious this is. He rips the hatch open and sighs, telling Yi Zhen to stop running from reality and come out to talk. Yi Zhen cowers silently before climbing up to ask what he wants, but deep down he is already scheming. Since he cannot win a fight, he will read Zhong Yuan's mind to find a weakness. Zhong Yuan speaks up first. Why did you hide that you absorbed the regeneration core from your own brother who went through hell to get it? Yi Zhen reads his mind. He looks exactly like the photo on the grave, and he did not deny the name. He really is Yi Zhen. Fong Vumac wanted the body back. Should I just turn him into a corpse? He tried to kill Vuong Fa Dich. Sending him in means life in prison, especially with his illegal group ties. He is facing multiple heavy charges. Hearing this, Yi Zhen frowns, totally stuck. Zhong Yuan keeps thinking. Right, he also killed the old number 8. As the new number 8, taking this over is my duty. These crimes are heavy. Even Fong Vumac's family could get dragged down. Maybe I should just end him here. For the greater good. Suddenly, Yi Zhen clenches his fists, claiming the Jushu has got the wrong guy. He spins a lie, saying Yi Zhen died on a hospital bed long ago. I am just a nameless demon, who took his body and committed sins. I should never have hoped for luck in this brutal, cold world. Yi Zhen had his pride, so I will destroy this body myself. With that, he channels his spiritual energy, pointing at his own head, causing his body to instantly crumble into pieces. Zhong Yuan panics and reaches out. I was not even done talking. Why did you? Suddenly, the system alerts him about an abnormal core, shocking him. The screen lists its skills, level 7 super decomposition, which breaks any material down into nanometer particles, and removes molecular gravity, plus level 1 bronze skin iron bones for a permanent physical defense boost, and level 1 speed copy. Now you and I are about to see the craziest skill of all. Level 5 Shadow Clone, letting him project a copy with 10% strength up to 50 kilometers away, plus telepathy. Yo, you and I are jumping right into a wild screen showing level 2 telepathy, maxed out, letting him read minds, and level 4 gold rebirth, also maxed. After reading that, he realizes these are Yi Zhen's mutant crystals. Wait, telepathy? Looking down at the fading shadow, Zhong Yuan freaks out. This is so wrong. Yi Zhen is dead, so why is his shadow servant reforming? Did that shadow actually absorb his death immunity? Then suddenly realizing something, he gnashes his teeth in pure rage. That speech earlier was not a dying wish. He was reading my mind, playing dumb to make me drop my guard. Shadow servants left unsummoned are completely immortal. Now he is using a glitched death immunity to become a masterless shadow. If he absorbs his original core, absolutely nobody can stop him. Even if absorbing this crystal locks down my own power levels, I have no other choice. Time to absorb it all. With that, he reaches out his hands, taking in the surging waves of raw energy. Meanwhile, Yi Zhen has mutated into some freaking bizarre creature. He snarls, "Nice job, Jushu, actually seeing through my plans and snatching my crystal." A moment later, Zhong Yuan opens his eyes, frowning, and raises his hand. Unleashing a massive wave of spiritual energy, he says, "Yi Zhen, do not blame me for being heartless. You threw away your humanity first." Zhong Yuan starts using telepathy. Pay attention here because he confronts him, saying that death immunity was a life-saving gift from your brother Feng Wu Mo, yet you used it to betray us. Are you even worthy of your brother? Yi Zhen, now a shadow servant, gnashes his teeth in bitter fury. A life-saving hope? Don't make me laugh. For years, I worked like a slave for the Feng family only to get crushed by them. Living was worse than death. Iron Tower Country, 9 luminaries, I do not care anymore. Now I am completely immortal. Even without my original crystal, as long as I escape, I will finally be free. But then Zhong Yuan starts activating another skill. It is Super Cute Charm, radiating a glowing pink energy all around him. If you refuse to wake up, then I will show no mercy. The pink energy strikes. The shadow servant panics, thinking, damn it, what is this power? Why do I suddenly find this guy so incredibly attractive? I can't stop wanting to chase him. Why am I having such disgusting thoughts? No way, I won't submit. But suddenly the shadow drops to its knees, screaming out, "Cute, cute! Long live the king!" Kneeling right in front of Zhong Yuan, the guy thinks, well, shadows aren't technically human, so this super cute charm works like a charm. He coldly asks, "Can we finally have a civilized talk now?" Gritting his teeth in frustration, the shadow servant's mind starts flashing back to his past. Let's pause here because this flashback shows us why he became so twisted. Late at night, in a huge mansion, a woman sits collapsed at a table, sobbing. Empty wine bottles are scattered all over. She wails, "Why is my life so miserable? That scumbag Feng promised me a lifetime of wealth if I bore him a child. It was all a lie." A little boy approaches, reaching out and calling for his mother. Suddenly, she violently shoves him away, screaming, "Get lost! If you weren't dragging me down, I could have married into another rich family." She sweeps the wine bottles, crashing them right into the poor kid, shattering one. Staring at the broken glass, the boy blames himself, his mother suffering because I am so useless. Suddenly, a mysterious hand reaches down, offering him an object. Excitedly grabbing it, the boy asks, "If I successfully absorb this, will I finally be useful?" The man smiles warmly and replies, "Exactly, now go ahead." The kid, desperately wanting to grow strong and take care of his mother, does not hesitate for a second. He immediately begins absorbing the mysterious item. A moment later, he happily tells the man, "I did it! Level 7 Super Red Decomposition unlocked." The man cheers in absolute ecstasy, shouting, "It worked! I knew the Feng family bloodline was perfect for this. Quick, have Wumo absorb the other core." A nearby servant quickly nods, "Yes, sir." The little boy looks up with innocent eyes, whispering, "Is this what being useful really means?" The scene then shifts to a desk covered in scribbles. A bunch of bullies are surrounding the kid, mocking him. "Does an illegitimate brat like you seriously think you belong in our school? Look at this fatherless nerd, thinking he can show off just by studying." Growing up under this torment, Yi Zhen is dark and bitter, muttering, "Completely useless. Grades, talent, morals, none of it matters compared to family status." Suddenly, a heroic young guy bursts onto the scene, waving his fist at the bullies. He screams, "You jerks! I will beat all of you to a pulp." He unleashes Infinite Strike. The terrified bullies scatter, screaming, "Run for your lives! Commander Zhang's crazy son is here." Seeing them flee, the young savior snorts. Standing behind him, a sweating Yi Zhen nervously asks, "Who are you?" The boy turns around, winks, and replies, "I am Zhang Buyu. If you ever need help, just come find me in middle school, grade 8, class 1. Yi Zhen points out, "But this is a high school classroom." The young Zhang Buyu just laughs it off, saying, "Details, details, high school, middle school, whatever. They are all getting cooked. Watch what's next."